Yo, 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 how we doing, people? How we doing, beautiful people? Funny to see a lot of you here now. What's going on? What's going on? Um, then what am I going to do? What we're going to do with a drunken Dana? What we're going to do with a drunken Dana? What we're going to do with a drunken Dana? Early in the morning. Right, there, put that on. Happy days. There you go, subtitles on. Then boost it for Deb. Oh, hang on, it won't let me boost it. I don't know why I just spoke to myself. I froze for some reason. I don't know why it froze. Marky's in the house, Marky boy. Hey, are you coming? You meet me though, Mark, aren't you? You gonna meet me in Salem or somewhere, are you? Sail away with me, Marky. I didn't know if verdict already came out, so don't. No, it's come out. That's how I found out about the trial. It's already come out. Long time no see, Dylan. Hope you. Hey, Lady Di, bitch. I love you though. Made it, moon goodness, happy day, Spacey Stacy, my lovely Spacey Stacy. I love Spacey Stacy. I can't wait to meet Spacey Stacy. Just be like, oh, you fucking stop cheating on me, Spacey Stacy. Hey, Patty. Hello, my darling. Hello, Patty Murphy. I love Patty Murphy. Patty, you couldn't watch the other ones, could you? That's fine. That's why we got this one. We'll zoom this one. No, I did notice it, but then that other trial came on, so then I did the other trial. Hey, Spacey. Right, we'll go into it. We'll go straight into it. Do not research it. Do not do anything because you will spoil it for yourselves if you do that. And if you do spoil it for yourself, please do not spoil it for others. Ink of the haters now. Right. This is. Yeah, I fucking knew it. That's why I say. You see, these mods of mine, I can tell you, Aaron Hack will 100% be looking at it. Maxi Texi cannot stop herself. Now you've got to shut up now. And it's not like you to shut up, is it? I'm not sure if it's good for tips. I don't even know if we've got time to go for tips. We could definitely go to Salem, though. And if we can't go for tips, we'll go for tips, Marky. But we'll have something on anyway, Marky. I'll give you a big hug anyway. We'll go tit for tit. So we'll do that anyway, whatever happens. No spoilers, yes, no spoilers, please. Do not look up the name, even though I know fucking everyone has looked up the name. Because why? You're all cheating bastards. Right, here we go, everyone. Let's go. And cue Erin Hack coming in a second. I'm going, oh, this one.
Evidence. The state's charging document, which I read from yesterday, that's called an information, is not evidence, and it's not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state has proven this accusation beyond a reasonable doubt.
I'll cover it one more time here because obviously some people just come over. We are doing the evidence trial tomorrow because they've got work to do, so it's going to be late. They could be back late and there's issues. So anyway, I'm going to do this afternoon's Evelyn trial and Megan trial and tomorrow all in once because there's a delay. It went to a potential mistrial and it's just it is just too much. And it's just stop, start. So everyone, I think, believes we just want to zoom it rather than stop starting. So that's the reason. Because after the break, then they're going to come back and he said there's going to be lots of objections and lots of sidebars all afternoon, possibly. And I want to be able to zoom through them as much as possible. So I'll cover this afternoon's Evelyn trial tomorrow. Yeah, I know. That's the only problem, isn't it? So this trial has happened. Don't look it up. And we're going to cover this for the rest of today. It's going to be a one-day trial. This one. It's 2 days covered in 1 day, and tomorrow it'll be like a long day tomorrow. No, don't be sorry. It's fine. It's fine. Don't be sorry. No one be sorry. It's just I can't explain. It's hard to put in a banner. That's the only thing. I could try and do that, but it depends how many people will be there and stuff. I'm doing tips anyway. It just depends. A lot of people said they come in, so you can't book Champions Pub, so it just depends on timings and stuff. Don't be sorry. It's fine. Tracy V, there you go. Sorry. I know. Blame it on Lady Di, everyone, please. Here we go. Blame it on Lady Di. Let's skip this bit because it's only. Let's go to opening statement, shall we? I'll tell you what.
That's the words.
I'll tell you what this is about, though, because I feel like I have to. So I'll just read the description. The description is this guy is called Gerald Radford, who's accused of targeting and killing another man at a dog park because he was gay. It's underway in Tampa Corporate. So he is allegedly killed. He shot another man because he was gay, allegedly. That's the count against him, is murder of him, gay guy. Not to say that's the reason he killed him, but he did kill the guy, and he says he killed him in self-defense. But obviously the state is saying he killed him because he was gay. So
logistical questions that you all have before we get started. All right. Is the state...
Just to remember, it doesn't mean that he actually killed the guy because he was gay. That's what the state that are alleging. Before we start going, this guy is a gay basher, homophobe, we don't know. That's what has been alleged, but it's not been proven. So just to put that out there, let's listen to the testimony and we'll go from there.
Prepared to make an opening statement.
Yes, sir. Fucking faggot. That's the words of the defendant in this case, Gerald Radford. You're going to hear that once his friendship with the victim in this case, John Walter Lay, deteriorated, every time he saw the victim coming to the dog park they both frequented, he would say, "There's that fucking faggot." You will hear Gerald Radford on a recorded phone call talking about a time that he interacted with the victim to his face and said, "I told him to his face, there's gay people and there's fags. Gay people live their lives and have a normal relationship with their spouse, and they go home and they keep their shit in their bedroom, and that's it. You're a fag." You're going to hear from multiple people who are going to tell you about the statements that Gerald Radford said. You're going to hear multiple statements that Gerald Radford gave. And you're going to hear things like Gerald Radford would say things like, "I want to punch him right in the face," talking about the victim. You'll hear him talk about, he told the victim, "I'll break your fucking jaw." You'll hear that just shortly before we get to the fatal day, the defendant said, "I want to fucking kill him." And the day before, 24 hours before John Walter Lay is killed, the defendant is yelling at him, "You're going to die. You're going to die." Those are the words of the defendant. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be asking yourself, how does it ever get to that? And so we'll rewind time a little bit as we talk about what happened in this case. And what the evidence will show you, largely from the mouth of the defendant himself, but also from a variety of people who also frequented this dog park, is that there was a group of people. They went to this place called West Dog Park. It's a big dog park. It's a nice place. It's in a community. It's over by Lakeville High School. And they all come in the morning and they hang out and they walk their dogs. And there was like a little group of people that hang out. Gerald Radford, the victim, were two of those people. And for a time, they were friendly. All these people hung out. They had a good time. But you will discover that there became a change in the interaction between the defendant and the victim. You will hear about how they started to have disagreements that were largely centered around matters of politics. It's 2020, it's 2021, it's 2022. We're all living through COVID and mask mandates and vaccines and a whole lot of hot button issues that at the time everybody was real fired up about. And so you will hear that as these two men are having different views on these topics and other topics, you will learn that the defendant becomes the aggressive, hostile one. He's the guy saying fucking faggot. And you will hear from people at the park who will say the victim never got angry, never got hostile, never got aggressive. Eventually, he kind of hit the boiling point and he was like, we can't keep doing this. Like, I can't endure this forever. But Mr. Radford persisted. And you will hear from people who were there, who told Mr. Radford to his face, you can't talk to people like that. It's 2024. You can't run around calling people fucking faggots. And still he persisted. He increased the aggression. He increased the hostility. You will hear how people saw him going up to the victim and blocking his path as if to provoke a fight. And you will hear how Mr. Radford was always very clever to say, but I'm not going to be the guy who starts the fight with the gay guy. So we're going to fast forward eventually to February 2nd, 2024. That's the day that this murder is alleged to have occurred. It's early in the morning, before 8 o'clock. Mr. Radford is going to tell you he gets up routinely. He takes his dog. He goes to the park. He walks around. And as it turns out, that same morning, as so often happens, Mr. Lay shows up with his dog, and he actually has another dog that he's dog sitting, and he comes to the park. Right off the bat, Mr. Radford is going to say, the victim was saying something to me. I don't even know what he said. And I started telling him, why don't you get out of here? I was here first. This is my park. You should go. Nobody likes you. And of course, an argument starts. And that's where the heart of this case is going to come up. Because in this case, the defendant is going to claim self-defense. Gerald Radford shot and killed John Walter Lay. Mr. Lay was not armed with a knife or a baseball bat or a gun or anything remotely resembling a deadly weapon. And he shot him. And you're going to have to decide whether or not he did that legally. And at the end of the trial, the judge will explain to you what the self-defense laws are. And I expect you will hear something like, the defendant must have reasonably believed that he was either going to die or suffer great bodily harm. And there will be pictures, plenty of pictures of the defendant. He'll have a few cuts and scrapes on his face. No broken bones, no shattered teeth, no fractured nose, no broken arms. You'll have to decide whether or not he reasonably believed that he needed to shoot John Walter Lay to prevent death or great bodily harm. But I will submit to you that Mr. Radford's claim of self-defense will fail because it will be clear to you from all of the history, from both the words of the people who shared the dog park, but even from the defendant himself, that the person who was the aggressor, the person who most reasonably would have started the entire fight, was the defendant. And you will hear that if the defendant is the aggressor, if he's the guy committing a crime, then he would have had a duty to retreat. He can't pull a gun. He's got to try and get away. Because you can't start a fight and then be upset that you get your butt kicked in a fight and say, I'm going to shoot somebody. Now, the state of Florida's burden is going to be murder in the second degree. And there are a few elements. There are the things that sort of make up the concept of murder in the second degree. The first one is the victim must be dead. That's an easy one. I'm going to show you autopsy photos of John Walter Lay. I'm going to show you the spot in his chest where he has the gunshot wound that killed him. And I'm going to show you an array of injuries that he suffered to his head and body in the course of the fight. We'll have a doctor come tell you about the autopsy. He's dead. It's even so much an easy thing to do. The defense has actually stipulated, you will see the stipulation that John Walter Lay is dead. That one's easy. The defendant caused the death. That's the second element. Well, the defendant is telling you that he caused the death. That's what self-defense is. I did it, but ... I was allowed to. And so I submit to you that when you decide the defendant did not act in self-defense, you will ultimately conclude that the defendant caused the death, because that's the only obvious answer. And so what will be left is what is in the heart and the mind of Gerald Radford at the time of the killing. You will hear this phrase about an act imminently dangerous, evidencing a depraved mind. That's a long sentence of words that you'll get. And there will be a definition. And what you will hear are the words ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. And I submit to you now, and I will argue to you at the end of this trial, that the person with hate in their heart is that man, Gerald Radford. He's the aggressor. He's the hostile one. He's the disrespectful one. He's the words of hate. Now, I told you you're going to hear a lot of interviews in this case, and I want to explain to you how the case is going to unfold so you understand what's coming. The case basically starts with a 911 call. You will eventually hear the 911 call, and that triggers the response of members of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. The first witness you're going to hear very shortly is Deputy Craig Hoffman. He's one of the first responding deputies to the scene. He arrives at the dog park. He's one of the first people to have any interaction with the defendant. You'll be able to see the defendant as he's originally found. And then pretty quickly, you will see Deputy Hoffman attempt to go render aid to Mr. Lay, who's laying on the ground dying. Mr. Lay's dog, confused in the moment, is barking at the deputy, trying to defend his owner, not understanding what's happening. You'll watch that interaction. And then eventually you will watch two deputies try and provide life-saving efforts to Mr. Lay before they just say he's not breathing. We're not going to make you watch the entirety of it, but you will watch those moments where deputies try to save Mr. Lay's life. And as you do, I want you to pay careful attention to where Mr. Lay is laying on the ground, because you're going to discover that there's actually a spot where Mr. Lay is laying, and then there's another spot where there's some items, some mugs and sunglasses and things. And that's going to become important, the distinction of those two locations, the distance between them. So you're going to hear about that. Once the scene is initially some sort of stability is established, detectives are called in. You're going to hear from Detective Kelsey Nix. Detective Nix is what's called the scene detective. She's going to come and talk with you about all the things that are discovered at the scene. You're going to see the cell phone that Gerald Radford had in his hand. You're going to see a speaker that he was wearing on his belt. And I want you to listen carefully to the 911 call and see if you hear music on the 911 call. And I also want you to listen carefully to the video from Deputy Hoffman when he first responds and see if music is playing. Because what I think you're going to see is you're going to see that Mr. Radford was not concussed. He was not frantic. He was not panicked. He was not responding to some emotional trauma. He actually had bothered to turn music back on while he was waiting for the police to show up. But it wasn't on while the 911 call was going. So she'll talk to you about those things. You'll see the gun. Mr. Radford did call 911. That's the 911 call you're going to hear. He had taken his gun. He had put it on the table. He had unloaded it. He had waited for the police. And so you'll see those items and talk about that. Then we'll talk about that other area that I talked about. You're going to see that in the dog park, there's like a water trough area for like dogs to drink water when they're at the park. And right near there, there's a series of items. You're going to discover there's a bright blue, like mug, like one of those things you screw the top on to keep your coffee warm, like a thermos sort of thing. That's the victim's mug. You're going to see a darker blue thermos mug. That's the defendant's mug. You're going to see that the handle is broken off of the defendant's mug. And you're also going to see a pair of sunglasses, which the defendant ultimately identifies as his, laying on the ground. And as you watch the video and you look at the pictures, I really want you to pay attention to the ground. And I want you to ask yourself what you can see in those pictures and what you know of just what the sand and dirt is like anywhere in the state of Florida, but especially in Hillsborough County. Because what you're going to see is on the sunglasses, they have dirt all over them. But the mug doesn't. The gun doesn't. The cell phone, the speaker, The speakers don't. You're going to see pictures of Mr. Radford. You'll see the injuries. I'm not going to suggest he didn't suffer any injuries. He's got some little cuts and scrapes to his bridge of his nose and above his eye and under his cheek and a little thing over here near his collarbone. You're going to see those things. But you're going to see that Gerald Radford doesn't have a speck of dirt anywhere on him. You will hear Gerald Radford, when he's interviewed by law enforcement, tell the police, tell the sheriff's office, I got a mouthful of dirt while we were rolling around on the ground fighting. He doesn't have a speck of dirt on his face anywhere. You'll see his jeans. There's no dirt there. Not from rolling on the ground, struggling. Because what Gerald Radford is going to say is he's going to say that basically Mr. Lay, the guy who had never been the aggressor, who had never been hostile, today was the day that he decided to attack Mr. Radford, to ambush him, to hit him in the face with his mug, knock him to the ground, and that two grown men rolled around on the ground. And while Mr. Radford was pinned on the ground, he was able to draw the concealed firearm he was carrying on his right hip with his right hand. And what he will tell police is that when he initially draws that gun, he does the most instinctual thing. He immediately points it at the victim and he shoots him. And since he's right-handed, shooting at somebody who's facing him, he would shoot him on the left side. You will watch Gerald Radford literally demonstrate to the police, I shot him over here. Problem for Gerald Radford is the gunshot's over here. It's not in a position that makes any sense. And I will go to great lengths when the medical examiner is on to explain to you how medical examiners can literally open a human body and follow the path of a bullet through a body. So the medical examiner can tell you not only that the bullet goes here and comes to rest down here, but that that angle is downward, meaning that gun is up here, pointing downward. It's not here, pointing at the left side of the victim, as Mr. Radford initially tells the police. And that's what you're going to discover. What you're going to discover is that Gerald Radford gives multiple statements. He makes a 911 call. He gives an initial hour-long interview with the police. He goes back to the scene with them. He does a walkthrough. It's on video. You'll get to watch it. A week later, they interview him again. A month later, they interview him again. And in every instance, there starts being new facts and changes to the facts that he's told. Gerald Radford will tell you that he was concussed and was so out of it that in the moment, he didn't remember all the facts. But as time went by, more facts came along. But listen to the facts that come along as the interviews and the moments progress. Because what you'll discover is that we'll get multiple interviews into this before Gerald Radford ever says anything like, oh, the victim had his finger on the trigger. The victim was trying to pull the trigger to shoot me. You won't hear that in the first initial interviews. Mr. Radford will very clearly demonstrate, I drew the gun with my right hand, I immediately pointed it up, and I fired. And somehow later, that will transform into the victim got his hands on the gun, both hands on the gun, and we were fighting over the gun, and now he's got his finger on the trigger, and he's trying to turn the gun towards me, and I somehow magically can disengage the safety and shoot him before he can do anything. So you will have to pay careful attention to what is said and when it is said, and how the details change as the case progresses. But there are also going to be some things that are just glaringly obvious to you. In the first interview with Mr. Radford, sitting down with detectives, the longest interview he gives, he says the following: I never did anything to him. I never insulted him. I talked to him and treated him with respect, just like everybody else. That's the same Gerald Radford who will admit he called the victim a fucking faggot to his face. I swear to God, I never did a damn thing to that guy, and I don't know why he started on me. Well, you will discover that not so long ago, in a separate proceeding, Mr. Radford gave some testimony. And finally, about 2 months ago, Gerald Radford told us what this fight was really all about. You see, Gerald Radford and John Walter Lay were friends. Mr. Lay is a gay man. One day, Mr. Lay made the mistake of asking the defendant out for a beer on a date. And you will hear Mr. Radford say that. In fact, when we read the transcript, you will hear Mr. Radford first say, well, I was told I wasn't supposed to volunteer information. And I say, no, please, tell us whatever. And he admits that that's what the real dispute was. It wasn't about politics. It wasn't about COVID, mask mandates, vaccines. I'm sure those things happen too. But you will hear Gerald Radford tell you that what really dissolved their friendship, what really set us down the path of fucking faggot, I'll break your jaw, I want to kill him, you're going to die, is that a gay man asked him out. Gerald Radford also said, no, I don't think I ever threatened him. And at the back end of this trial, I will bring up a half dozen people who were all at that part, and they will tell you that in the days and the weeks leading up to this shooting, Gerald Radford was getting out of control. They will tell you that they were trying to intervene. They will tell you that they saw him aggressively approaching the victim, and they were worried that something was going to happen, and they were trying to talk reason to him, and he just wasn't having it. Ultimately, as I said, you will have to make a decision about whether or not the defendant acted in self-defense. And I submit to you that, ladies and gentlemen, self-defense is rooted in fear. You must be afraid you are going to die. You must be afraid someone is going to cause great bodily harm to you, not cuts and scratches on your face. And so you will literally hear it from the horse's mouth when Gerald Radford is asked, during this incident, were you in fear? His response is, what's fear? I didn't want to get my ass kicked. Yeah, I thought he was going to kick my ass. And still, the detectives take a second try at asking him, during this altercation, at any point were you in fear for your life? Well, after I got blood on my face, I was kind of scared. Yeah. You're going to hear Gerald Radford unprompted basically say the following: I should have just let him kick my ass and be done with it. I just needed him to stop beating me up. That's what I needed. When asked, Gerald Radford is not going to be on video saying, I thought I was going to die. Oh, he'll get to that later. He'll keep changing the facts. But in the first initial statement, he won't say, I thought I was going to die. He won't say, I thought he was going to kill me. He won't even say, I thought he was going to break my nose or pound my face in or, whatever. And so when this trial proceeds, I ask that you start and always think about what is the ultimate question that I submit to you will be at the end of this case. What was in the mind of Gerald Radford when he pulled the trigger and shot John Walter Lay? Was it fear? Was it the fear of death or great bodily harm? Or was it hate? And I submit to you at the end of this trial, you will find the defendant guilty as charged because you will decide that everything tells you he had hate in his heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the defense like to make an opening statement at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
May it please the court, morning court staff, counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. There are two sides to every story. And I know that that sounds cliche, but it's true. And what the state just told you is a story. It's their theory of what happened. And so now, using that same evidence, I'm going to tell you the story. And I'm going to tell you Mr. Radford's story. Because in this story, there are two men and two sides. Everyone, This is Gerald Declan Radford. He is the man that sits before you, presumed innocent. He goes by Deck. People call him Deck. That's his nickname. And Deck, he was born in Ireland and spent most of his life being raised in New Jersey before settling down here in Florida with his wife. And he's been down here now for about 13 years. He has 3 sons, and of course he has his 4-legged babies. Mr. Radford is a veteran. He's an ex-Marine. And like many ex-military, he carries a firearm for protection. This is Florida. This is not unusual. So as you see, he's just a common man doing common things, going to the dog park every day, living a very common, quiet life. And that all came crashing down on February 2nd, 2024. It is a tragic day that has impacted the lives of 2 men forever. And the 2 men involved, Mr. Diaz is right, they were friendly, they were cordial, most importantly, they were peaceful. But unfortunately, as we stand here today, Mr. Lay, the other man in the story, he's no longer with us. But as you know, this story starts way before
Josie.
February 2nd,
Josie, is that you, Josie?
Both Deck
It looks like you.
and Walt, Mr. Lade goes by Walt, were longtime regulars at this West Tampa dog park, nearly daily, same time in the morning. And there was a group of people there that were all friendly and got along and talked. And they became known as the morning crew. But you'll hear that around the time when COVID was becoming our life, that a rift began between Deck and Walt. And I'm sure you can remember in your memories very keenly what life became like during COVID and how polarizing it became. COVID was politicized. And many people, maybe even your loved ones and friends, you didn't see eye to eye on. And that's where this started. Okay, it's not about a date. It's about varying a misalignment of ideology. And unfortunately, the people at the dog park, the morning crew, they, just like the rest of society, kind of fell victim to this cleavage of ideology, and they began to splinter. And as they did so, the group kind of split down ideological lines, quote unquote, liberals and conservatives, right? And they would no longer sit together, stand together and talk, commingle. That had kind of ended. Now, my client, Deck, not shy about his views. Not going to pretend that he is. And some people may call these views harsh or extreme. Maybe you don't share them. Maybe I don't share them. But they're not uncommon views. And when he expresses these views, yeah, he uses horrible language. Horrible, vulgar language. Language that you and I probably today would not use. But Deck, he's from another time. Jersey, he's a Yankee. He's from a different place. Okay, he grew up in the 60s and 70s. And that's a time when using a word like faggot was commonplace. It was like calling somebody ugly. It was just an insult. When I was a kid, and I'm dating myself now, but we tossed around the word gay a lot. And that had no implication of homosexuality. It was just a word. These are words, just insults. It is not, I implore you, indicative of a person who hates an entire subsection of our culture, let alone drive you to murder. And we concede that the state's going to parade many people before you. And it's going to be ad nauseum. You're going to hear the same thing over and over again. He uses this language. We know that. His views are harsh. We know that. He's aggressive. He's in your face. We know that. Well, Death himself will tell you, I'm an asshole. I can be an asshole. So from the time of COVID on, this animosity begins to grow because Walt and Deck definitely do not see eye to eye. And Walt does not like the use of the slurs. But what you won't hear is at any point it becoming physical. Over those years, despite what was said, the horrible things that might have been said, it was never physical. So despite the bickering, and you can't tell me there wasn't bickering back and forth, despite that, Walt and Deck never got physical. Well, obviously that changed. That changed on February 2nd. And what started as a normal morning for these two men, taking their dogs to the dog park like they do every day for years, would turn deadly. And that morning, at that time, there was only two people in that park, Deck and Walt. So there are no eyewitnesses. And there's no surveillance, and that's large in part due to a failure in the police investigation. So there's nobody that can tell us what happened that day except for Mr. Radford. So you are going to be forced to either rely on the state's version of events or the events as they occurred by somebody who was actually there. And we believe that the evidence you're going to see supports the fact that an altercation was started by Walter and Declan was forced to defend himself. According to Deck, he was the first one at the park. And Deck, at this time, had sadly just lost one of his dogs. And these dogs are like children to Deck, okay? And he was really struggling. And he was especially melancholy. And he was even more alienated from this group of mourning folks that got together because of the tragedy of losing his dog. He wasn't interacting with anybody. He was keeping to himself. And obviously, at some point there soon after, Walt arrived at the park with his two dogs. And now, it's going to be important to look at when you see the evidence and you see the pictures of the dog park, that when you pull up to the dog park in your car, not only can you see the parking lot and who's there and see whose car is there, but you can see the whole park. And so it would have been plainly obvious to Walt that not only was Declan in the park, but it was just going to be the two of them. Now, unfortunately, Walt's not here to tell us what caused the next decisions that he made or what he was doing. But we believe that he was fed up with the bullcrap at the dog park. He's fed up with it. Tired of the arguing. Tired of it. And when he sees Deck there, he makes a beeline for him. And Deck is over by those washing tubs that Mr. Diaz talked about. And in coming at him, Walt could have made the decision to walk around this platform and go to the other side. But instead, he walks around to the same side that Declan's on. And as he does this, he says to him, "Why do you come here? We fucking hate you here. Deck says some time passes, and before he knows it, whack, he's hit in the face with some object. And Deck was knocked to the ground, and the next thing you know, Walter is over the top of him. And he is using part of his body to pin down Declan's left leg. Well, we surmise that it was in that fall, in that initial scuffle, that Declan, when falling to the ground, dropped and broke his mug. So once they're down on the ground, Walt began to what Dex referred to as hammer fist him. So hit it, striking him like this. Now remember, he's over the top of him. He's not punching him directly. He's beating down on him like this, over and over and over again. And this is consistent, by the way, with the evidence you're going to see, including bruising to the outer part of Walt's hands and lots of it, covering what you wind up seeing are pretty deep abrasions on the knees of Walt, which tells us he was on his knees over Declan. So now you have this larger man, taller man, 13 years his junior, over the top of him, beating him, raining down these fists. And he does sustain multiple injuries to his face. And the face is covered in blood. At this time, he is completely helpless. He is overpowered, and he is being hit over and over. And you'll see the pictures of his injury, and you'll see the blood, and you'll see it's nothing short of a vicious attack. And this goes on for, Dex seems to think, and sometimes it's hard to gauge time when things like this are happening, but he believes about 15 to 20 more seconds of this, and there's no sign of it stopping. And of course he feared for his life in that moment. He is completely powerless against this man. And that left him with no choice but to try to retrieve his firearm that he carried for personal protection from behind him. And Deck is able to manipulate and move over and get that firearm. And he brings that firearm and gets that 9mm up to the side of about the mid-torso of Walt. And that's when they begin to struggle over this gun. They both have their hands on the gun, and it's twisting, and it's moving, and it's up, and it's down. And then there's a loud bang, a bright light, and Declan has shot Walt. Now, there's a few things I want to point out about this struggle that took place, the evidence I want you to pay attention to. Number one, you're going to see that there's mixed DNA on the gun. 2 people touched that gun. There's DNA from 2 people on that gun, telling you 2 people had to have touched it. Walter's injuries are consistent. The bruising in the knees of him being over top of Walter. And you will see pictures of Deck afterwards. And you will, if you look close enough, I did, that's my job, you will see debris at the bottom of his pants. But also what they failed to tell you is they took those pictures after he changed his clothes. He was wearing something completely different when law enforcement showed up. And the sweatshirt that he was in was taken not for evidence, not to be preserved. It was tossed in the back of a police cruiser. Declan doesn't have any injuries to his hands. They're clean. And as far as the trajectory of this bullet, we believe it is consistent with being shot from being over the top of somebody. Now, I predict that Mr. Diaz is going to get up with the medical examiner, and they're going to grab a skeleton, and they're going to move the gun all around, and they're going to try, well, it could have come from this way, it could have come from that way. And, it's pointed down, which doesn't make a lot of sense because Declan is shorter than Walter Clay, and he's a former Marine. Why would he shoot from up above and down? We posit that in the course of this struggle, when that gun comes up to the pectoral muscle of Walter, his back is at this angle. And so if I'm shot and the bullet goes through, it's going to go through this way, not this way. That's consistent with being over the top of somebody. And it was a chaotic scene. There's phones everywhere, there's coffee mugs, there's a speaker, and the dogs are going nuts. So there's evidence that something violent took place. And Declan, he staunchly maintains this version of events. He was overpowered. He was helpless. He's 66 now, but 65 at the time. He is riddled with arthritis. He has bursitis. He has 2 knee replacements. He was no match for the younger, bigger, stronger Walter. And he did fear for his life in that moment. A reasonable person would fear for their life in that moment. And unfortunately, a decision was made that nobody should have to make. And realizing that Walt had been shot, what does Deck do? He doesn't run, he doesn't leave the park. Remember, there's nobody else around. He calls 911 immediately. And when you listen to the call, listen to the raw emotion, listen to the anguish, listen to the torture in his voice. The torture that is consistent with someone who was forced to take a life to protect their own. Not a hate-filled killer, not somebody who just walked in to the park and picked a fight and shot somebody. You wouldn't have that much of a visceral reaction to it. And when law enforcement arrives, they find Deck peaceful, hands up. He had made sure the gun was secure, set it far away, and just stood and waited for police. And at this time, this poor man is in complete and utter shock. He couldn't even remember his name when asked by police. He stumbled over it. They had to take his license out of his wallet. He is breaking out in these spontaneous bursts of, he's sobbing, he's hyperventilating. Everything about Declan's behavior is consistent with someone who was just traumatized by taking a life to protect his own. And if that behavior was not consistent, give that man an Oscar, because that was an Oscar-worthy performance. Now, by this time, an investigation has commenced, and I use the term investigation loosely. Deck, he is taken by detectives down to the station to do an interview. And Deck gives several interviews with the police. He is always cooperative. He is always remorseful. And he is always forthcoming. Are there variances in his accounts? Yes, there are. But as you can imagine, as anybody can understand, that as that shock of the day's events, especially immediately preceding, and that adrenaline leaves your body and your mind can visualize and time passes, of course you're going to start remembering what happened once that shock is worn off. Additionally, Mr. Radford began therapy that helped him to process the things that had happened. And really, the story never really changes per se. He just provides law enforcement with additional information. He's not walking anything back. He's adding to it. And those are two very, very different things. Now, after his second interview with law enforcement, Mr. Radford, Declan, is provided the contact information for a victim's advocate. Now ask yourself, how many suspects are provided with a victim advocate? Why would law enforcement down the road give victim advocate information if the preceding investigation did not lead them to believe that he was a victim and that this case was self-defense? After this second interview, which was days after the incident, they didn't arrest Declan. In fact, on February 12th, law enforcement met with members of the state attorney's office. They didn't arrest Declan after that. Additionally, on February 14th, law enforcement says in their report they met with the FBI. Didn't arrest Declan after meeting with the FBI. And that is where this investigation should have stopped. Law enforcement knew this was self-defense. But law enforcement, they're spurred on, compelled by a barrage of angry emails from the witnesses that the state is going to put up there, and by political motivations, not new evidence. The evidence in the story remained the same. The only thing that changed from the beginning of February to March 8th, 40 days later, when they arrested Declan, was the public interest in this case, not evidence. And so far as the video that the state is so heavily going to rely on, law enforcement had that video in the very beginning of the investigation, I would say within the first week. This video that allegedly Walt's life, he had said Deck had threatened his life. Law enforcement had that video. And even that video was not significant enough to change their minds and make them arrest Declan. And I want to talk about this video because the state's going to rely on it so much. If Walt's life had been threatened, would he have gone back to the dog park at the same time as Declan, and he knows Declan will be there, and furthermore go in knowing you're alone in there with him? Wouldn't he call law enforcement? He doesn't. In fact, 2 years leading up to this incident, Walt never contacts law enforcement about anything that happened at the dog park. But instead, Walt decides the very next day he's going to go back to the dog park at the same time that Declan has been going to that park much longer than him, almost 10 years. So you can't tell me that there was an antagonism going back and forth. And I don't truly believe that the threat was real. And I certainly don't believe that Walt felt truly threatened. In fact, we know that Walt wasn't threatened by Deck because he says in his own words, in text messages, I'm going to quote Walter, he, meaning Declan, doesn't really intimidate me. Quote, he, meaning Declan, is weak and feeble. Quote, if he, meaning Declan, blocks my path again, I'm going to try and tackle him. Isn't it interesting that that is exactly what happened? But regardless of why Walt decided to go to the park that day, despite his life being threatened and him being in such odds and fear of Declan. He goes back. We may never know the reasons. But what we need to focus on is the tragic loss of life. That's what we're here to talk about. And I want you to ask yourself, if an innocent man who was forced to defend himself is being railroaded by the state attorney's office and by law enforcement who folded to public pressure to charge Declan and make this a hate crime. And tell you, that is some leap that the state is asking you to make. To believe that just because somebody uses homophobic slurs, that they have hatred in their heart so much that they're going to go out and kill somebody, going to go out and target that person. Well, if everybody who had disdain and used foul language, if logic follows, were murderers, we'd have a lot of murderers out there. Everybody's got a weird uncle they invite to Thanksgiving, and you never know what's going to fall out of their mouth.
Stained.
This is almost ludicrous, but it's the story. That's the story that the state wants you to believe. That despite there never being any violence between them, that Declan killed Walter that day purely because he was gay. And remember, what we say, what the lawyers say, it's not evidence. This is not murder because Mr. Diaz just got up and told you it is. This is not a hate crime because the state says it is. Make the state work for it. Their burden is so incredibly high, so difficult to overcome. And as Declan sits before you, he is presumed an innocent man. Do not forget that. They have to prove their story, their version of events, beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt. Evidence just doesn't support it. The evidence does not lead you safely to guilty. It just doesn't. And when you deliberate, you're going to get a lot of instructions. And one of those instructions says that if your opinion vacillates, if you waver, that, members of the jury, is reasonable doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, there are two sides to every story. And if at the end of this trial and at the end of this evidence, you do not know the truth about what happened that dreadful morning at the West Tampa Dog Park, if you do not know the truth, you must find Mr. Radford not guilty. Thank you.
All right, the state can call your first witness.
Years.
Okay. And what is your current position at Hillsborough County Sheriff's
I'm
Office?
on a behavioral health squad. I deal with homeless issues.
Now, was that the same position you had on February 2nd, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you called to a scene on February 2nd, 2024?
I wasn't called, but I self-dispatched myself. Call came out on the radio.
Okay.
So I went through. I wasn't too far.
Where were you called to?
Occident Road, the dog park.
Is that in Hillsborough County?
It is.
Okay. So what did you do when you arrived on scene?
I saw the defendant with his hands up. Me and Deputy Lowe went and secured him, put him in handcuffs,
Now, this defendant, did you find out who this man was? Were you able to identify him?
Yes,
And what was his name?
Gerald Radford.
Is this man in the room with us today?
Yes, sir.
Can you point to him and identify an article of clothing?
The gentleman in the blue jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
Yes.
So why'd you place Mr. Radford in handcuffs?
Well, it was a shooting call. It was him and the decedent in the park. He had his hands up. So, and I believe there's some description on the radio, not 100% on that, but I was under the belief that he needed to be secured because a shooting just occurred. So we put him in handcuffs.
So after you secured him, what did you do?
I then I left him with Deputy Lowe, and I went to do CPR on the decedent.
Now, when you attempted to render aid, what happened?
There's dogs in the park, and I believe it was the decedent's dogs. He was barking at me, kind of aggressive, and I finally got over and I started packing the wound.
Now, were you wearing body-worn camera footage like that?
I was.
In our state request to publish State Exhibit 1.
All right.
That was the wrong one.
Judge, I apologize. I think this is the time for the redaction instruction.
All right, members of the jury, you're about to view this video recording, and I'll instruct you now that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. And the fact that it has been edited to take out long periods where nothing is shown, for example, or something like that, shouldn't affect your viewing of the evidence.
Now, did you hear music in the background when you were placing him in cuffs?
I don't recall that.
What you got on the table? Check on that. You good? Okay, it's okay. I know. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. It's okay. I know. It's okay, bud. It's okay, buddy. You see that dog coming out. You see that dog. I don't know. I just trying to get up to him. I just want that dog there. Go, great kid. It's okay, buddy. It's okay, pal. You're 80, Cody.
Yeah. Here.
Gotta wait more breathing.
believe you stated this, but when you were attempting to render aid, what did you notice about the victim?
Color of the skin, his chest wasn't moving, and he didn't have a pulse.
Now, what did you do after you were attempting to render aid to the victim?
After I rendered aid, then I just sat with Deputy Lowe as well. Mr. Radford was detained.
A moment to confer, Your Honor. State passes the witness, Your Honor.
Right. Russ.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Deputy Hoffman, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Fair to say you were probably the first person to encounter Mr. Radford?
I was the second person.
Okay,
Deputy Lowe was ahead of me,
okay, but you all kind of arrived at the same time.
pretty much.
And isn't it true that at some point during your interaction with my client, he told you, hey, there's a sign, I think there might be security video?
Objection here, say, Your Honor.
I don't,
Overruled.
I don't recall.
Isn't it true, Deputy Hoffman, that when you first encountered my client, he was in shock
Yes,
and seemed confused?
yes,
And he was exhibiting real emotions. You saw him crying
yes,
and hyperventilating.
yes,
But throughout this whole time, he remained cooperative, didn't he?
yes,
And he stayed in the park after this happened, correct?
he did.
And he called 911.
To my knowledge, he did.
And you saw noticeable injuries to his face.
Yes.
And was there a lot of blood?
I don't recall. I think there was a little bit of blood on his face. I'm not exactly, I forget how much it was.
At this time, defense would like to introduce and publish what's already been stipulated to as defenses one.
All right.
Okay.
I did,
Park that morning?
yes,
And are these the clothes that he was wearing?
I believe so.
And is that blood down the front of his shirt?
I see it on, yeah, some blood on the lettering there.
And you attended to Mr. Lay, correct?
Yeah, I called EMS.
Okay. And at that time that Mr. Lay was still on the ground, were you able to notice anything about his condition?
Say it one more time, please.
Were you able to notice anything about the condition of his body? Did you notice the dirt that was on his legs?
I know he was dirty. I don't remember where the dirt was.
At this time, we would like to introduce and publish what's been stipulated as defenses number 2.
All right.
Deputy Hoffman, is that what what his legs looked like after?
I believe so.
And you mentioned that you had to put handcuffs on Mr. Radford.
Correct.
Sir, did you do that because you were scared?
I had some fear. Shooting just occurred, so.
Or were you, but you weren't afraid in that moment of Mr. Radford. It's protocol, right?
I wasn't, but yeah, a shooting just occurred, so I don't know what his mindset is.
So would you say that agree that it's a matter of protocol, and it wasn't because in that moment he was acting violent?
No, he was not. It's protocol.
And he was definitely not being arrested and taken into custody.
He was being detained as far as I understood at that time.
A moment to confirm, please, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, let's see. Now, the blood that is on his shirt, does that correlate with what the blood has been dripping off his nose when you observed him on scene?
I would assume so.
Moment to confer, Your Honor. No further questions from the state, Your Honor.
All right. You can step down, sir. Thank you. Is he released from his subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Call your next witness.
State will call Detective next, Your Honor. You answered my first question right off the bat, so I do appreciate that. Good morning. Where are you employed, Detective Nix?
I'm employed with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office,
Okay, how long have you been employed there?
approximately 9 years now.
Okay, and where are you currently assigned?
I'm assigned to the homicide section.
Now, was that the same position you had on February 2nd, 2024?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, were you called to a scene that day?
I was.
Okay, what were you called to?
I was contacted by my supervisor at the time, Sergeant Florio, and he advised that I was to respond to a shooting investigation.
Where was that shooting investigation?
I was at West Bell Park.
Okay, is that in Hillsborough County?
It is.
So when you arrived on scene, what were you asked to do? What were your duties?
Upon arrival, I was tasked with overseeing the scene investigation.
Okay, now, tasked with overseeing the scene investigation, what do you do in that task?
Typically, it's to document any evidence that may or may not be present at scene, and to kind of take oversee photographs that are taken, look for any evidence that may or may not contribute to the investigation.
Okay, so what'd you start with first?
So typically, I arrive on scene, and first thing that I usually do is attend a briefing with other members of the homicide section.
And what'd you do from there?
From there, I spoke with Sergeant Florio as well as Deputy Barrios, who briefed me regarding the incident.
Okay, and then after that, what happened?
After that, a scene walkthrough was eventually conducted, and then I, along with CSI Mullaney, conducted the photographs of the incident scene and began to examine items of evidence.
Now, when you say that you observed the scene with crime scene investigator Winnie, so that means you took photos, looked at evidence that you observed on scene, and processed the scene with crime scene investigator Winnie. Is that correct?
I did not take any photographs, but yes.
You were with crime scene investigator Winnie who took the photos.
Correct.
Okay, so you observed all these photos taken.
Correct.
Okay. Now, after that, did you do anything else when you were on scene?
Prior to going through and making my initial scene observations, I listened to a 911 phone call.
Okay. What was that 911 call regarding?
The call that I was currently responding to.
Okay. And then did you also go through the scene to look for anything in particular?
We were conducting general observations at first, and we eventually progressed to a narrower scope with items that we were looking for.
Now, were you trying to observe anything else like shell cases or anything else when you were on scene?
Yes.
Okay, so what did you do to try to find those shell casings?
Initially, we began with just a cursory search of the overall area. Prior to photographs being taken, we try not to disturb items as they are. We try to keep the crime scene as is until photographs are taken. Eventually, we do conduct a thorough line search of the area in an attempt to locate that casing.
Now, what is a line search?
A line search is a tool that we can use sometimes in law enforcement. It's typically various members of law enforcement, crime scene, deputies, detectives, we pace ourselves out at various increments, covering a designated area, and then we will begin to search in a linear pattern on either side, progressing through the designated area to be searched.
Now, besides the stuff you already observed and took in photos that were already taken, did you find anything during that line search?
Yes,
What did you find?
I believe 45 caliber casings.
Now, but were those shell casings in any relation to the firearm that was found by the defendant? That was the defendant's firearm.
No, at the time we located those casings, the firearm we had already located that had been designated in this investigation was a 9mm.
Now, was a diagram created of the scene?
Yes, it was.
Okay. State would ask to publish State Exhibit 3, Your Honor. Okay, I'm going to try to zoom this out to the best of my ability. Okay. Now, can you tell me what this right here at the top is? What am I looking at here?
Within West Dog Park, there
Yeah.
was a covered picnic table and it's like an open pavilion.
And now these yellow markers all over the diagram, are these the evidence markers that you've tagged on the scene with your crime scene investigator?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, what is these green shrubbery things that I'm seeing on the diagram?
Throughout the dog park, there were several large trees that provided quite a bit of shade throughout the park.
Okay. And what is this circle within a circle in a square that I'm looking at on the diagram?
Under one of the trees was an area kind of designated as a watering station for dogs. There were various large troughs that could be filled with water.
Okay. And is this the path of travel to come in or out near the pavilion?
Yes, those are they're a set of sidewalks that led into the park through a series of chain link gates and into the fenced enclosure.
Okay. And then up at the top left corner these are the markers of the items that you discovered on scene.
That's correct.
Now, as we discussed, you said that multiple photos were taken of the scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
State would ask to publish State Exhibit 2, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now I'm looking at State Exhibit 2A. Can you please tell me what that is?
That is the entrance to the dog park, quarter inbound into the larger dog park area is going to be on the right side gate, right, the one that's covered in crime scene tape.
Okay. Now, and then I'm showing you what has been marked as State Exhibit 2B. Can you please tell me what that is?
That is through the initial gate into a holding area. That is the second gate that leads into the large dog area of West Dog Park.
And then 2C, is this another entrance photo of the dog park?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then 2D, is this another photo basically showing an expanded view of the dog park in question?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Now, in 2E, is this the watering hole? I'm going to describe it as a watering hole or watering area for the animals that we just discussed in the diagram.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now what's been marked as 2F. Is this the pavilion that we discussed that you said was on the diagram?
Yes,
So this is one of the walkways to enter to go to that pavilion.
correct.
And 2G, is this just another photo regarding that pavilion that we discussed?
Yes, it is.
Now, in 2I, were there items, some of these items that you discovered on scene in this photo?
Yes.
What were some of those items that you discovered?
That orange item, kind of in the lower center portion of the photograph, was an orange Bose speaker. And that cell phone more to the right in the center of the photograph on the sidewalk was a cell phone.
Did you discover whose items those were?
I did not.
Okay, but you later on, law enforcement discovered whose items those were,
Yes,
and whose items were they?
the defendants.
And now 2I, is this the inside of the pavilion?
Yes, it is.
Now, what is inside of the pavilion? A pavilion that's been marked off in this photo.
On the picnic table, on the lower right side of the photograph, we located what appeared to be a multicolored beanie hat, as well as a firearm and a casing, or sorry, a magazine for that firearm.
Now in 2L, is this, with the crime scene ticket, is this where you discovered where the shooting occurred?
From what was indicated, yes.
In 2K, there is a lot of remnants of what it seems, what are these remnants here that I'm pointing at next to the fire hydrant?
So those various kind of papers and wrappings were left over from medical attention that was provided to the decedent in this case. Because kind of fire rescue had left those supplies there prior to law enforcement arrival.
Now, does that occur occasionally when fire rescue is attempting to render aid to a victim, that sometimes supplies are left when rendering aid?
Yes, it does.
In 2L, is this, now are these items over here that you soon discover other items of evidence that you found?
Yes, they are.
What items were those?
I believe that they were two thermos style cups.
In 2M, were these the thermos style cups that you just discussed?
Yes,
Now, was there another pair of sunglasses you also found on scene?
yes.
And were those pair of sunglasses the defendant's?
He identified them as his, yes.
State would ask to publish state exhibits 4A through I, Your Honor.
Right.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I know we discussed this, but we're going to go into more detail. These photos regarding 4A, as we discussed before, these are with markers now. Are these the markers you left for the items you discussed previously?
Yes, those are the markers CSI Mullen placed.
Okay. And these, the markers that are placed, are these next to the phone and the speaker that you discovered?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, for D, is this a close-up of that speaker and phone?
Yes, it is.
And for C, is that the speaker again?
Yes, it is.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary? Did you notice any sand or debris on that speaker when you found it?
Nothing that would appear out of the ordinary for it to be on the ground.
And 4D, is that same speaker?
Yes, it is.
Now in 4E, as you discussed briefly, again, what is this?
That was the multicolored kind of beanie style hat that we located, as well as the firearm and the magazine.
And at this point, those had been marked as evidence, right?
Correct.
And 4F, is this just a close-up of the firearm and ammo that you discovered on scene with Mawini?
Yes, that's correct.
And 4G, is that the defendant's firearm that you discovered on scene with Mawini?
Yes.
And 4H, is it that same firearm just flipped over?
Yes.
And 4I, what am I looking at here?
That was the magazine that was located next to the firearm, as well as the rounds of ammunition that were previously loaded into that magazine.
And you didn't find any additional ammo on scene, is that right?
Correct.
State would ask to publish 7A through M, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, in State Exhibit 7A, now you started to mark the scene as we discussed before, and some of the items you began to mark were these, the thermoses and sunglasses that you discovered on scene with Mawini?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was this just a close-up photo in 7B of those thermoses and sunglasses that you observed near the watering hole?
Yes.
Now, in 7C, you observe these, you've marked the two thermoses. Now, what was marked in marked in evidence tag 6 here?
That appeared to be a piece of plastic that resembled, at the time, what could possibly have been a handle to one of the thermoses.
Was that potentially to the mug on number 5?
Correct.
Did you discover whose mug was whose?
Yes.
Was the defendant's mug number 5?
Correct.
And 7D, is that just another close-up with the handle and the mug of the defendant's mug?
Yes.
And 7E, is that another close-up with an evidence tag next to that mug?
Yes.
And 7F, what am I observing here?
That was the area of the mug that appeared to have something broken off of it, which drew our attention to that handle.
And 7G, is that the handle you're referring to?
Yes.
And 7H, is this just another photo of that handle from the defendant's mug?
Correct.
Now in 7I, what you know? Whose mug was this? Or did you discover whose mug was this?
I did not.
Did law enforcement discover whose mug this was?
I believe so.
And whose mug was this?
The victim.
And 7L, is that just another close-up of the victim's mug?
Yes.
Now 7K, what am I looking at here?
Those were a pair of sunglasses located at the incident scene.
And you stated those were the defendant's sunglasses?
Correct.
Okay. And in 7L, is this another close-up of those sunglasses?
Yes.
Now, when you had an opportunity to look at these sunglasses with Mawini, did you notice anything out of the ordinary regarding these sunglasses? And I mean out of the ordinary, do you see anything broken, fractured, cracked regarding these sunglasses?
No, the sunglasses appear to be pretty intact when we located them.
Just a little dirt on them.
Correct.
Okay. And I'm showing you 7M. Is this just another close-up of those sunglasses?
Yes.
Now, after you and Mawini processed the scene and processed for shell casings, anything else you did on the scene that day?
Not after the line search.
Okay. Mug to confer, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. State will pass the witness, Your Honor.
It's about 3.5 years now.
And how long has that been in total or in part in major crimes?
3.5 years.
So, and you're still in major crimes.
Correct.
And as a major crime detective, am I accurate in my understanding that you are tasked with investigating shootings, violent crimes, more serious offenses?
That's fair to say.
Homicides?
Correct.
Do you do sex crimes at all or no?
I previously worked in the special victims section, yes.
Would it be fair of me to say that throughout your 3.5 years, you've probably interacted with members of the community, either suspects or alleged victims that have experienced some sort of trauma?
Yes.
Would it also be fair of me to say that in those interactions, there's no consistent way that anybody responds to trauma?
That's true.
Everybody reacts differently.
Yes.
Some people can remain stoic, right?
Yes.
Others can be, emotional wrecks, right?
At times, yes.
And everything in between.
Yes.
As part of being tasked by, I believe it was Sergeant Florio,
Yes.
to assist in this investigation, kind of in the hierarchy of lead detective, assistant, where did you fall?
I was assigned as the crime scene detective.
Okay, so you were just the crime scene detective, but as I understand it, subsequent to your investigation at the crime scene, you may have been tasked with a few things here and there as follow-up investigation.
As it pertains to the scene, yes.
So as the crime scene detective, you worked hand in hand with the crime scene investigator or crime scene tech to document the scene, as we just saw the state demonstrate with a variety of photographs.
Yes.
Now, is there any way for you to tell the jury how all of the items that you just went through with Mr. Chambers ended up in their final resting places?
What do you mean, Councilman?
Well, do you know how those items ended up where they did?
Since I arrived after most of the incident had already taken place, and because any fire rescue had already left, and first responding deputies had already left, I can't attest to what was or was not moved during the actual incident.
The truth is, you wouldn't be able to tell the jury how many people walked through and disturbed that crime scene prior to your arrival, right?
No, I don't know.
But we both could agree that prior to your arrival, Deputy Hoffman and Lowe both arrived on scene, right?
Correct.
That deputies attempted to render life-saving aid to Mr. Lay, right?
Yes.
That EMS arrived on scene to render life-saving efforts, correct?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
That I don't know.
Do you know if they had, inartfully, a gurney with them?
Typically, yes. In
Okay.
this particular instance, I'm not certain.
At this point, there's no crime scene log, right? There's no log keeping track of who's coming in and out.
During first initial response, I don't believe so.
Is there any way for you to tell the jury how many deputies, EMS, fire rescue people walked through that scene prior to these tags and these photographs being taken?
I don't know.
Could be dozens.
That I don't know.
The dogs were, prior to your arrival, or if you know, were running around the crime scene panicking, right?
There were 3 dogs still in the parking lot, right? Yes.
And the point I'm trying to make for the jury, and I think we're there, is that there is no way for us, as you and I sit here, to know how these items, or if these items were actually where they're tagged when this event took place, right?
Yes.
In the interactions you had with Mr. Radford, he was cooperative?
I didn't have much interaction with Mr. Radford. Detective Hereford had a lot to speak on with that.
Were you present for his interview at the station?
I was not.
Did anyone make you aware that Mr. Radford couldn't even remember his name when asked by Deputy Lowe?
No, I was not.
Are you aware, or were you made aware by either Detective Herrick or any of the deputies on scene that Mr. Radford had pointed out at the initial interaction with law enforcement a sign on the fencing that indicated the park was under video surveillance?
Objection. Call for your second.
I observed the sign, yes.
So you did see that sign?
Yes.
3.5 years major crime detective, right?
Yes.
Would it make sense to you if somebody had just committed a murder? So it's one of the first things to tell detectives or law enforcement, of course, after calling 911 and staying like all civilians and citizens of this country would expect somebody to do if they had to take somebody's life in self-defense. But would it make sense to you that one of the first things they say, if they had in cold blood killed somebody, oh, by the way, there's a sign, this is all recorded? Would that make sense to you as a major crime detective?
Sustained.
The shell casings you indicated that were found, I think you said 45. If I told you that reports indicate they were 40 Smith & Wesson rounds, would that make sense?
It would.
And there's no indication that, or at least I believe I'm accurate in saying this, law enforcement deduced or assumed that those were from some other event, right?
time, I don't believe we could definitively say that. Well, there was nothing at the time that indicated to us that they were directly involved in the current investigation.
Knowing what we know now, we know that Mr. Radford was armed with a 9mm, right?
Yes,
And it goes without saying, but I'm going to say it. Those rounds wouldn't even fit into Mr. Radford's firearm.
I would say so, yes.
Similar questions were in a similar vein to the questions I asked about how the items got where they got, and that nobody really knows because of the disturbance on the scene. The mugs that the state published photographs of, we also don't know how they ended up where they were, right?
Sorry to my red light, I can't say.
And what I'm getting at here is you documented them with crime scene where you found them.
That's accurate to say.
Do you recall if the handle to the mug that law enforcement ultimately determined belonged to Mr. Radford was glued on or screwed in?
I'm not sure.
Is that something you all looked into?
No, I'm not sure.
The clothes that were recovered in this case, did you have anything to do with that? The clothes, let me rephrase, the clothes that belonged to Mr. Radford.
I was present for the collection of, I believe, one article of clothing.
Which one was that?
The clothing that was recovered from, I believe, Deputy Lowe's vehicle.
Are you aware that Deputy Lowe removed that jacket or hoodie and just tossed it in the back of his vehicle?
That you'd have to ask Deputy Lowe.
When you received it, was it in an evidence bag?
I believe it had already been collected by CSI Nominee.
Now, as I understand, on March the 6th, you were tasked by Detective Horeb to go perform some type of laser measurement of a house nearby relative to the crime scene, right?
No.
You were not.
No.
Do you know who that was?
I do not.
Did you have any involvement in, or were you ever tasked by Detective Horeb as part of your involvement in this case in seeking, obtaining, searching for surveillance footage in the homes nearby on West Jean or West Hannah near the dog park?
By means of a neighborhood survey or something similar to that, Counselor?
In any capacity?
My only involvement was the execution of the search warrant on nearby residents that may have had video cameras that he's been seen.
And when was that?
I can't recall, Counselor.
Is it March?
Yes.
Now, this crime happened on, the alleged crime happened on February 2nd of 2024, correct?
Correct.
You've been a major crimes detective for 3.5 years, right?
Correct.
Safe to say, and I think you'd agree with me as we have this conversation in front of the jury, that if video surveillance of a self-defense situation or an alleged homicide exists, that would be one of the top priorities for you as a major crime detective to obtain, correct?
Correct.
And as a 3.5 year, I would call you a veteran major crimes detective, that you're going to place a high priority on it, not only because of its potential evidentiary value or exonerating value, but they're time sensitive, right?
At times, yes.
Can you describe for the jury why at times surveillance footage like this is time sensitive?
On some cases, some cameras can overwrite data, but not all. And sometimes that data can be erased due to memory capacity. I'm not certified in any kind of digital evidence capacity as
And
well.
nor am I. However, I think from your experience, you've gleaned that whether it's a 7-Eleven or a home surveillance system, the amount of time that that evidence exists can be fleeting due to the storage capacity of the device, correct?
Sometimes.
Now, knowing that, you would place a high priority on obtaining that evidence as soon as possible, right?
In those cases.
So if you were the lead detective on a case where you were advised potential cameras existed right across the street, pointing at the very location that this incident may have taken place, would you have waited till February 12th to follow up to see if you could obtain that footage?
Overruled.
It would depend on circumstances surrounding the investigation. I can't say without knowing all the details surrounding each case, for instance.
Would you have waited until March to try to obtain a search warrant to obtain that video surveillance footage? Now, when I say March, we're talking a month after this incident took place.
That would depend on when and how I became aware of that.
For argument's sake, let's say that you, as the lead detective, were aware on day one that a camera across the street from the West Dog Park had potential surveillance footage. Would you have waited until March to try to obtain a search warrant to get it?
I would have probably attempted to try earlier. Again, I'm not the detective that attempted to get that video surveillance counseling.
And I understand the difficult spot I'm putting you in because you weren't the lead detective in this case. But the truth of the matter is, you would have done something day 1, day 2, or even day 3. Not 10 days later, not 2 weeks later, not a month later, right? That's the truth.
Again, it depends, counseling.
And I can understand the difficulty that question poses for you. And I think that the nature of your response has answered my question, so I appreciate that. May I have a moment to confer, Your Honor?
Sure.
Now, going off defense's hypotheticals here, Detective Nix, can you just, as a law enforcement officer, just walk into someone's house?
No, I did not.
Now, what do you need to walk into someone's house?
Typically, not in all cases, but in most, I would consent to be there. So when a crime is occurring or has occurring, exigent circumstances for search warrant.
So you need consent or a search warrant?
Sure.
Or, as you said, exigent circumstances, right? Okay. So let's say if someone who owns this house says they don't want you in that house, it's kind of a problem, right?
Correct.
So you need a search warrant, correct?
In most instances.
Most instances. Moment to confer, Your Honor. No further questions.
All right, you can sit down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She released from her.
Yes, sir, I'm a detective.
And what is your current assignment with the Hills County Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently assigned to the Special Investigations Division on the Internet Predator Unit.
Right, and so that is a different assignment than you would have had February of last year, 2024.
That is correct, sir.
What were you assigned to February 2024?
I was assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division on the Homicide section.
So now you're dealing with people who are doing like child porn kind of stuff on the computer, but before you were doing homicides.
That is correct.
How long have you been doing homicides as of February of 2024? How long have you been doing?
Well, I was on the actual homicide section at that point for a bit under a year. Prior to that, I worked on death investigations in the Special Investigations Division involving narcotics-related homicides as they relate to overdoses, and I did that for many years.
And that's what you've been doing in the recent history. How long have you been with HCSO in total?
I started with the Sheriff's Office September 12th of 2010, so a little over 14 years.
Were you called to the scene of West Dog Park on Occident Street on the date of February 2nd, 2024?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Explain to the jury, how does a detective get called to a scene? How does all that work? What comes in the immediate moments thereafter?
So typically a call goes out, patrol will do the initial response. The homicide section, if it is a homicide, the supervisors are commonly made aware of the incident by somebody on patrol or, another supervisor. The supervisors then will task the detectives on the squad with where to go. In this case, it was 6402 North Occident, which is West Dog Park. And then commonly the supervisors will additionally provide a set of tasks or give you, an assignment as it relates to the actual investigation itself. So pretty much always comes from the supervisor.
And what kind of assignments get handed out by the supervisor?
Supervisor will commonly assign like a lead detective, somebody to assist them, a crime scene detective. There's an array of different assignments, but there's multiple for every homicide.
And so a scene detective, what is their responsibility?
Their responsibility is to focus primarily on the crime scene itself, to document the facts.
You had to jinx that, didn't you, Levi? At least this guy talks loud. And then also the court's gone mute. You have to jinx that, Lady
or
Di.
suspect or things like that.
No, usually it's pretty singular focused. Sometimes we have more than one crime scene. There might be two assigned, to go to different places, but it's pretty singular focused on the actual crime scene itself and the evidence.
And who was the crime scene detective in this particular case with Gerald Radford as the accused?
Detective Kelsey Davis.
She is now Kelsey Nix.
Yes, I believe so. I believe so.
Right,
Okay.
okay. What assignment were you given then?
I was assigned the lead detective role.
And what does a lead detective do compared to like a scene detective?
Most commonly, we're tasked with doing interviews of involved parties, and then, in essence, filtering the information back from the other parties that are involved with it, the other detectives, and mainly focusing on the actual interviews themselves is the primary.
So you talk about there's a lead detective, there's a scene detective, and then there's other detectives that might get assigned other tasks. There's other tasks that might get assigned like looking for other potential witnesses, like going into a neighborhood and see if anybody by chance heard anything.
Certainly, yeah. So oftentimes on homicides, that's also a task of patrol deputies. But if we are in a neighborhood or something like that, those tasks could include a detective being specifically assigned to what we call like a neighborhood survey, which would be go to like nearby homes and things of that nature, try to talk to people, see if they can develop witnesses. And that can be a primary focus, or there might be multiple tasks that detective is given, but that could be one of the tasks.
Is we live in a modern age, digital age, is another task that might get assigned to other detectives going and looking for surveillance camera, video footage, things like that.
Correct.
And so when the scene, when the investigation initially starts, you got one detective at the scene, you got a lead detective out talking to people, and you got other detectives maybe doing whatever else might be needed.
That is correct.
And that's the standard sort of operating procedure in any homicide investigation.
That is correct.
So in this case, did you end up responding to the scene at West Dog Park to just initially go there and see what you could determine from the evidence itself that was like visible?
So yes, sir. I did respond there. The call initially came out at 7:55 a.m. My supervisor was made aware of it, Sergeant Florio. He advised me of the incident at around 8:50 a.m. And then I departed our office and arrived at the park at, I believe, 9:31 a.m. And that was my initial response was the West Dog Park.
All right, so I want to clarify, make sure they heard that. What time do we believe the incident occurred? What are we using as a point of reference?
So the call itself was memorialized as approximately 07:55, so 7:55 a.m.
And when you say the call, do you mean a 911 call?
Correct. So that's the call I look at that's imported into the computer system. It was imported at 7:55 a.m.
All right, and just while we're talking about the 911 call, I'm going to go ahead and play what has been admitted as State's Exhibit number 15. The disc is over there, but I have it here.
February 2, 2024, 07:55 and 07 seconds.
911, did you police fire or nothing? Hello, 911. I can't, hang on. Hello? Hello, 911. Did you police fire or medical? Yes, please. I just have to shoot somebody at West Dog Park. Can you repeat that, sir? West Dog Park. I just attacked, and I have to defend myself. I have to shoot somebody. So what is the address that you were at? It's Occidental Road, West Dog Park.
Detective, I played the first 53 seconds or so. I just want to ask you, this 911 call we're listening to, this is the 911 call you heard, right?
That is correct, sir.
There's not been any sort of audio enhancement or change or anything?
No, sir.
The reason why I ask is I don't hear any music playing.
But neither do I, sir.
And do you have a weapon on you, sir? I do have a weapon, and I'm unloading it, and it's on the table. I think you might be dead. And how long is this, sir? Minutes. I called as soon as I could dial the number. And you said you're putting it on the table, so are you in a house? No, I'm at a dog park. And who did you do? This guy attacked me. Do you have something going on? I've been having trouble with the guy for months and months and months. I'll explain to you if we put together. Oh my God. And you are still up at that dog park, or you weren't, so that you can see him? I'm sitting at the table in a camouflage jacket and jeans. Oh my God, got anything? Yeah. And where's the victim? Where's that guy? He's just lying on in the park. You said he's in the park? Where in the park? He's just lying in the park, man. Oh, God. What is your name, sir? Gerald. Gerald. And
Detective, I think I hear the voice saying Gerald, G-E-R-A-L-D. Is that the spelling of the defendant's name as you know it?
Yes, sir.
You didn't spell it incorrectly, did it?
No, sir.
Was there a pause between where they asked, what's your name, sir? And he says immediately, Gerald? Is there some pause that we edited out?
No, sir.
the person you shot, what is he wearing? Shorts and a jacket. Oh my God, I could be dead. What color shorts, sir? Gray, brownish gray. Oh man. You got anything? And last I recall, you said you were by the table. Are you still at that table, sir? Yeah, I'm right here. And is the weapon still on that table? Yes, it is. And you said you unloaded the weapon? Yeah. And it's the table you're sitting at, correct? Yes. And how many times did you shoot him, sir? Once. And where was he shot at? I don't know.
Detective, we just heard Mr. Radford say, I don't know, and asked where he shot Mr. Lay. Do you, later on in the investigation, get to interview Mr. Radford back at like the HCSO district station?
Yes, sir. I interviewed him at our District 3 office.
And how much time, this is 7:55, they're approaching, somewhere right before 8 o'clock. What time do you think you interview Mr. Radford when you're back at the station?
Maybe around 10:30. I'm not sure the exact time.
2.5 hours later.
Yes, sir.
By the time we get to 2.5 hours later, we haven't gotten to yet, but in the interview, Mr. Radford, is he able to give you very specific details about where he shot Mr. Lay?
Yes, sir.
He grabbed hold of me, and I'm about to be on the ground. I was scuffling around to the ground. I had to grab him, hit me in the face with his fucking cup.
I know that's how it's not like. Ma'am.
All right, sir, and that's my friend. You're still at that table, correct? I'm sitting in the area of the table. The gun's on the table underneath my hat. And when you say you're in the area of the table, where exactly are you? Just like you walk in the gate and there's a table. You walk in the gate of the dog park, there's a table just to the right, under a gazebo. I'm under the gazebo.
Detective, you've been to this dog park. In terms of the description of you go through the gate, you walk through the gate, I got the gazebo, all those, that's a correct recitation of what the scene is like, right?
That is correct. When you walk through the pedestrian gate, there's a sidewalk that leads to a covered like picnic style table under a gazebo.
We haven't heard it, but I want to make sure. Is there some part of the video, the audio that's edited out where Mr. Radford is slurring his words, responding incoherently, just battling about something, making any sort of indication he doesn't know where he is, what he's doing, what the scene looks like? Any of that?
No, sir.
He's about 25 yards away. You said he's about 25 yards away from me? Yes. I have to shoot him. It's happening. I have to shoot him. Hello, sir? Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and get you over to the fire rescue. Please do not hang up. I won't.
Hillsborough County Fire Rescue, what is the address of the emergency?
It's just opposite road, West Village, West Park, Dog Park. Let's see if we saw coming out.
Okay, is this somebody was shot?
Yes.
Okay. Are you the victim or are you with the patient?
No, I'm the do it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand what you said.
I'm the guy who had to do it.
Oh, okay. So you're calling 911 for the person that was shot?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. If you see the police officer, can you flag them down?
Thank
And I'll let you go talk to them.
Thank you.
You're welcome, bye-bye.
Detective, towards the back end of the call there, we heard Mr. Radford saying things like, I had to shoot him, he attacked me, I had to shoot it. I'm the guy who had to do it. There's some missing part of the call when you heard it, it's not here now, where he said, I thought I was gonna die, I thought he was gonna kill me, I thought he was gonna pound my face in, I thought he was gonna make me crippled for the rest of my life. Anything like that?
No, sir. That was not stated.
All right, so now you arrive at the park. You know that this is already a self-defense claim, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now I want to talk with you because I'm sure the jury doesn't have any understanding of how this normally works. When a homicide occurs, you get called out to the scene, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Do members of my office, the state attorney's office, particularly homicide prosecutors, get called to the scene?
Yes, sir.
And I wasn't the original prosecutor on this, correct?
That is correct, sir.
But when an investigation of a homicide occurs, there are things for which you sometimes need a lawyer, like you want to get a search warrant approved or you want a subpoena issued, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And we assist you in that.
Yes, sir. You do.
But there is also an agreement between the sheriff's office and state attorney's office that arrests are not made without the state attorney's office signing off on it, correct?
That is correct, sir.
So it's not like you can just decide to make an arrest on your own if you really want to.
Not regarding an investigation like this, sir.
Well, I mean, I guess you could, but then your boss and my boss would probably have a conversation with each other.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so when it's a self-defense case, is there also another step where sometimes HCSO homicide detectives like yourself have to come to my office and actually make a presentation to what's called the homicide committee?
That is correct, sir.
That's a whole nother step.
Yes, sir.
Again, to decide whether or not an arrest is going to occur.
That is correct, sir.
Would it be fair to say that some of the prosecutors in the room can make you want to have to jump through all the hoops before a decision is made?
Absolutely, sir.
So you arrive at the scene and you know that you're already working on a self-defense claim. I just want to ask you about this picture, which is State's Exhibit 2E. Let me click over that, sorry. Here in 2E, we can see this area in the dead center of the picture, just to the right of the tree. There's kind of this brightly colored bucket looks like on the ground. What is this area?
It's like a dog watering type area. I think there's like some concrete there, a couple of like Rubbermaid or like plastic bins that contain water.
Okay, and so even here in this early picture, you can just make out to the right of this sort of T-shaped wooden structure, there's something blue here on the ground. Do you know what that is?
Like a travel style mug.
Some kind of mug or something.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and so, angles in pictures can be a little confusing or a little deceptive sometimes, but this doesn't appear to be right next to this fire hydrant, for example.
It is not, sir.
Now, as part of the investigation, you know that other deputies would have responded first, like initial responding deputies, and that many of those deputies wear what are commonly known as body-worn cameras.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 1. I'm going to jump ahead here a little bit. Oh, it's not on the screen. Sorry. There we go. Is that the defendant wearing the camouflage jacket?
Yes, sir, it is.
I can hear singing. Someone is singing, "I'll send an SOS to the world." I'm a little bit of a fan of classic rock. I think that's the Police, "Message in a Bottle."
I'm not super familiar with that song, but there's definitely a song in the background.
I mean, you don't expect that HSO deputies are walking around with portable speakers on them playing music when they're conducting an investigation, do you?
No, sir.
I'm just going to back up a second there because we got a semi-decent view of it. The defendant is wearing blue jeans, right?
That is correct, sir.
And we can see he's wearing a camouflage jacket. Did you ultimately discover the defendant had on sort of layers that day because it's February, it's cold?
Yes, sir.
Did he have on like a camouflage jacket over like a black hoodie, over like a green sweater, and then sort of like one of those blue sort of shirts that's like to wick moisture off of you?
That is correct.
So he's wearing multiple layers, but it appears his outer layer is jeans on the bottom half of his body, correct?
That is correct, sir.
So I'm going to jump ahead here as the deputy approaches the dogs. All right, here at 59 seconds, I can see this bright yellow bucket and this sort of T-shaped structure. Is that the same water area we saw before?
Correct, sir.
And then we can see the body and the dog in the distance here to the right and the fire hydrant, correct?
That is correct.
Detective, I'm going to point here with the mouse. There appears to be an object right here-ish to the right of the T-shaped wood structure, and another one here-ish to the right of that, between a little closer to the body of the victim, but right at the edge of where you can see the gray dirt. When you were at the scene, did you see items on the ground then?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you see the blue travel mug?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you also see a darker blue thermos mug with a broken handle?
Yes, sir.
This would be the first responding deputies, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Based on the video, it doesn't look like any other deputies have walked through the scene. First emergency rescue, like the EMS guys haven't gotten there yet. Gurneys haven't been wheeled through. Nobody's appeared to have walked through there from law enforcement or EMS to have disturbed the scene, does it?
No, sir. They were the first to arrive.
Here I'm at 127. That object appears to be blue, the one that I pointed out earlier, correct?
Correct, sir.
And now at 132, does that look like the blue travel mug and the blue thermos mug as you found them at the scene later on when Mr. Radford does what's called a walkthrough and actually says, "That's my mug, and that's the victim's mug"?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you now arrived at the scene. You become aware of the fact that there is a person being detained, and that is Mr. Radford, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And when you met Mr. Radford, had he already removed some layers of clothing?
Yes, sir, he had.
What layers had he already moved at that point?
I believe at that point, the camouflage jacket that was in the video was removed. I believe there was also underneath that a black hooded like sweatshirt with some white on it that had been removed. And I believe when I arrived, he was wearing a kind of olive drab green in color like sweater, basically.
All right, and so here's Defense Exhibit 1. Let me put that up there on the screen for you. Is this what you understand Mr. Radford originally would have looked like? Camouflage jacket, black hooded sweatshirt, and then somewhere beneath it, maybe a green sweater and a blue shirt.
Correct. Yes, sir. Prior to my arrival, yes, sir.
All right, and here on the front of the hoodie, does this appear to be of note to you? What does this look like to you?
Suspected blood.
But also in this picture, Mr. Radford appears to have blood dripping down his nose, correct?
That is correct, sir.
So, detective, you are not the scene detective, but still you are aware of a few things that are recovered at the scene, correct?
That is correct, sir.
One of which is a firearm.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Specifically, the firearm that is admitted here as, I believe it's State's Exhibit 5. Can I get the thing? Yeah, I'm just going to get the tag off it so people can see it. to this for work, right?
Yes, sir.
There's this other object over here. What is this?
Magazine, which holds the ammunition.
All right, so if you wanted to load this gun, assuming you had bullets, what would be the process one goes through?
You would load the magazine initially with your bullets, and then towards the bottom of that grip is where that inserts, the mag insert. After it was loaded with the bullets, you would put the magazine actually into the gun and secure it. And then in order to chamber around, in essence, or make it to where it was ready to shoot, the slide, which is the upper portion, which contains both the rear and front sight, you would pull that back and let it move forward to basically put the round inside the gun itself.
Okay, and so the gun would, for example, this will be easier with a picture. You pull this part up here. Is this the slide?
Yes, sir.
You pull that back, it releases whatever mechanism or whatever, and then slides forward so that the bullet is chambered and the gun is ready to be fired.
That is correct, sir.
And so, oh, I'm sorry, for the record, I'm showing States Exhibit 4H. That's the picture I was showing. When a person has a gun, people talk about guns jamming. Is that what's also commonly called a stovepipe? Is that a type of jam?
Yeah, that could be a malfunction that semi-automatics have.
And tell the jury what a stovepipe is for anybody who doesn't know.
So I'm no gun expert, but in essence,
Well, are you trained to clear a gun jam like a stovepipe?
for sure, yeah. So
Okay.
I just don't know how eloquently I can explain this, but in essence, whenever you fire the round, the slide kicks back and ejects the spent casing, which the bullet was, originally in.
So if I'm watching a movie like John Wick and he's shooting a gun, I would see bullets flying out the side of the gun.
Correct. For a semi-automatic firearm. So if the slide or if it doesn't come back completely, when the bullet goes to eject, if it goes forward prior to the bullet fully ejecting, it'll get caught inside of the port that it's supposed to eject from. And in essence, whenever the malfunction occurs, it doesn't allow another round to go in. It blocks the slide from moving all the way forward, and it looks like a stovepipe, if you will, because the round is sticking up, kind of facing upward.
So looking at States 4H again, this sort of indentation here in the slide, this is where a bullet or a spent casing would normally eject from the gun.
That is correct.
The actual bullet goes out the front of the gun, so that's a spent casing.
The spent casing comes out of that ejection port.
But you talk about it can get like stuck standing sort of straight up and prevent the slide from going back and forth. I suppose.
Correct.
What is the process by which you clear that?
Well, you'd have to pull the slide all the way back, clear the round from the slide, and then, in essence, allow the slide to go back forward to rechamber around.
Right. And so if a bullet is sort of stovepipe here, standing up, you pull the slide all the way back, that releases the tension on the stovepipe and it can be ejected, basically.
Yeah, correct, sir.
Once you've ejected the stovepipe and released the slide, what happens to the bullets in the magazine?
The following round would then, enter into would become available. But
It goes from the magazine up into the chamber?
that's correct.
So here is States Exhibit 4I. Are you aware of the fact that the gun was recovered with ammunition in the magazine?
Correct, sir.
All right, and so this magazine appears to hold 6 bullets because it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you can put one more in, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and there appears to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bullets in the magazine as it was found by the crime scene detectives and the crime scene investigators, correct?
Yes, sir.
So maybe the jury doesn't know this. I could theoretically put 6 rounds into the magazine of a gun, put the magazine into the bottom of the gun, like load the gun basically, rack a bullet or pull the slide back to put one in the chamber. I could pull the magazine back out, which would now only have 5 because one went in the chamber. And I could put one more back in the magazine, right?
Correct.
Like for example, you carry a firearm. How many does your magazine hold?
I think these are 16 plus 1 or 17 plus 1. So we load it to max capacity, chamber around, drop our mag, put the other bullet in there, and then the mag is at max capacity and there's one in the chamber.
And is that why you call it 16 plus 1 or 17 plus 1 because it's 16 or 17 in the mag and plus 1 in the chamber?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Radford also ultimately tells you, we'll get to the interview, he ultimately tells you that he carries his gun with 1 in the chamber and the mag fully loaded.
He does state that.
So that would suggest 7 bullets.
That would be correct, sir.
And so we are under the impression, all indications point to, we have no reason to doubt that there's only 1 gunshot in this case.
Correct, sir.
So 6 bullets in the mag and 1 that got fired, correct?
Correct, sir.
But if the first one was a stovepipe and you had to clear it, you should have found the spent shell casing, shouldn't we?
Correct, sir.
Did you find a spent shell casing?
Crime scene or the sheriff's office did not locate a spent shell casing.
I mean, there was a whole line search conducted to try and find casings, and we actually found casings for some 40 caliber gun that's not in any way related to this, right?
Yes, sir. I was advised that.
So you found casings, just not the one we actually needed.
That is correct, sir.
But also, if there were 6 in the mag, and then the 1 in the chamber, 1 in the chamber stovepipes, 1 from the mag should have gone into the chamber, right?
If it was properly cleared, yes, sir.
But in this case, we found the mag fully loaded, right?
That is correct, sir.
The only way that happens is somebody has to eject the magazine, take the round out of the chamber. You have to eject a live round, and then put a live round back into the magazine, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't mean to suggest that's the most difficult thing in the world to do, but I mean, that takes a little bit of focus and attention, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Diaz, is this a good time?
If you want to, yes, you want, yes.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. Same admonition I.
Okay, let's go to the other one then. Ba-da-da-da. I hope it's not too fast for people, but there's a lot here. We're going to be at least 7 or 8 hours watching all this. Again, If you don't like it, blame Lady Di too. If you do like it, then I'm a genius. Thank you, everybody. Just remember, we are also streaming tomorrow at 8:45 for the afternoon session today from Megan Boswell, and also the trial itself on Saturday. Right, let me get this up for you.
This is the first interview on that composite.
Boosted for Deb. Not see Deb today.
Can you explain to the jury where we are?
Hope you're
There's a
okay.
guy in a chair, there's a person sitting
Deb, if you're out there watching, hope you're okay, my darling.
doorway. Who are we looking at?
Yes, sir. So in the doorway is Detective Megan Mullen, who was the assistant detective regarding this case. And then that is the defendant sitting there in the green sweater. We're located at our Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, District 3 office. For those of you familiar with like Citrus Park, it's pretty much right at that mall location. It's not actually in the mall, but it's very, very close to Citrus Park Mall. So that's where we're located.
Take a deep breath. Do you need ice pack for your eyes, for your face or anything? Do you need an ice pack for your face or anything? No? Okay. You all right? Okay. No, but just because it's okay doesn't mean it's not there, you know? Your adrenaline just like jumping, your adrenaline back. If you can put it up, you can get your ice pack, yeah. So we can get your ice pack after check it out tonight. Alright? They're not far.
Okay. Anybody know how to get yet?
We have it at the hospital, so we can shake your thing, okay? So, alright.
All right, you get some water? Yes, I did, thank you. Okay.
I'm just gonna shut it so we have privacy.
Think you got one? Calm down a bit. No, I guess I don't. Okay. All right, well, listen, you know, your name is Gerald? Yeah, that's what's all. Okay, but Gerald Declan Radford? Yes. And, you go by that one? Okay, and your name of birth is it September 27th, 1958? How old are you? 55, okay. Okay, all right? Okay, good. Yeah. That's a brief look. Well, listen, my name's Rob Harris, okay? I'm a detective at the sheriff's office. This is Detective Megan Mullen. Keep my word. I know you've had it this morning. I know that you probably had to talk about this, you know, more than once, because I think you made a 911 call, correct? Is that right? Okay. So it's important that whatever we discuss is the truth. Absolutely. Okay. You swear to everything to tell me is the truth? Oh, I know. Okay. All right. I appreciate that. If there's something.
I'm gonna stop the video for a second.
You've now had a few moments to interact with the defendant and look him in the face. He's told you, for example, he has acid reflux, I think.
Yes, sir.
Did he appear out of it? Disoriented? Confused? Anything that might lead you to think he had some sort of like concussion or thing where he wasn't totally right in the head?
No, sir.
I asked her something about it, not sure. Just say, hey, bro, I don't know 100%. This is what I remember. This is what I think it might have been. Take your turn and just tell me the facts, okay? We were at the dog park with you. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Hey, listen, that one. We're all here. You're gonna see it, okay? Calm down. Calm down. You, where do you live, brother? Where do you live? Thank God this is your I'm trying. I know. Calm down. All right, calm down. We're here for you. Okay? We're here for you. We're not going anywhere. We're going to go over the park with them. Okay? What do you need to hear right now?
And Detective, you twice mentioned whiskey. Who's whiskey?
That's the defendant's dog.
You know what breed it is?
I think it's part Shepherd, part Husky, sir.
Looks like a German Shepherd kind of dog.
Primarily like a German Shepherd, but you can kind of tell there's some Husky there too.
Okay, and Mr. Radford appears to have like a napkin or a handkerchief or something. Appears to be having an emotional moment, right?
That is correct, sir.
Where are you living right now? 50009. I just scored. 50009. Where how long do you live there? September 22nd. Okay. Where are you from? I'm born in Dublin, Ireland. Oh, you're from Ireland. I got some Irish in me. I do. I bet. And how long do you live there? That's court. No, I was kidnapped as a child. I taken to England by an English soldier. My father. Wow. And he took me to England when I was 6, and his mother got me back. Took me here in 1964. Okay. I went back in 1989. And I came back here in 2000. Because I was like a registered owner. Okay. All right. That's everyone. Okay. All right. So listen, I know over there, we're at the park, and I asked you to drive over here with that vehicle talking to you, and you have a problem with that, and I appreciate that. Okay. You're here voluntarily right now, right? You're not in pain. You're welcome to leave at any time. I understand. I just want you to know what's going on. Okay. I appreciate your cooperation. Okay. Listen, I appreciate your cooperation. But I want you to know that at any point in time, like, hey, I'm ready to go, whatever, we're here. That's fine. We're here with you, and and that's why we're here. We're here. Listen, we're here to think out and figure out what happened. Okay. That's all. That is our main objective. We are here to sort this out, and I appreciate your cooperation. Okay. All right. So, are you currently? I had to ask a couple questions. I had to ask that question. Okay. Are you currently under the influence of any drugs? No, I did a week this morning before I left the house, but I didn't smoke anything in the apartment. Okay. I used to talk that all the time. I got this stomach issue. Okay. So are you of your normal faculty right now? Oh, absolutely. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm saying that. No, I don't drink alcohol. I don't drink. Yeah, like a social. Yeah, you're a Jameson. Gold label. Yeah. Black label. Yeah. Black label. Yeah. Red up. I haven't had that.
I had it when I was Irish over here.
Red up. Suggestions. Yeah. You're successful. But any diagnosis with mental health stuff or anything like that? Something like that. Are you trying to find medication? No, sir. I take drugs. Okay. Take a prescription. Oh yeah, I'm not a big fan either. I'm not. If I get sick, I'll deal with it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not ready for that stuff either. I don't like to do it. Yeah.
Detective, you're asking him, are you on drugs, alcohol? Are you on any sort of mental health history? Are you on any medication? Are we gonna get to some part of this interview where Gerald Radford says, my head really hurts, I got pounding, I can't see straight, I can't think straight, I can't walk straight? Anything at all that would suggest you suffered some sort of head injury?
No, sir.
No, I mean, nor do I. What's your high level of education? I'm a tech school graduate. I graduated high school. Okay. For working on this? Oh, wow. I'm Horeb certified, DSO certified. Okay, great. Oh, did you? You still, are you retired? I am retired, but I'm still playing. Okay. I don't ride anymore because. When you get that motorcycle, it does come out. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, it's people. Yeah, it is. It is a wild place to ride a bike. Mm-hmm. I ride somewhere. I ride to, if I work on something like I ride to. Yeah. For safety. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Florida's a rough place to ride a bike. Mm-hmm. How long have you been retired? Oh, just recently. Oh, okay. Well, congrats on your retirement. Yeah, let's start. Yeah. So listen, if you do this, I yeah, I think you're talking on a usual force. I might have to ask you about that. I'll tell you a story. I'm not telling you the whole thing with this guy. It's not my first encounter with this person. Okay, I'm here to listen to you. If I have a question, I ask it in between, but I can listen. I told you that don't work for it. Gotta be, let's see, it's 13 years, just on here, this is my 14th year, so it's gotta be 11 years to 12 years, I've got that dog, I got a bulldog before, and I got my two German shepherds that I got, because the bulldog was 8, so they were my, I love the dog, I'm the dog man. Yeah, and he wasn't there when I first started going, he showed up, maybe a year ago, I don't know, probably a bit more than that. Yeah, but he seemed like a decent dude, and we got along, that gazebo that's right inside there is where we sit. We go to take just up the right, find out talk about. Yeah, and the dogs all play, and we sit there and talk, and like I can walk a lot, so I think my dogs there. I'm there for that. I'm not there for the people. So, this guy Walter, the person, that I shot was showed up and started talking to everybody. There's a group of 5 or 6 people coming all the time. I won't be able to cover it. No, and you don't have to. So he shows up, and a couple other people, 2 people, and we all get together. And it seems like every time I say something, he has something to say. Okay. So for like 6 fucking months, I show him, he comes in, hi there, you know what's going on, you know what I did? And I say something, and he gas up.
Detective, sometimes it can be hard to hear the audio, but you were there live and in person. Did Mr. Radford say that the victim would gaslight him?
Yes, sir, that's correct. That's the term used, gaslight.
6 months. And I'm doing something wrong. I'm doing something that comes. So it comes up with you. I'm gonna go there. Months back. Okay. I don't know, months. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not ready to contract you. Don't worry. So he comes up and he says, yeah, he's talking about. He says, I don't know what he's saying. I don't know what to tell you. But you know how we have a contentious relationship, and that is that we're talking. Yeah. He said, yeah. You always get angry with me. Dude, you always say something, you got, bust it down. I'm like, you really hacking me off all the fucking time. I don't know what I did to you. Yeah. He goes, well, I can do that on purpose, just to see what your reaction will be. I swear on the life, that's what he said to me. Let me right my fucking off, just to see what your reaction will be. Of course, there's nobody else here. Here's all the other people that we hang out with. We're there, or whatever. It's just me. Okay. I said, look, okay. Let's go for a walk. So I think, 5 and whatever, walk on. Calm down. So that's no thought. Yeah. Calm down. I'm back. Okay, well, he said to get 2 minutes. You just didn't, I would never trust another word from them. As far as I'm concerned, that you're lying at it. You're going to have to that's what I said.
Again, detectives, in the off chance it's not clear, you're there in the room. I'm not asking you what the video says. Did the defendant say, do it again and I'll break your fucking jaw?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
I walked away. And then for months, you come and you fucking say, you should keep going. You got so they were like, you should leave. Why me? And I'm all people like, was there any explanation why he was no? Okay, no, just felt like it. Okay. So I told him this morning, but every time I say, just go away, just fucking go away. No, just go away. Okay. So he comes over the other way and he said something.
Detective, is there a part in the interview where Mr. Radford catches himself, sort of stops himself, where he starts to say, the victim said, get away from me, and then he like stops and kind of catches himself, changes the story?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna play the next portion.
And I said, fuck off. And we're like walking towards each other, and he just fucking, he said, get away from me, or I'll kick your legs. I don't believe it. I can't say he said, or I'll kick your legs. I said, what are you gonna do? And then I pulled up my phone. He hit me. Obviously, he fucking hit me. Went down on the ground, and that's it. Scuffling on the ground, and then I'm on the phone with you guys. All right, how about that? And from what you can remember, when you start, when you got there this morning, nobody was there. So when you arrived, no one was out there walking around, and you got there in your vehicle, okay, and you had with you, no, when you went with you get out of the car, it's just the 2 of you, and you got your ass car. From there, now what happened? Just walking around, taking slow, hanging out, just hanging out, and then he shows up next. So when we got on the other side, we were left over. We were acting on coffee time. Okay. So he showed up first? He was in the middle of it. So, okay, was he there when you got there? And if you don't remember, that's fine. Okay, all right,
Detective, Mr. Radford is suggesting there was some other guy at the park with a little dog. Was there ultimately discovered to be somebody else at the park?
Yes, sir.
Was he interviewed?
Yes, sir.
Did that gentleman have anything to contribute as far as the actual shooting?
No, sir, he did not.
Okay, but he was in a different part. He was in the mobile side, all the way down the other end. Yeah, okay, you saw him at some point. I saw it. I got it. Yeah, I saw, I knew there was a sort of chicken. Yeah, playing around with stuff. Yeah. We were about probably 25, 30 feet away from the end. Okay. Yeah, over by the border. Okay. And we were just laying down at each other. So you leave me alone, no, you leave me alone. So, well, hold on, so you're at the park, you see the dog, listening to the dog, and fighting, 20 rounds, listening very nice. He only does it for like a second because his brother's not there. I got it. They used to go run over that, Yeah. He just stopped, so I called him over, and we started walking towards him. And then when you guys start walking back towards like, kind of where that pavilion is, towards is that what area? Yeah, where's the border? Okay. Oh, shoot. All right. Oh, yeah, I had that, short out of that, and then. I didn't do that. Okay, yeah, I think I have to, if I don't grab it sometimes, it'll happen. Yeah, worked out. So at what point did anybody show up before Walter? Well, is there anybody else in work? Okay, so Walter shows up with his dog, correct? Yeah, somebody else. So Walter shows up with 2 dogs, and what's the first contact between you and him? How's that?
Detective, before we get into you asking what's the first contact between you and him this morning, Mr. Radford on the video doesn't appear to be all emotional and crying or hysterical or anything, but you're there, you see him. Is he crying?
No, sir.
Does he seem pretty normal as he's recounting all these events and all this past history?
Yes, sir.
He said something, I didn't hear what it was. I'm the one I heard him do. I said, what the fuck are you doing? Something to that effect. Well, and then I said, why don't you just fucking go to another park? I mean, I was here before you. Why don't you just, I didn't do this shit, you did. And then so he said something to you. You're not sure what he said. You respond back to him. I was like, why don't you just go to a different fucking park? Yeah, and then what happened? I guess nobody likes you here. Nobody just people think of me. I'm here for the fucking dog. Yeah. He started scuffling at it. So how did that kind of begin? I don't know. We just look at it. He did. That's all I fucking know. He did the fucking face with that, whatever he had in his hand. And I just went ape shit.
Detective, did the defendant say that after he got hit in the face, he went ape shit?
Yes, sir, that's what he stated.
APESHIT.
That would be the spelling, sir.
So I tried to grab hold of him. I guess I got handed full of sugar or something because he got stuck around. I fell over and went down on top of him. I guess that's what I wrote.
Detective, do you ever ask Mr. Radford who threw the first punch?
Yes, sir.
Did you remember who threw the first punch? Oh, he definitely grabbed me. He got like right up on me.
Detective, in response to who threw the first punch, did Mr. Radford say he grabbed me?
Yes, sir. Grabbed me and got up on me.
Didn't a second ago he say something about I got hit in the face with something that the guy was holding in his hand?
Yes, sir.
So he's not describing he closed 10 or 15 feet and ambushed him and blindsided him, correct?
That is correct, sir. He's not stating that.
Is that something he's going to claim later?
Yes, sir.
You got right up on him and grabbed him. I said, what are you going to do? Okay, because I'm 60 months years old. He did that shit. Yeah. And so he got it like this. He fucking showed me what he was going to do. So he grabbed hold of you. And then what happened when he got hold of you? From what you can remember, I don't remember going down. I remember falling, and that's it. I just scuffled on the ground. I'm not full of fucking dirt.
Did Mr. Radford say I got a mouthful of fucking dirt?
Yes, sir. He stated that.
And I'm going to transition over to pictures for a second. I'm going to go to State's Exhibit number 12. This is State's Exhibit 12A. Is this Gerald Radford on February 2nd, 2024?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, we can see here he's wearing a blue shirt, and in the interview, he's wearing that green sweater. So this is after the interview, correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
But you were sitting there across from him, face to face, inches apart. Did his face look like this?
I mean, he had bandages on, but yes.
Okay, let me be more specific. I don't see a speck of dirt on his face. When you're sitting in the interview with him, does he have dirt on his face?
No, sir.
Here's 12B, 12C. I don't see any dirt on the sides of his face. Did you see dirt on the sides of his face in the interview?
No, sir, I did not.
When you made contact with him before you took him back to the Citrus Park Station House to interview him, did you see a mouthful of fucking dirt or the remnants of that around his mouth on his face?
No, sir, I did not.
Here's State's 13A. Are these Mr. Radford's hands?
Yes, sir.
Here's B, C, D, E, and F. you see a speck of dirt anywhere on General Radford's hands?
No, sir, I did not.
I mean, we haven't gotten there yet, but at some point he's going to describe a rolling fight on the ground, the scuffling that he's talking about. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Oops, sorry, hang on. I don't have sound for some reason. Any idea why I don't have sound?
Sir, I believe it's 1X and rewind. So I think you might need to click the,
Oh, it's playing backwards?
I believe so.
How do I,
Wait.
like that?
Yes, sir.
And you remember he threw the first punch? Oh, he got to grab it. He got like right up on him. He approached you, got right up on you, and grabbed him. I said, what are you gonna do? Okay, because I'm just trying to hear over here. Yeah, shit, yeah. And I guess you fucking showed me what he was gonna do. So he grabbed hold of you. And then what happened when he got hold of you? From what you can remember, I only remember going down. I remember falling, and that's it. I just shuffling on the ground. I'm not over fucking 30. I really don't remember. Oh my God. Okay. Where was your gun?
Detective, Mr. Radford says, I shot him. I really don't remember pulling my gun. He appears to be having an emotional moment. Is he crying again?
Yes, sir, he is.
So you keep it. Okay. Okay, so it was sitting. Right. It was sitting, so it sits kind of on like the back of your right hand. Okay. So while you're on the ground, is that when you pull it? I did not have it in my hand before. When we went on the ground, this wasn't half the pull it. It wasn't in my hand before that. So. Okay. And is he on top of you at that point? Yes. Okay. Under him, this side was on the ground. I don't know how I pulled it down.
Detective, did you understand him to be motioning to the right side of his body was in contact with the ground?
Yes, sir, that's what he's describing.
I'm going to transition again back for a second. States 14A. Obviously, we know Mr. Radford at the time of the incident was wearing layers over his blue shirt, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
But I want to be clear. Did anybody ever give Gerald Radford the time to go home and change pants?
No, sir.
He was at the park, detained at the park, kept at the park. You met him at the park. You took him to the station house. You actually bring him back to the scene, but he never goes and changes his pants, right?
That's correct, sir.
Right. Certainly here on the knee, what looks like the left knee of the pants, there's a spot there. But you took photos of Mr. Radford overall. Here's states 14B. Here's the top of the front of the jeans in C. Here's the bottom part of the jeans in D. Here's the back of the jeans in E. The back of Mr. Radford's head in F. The back of his shirt, which obviously would have been obscured by a jacket and a sweatshirt. The pants of his, the butt of his jeans. And finally in states I, 14I, the bottom of his jeans. Did you see, other than the thing that we obviously saw at the knee on the front and over here at the very bottom of what would be the right leg, almost to the cuff, there's a little spot there. You see dirt marks?
No, sir.
Stains from running around the ground?
No, sir.
Anything at all that seems consistent with two guys having a forceful, violent struggle in the dirt?
No, sir.
Detective, are you aware of the fact that sunglasses were recovered in this case that Mr. Radford later identified as his sunglasses?
Yes, sir. I think the lenses change, like they were prescription, and change if they're, I think, outside. But yes, sir.
No, I'm not sure how well this will show up on the overhead. But here's states number 11. The defense and I opened this morning. Still dirt on these glasses almost a year later, right?
Yes, sir, there is.
The same kind of fine sand that was on the glasses when they were originally discovered
Yes, sir.
in the park. I'll pull up the pictures if you want to see them, but you looked at the photos. Mr. Radford had a phone, he had a speaker, he had a gun. None of those had dirt on them, did they?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
On this side on ground. Okay. Rolled over, he rolled me back, and I pushed it into his stuff. I can remember. Okay. I pushed it into him. I don't know. Over here somewhere.
Detective, sometimes camera angles can be confusing. So just to be clear, I see Mr. Radford pointing to the left side of his body, somewhere maybe his chest, or maybe his navel on his left side. Is that what he's motioning towards?
Yes, sir. That's the area he was motioning towards.
Does he point up here on the right side of his body by his collarbone?
No, sir, he does not.
Okay. And then he stopped, and I don't know, stopped him, I find my phone. I dialed 999 first. Okay, because 20 English. Yeah. And then I realized. And if you, what, he was on top, he was on top of you, I am pretty far to get up. Okay. Oh, man, here we go. Down. Down. Relax. 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 Yeah, so you remember pulling me on, and, or you don't necessarily remember, but it might have been in the hand, 'cause it wasn't in the hand before you went to the ground. Right, it was not. Okay. But at some point during the stuff, when he's on top of you, you pull it. And you had it, right? And then you said you remember going somewhere on a torso, like you remember pushing up, like, I don't have to go hurt you, I'm just trying to make sure I have. Yeah. Okay. All right. And how many times did you fire? You're not there. Okay. Wait, no. Because, yeah, I had to, show the show fight. Okay, I know that. And so one, will be one. And then you got to clear it? When I stood up, I had to, clear to this magazine. Okay. And after that, after the shot, what happened? Did he just roll over? Did he? I couldn't roll off of you, and then you got up at some point, correct? And then what did you do from there after you got up? I know you said you called 999. Was that immediately after? Yes, within seconds. I'm done. I couldn't find fucking. No, I know. I didn't hear that. I go, shit, no. And one time, okay. All right. And was that, you remember something on you at that point? Okay. And then you called 999, realized, oh crap, that's not the right number, and then dialed 911. And then, I listened to some of the audio, it sounded like maybe you went over the table afterwards. Is that something? I went over the table, just on the table, put it in my hat. Under your hat. Okay. All right. What were you feeling during the struggle? Like what?
Detective, why are you asking him what he's feeling during the struggle?
Just to learn about, I guess, a state of mind during the incident itself.
You know that this is a self-defense case. You're at least familiar with the idea of like a person has to be in fear of death or great bodily harm to fire a gun in self-defense.
That is correct, sir.
What was going through your mind when you said fucking up? Yeah. Okay. It's not sure if he looked at that, or he could have knocked him down. And he hit you with something? Do you remember what it was? You're not sure. Okay. Do you remember what type of material it was? Okay. I just, bright light. Yeah. Okay. Do you remember where he hit you with items? You're not there. Okay. It could. I feel something back here. Okay.
You just didn't see any cuts or anything either.
Yeah. But he grabbed hold of me because he wrenched me around, and I was just surprised that he was so fucking strong. Yeah. Unless I just got weak in my older age, you know, I used to be fucking tough, kid. Yeah.
All right, so Detective, I want to contrast. We saw a moment where he said, I'm going to hell, and he's crying. And now he's back to I'm a tough kid. Has he stopped crying again?
Yes, sir.
You better say that he's vacillating between crying and not crying.
Yes, sir, he is.
Would you be willing to, we're gonna go back out at some point, obviously, back to the park. Would you be willing to kind of give us a rundown of what you can remember out there and show us kind of, you wouldn't mind trying that? Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So, I think if you're willing to do that, I think we'd help them, right? We call it basically like a walkthrough, okay? And unfortunately, it's, it's one of those things that, you have to hear you say it and tell me what's going on, but if we see it, right, visually, sometimes it helps us kind of keep things together. You know what I mean? So, whatever, I appreciate that. Okay, all right, and then were you wearing that clothing during the scuffle, or was that? It was cold this morning. It was, yeah. The weather doesn't know how to make up mine. Oh, it was, I was cold. I was right. I was just asking if you were wearing this or if there was other clothing items. All right. I can really swear similar to this, black sweatshirt. And, I like how the green slicker jacket.
Okay, and that was on?
That was over in the sweatshirt, the one around the hand, the sweatshirt.
Okay, yeah. Okay, and then
Where I have music, little orange speaker.
Okay.
So usually I grab on my belt here, I have the phone.
Listening to you. What kind of story? Yeah, my class rock. Yeah, I'm okay. 173. Yeah, that's my name.
Yeah, I got that. Serious accent.
Oh, it's a extreme.
Yeah, classic.
Yeah.
Like what they call, yeah, classic vinyl and classic remote.
Oh, the station. Yeah, it's extreme.
Detective, Mr. Radford appeared to have again become emotional when you asked him to go back to the scene and tell you what happened there. And has he now returned back to a perfectly normal state as he's talking about his Sirius XM?
Yes, sir.
I just walk around the apartment, I get 15,000 steps a day sometimes.
Wow, that's a lot.
I did 14,000 last night, I was over there.
Wow. Okay, cool. We'll get over there and try to knock that out. It might take a little bit. Where are the camo jacket and stuff like that? Where's that?
I don't know where the camera jacket's probably in my car.
Okay.
Through the door, I wore, the sweatshirt and stuff, the other sheriff was driving over the deputy who was over here.
Yes, sir.
He helped me take it off.
Okay, might be in your car. Would you have any objections to us retrieving it from your vehicle or looking in your vehicle, searching your vehicle? Do you have any objections to that?
The weed.
Okay.
I'm getting to go down.
Okay. That's right. I got it. And then, so everything that we talked about, that one, is, do you swear it's the truth?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The detective, a little bit ago, you asked him what he was feeling at the time. Do you ever ask a more pointed, direct question of if he was in fear at the time?
Yes, sir, I do.
Have you making other phone calls other than 911 or anything like that?
And I'm still on the phone to 911 when it shows up.
Okay. And did you see anybody else that might witness what happened?
So that's important. He was getting reviews when they showed up.
Okay. 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 Is there anything that we haven't talked about or anything that I haven't asked you that you think is maybe important? I know your brain's kind of all over the place right now. Yeah, I get it. Whenever anything traumatic happens, my brain plays pretty wild. I have to find that out. Okay.
Detective, is there a missing portion where you gave Mr. Radford the floor of volunteering information where he says something like, he was hitting me in the face with a hammer fist?
That was not stated, sir.
Is there a portion where he says, I pulled the gun and the victim put both hands on the gun and was wrestling with me over the gun?
No, sir, that was never stated.
Does he say when he had both hands on the gun, he was trying to turn the gun towards me and I could hear him pulling on the trigger trying to shoot me?
No, sir.
Does he say I had to disengage the safety? That's the only reason I was able to shoot him?
No, sir.
None of that comes up in this interview, right?
That is correct. It does not come up, sir.
Find that out. Were you, during this incident, were you in fear?
What's true? I didn't want to get mad, but
Okay.
he got everything. He surprised the shit out of me. I never couldn't do anything. I never couldn't man up.
Yeah.
I don't know what you tell me to do. So you can ask the people that like hang at the table. Before I get there, they talk with them, and after I leave, they talk with them, and they were all laughing about it. You know,
Yeah.
And I don't want to surprise that because I guess, yeah, I'm not like that.
Okay.
So,
Detective, does there come a moment where Mr. Radford said something to the effect of, I never did anything to him, I never insulted him?
Yes, sir, that is stated.
I never did anything to him. I never insulted him. I taught him to treat him with respect, like everybody else there. And he chose me.
This is the first time you guys ever had this whole altercation?
Last thing I expected him to do.
So, your firearm, where did you get that from? Do you remember? I think, did you first, do you remember that? That first up? Do you remember that one? Years ago. Okay. Any other firearms or anything in your vehicle? Something like that. Do you own any other firearms? Yeah. Okay. And then do you typically carry the firearms around?
Yeah, because of more people did. Yeah. And I never thought I would have, honestly, never thought I would have to defend me. I've always thought I would defend someone else. I really, honestly thought, when I put that on, I hope I don't have to use it to defend someone else. I never thought I was defending me, because I'm me.
Yeah.
No. Well, let me show you guys.
we'll get that figured out. You know, obviously, we're sitting here with you, did you feel like that was the only option at the time or in a fight, or do you remember any of that?
I'm shocked that he actually, I don't know.
Well, how about this? Is there anything else that we want to talk about? I know you said you don't want to go out there and kind of give us a walkthrough of what happened. Is there anything else that we want to talk about that you want to? I just want to make sure. And then also, I'd like to, at some point, get some pictures of, like underneath where you get Band-Aids and stuff. Okay. Clean it up and stuff. Okay. And that was, you said,
The guys that came for water did their thing left, and then they actually had nobody come back.
and address the under. All right, give me a minute, I'm gonna find a deputy, step right over here. Source, okay, just 1 minute, I'm gonna go find a deputy, we're gonna try to get back over to the park, okay? And you want to, all right? Do you have any local family or anything at all?
I have some way, not other things.
Okay.
She doesn't even know about it right now.
Oh, I got it, I'm just, okay. All right, 2 minutes, I'll be right back. Yes, sir, I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
I'm crying for my daughter.
Did Mr. Radford just say, I don't know if I'm crying for my dog or the victim?
I believe you might have said or for him,
Right,
but
he means the victim.
correct, sir.
He doesn't know if he's crying for his dog or the victim.
I'm very emotional.
Okay, let's overdo it. I swear to God, I never did that thing that guy, and I don't know why he started about me, why he chose me to do that whole thing. Is that true? Shit. Oh, man. God, that dog park. Somebody lives like a mile and a half away from me. That's it. You think that's right? He's a loser, two guys, showing up, 63, but they go there. Come on. And then, beautiful. It's all about her mom. She's a 50-50 cookie shutter. Black and white boots, really. Beautiful. I hope they're going to touch them. I think I'm going to do it. I think, oh, it's jumping out. Oh, yeah. I said, it's going to be fucking heavy. There's that. We should send them there. And 2 more. I don't bring around every day, the whole day of confidence, I'm sure terrible. Oh.
That's refund. It's tough. You making it for it? At all, over the counter stuff? Yeah.
I think flu shot in hospital.
All right, please, here.
I'm just finishing like that, so it's something, you know.
I still have to track down the deputy, right? Probably kind of have to write something. Detective, you have already asked Mr. Radford what he's feeling. When you asked him more specifically, were you in fear? Does there ever come a moment when you asked a very pointed question
of were you in fear for your life?
Yes, sir, I do.
During that, one thing I did want to ask you, during the altercation, at any point, were you in fear for your life? Did you think he was gonna? Well, there was some blood on his face. I was kind of scared, yeah. Did you think? I just needed him to stop beating me up. Okay.
And you asked him, were you in fear for your life? Does he say, after I got blood on my face, I was kind of scared? Yeah.
Yes, sir, that's what he states.
And then did he follow that up with, I just needed him to stop beating me up?
Correct, sir.
What I mean, okay. I don't know if he's gonna stop or not. Okay.
Just breathing out, probably.
Yeah. Pretty good. Yeah. I could play along. I guess I'm just down on my own, not because I couldn't stop him from getting me down. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let me try to find him. Let me try to find Debbie, and I'll try to go there, and then just one more quick phone call, okay? And I'll try to go there. Yeah, you can withdraw. Yeah. Let me grab you, there's a trash can, right? Let me grab you.
There's a trash can right here. Go ahead. We'll get you some more.
Detective, this is basically the end of your interview, right?
Yes, sir.
We're gonna have a few more minutes. I'm gonna play a lot of dead air. But I just want to be clear. He said I should have just let him kick my ass and be done with it. Does he ever say, I had no choice, he had my gun, he was trying to get my gun, he was gonna shoot me with my gun, thought I was gonna die, anything in that realm?
No, sir.
You've asked him 3 separate times, what were you feeling? Were you in fear? Were you in fear for your life? And he's never once mentioned any of those things, right?
That's correct, sir.
No, those are gonna be checked. Okay. They're checking, okay. Why do you want to get that?
All right, well, the jury can watch the last bit of the video if they want to, they'll have it for themselves. But after this, do you all then go back to West Dog Park in the company of Mr. Radford and ask him to conduct a walkthrough?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury what a walkthrough is, basically.
In essence, typically crime scene will host it, they videotape it, and we'll go through the crime scene, almost like a reenactment, it's being videotaped to try to get clarity on, maybe just the interview itself.
Are you effectively just asking the defendant to kind of walk you through the scene and explain what all the different places and events that happened?
Correct.
I'm gonna now play the walkthrough video, which is still part of State's Exhibit number 16. Sorry, wait, I used the wrong player. I like this player better.
All right, so can you run out kind of where you were standing originally? I'll kind of loud for now, I don't have to. There's nobody here. Okay. You go out. You're walking in. You're walking up, grab the bag. Okay. Swirl in the back there. Then walking through over here. Okay. And where were you standing when I walked out? I was in the tree over there. Let's go. So you're standing in the tree. Small tiny trees right there. Yeah, right. The trees. Behind that. Okay. Okay, so he gets here and what path do you face when you're walking through? Walking back in six. Okay, so let's do it. All right, so we're walking. Walking this way, and walking over here. Okay. So where you guys one thing, where you cover? Where do you yeah. How do you keep that on the air this way? Okay. I said, why don't you just find another one department to come to the I'll show you that nobody likes you, nobody does. So where are you guys? You can say whatever. everybody make sure you're about this and that. Yeah. Oh, and I'm like, look, I'm fed up with your shit. I just think you're all, I didn't ask for your shit. And you start saying, now you're walking at me. And to say, you're no, nobody likes me. I'm here for you. I'm here for my dogs. Okay. I know, hey, listen, I know it's not. I know it's not. This is helpful though for us, just because when we talk about it in a room, it's hard to visualize. I can't see it. And that's why by being out here, my job is every little bit. You know what I'm saying? So, so where approximately are you when you guys get close enough to here somewhere? Right around here. Yeah. Okay. And I think it's going to the water, so you guys are right around here. Okay. And then you remember pretty much where you guys were at. You said initially there was ground moving. Correct. Yeah. You know kind of where you fell to the ground? It was over here somewhere. Okay. My left might be around. Okay. And these are these yours? That's my that's my right down here. Okay.
Mr. Radford is pointing at marker number 5, right?
Correct, sir.
Not 7.
That is correct, 5.
And then what about these lines over here? Okay. Nope, we're not touching anything right now. And then
Detective, it's a little hard to see, but in this leafy area, is there like stones in the leafy area?
Yes, sir.
Like to maybe create like gravel or something in case the ground gets wet, something like that?
Yes, sir, there's rocks.
There doesn't appear to be stones all over the ground everywhere, just kind of right there around the dog pad.
That is correct, sir.
so those are your glasses. Okay, so those are your glasses. This is your mouth. With that in your hand? You're not sure. Okay. And then what about them over here? Is that a hand? You want that? From what you can see? Okay, we got handle, yeah. Okay, so you're covering that handle. Usually. Okay. All right. And then what about this one? I don't know what that is. You don't have. And then what about that dog? Okay. All right. So the struggle occurs here. Right here. And it's on. And are you? Where are you at? You on your back? Yeah. Okay, you're on your back.
Detective, you're asking kind of where the fight started, right?
Correct.
Does Mr. Radford ever look at this and say, no, this isn't where we were fighting? Somebody must have come along and kicked all these things and moved them around, and maybe the dogs picked them up and moved them around? Or is he suggesting the stuff is where the fight was?
Where the stuff is where the fight took place.
Okay. Yeah, you're on your back. And at some point, you remember you were able to get to your tools. That's our do not remember. You don't remember that one. I do not remember that one. Okay. And then from here, where do you walk? When I call, I'm going to go there. Okay. I'm so far on the table, put it in my hat, I'll put it in case. So afterwards, you walk pretty much straight to the table. Try to dog the phone. Okay. I couldn't see very well. Up close. You didn't have your glasses on, they were knocked off. Were they?
Did Mr. Radford say he needs glasses for up close?
Yes, sir.
Not for far away?
Correct.
You were originally wearing them? Okay. You were originally. Yeah, I didn't see it. Okay. You call over here. Call 999. I was thinking about the emergency number 911. Okay. All right. And then I'm going to walk over. I'm walking on the short. Okay. So you went from here, unloaded the gun. Do you remember? I think you said it was stovepipe. Do you remember where you were when you picked that malfunction? You're not sure. Okay. But you believe it's between, it was between there? It wouldn't be anywhere else other than from that spot to here. Okay. So I walked from there directly. I walked through there directly to there. Got it. Okay. And then over there, and it was already clear that everything over there. It was just like this. I don't know if anybody could, the half was on top of it. Okay. So I don't know if anybody could. Do you remember how many bullets you had in the magazine? The short mag, I think there's 7 in it. So it was with a max capacity? Yeah. Okay. And then was there one chamber? It was cotton. Okay. That's how you carry it. There's no point in carrying it otherwise. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. And that's how you left that. And you walk over. I sort of wanted. I really don't. Flying on the phone. Yeah. And ultimately, the people were talking on the phone, telling me that they were here, and I told them I'd do them now, and they said, okay, you put the phone down. So I just stood there. I didn't put the phone down. I just stood there like this, so they didn't do something when they came in. Okay. And he told me to put it down, so I just put it down. Okay. And is that your speaker? Yes. Okay. And that is your hat? Yes. Were you wearing that at the time? Yeah, I got my dog. Okay, but you didn't like it. You had to set this here and then walk off. Like it was. No, we're talking about it. Okay. Anything that we have discussed that you think is important about where we're at? That after you got to get on. Yeah, I'm usually home. Yeah. No, there's so what are you doing over here? From where I was? Yeah. I didn't see, there's a huge trigger there. But the initial contact, when I came this way, he was walking, he was walking. Okay. And then you guys met right around where all these items are. Okay. And it stayed pretty much all right here. There was no other contact anywhere else. But everything. You're all right, baby. I promise. And then from the time he got here until the incident actually began, was it minutes? Oh, yeah. Immediately. Right away. Anything else that we have about it? If you don't cut that 5%. I do. That is going to get the copy at all. Not after. And you swear and affirm that everything that you relate to me during this is the truth. Okay. All right. So you can end it there.
All right, so that's the second interview. That's all still the same day as the incident, February 2nd, 2024, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Mr. Radford is not arrested that day. He's allowed to go home and resume life like normal, right?
That is correct, sir.
But the investigation continues.
Yes, sir, it does.
You're having other things going on, you're trying to collect other information, talking to other witnesses, whatever the case may be.
That's correct.
Somewhere along the way, did you start getting contact from people who lived in the same neighborhood, and went to the dog park, and would have known both the victim and the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And after the defendant had told you things like, I never insulted him, I never disrespected him, I treated him like everyone else, did you start thinking maybe you needed to look further into that?
Yes, sir.
So, not quite a week later, February 8th, do you go back and conduct another interview with the defendant?
Yes, sir, I do.
And where is this interview conducted at?
It's at 5009 Addison Court, which is his residence. It's conducted on the sidewalk in front of his home, kind of driveway area at 15:20 or 3:20 p.m. It's myself and another detective present at the home.
You're not at the station house this time, so you don't have like a room set up with cameras or whatever. Do you do some other method to document it?
Yes, sir. I recorded it on my agency cell phone, utilizing an application that we capture audio, videos, photographs, things of that nature on, but for audio purposes.
So we only have audio for this one.
That is correct, sir.
I'm going to now play the second interview, which again is still from State's Exhibit 16.
Is it labeled second interview?
Yeah, on the disc it says second interview. It says first interview, second interview, so on and so forth.
Thank you.
Thursday, February 8th, 2024, in regard to HSO case number 103973.
Oh, Judge, Mr. Fudge pointed out that one of the jurors may have raised their hand.
I just want to know, I'm sorry, I missed the date for this interview.
Detective, what's the date of this interview?
February 8th, 2024, at I believe 3:20 or 15:20 hours, I believe. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Whiskey? It's Whiskey, right? Whiskey, how are you? You all right? Hanging in there? Yeah, I talked to your wife. I was trying to, I would have called, but I knew your iPad was messed up. I can't text now, because there's numbers I can text you. So here's the thing, my phone doesn't do line message, and I think that's probably what it is. Yeah, it's no big deal. I would have sent you a text, that's all it is. I talked to your wife, I figured maybe you got some together. I told her I said, "Still, everything's fine. Like, no need to get all worked up." I said, "I'm stopping by to follow up on the email." Okay. Oh, that was about the email that you sent in regards to the news time call? Okay.
Detective, Mr. Radford is talking about he's going for a walk, and a guy from the news has contacted him. In the roughly 6 days between the shooting and this interview, did this case start to get media attention?
Yes, sir, it did.
Did it start to get media attention because some of the people in the neighborhood had come forward and suggested that there might have been another motive for the shooting other than self-defense?
I think that's fair to say, sir.
Is Mr. Radford now going to talk about a conversation he had and about why people think he's a homophobe?
Yes, sir.
I want to be clear. We just listened to 59 minutes of an interview, give or take. I didn't hear Mr. Radford discuss Mr. Lay being gay or any sort of homophobic slurs or anything.
Correct. He did not state that.
We get through an hour of an interview, he never once mentions the victim is gay or any sort of homophobic slurs. Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, sustained.
Told them that I hated this guy because he was gay.
Okay.
Right, which is absolutely ridiculous. Because I was the first person who came out of that dog park. I went, really? Congratulations, you shouldn't have to live in a car like that. I'm glad you came out of that. It wasn't because he was gay, because he treated me like shit. So I didn't like it.
So you think that's where that came from? From him telling you, or people over there, or
people over there?
Okay.
Said that to the news report, that I'm a homophobe.
I got you.
I don't get down with anybody
exchanges about his sexuality or anything like that ever been made between the two of you?
Oh, yeah, after, you know, from that, that's what I can think of, 6, 8 months.
What you told me about?
Like, you know, as he walked by, I was, man, that's fucking not do shit like that. You know, I told him back a couple of times.
Detective, it's a little hard to hear. Did he say I called him a faggot a couple times?
Yes, sir.
This is the first time he ever mentions any sort of homophobic slur.
Correct, sir.
But more because I knew it would wind up Kim, because she turned her back on me as a friend. I knew her long before anything.
Okay. Okay.
I knew it was her. Right?
So you think that's maybe where that came
I
from?
know that's coming from that star.
Okay.
And that is nothing but malicious bullshit.
Okay. No, I just wanted to follow up with you. We're still working on stuff. I didn't have a number. I didn't have a way to reach out to you, so I think I stopped by. And I was trying to do it during normal hours.
Right now, thank you for stopping by.
Yeah, no, I thought I guess I'm not your wife. I thought, well, let me leave work. I said, there's no need to leave work. I said, keep working there. Also, are you good with, I'm gonna reply to your email, and I'm gonna send you a contact number for somebody at our office that has a network of resources. Okay, yeah, so what I'm gonna do is, and what I'll do is I'll copy her on the email. Her name is Jenna Rundis, and she.
Detective, who is Jenna Rundis?
At the time, I believe her specific title was victim specialist at the sheriff's office.
Okay. So the title is victim specialist. Did you put Mr. Radford in contact with the victim specialist?
Ultimately, I did, sir.
Is that because you thought he was the victim and you had decided that he wasn't guilty or he hadn't done anything wrong? Or why is it you put him in contact with a victim specialist?
At 11:20 that same morning, so 11:20 a.m. prior to my arrival there, I received an email with a request that, in essence, would require her assistance because of her network. So it was asked her in the email itself, and my response was to that request.
Are you giving Jenna Rundis or connecting Jenna Rundis to Gerald Radford because you decided Gerald Radford is innocent or the victim?
No, sir.
You're still investigating at this point. Is he still a suspect then?
Yes, sir. I'm merely fulfilling a request.
He has a very big network of all sorts of things for services and things of that nature. So I'm gonna reply to your email. I just didn't want to send you an email, I didn't have this. So I'm gonna send you an email with her contact information. And if you need something regarding any services or anything, she is our expert. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna send that to you.
And so that's people.
I understand. You currently have any questions? Well, I called you that evening, and we had that conversation.
When you say you called him that evening and you had that conversation, what conversation was that?
So that was February 2nd, the day of the incident. Later that evening, I contacted the defendant to advise that the decedent in this case had in fact died.
So outside of the exchanges on trying to get him wound up and he's been called a faggot a few times, were there any other instances where that escalated?
Detective, why are you asking the defendant, beyond calling the victim a faggot a few times, were there any other moments that escalated? What is prompting you to ask that?
I'm just trying to determine the scope of the relationship and how far back it went or the extent of it.
I'm just trying to watch him pick up, see that it's an issue and told me about it. Never apologized, which you really expect. Well, I'm really sorry, nothing like that.
Yeah, because he said,
Even come to the point where I started winding him up because you're going to come to work someday. That's what regular places says. Don't even jump because I ain't got hit. I'm not going to be the guy who hits the gay guy.
let me ask you this.
Mr. Radford has made a statement about we're going to come to blows someday, attributing that statement to the victim, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Is that the first time he's ever expressed any sort of threat from the victim?
Yes, sir, it is.
The day before the incident, were you at the dog park? You don't remember? That would have been Thursday.
Detective, why are you asking, because you seem pretty focused, why are you asking if he was at the dog park the day before the shooting?
To make a determination of whether or not he went to the dog park regarding some evidence that was located during the investigation, specifically related to that date.
Let's talk about that evidence. When the victim, Mr. Lay, died, his possessions are recovered, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Did he have a cell phone on him?
Yes, sir, he did.
Does the sheriff's office have a technology whereby you could, for example, get my cell phone, plug it in, and gain access to all my text messages, pictures, see everything on my phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you all do that with the victim's phone?
Ultimately, yes, sir.
And in the course of doing that, did you find a video that drew your attention?
Yes, sir.
And did you believe that video was somehow attached to February 1st, the day before the shooting, on February 2nd?
Yes, sir.
You're not going to tell Mr. Radford about this video during this interview, are you?
No, sir.
Why?
I'm just trying to make a determination on the value of it or what he knew to see if it occurred.
You're not required to tell people all the things you know, are you?
Absolutely not.
Do you remember an incident, or do you recall an incident where maybe you guys exchanged words and you told him you're going to die? Did you ever say that to him?
I don't recall.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just trying to follow up with everything.
No, I don't think I ever threatened him. He threatened me. He said, we're going to come to vote someday. I might have said it then. I might have said, if you do, you're going to die.
I got it.
You know, but no, I never threatened him.
Okay.
Ever.
Did Mr. Radford say, I never threatened him ever?
Yes, sir.
Swearing in front of it all. Everything we talked about today is the truth? Okay. And you're not currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol, are you? Okay. I got you. But right now, are you high or anything? Okay. How's Whiskey doing? He's probably going a little off without his brother. We all 100% doesn't have a brother. Well, now he's what do you mean following him around? Oh, Colin, look at you around. Yeah, he's better because his brother passed. He's been way different. Whiskey, I bet you're spoiled. I bet you're spoiled. Where's they going? Was his brother that big? What is Whiskey weigh? 105? I bet you like it when it's cool now.
Detective, you're talking with Mr. Radford about his dog, and his dog passed away and whatever. Did he, on his own, completely impromptu say, I can't believe they're turning this into a fucking hate crime?
Yes, sir.
Nobody mentioned hate crime, did they?
No, sir.
All right, so if the jury wants to listen to the rest of the interview, they can. That's interview 2. We're going to transition to the third interview, but before we do, there was this video that we talked about that you found on the victim's phone. When you look at a person's phone and you find something like a text message or a picture or a video, do phones create some sort of log or entry to tell you when that file is created in the phone?
Yes, sir. Oftentimes.
And what is the date associated with this particular video we're about to watch?
The timestamp and the date on this video from the report is February 1st, 2024. The actual stamp itself, I believe, is 125805 UTC plus 0.
And what does UTC plus 0 mean?
It's a universal time code. In essence, during that time of year, because daylight savings and things of that nature, you would subtract 5 hours, is my understanding, from the timestamp itself, which would put that video February 1st, 2024 at 7:58.05 seconds.
So that video is created 7:58, February 1st. We have a shooting somewhere around 7:55, February 2nd. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Basically 24 hours. I'm not going to play the video that's marked as a video at dog park.
Hey, this is part of my video diary that I'm sending to you because the police told me to do this with that, which I'm trying to call the police, the lady sheriff officer. So this morning, while I'm walking, we're the only two there, and he comes up to me and screams at me, "You're going to die. You're going to die." And I asked him to just leave me alone. And so far he has, but again, that the sheriff said to me.
Right, that video appears to cut off midway through. Is that the way we found it?
Correct, sir.
Now, you have not told Mr. Radford that you had this video on the interview 6 days after the event, February 8th, correct?
I did not tell him that, sir.
And is the investigation still progressing?
Yes, sir, it is.
So I want to ask you, do you at some point decide this case needs to be presented to the state attorney's office, but before that's going to happen, you're going to do one more interview?
Yes, sir.
Do you go on March 7th, 2024, about a month later, to interview Mr. Radford for what is effectively the third time?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to play the third
Hang
interview.
on 1 second. Everybody all right over there? Need a break yet? Nope? Okay, go ahead.
Oops, sorry, no, it's a wrong player.
All right, today is Thursday, March 7th, 2024, approximately 0816 hours. Detective Sheriff Indian 228544. I'll also be present with Detective Moland. This in regards to the case number 24-103973. I'm currently located at 5009 Addison Court, which is the home of Gerald Declan Radford. The follow-up conversation regarding a video that I located on John Walterway's cellular telephone. Here, Bob. Good morning. Hi, Wesley. Hi, Wesley. How are you? I got you now. I got all of them up. Yeah, I got the MRI. I'll get out here. We're only gonna get a few minutes. I wanted to talk with you, if you don't mind, about a video. I think, I don't know if it's been pushed out or whatever. I think we kind of talked about it a little bit, or kind of alluded to it last time we were together. And I just want to get some confirmation on it, if you don't mind. So this video I located, let me get respect. Yes, sir. Whiskey, what are you doing? About that skin thing. Getting better? We got on this stuff called colostrum. Okay. Okay. Is it helping? It's slow going, yeah. But it seems to be going a little bit. You think it's like food allergy next time? Hard side? His mom's got one too, that's on, she's looking back here. Yeah. It's like hot spots on it, something like allergies. I got it. All right, I'm gonna show you this video.
Hey, part of my video diary is up to the youth, because the police told me to do this with that, which I'm trying to call the police, the late sheriff. So this morning, while I'm walking, we're going through here, and he comes up to me and screams at me, "You're gonna die, you're gonna die." And I asked him to just leave me alone. And so far he has, but again, the sheriff said to me, I don't know who Sharon is.
You not know who Sharon is?
Did Mr. Redford say, I don't know who Sharon is?
Correct, sir.
Okay. So, do you remember an instance where that occurred?
The only time I ever said anything like that is when he threatened to do physical harm.
Okay.
And that is the guy's on the shirt.
Okay. Now, it appears that that video was filmed the day prior to this incident. So Thursday on February 1st. Do you remember the day prior having any altercation with him?
No, honestly, I don't. The week before, it was like 8 days before the protest, and I was just a mess.
Okay. Yeah, I understand.
I really don't remember. And the few times that did happen, that I said something to him like that, was in response to him going, "You're going to come to post someday." And there's witnesses that saw him saying shit like that.
Do you know who would have witnessed that?
This kid, I got a guy named Jeff who works for one of the hospitals here, and he's a sailor.
Okay.
Is Mr. Redford telling you to follow up with some guy named Jeff who works at a hospital and is a sailor?
Yes, sir.
Do you have his contact information? I got you.
We haven't had many, but we've got to do stupid emails.
Like people calling and stuff like that. So, do you remember if you were at the park the day prior?
I'm there almost every day, so
Okay.
probably okay.
Okay. Do you remember if there was any type of conversation or anything between the two of you that would have sparked that?
There was something almost every time he saw me, there was something.
Okay.
I mean,
I got
it was like a common, here we go. What are we looking for now?
Yeah, you said, are you pretty certain that Jeff has witnessed that type of interaction?
Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Check. Jeff.
Okay.
813-415-5553.
Detective, as Mr. Radford is giving you 813-415-5553, is he providing you a phone number? Is that what's happening? Is that what you're seeing?
Correct, sir.
And that's for Jeff,
Yes, sir.
the sailor who works at the hospital.
Yes, sir.
You're pretty certain he's witnessed that?
And I'm positive he was there one day when he said that, because I heard him say, you guys threatening me.
I got you. And then any other individuals that you think have been present for that?
Then there is another guy who plays brass, and his name is, let's see his face. Oh, it'll come to me. I don't know if I have his data,
Okay.
but it will come to me. His name is. I'll do the alphabet.
Yeah. If you can't think of it right this second, will you do me a favor and text me?
Absolutely.
And let me know who it is and what their phone number is. If you can find it, that would be helpful.
Jeff definitely heard it.
Okay.
The guy who's been on the news, his landlord,
Okay.
Howard.
Yeah.
He heard me say, I mean, he was on the news saying, I heard him say 100 times he wants to punch him in the face. But it wasn't followed up with what was followed up every freaking time I said that, is when I'm not going to be the guy who starts a fight with the gay guy at the bar. I'm not going to be that guy. I got you. And every time I said that.
Okay.
So I don't know what the hell they're fucking jamming up on me for, because they all heard this shit.
I get it. I understand. So are you fairly certain that if you were there, well, let me ask you this. If you were there the day before, do you know what would have prompted that video? I know you said there was fighting all that day.
I mean, it was almost every time we saw each other. It was, and that week was less my part because of bingo. No, I do not remember the day before because it was so common.
I got it. Okay. And him stating that you told him you're gonna die,
Never outright said you're gonna die, you're gonna die. I said something to the effect of, if he made that comment, I would say, try it and you'll die, or do it and I'll defend myself, and you know.
Okay. In what comment do you mean like you would have been responding to?
You're gonna come to blows. I've done it before.
Okay.
And my comment is, I've done it before.
Yeah. Okay. Do you swear and affirm everything you told me is
swear and
true?
affirm, absolutely.
Okay. Are you currently under the influence of drugs or
No,
alcohol?
keep it up, shut up.
Okay, got it. Okay, I'm just trying to get some clarity. You know, there's a lot of moving parts, and I just, you know, I figured it's fair to ask. And have you seen that video before? No. Not that particular video, because when I started playing it, you seen that.
It's just his face.
Okay, I got it.
Because it's like,
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand.
that's,
Is there anything that
that's
you
one of
think?
the worst things right now is every fucking where I go, I see his face.
I understand.
But it's not there, you know?
Yeah, is there anything that you thought of or that you recall that you think is important for me to know that we have discussed?
Which is our, I think
Detective, we are 1 second short of 11 minutes into the third interview, 1 month after the shooting. Is Mr. Radford about to start volunteering information he's never told you before?
Yes, sir.
Is he about to tell you that the victim had his hands on the gun and he was going to try to kill him with a gun? Is this the first time we're going to hear this information?
Yes, sir.
you got these flashes, okay, of a hand, of his hands holding my hand, like right here. So I'm overly aware of how close I came to being shot with my own gun now.
Okay.
His DNA has got to be all over that gun. I can't get that out of my head. Both his hands on my hand, trying to turn the gun on me.
Okay.
And that's like
Something that's come to the, I guess, foreground.
and from just flashes of this thing that's going on.
Okay. Okay. Well, do me a favor, if you figure out who the other guy is that you said played grass that might be in the
Rice, Rice, DD. In the evenings, he goes there.
Okay.
He's got 2 dogs. I don't know his last name.
Do you have his contact information?
Never did.
Okay, yeah. I got you.
White number, okay?
White male, maybe 6 foot, 180 pounds. Thing.
All right, well, we'll be in touch, all right? Text me if you figure out who that guy's number is, and then just keep me updated on the emails you're doing. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, you think about it.
I'm sure. Yeah, but that's the other, the guy just said the seller.
Yeah. I got it. Yeah, I got it. Was he good, okay?
He said, well, that's for a while.
Probably, I'm sure he probably prefers it outside.
Yeah.
You guys have the porch, does he hang out on the porch by the outside?
He used to, yeah, but the past like week, he sits and just stares out there. He won't go out at night.
Oh, really?
We're losing, we don't know why.
Yeah, I'm sure probably the change
We
from
know
it.
something we don't.
Yeah, I got you. All right, well, we'll be in touch. If you need something, reach out to me, okay?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, I'll reach out to you soon, okay? So, try not to do that, all right?
Oh, that is already 11.
Okay, fine. Okay, yep, if you need something, you got my direct number. Yeah. Yep, for sure. Yes, sir, thank you. Yes, sir.
Detective, Mr. Radford was subsequently arrested a short time later.
Yes, sir.
When was he arrested?
March 8th, 2024 at approximately 13:40 or 13:40 hours, 1:40 p.m.
So we're at March 8th, an arrest has been conducted, Mr. Radford has been charged. I want to talk with you about a home that sits across the street from the dog park that I think we attempted to get video from and were not successful. You know what I'm talking about?
Correct, sir.
And so I want to first clarify so the jury understands this is State's Exhibit 2A. Oop, sorry. It's a little hard to see, but there is a posted sign at the dog park here, as we see in 2A on the left-hand side of the photo, that the area is under video surveillance.
Correct.
Did the sheriff's office attempt to collect video surveillance from the dog park that might have, captured this incident, the shooting?
Yes, sir.
And what became of that?
It was inoperable,
What was inoperable?
the video surveillance.
How do you know it was inoperable?
Other detectives met with staff management from Hillsborough County Parks and confirmed that the cameras were inoperable. I believe there's even wires cut and some photographs are taken.
Okay, so you tried, we couldn't control it.
Correct, sir.
Okay. But there's a home across the street. What's the address of the home that we're going to be talking about?
4546, I believe it's West Jean Street.
And that's basically across the street from the dog park.
Yes, sir. Located, I believe that just be east of the dog park.
Now, to back up, we talked about you're the lead, Detective Nix is the scene, and other detectives sometimes get tasked with other duties. But somebody's tasked with trying to collect surveillance footage from the neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Ultimately, for that particular address, it was Detective Andrew Van Gelder.
And is he one of the homicide detectives?
Yes, sir. I think he has a different assignment now, but at the time he was a homicide detective.
Do you need a spelling?
Long story short, did we ever get video from that home?
We did eventually get video. We did not get video of the incident.
Okay. And explain to us what you mean when you say we got video, we get video of the date. What do you mean?
So on March 5th, multiple follow-ups were attempted in an effort to determine whether or not the cameras at that location were operable or whether or not they were cloud-based and things of that nature.
And what do you mean by cloud-based for anybody who's not like super savvy with technology?
A lot of home video surveillance records to a cloud or basically a server, if you will, where there's not a physical actual device that has the historical footage memorialized. A lot of people have to pay for extra cloud storage, things of that nature, to go back and watch historical video clips.
All right. So if I wanted to get a home security system, could I get a system that has what's commonly called a DVR?
Yes, sir. There's DVR and DR. That's an actual.
It's like a digital video recorder.
That is correct, sir.
I would have some sort of device in my house that the video is being collected and stored onto.
That is an option for video surveillance, home video surveillance.
If I wanted to go get home video, I could also get a system where the video just goes to the cloud, some computer somewhere in the world, and then I can try and access it later, but I don't physically have it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. So you discover this house across the street at 4546, and it appears to have cameras. Are efforts made to contact the resident of the home to see if you can get access to the cameras to see if there's anything captured?
Yes, sir.
And did that occupant ultimately say, I don't have anything to do with this, I'm renting, there's somebody who's the landlord?
In essence, yes, sir.
Who was the landlord provided to? What name were you working with? So we have somebody to refer to.
It was provided to Detective Van Gelder. I believe it was like Eduardo.
Okay, we'll call him Eduardo, just so we have someone to refer to. So you guys need to talk to Eduardo, and I need you to explain to a jury, you're a sheriff, you're a deputy, you're on the homicide team, you're investigating a murder. Does that mean you can just barge into somebody's home and start searching their home to see if they have video inside the home?
No, sir.
Well, what are the ways by which you could get access to a home to see if there's video of use?
Well, the first one would be to make contact with whoever's in control of the home. Attempt to get some type of consent or something of that nature to look in the residence, or just to interview them and figure out what equipment is there, if any. The other option would be to develop probable cause. We would have to develop that, and we would have to request a residential search warrant if we're talking about a home, which would have to be approved by the judge. And then ultimately we would have to execute that and attempt to locate any potential evidence.
All right. And so when the initial contact is made with the homeowner, he says, I don't know anything about the camera system. Does he indicate he doesn't even know if there is a camera system working?
Correct, sir.
So you got to talk to Eduardo.
That's what he tells the detective that goes to that house. That is correct.
All right. Did the sheriff's office continually try to make contact with Eduardo to see if there was a system, if there was a device in the house that would have captured it, that sort of information?
Multiple attempts were made, and there was contact with that individual on more than one occasion, the homeowner.
Okay. And was there a delay in getting contact with Eduardo and eventually getting information from Eduardo about how the system worked and if it was even working that day?
Correct. Yep. So I was advised that he was a over the road truck driver, and ultimately, I believe it was March 5th. I had a conversation with him and was able to determine that there was, in fact, in the house that he was renting, a device inside that could have captured it.
Okay. And so you said that this originally started with Detective Van Gelder.
Correct, sir.
And then you said you've taken over at some point. At some point, you decided you needed to handle this?
Just in addition to the attempts I tried myself as well.
When you talked to Eduardo, and you were finally able to get a hold of him, and he was able to give you whatever information he gave you, how long did it take you to go get a search warrant?
So I believe that phone call took place on March the 5th at 08:30 or 8:30 a.m. By the time I spoke to my chain of command, my supervision, regarding the newly obtained information, I authored a electronic search warrant request for the residence via our eWarrants database. I believe it was 17 hours or 1:17 p.m. on that same day where the search warrant was approved by the judge that was dealing with this set of tasks that day. Immediately following that, after the search warrant was approved, myself and other members of the sheriff's office responded to that residence, ultimately executing that residential search warrant after approval.
And what time do you think it was roughly when you went to execute the search warrant?
I would say maybe sub 14:30, like 2:30 p.m. roughly. It was within pretty short amount of time after it was approved by the judge.
Okay, a couple hours, you're at the residence after Eduardo's told you that there's a DVR in the house.
After it's approved, yeah, it's rather lengthy to author the search warrants and go through the system of getting them approved. But yeah, I mean, it was, again, that started about 8:30 in the morning, but that takes some time to get a search warrant approved.
And if you had talked to Eduardo and Eduardo had said, no, there isn't a DVR, all the video goes to the cloud instead, we would not have tried for a search warrant. We have no reason to think that there's anything in the house to get, right?
I wouldn't have been able to establish probable cause to even request it.
So long story short, you go to Eduardo, you go to the house, you find the DVR. By the time you find it, the video from the date of the shooting is gone.
Well, it was examined. When we find, I think it was an NVR, but basically a DVR, find that 2 cameras. I do additional search warrants on those items. Ultimately, it is accessed, the data is accessed, and there is no historical video footage from February the 2nd located on that, is what I was advised by the person who analyzed it.
So we don't have a video.
That is correct.
While you were at the house, though, since you could see where the camera was, that would have been pointed in the right direction to the park to capture the area where Mr. Radford tells you the scuffle took place. Did you all make an effort to measure that distance?
Ultimately, I believe it was the following day, which would have been March 6th. Detective Mullen, who was my assist, went over to the park area, stood within proximity of where the incident was alleged to have occurred, and utilized a laser, like a certified laser measuring device that the sheriff's office has to determine the distance from the approximate incident location to that house or that camera in particular.
All right, so I want to ask you, Detective Mullen is standing where the scuffle supposedly took place?
That is correct, sir.
While she's standing at the spot where the scuffle takes place, are you in a spot where you can see the live feed of the home surveillance camera?
So kind of 2 separate events here. The day of the actual search warrant we did not do the measurement, I believe, the following day, but at some point while we're executing the search warrant, I am in a position where I can see what the presumed view would be from the particular camera that was of interest. I was able to see that live on a screen that was actually mounted, I believe, in the the closet area.
And when you're looking at the live feed of the camera pointing in the direction of the park, did you have somebody in the park for like a size reference?
Correct, sir.
And seeing the person in the park at the spot where the fight took place, if you had to ballpark, how far you think the distance was from the house to the spot in the park?
Well, I ultimately found out what the distance was, but you know, I was thinking so the multiple measurements were taken. In essence, around 235 feet was the distance, which is roughly 78.33 yards. I was kind of assuming it was around 100 yards, but it was, I guess, closer to 80, really.
And you're looking at the live feed, and you're seeing this person in the park, 80, 200 feet away, whatever it is, 80 yards, 200 feet away. What do they look like on the camera? Are they a little ant? Are they a giant person? What can you see?
That is, the view itself wasn't great. You couldn't see much from that distance on the live view that I was looking at.
Still, it would have been nice to have the video, right?
Absolutely.
All right, let's also talk about while the investigation, has been moving forward, you have access to the phone. Eventually, you give the state attorney's office the copy of the phone, and as you know, I have to provide that to the defense, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And credit to them, they did actually find something else on the victim's phone. Is that correct?
They did find some text messages, sir. Yes, sir.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 18. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
Now, once the defense brought it to our attention, I had you go back and confirm this is text messages on the victim's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, you did.
And according to what it says 1/31/2024, 3:19:55 a.m. UTC, and then later it says 2/1/24. So is this already converted to Tampa time from UTC, or is this not converted?
No, sir, it's not converted. The UTC +0, like I described earlier, in essence, given that time frame, it would have to go back. You would have to subtract 5 hours from the actual timestamp that's on that report.
So that first one, for example, is 3:19 a.m. You have to go back to 2:19, 1:19, 12:19, 11:19, 10:19, right?
That would be correct, and then I think actually it would switch the day as well.
Right, it would obviously switch the day because I crossed midnight.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, but this one here, this one is at 6:11:26 p.m. We would subtract 5 hours, we get back to 1:11:26 p.m. Tampa time. Is that correct?
That would be correct, sir.
And the date doesn't change. You would still expect it to be February 1st.
Given the 5 hour difference not going either side of midnight, it would stay the same.
Okay. And so this is the text message we found, and I'm not going to ask you to interpret it because jurors can read for themselves. But this is what was found on Mr. Lay's phone by the defense, eventually passed on to us and confirmed by you to be on Mr. Lay's phone.
That is correct. It was on the forensic report.
Can you all read it? No.
I can, do you need me to zoom in or anything?
Either he can read it or.
You want me to read it? I'll read it. The first one that starts in blue says, "Hey, Walt, I have not been able to find any paperwork from my court case. I do remember that his first name is Declan. I have given this some serious thought. I do hope you will file a police report because what he is doing to you constitutes a hate crime and he needs to be stopped. Have Tammy or one of the guys ask him what his last name is. Let me know what is going on. Love you." That's from Sue Jones, which also says /Callie. Then there are 2 text messages in green, and we would understand these to be text messages sent by the victim, correct?
Yes, sir. Sent by the victim to Miss Sue Jones.
Okay. And the first one says, "Hello, I'm at work. Our computers are down. I was able to get all his info from the morning crew. He's crazy. He doesn't have anywhere else to go. He doesn't really intimidate me. I'll keep you posted. I thought if he blocks my path again, I'll try to tackle him. He's really older than he looks. He's weak and feeble. I'll keep you informed. This weekend should be drama." And then the last one, which we hadn't talked about, which says 6:24:32 p.m., which is 1:24:32 p.m. "He's eat up with bursitis. I think he wants me to beat him in some weird, crazy sex. ... I don't know. LOL." So, Mr. Radford has been arrested now. He's in jail for some period of time.
Yes, sir.
And when a person is in jail, are they allowed to make phone calls to the outside world?
Yes, sir.
And when a person makes outside phone calls, are there signs in the jail, part of the recording that tells them this phone call is being recorded and people can listen to what you're saying?
I can't speak to the signs, but I know on all the recordings, that is the prompt, I believe at the onset of the call or right before you actually start to correspond with the other party.
Okay. And so did you and I begin listening to jail phone calls made by Mr. Radford?
Yes, sir. We did listen to some of them.
And specifically, did we find a phone call on March 31st, 2024, where Mr. Radford was discussing the series of events that took part in the dog park on the date of February 2nd, supposedly?
Yes, sir.
I want to be clear. When we last left Mr. Radford, I have never heard him say he had to disengage the safety.
No, sir.
I've never heard him say the victim's finger was on the trigger or that he was clicking the trigger.
I never heard that either, sir.
So nowhere prior to March 31st does Mr. Radford ever make any sort of allegation of the victim's finger on the trigger, clicking the trigger, and Mr. Radford having to disengage the safety because the victim was clicking the trigger and nothing was working.
He did not disclose that to me, sir.
So I'm going to play that call, and it's like a 15-minute call, but I'm going to jump ahead in the call. This is the phone call that ends in 12_196_637.
For English, press 1.
And I'm going to go to 4 minutes and 33 seconds into this phone call.
Yes.
Can I turn what?
The video will.
This is as loud as it goes, I think.
Volume on the computer.
Volume on the computer's at 100 and the volume on the video is at 100. I'll back it up a second.
could go wrong. I go over it, I can't help but go over it again.
Yeah.
Nothing's wrong. The only thing I did wrong was call a guy back.
Yeah.
I didn't push it on, I didn't do anything today, I didn't give him HIV, and I should have did wax on him.
No.
I turned around to look for the whiskey, and when I turned back around, he covered 10 feet in a matter of seconds.
Detective, prior to this March 31st phone call, has Mr. Radford ever suggested he was ambushed or blindsided by the victim coming up on him, from 10 or 15 feet away?
No, sir.
It's probably 15, but there was an airplane going over, I didn't have a bad thing, I was fumbling with my phone in my hoodie, trying to body down, and just bang, all of a sudden, I'm on the ground on my back, and he's climbing up my body.
We don't think that you're the one who pulled out the gun, because any you did.
I reached for it,
One hand.
my right hand.
You did.
My left hand was trapped in my coat or under his hand, so that was useless.
Okay.
I reached for it, but he dove right at it. So by the time it was clear to
But,
move it,
Yeah.
my hands were on it, and he was trying to turn it on me. I pushed up.
Yeah.
And luckily, hit the safety and pulled the trigger at the same time.
Yeah.
And otherwise, I would have been shot as well.
All right, so I'm gonna stop it there at 6 minutes and 5 seconds, and just jump ahead a little bit. 6 minutes and 52 seconds approximately.
If I was smarter, I could have just pulled it out, clicked, blah, 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 shot him in the bell.
Yeah.
Right? But I didn't.
look at how you are.
He had it. I couldn't get the safety.
Yeah.
I heard,
Look at that.
I heard because it said, I
Uh-huh.
heard myself. I was like, oh shit, so I have to do it now.
Uh-huh.
And the only
Okay.
way he caused it to jam up because one of his fingers was in that trigger guard on top of mine. And he was pulling the trigger as fast as he could with that. And I probably, it seemed like 10 seconds, but probably
Yeah.
2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Before he went left. Oh shit.
All right, and I stopped it at 7:45 in the phone call for purposes of the record. So that's Mr. Radford now saying finger on the trigger guard, finger in the trigger guard, pulling the trigger, clicking of the safety. I would have been shot if I hadn't disengaged the safety first and shot him.
That's correct, sir.
I also want to play the other jail phone call that is admitted. These are both admitted as State's Exhibit 17 for the record. This is the one that ends in 13_130_915. Did you and I discover a jail phone call from March 23rd of 2024?
May 23rd, sir.
May 23rd, I'm sorry. Got my dates. March 31st, May 23rd. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
This is that phone call?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to go to 7 minutes and 11 seconds roughly. But I want to be clear. By May 23rd, Mr. Radford has already been arrested, correct?
Yes, sir.
He's already been charged with second-degree murder and charged with a crime evidencing prejudice based on sexual orientation.
Yes, sir.
He's actually going to appear in court to be aware of his charges.
That is correct, sir.
So he knows that we're charging him in part with doing something to the victim because he didn't like him for being gay or something to that effect.
He was aware of his charges, sir.
So 7 minutes, 11 seconds.
You know, I thought I knew some of those people.
Yeah.
And he the fucking prosecutor guy said, yeah, he called him that name after the only man I go up on. I know him for 4 years.
Yeah.
And he treated me like shit for 4 years before I said, you're back.
Yeah.
Stop talking about that close shit.
Yeah.
Just I told him to his face, I said, there's gay people in this bag. Gay people live their lives and have a normal relationship with their spouse, and they go home, they keep the shit for them, and that's it. You're back.
Yeah.
And I saw that one, Jim gave me a look, and I saw her, so that's why I kept calling her. Every time he did visit us, and she get all this off.
And for the record, I stopped it at 8 minutes and 4 seconds into the recording. Judge, if I could have 1 minute?
Yes.
Detective, throughout the sum total of this investigation, has there ever been any indication from Mr. Radford or from any of the physical evidence that Mr. Lay was armed with any sort of deadly weapon, a knife, a gun, a baseball bat, a machete, anything of the sorts?
No, sir.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna take a afternoon break at this time.
All right.
All right, we'll be in about a 10-minute recess. And step down too.
Major crimes investigator, but homicide investigator.
Well, it's a different division, so that's criminal investigations, which houses multiple units. Where our unit is currently located is special investigations, sir.
Special investigations. Now, how long were you, when you were the lead detective on this case in February of 2024, how long had you been a major crime detective that was tasked with investigating homicides?
Probably around, I would say, 6 years, roughly.
So you had been for 6 years investigating, among other things, homicides.
Yes, sir. Like mentioned previously, a large portion of that was narcotic-related homicides as it relates to overdoses and the investigation into the source for those cases.
You agree it's a fairly long time to be doing that type of work, right?
Yes, sir.
And now you're in a different unit, and your testimony to the jury is that wasn't a demotion, that was a voluntary transfer, like a lateral move to a different detective unit.
Yeah, so just to be clear, the unit that I'm on was in the criminal investigations division when I transferred out of homicide. I transferred for work-life balance. I've been on call for many years of my life, and I transferred to try to be home a little bit more. Our unit has subsequently, since I've started in the unit where I'm at, has moved to the special investigations division. It was in criminal investigations, now it's in special investigations.
Mildly confusing, but you were a homicide detective for 6 years.
Not on the homicide unit, but I investigated homicides for many years. Yes, sir.
Specifically, how many years were you a homicide detective on that specialty unit?
On that particular unit, less than a year, sir.
But you had been a detective for 6 years.
Longer than that, but investigating, homicides, multiple years prior to that, sir.
Now, at the beginning of the direct examination, Mr. Diaz had you walk the jury through kind of how this process plays out when there is a homicide investigation. And you explained to the jury that one of the supervisors, in this case, I believe it was Sergeant Florio, kind of delegates a lead detective and then other detectives to do other tasks. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, you were assigned by the sergeant as the lead detective in this case, right?
That is correct, sir.
You are in charge of the investigation.
Not in charge of it, but I'm the lead detective of it.
Help me and help the jury understand then who was in charge of this investigation if you, as the lead detective, were not that individual.
Well, there's supervisors in the homicide section, just like pretty much every other section that we have at the sheriff's office. They're the ones that are technically in charge, i.e. that's why I was told what to do. I'm not in charge of it. I am supposed to oversee certain tasks as a lead detective, and that's what I was tasked with doing by somebody who was in charge of the homicide section, sir.
Let's be abundantly clear. The sergeants or lieutenants, they are not micromanaging your investigation, right?
Well, it depends on what supervisor you have, but I mean, it depends, but not technically, not usually.
Every action that you took in this investigation, were those individual actions reviewed and approved of by your supervisor, or are you operating autonomously and investigating this case?
Provided with tasks typically from a supervisor. Obviously, there are multiple things that we don't necessarily go for approval for, but they keep a pretty close eye on what the detectives are doing while investigating these crimes, sir.
When you complete your investigation or reach a stage where you want to send the case to the state attorney's office, and that's a topic we're going to touch on momentarily, you are responsible for putting together all of the evidence, compiling all the police reports, and getting that information to Mr. Diaz or his office, correct?
That is correct, sir. That's typically the lead detective's role.
It's not Sergeant Florio's responsibility, right?
Not in this case, sir. It was not.
Not crime scene detective Nick's responsibility, right?
No, sir. I mean, each person might, provide a certain, set of evidence or reports or what have you, but typically it's between myself and the attorney's office, if you're the lead detective, on ensuring that all that is fulfilled, sir.
And for argument's sake, if the state attorney's office wants you to seek additional information, they may say, hey, go look into this or go get this to you, right?
That could be a scenario, sir. Yes, sir.
And that wouldn't be to your sergeant.
No, sir. Typically, they'll call, the detective working on the case.
The point I'm trying to make, detective, is it became clear to me during your direct examination that, I don't know why, but in an effort to kind of maybe explain away why certain things were and were not done at certain times, to kind of fragment the structure of the detectives on this investigation. And I want to make it abundantly clear. Words matter, right?
Yes, sir, they do.
Lead means lead, right?
Yes, sir.
Lead detective. That was your role.
That was my role, sir.
Ultimately, you have the responsibility and ability to direct other law enforcement officers, deputy sheriffs, other detectives to assist you with your investigation, correct?
I was assigned as the lead detective, sir.
And to answer my question, you have the ability to delegate tasks to other deputies and detectives or ask for help, right?
On certain things, yes, sir.
On certain things. And there's certain things in a case like this that are more important than others, right?
Potentially, yes, sir.
And just as an example, forensic evidence like DNA and fingerprints might be more important than, as you investigate a case, some random item found at the crime scene, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we've established that you are the lead detective. You have supervisors, but you are in charge of this case.
Yes, sir. I was the lead detective, sir.
And so while Detective Nix was tasked with, the initial documenting with one of the crime scene techs the scene, you were tasked as the lead detective and kind of took on roles like interviewing Mr. Radford, right?
I did interview him, sir.
Following up on other leads, correct?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, in March, some 30 plus days after this event, authoring and executing a search warrant on the home for, I believe it's 4546 West Jean Street.
Yes, sir. March 5th.
Now, that's not something your sergeant did for you, right?
No, I was the one that authored the search warrant, sir.
Now, there was discussion about the interplay between your agency and this investigation and the state attorney's office, specifically your agreement that you don't effectuate an arrest in a homicide without approval from the state attorney's office. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir, that has been discussed.
Can you tell the jury what dates between February 2nd of 2024 and Mr. Radford's arrest, I believe it was March 8th
It was March 8th, sir.
of 2024, what dates that you met or spoke with the state attorney's office about this case?
I don't have everyone committed to memory. Always, well, on the onset, certainly, multiple times thereafter, and then ultimately the case is presented to them the day before the arrest.
Are you able to give the jury a specific number of times that you met with the state attorney's office about this case in the roughly 40 days that transpired from the date of the shooting and the date of Mr. Radford's arrest?
I'm not able to give an exact number, sir.
More than one?
Yes, sir.
Is it more than five?
Could have been more than five. You say meeting with, does that mean, like, I believe there's been more than 5 discussions from the onset of it until it was presented.
What are you discussing with the state attorney's office in the days after this incident?
Information that's being newly obtained, making sure that, certain things, when we have an update on it, is being, provided to the state attorney's office as we discover new stuff.
So we discover new stuff. The park entrance, the gate that is right there at the parking lot.
The pedestrian gate?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
How many times did you go in and out of that gate on the first day you were assigned this case, February 2nd of 2024?
I believe maybe once.
You were aware that there was a sign, and I understand that we know now, and we knew weeks after the shooting that there was no surveillance footage, but you saw the sign that said this property is under video surveillance, right?
Yes, sir. That sign was posted on the pedestrian gates there.
In fact, you're aware, having access to all the body cam footage from your fellow deputies and detectives, that one of the first things Mr. Radford pointed out to the responding officer.
Sustained.
You saw that sign.
That sign was posted, sir.
And if Mr. Radford had pointed that out to a deputy immediately upon,
Overruled.
if Mr. Radford had pointed that out immediately in an attempt to say, hey, look, the video would have captured what happened, that would be consistent with somebody that didn't commit a cold-blooded murder, but rather acted in self-defense.
Sustained.
So just to be clear, you cannot give an exact number of times that you spoke with the state attorney's office about this investigation.
That is correct, sir.
Did at any point they say, hey, we really need that surveillance footage across the street?
I don't know if that was stated.
But that would be other stuff, to use your terminology, to keep them updated on, right?
Potentially, yes, sir.
Potentially. We'll come back to that. Now, to be clear for the jury, the state attorney's office and the sheriff's office are independent, autonomous entities, right?
We are 2 separate offices, sir.
Different responsibilities, yes?
Yes, sir.
State attorney's office is tasked by the state of Florida with prosecuting crimes, right?
Yes, sir.
Law enforcement is tasked with a variety of functions, but predominantly investigating and effectuating arrests against individuals that you believe have committed a crime.
That is a facet of law enforcement, sir.
Florida statute gives your agency direct authority to effectuate an arrest without approval from the state attorney's office, yes?
We do have the approval to arrest somebody, sir.
So while there may be some backroom gentleman's agreement that this is how these types of cases play out, in any other criminal case, it would be accurate for me to tell this jury that you, as a law enforcement officer, can effectuate an arrest without approval from the state attorney's office if you believe you have probable cause the crime has been committed.
We do have the ability to effectuate arrest, sir.
And not just the ability, you actually do it.
Well, we do, sir, but not regarding homicide investigations.
Now, Mr. Diaz asked you, and you confirmed, that in a self-defense case, it requires a presentation to the homicide committee. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
What dates did you present this case to that homicide committee?
March 7th, 2024, sir.
It was a leap year last year, 29 days in February, if I'm not mistaken.
I've lost track, but you're probably right.
And then 7 days into March. So 27, 34 days, give or take, after the shooting?
That sounds about right.
Roughly.
Yes, sir.
Please enlighten the jury as to what new evidence you and your fellow detectives obtained, let's say from a week after the shooting, up through the date you presented the case to the state attorney's office.
I don't know the list of everything that was obtained or discovered in that period of time, sir.
You are the lead detective, yes?
Yes, sir, I am.
You've lived and breathed this case for over 30 days.
Yes, sir. I wasn't.
Tell them one substantive item of evidence, new evidence that you obtained beyond a week after the shooting.
Multiple interviews with the defendant.
Anything else?
I mean, again, multiple items of evidence were either located or people were reaching out subsequent to a week after.
It is fair and accurate of me to say that between February 2nd and February 9th, so we're operating on a week timeline here, that you had spoken with, either because they reached out to you or you had been directed to them a majority, if not all, of the civilian witnesses in this case?
I don't know the dates. I don't think that's accurate. I don't know all the dates that the civilian witnesses reached out, but the time span is definitely greater than that, sir.
Please articulate, beyond the additional interviews, exactly what new evidence you obtained beyond a week after the shooting as the lead detective.
I understand that. Multiple items. I don't know the entirety of those items. But again, of note are 2 interviews with the defendant.
And one of those interviews was on February 8th, right?
That interview was February 8th, sir. Yes, sir, at 15:20 hours, so 3:20 p.m.
Okay, so you say multiple interviews. Just to be clear, unless I'm haven't followed along properly, the only interview that occurred after February 9th was the interview on March 7th, right?
Oh, my apologies. I thought we were talking about the 8th. So yes, there was another one that occurred on March 7th, sir, in the morning at 08:16.
So, just to be clear for the jury, from February 9th, so a week after the shooting, from February 9th to the date of Mr. Radford's arrest, you have told them that there were some items that you cannot articulate, and in one additional interview with Mr. Radford, that, mind you, took place the same day or the day before your presentation to the state attorney's office.
Yes, sir, multiple items. So, for instance, the cell phone processing, I believe, occurred on 2/12. I believe there was a crime scene. I had to go to evidence and crime scene, I believe, on February the 13th. I responded to evidence at 0900. I then went over at 020 to crime scene to have evidence processed. Multiple things happened, sir, in between those dates. I just don't have every single thing committed to memory.
Let's talk about that cell phone processing, okay?
Yes, sir.
There was no new evidence that you gleaned from that cell phone dump that you didn't already have, right?
I guess confirmation on a few things, but...
Well, the video that they played of Mr. Lay, that he purportedly was threatened the day before, that selfie video, you had that in your possession within a day of the shooting.
I don't believe that's correct, sir.
When did you get it?
I believe it was multiple days thereafter.
So within a few days of the shooting.
That's probably pretty close, maybe 3-ish, 4.
In fact, and we'll touch on more later, this particular text message, you did no actual, let me back up just so that we can clarify some things for the jury. The software that you use is called Celebrate, right?
That is what the sheriff's office, that's one of the programs the sheriff's office uses.
There's another program called Axiom, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
But your agency uses Celebrate.
Well, we use multiple, sir.
In this case, you use Celebrate.
Yes, sir.
And when I say you, I'm referring to the digital forensic analyst.
I appreciate that. Yes, sir.
And Celebrate, you're familiar with it?
I am, sir.
It has in the top right corner of, let me break it down even further. When you populate a cell phone extraction, as they're referred to, correct?
Yes, sir.
Has all these different dialog boxes, images, messages, browser history, apps. I mean, you name it. If it's on the phone, there's kind of a tab that you can click and kind of dive down into.
That could be present on a download, sir.
Additionally, in the top right corner of that software, there's a search bar.
Yes, sir. There's a search bar.
And you've used that search bar before.
I have, sir.
Now you're looking for other stuff and you're in communication with the state attorney's office. Surely during the 30 plus days that you were investigating this case and in the time frame subsequent to receiving the cell phone extraction, you went through that phone to determine if there was any inculpatory or exculpatory evidence pertaining to this case.
I did review a portion of the phone, sir.
What portion did you review?
Multiple videos. I did look at some text messages, call logs, photographs, things of that nature.
In fact, the software has the ability to narrow down into a specific date range, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you can either explore the entire contents of the phone, or you can select 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, whatever you choose.
Yes, sir. It does offer those capabilities at times.
Taking it a step further, you can even do that search feature with an individual tabs, text messages, internet history, phone calls, right?
Yes, sir. On some of them, I believe you can.
So surely you, as the detective in this case, went into Walt's phone and started looking at the text messages and went in reverse order from the time of the shooting, right?
Not necessarily, sir. I did look at some of the text messages.
What text messages did you look at?
I don't know specifically. Nothing that was memorialized that seemed of any great substance.
Nothing that seemed of any great substance. Well, had you gone through the text messages in reverse order from newest item on the phone to oldest, because admittedly you would agree that once the shooting took place, there's no more text messages being sent from the phone.
That would be correct, sir. We had the phone.
And so it'd be fairly easy, now that we've explained the software to the jury, for you to go through that phone in chronological order to look at these messages.
That would be an option, sir.
And it wasn't until I located a text message that I sent to the state attorney's office that you became aware of the message that you've discussed with the state on direct examination.
Correct. ASA Diaz informed me of that text message, and then I confirmed it on the Celebrate.
Now, there has been significant discussion on direct examination between you and Mr. Diaz, implications being that Mr. Radford may have added new details or changed his story. And those are the types of things you take into account in your investigation as it evolves, right?
Words are important.
The investigation's organic, so to speak.
I mean, yes, that has been discussed.
There is no telling what you're going to glean as you investigate a case, what you're going to learn, what you're going to find as you get these results back.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the process is while investigating.
Surely this message, had you looked for it and had you found it, would have affected your investigation, at least in the light that you viewed it in as the lead detective, right?
I would have documented it.
Are you saying it doesn't change your perception of the case one way or the other?
I'm saying that if I located it on the Celebrite, I would have documented it.
Speaking of documentation, you keep, you're tasked as a detective and deputy sheriff of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office with writing reports on cases you're involved in, right?
That is correct.
You've been trained in the importance of those reports, yes?
Yes, sir.
You've been trained in how to write, yes?
Yes, sir.
And you're taught throughout your training and years of experience in interacting with supervisors, sergeants, lieutenants, that it is important to document facts in that report that have a bearing on the case, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, hey, I stopped at Starbucks on the way to 4546 West Sheen Street is not something that has to be in there, right?
I wouldn't assume that it does, sir.
But you'd agree with me that in a report, something important, substantive, that actually impacts the investigation, observations you made about evidence per se, would be something that you would want to include.
Yes, sir.
Now, why then did you not include in your report that on March 6th or 5th, when you executed the search warrant, that you personally were viewing the camera while this laser measurement was being conducted?
Well, that's inaccurate, sir. Those are two different things, and they happen on two separate days.
Did you document in your report that you personally viewed the view from that surveillance camera and memorialize what you believed it would have captured?
I don't believe that I put that in my report, sir.
In fact, today is the first time that we're hearing about this, right?
I suppose.
We've had conversations before, right?
We have, sir.
Prior court hearings, we've had conversations, yes?
Yes, sir, we have.
Never once, when we were talking about the surveillance footage, did you mention that you personally laid eyes on the view of what those cameras show?
Yes, sir, that was never discussed.
Well, we discussed the importance of that type of surveillance footage, right?
Yes, sir.
We're going to circle back to that. Body cameras. Your agency has body cameras?
Yes, sir, they do.
And I understand that detectives don't wear them, but if you went to your sergeant or lieutenant and said, hey, I'd really like a body camera, they give you one, right?
We are assigned body cameras, sir.
Did you have body camera active in this case?
I don't know if I had one assigned to me at that time. I'm not exactly sure when those went out to the detectives. I don't remember when I got my body camera, sir.
But if my understanding is correct, you were not wearing body camera during your investigation in this case.
That is correct. I was not.
Whether you were issued one or not, you can't remember.
I don't know when I got it issued, but I was not wearing one for this investigation, sir.
You understand why body cameras are important, right?
Of course, sir.
They document your interactions with witnesses, suspects, things like that.
Yes, sir.
You and Mr. Diaz discussed the clothing and appearance of Mr. Radford utilizing some photographs that were taken at the scene prior to the walkthrough. I'm showing what has been entered as States Exhibit 14A through I. Do you recall these?
Yes, sir.
Did you take them?
No, sir.
Now, to be clear to the jury, we're hours. This is roughly 12:30. Do you remember what time this is?
I don't know what time it was, sir.
Call comes out at 7:55 a.m.
That is correct, sir.
You arrive somewhere around 9:30 or so.
9:31, sir.
9:31. You have a conversation on scene. Sometime thereafter, Mr. Radford is transported to the station. Yes?
That is correct.
A lengthy interview is conducted by you and Detective Mullins with Mr. Radford.
Correct, sir.
In that time, Mr. Radford had been immediately placed in the back of a patrol car in handcuffs, right?
I wasn't there for that, sir.
Did you become aware of that?
Initially, he was, I believe, placed in the back of the car prior to my arrival.
Did you review the body cams of your fellow deputies as being lead detective to ascertain Mr. Radford's demeanor at the time of the first interaction?
Yes, sir.
And you saw that Mr. Radford was experiencing and exhibiting emotional swings identical to the emotional swings we saw in that first interview, right?
I believe that was some portion of the video, sir.
He'd go from kind of normal conversational to just an emotional wreck like that.
With me, yes, sir. There was some ebb and flow regarding his temperament and during our conversation.
I'm specifically talking about, as lead detective, your review of your fellow officers' body cameras when they originally got to the scene.
Yes, sir. Deputy Lowe and Deputy Hoffman's body cams.
They showed the same behavior from Mr. Radford, yes?
Similar, sir.
Now, Mr. Radford's in the back of the patrol. I believe it's Deputy Hoffman's patrol vehicle?
I think it's Deputy Lowe, sir.
Deputy Lowe's. And he's in there for a period of time, and it's clear to you after reviewing those body cams that he's taken out of the vehicle. A layer or two of his winter wear is taken off. He's placed back in handcuffs and put back in the vehicle, right?
I don't remember that specific portion, but if it's on body cam, then that's what happens, sir.
Now, are you aware, as you sit there right now, that Deputy Lowe, I believe it may be Deputy Hoffman, took that clothing and just tossed it in the trunk of his SUV?
I wasn't there for that. It's my understanding that I think at the very minimum, the black hooded sweatshirt was located in the rear of his, I think he had a Chevy Tahoe, sir.
Not in an evidence tag, right?
I don't believe so. Not the photograph I looked at, sir.
So subsequent to these events, how long after you arrived on scene would you estimate you took Mr. Radford or asked Mr. Radford to go to the station?
I would say it was within approximately maybe 40 minutes. I don't know the exact time. Could have been more, could have been less.
question just popped into my head, Detective, and I'm curious. On direct examination, you were able to recall exact dates and times in military time to the minute certain things took place. But when I asked you, on what dates did you meet at the state attorney's office, or what additional evidence did you find after the first week, you can't articulate with any specificity exactly what that is, and in your words, because you can't remember. Why is that?
Well, because I don't think it's that important. I don't think the amount of time I was there from when I arrived to the second that we left was significant.
No, I'm referring to the additional evidence now that you said you were waiting on, and the other stuff that you found out in the 20 days leading up to Mr. Radford's arrest. Why can you not articulate to the jury with specificity those items, but you can recall with exact specificity the date and time to the minute you executed a search warrant in March?
Well, I did, sir. I believe the cell phone download email that came from Llandysul was sent on February 12th at 15:56 hours. I think on the 13th, I reviewed the cell phone. Subsequently, at 0900, I responded to evidence. At 0925, I went over to the crime scene section to process one of the items for blood in the presence of crime scene. I have been very specific, off memory, sir, of what occurred after the time frame that you've asked.
Detective Harris, what was the first date you went to follow up on the surveillance footage located at the park?
I did not. I did not do that, sir. That was Detective Van Gilder.
Surely, though, at some point you followed up or tasked somebody with getting that surveillance footage.
I believe a supervisor did, but I did not go over there and do that personally, sir.
Please tell the jury the exact date, the first date that you followed up on the surveillance footage across the street.
Well, specifically for 4546 West Jean, I believe the conversation took place on February 20th, I believe at 8:30 a.m. Regarding that, there was two other surveillance cameras, sir, that I looked at. One at 4546. It would have been Hannah Avenue, and then 4546 as well, sir. And that would have been on the 12th, and I believe it was around 1700 hours when I responded to those locations, sir.
So if I understand you correct, the first time you personally followed up was February 20th.
I believe that was the first time I had telephonic contact with the homeowner regarding 4546 West Jean Street. Was, I believe, February 20th at 0830, sir.
If you had gone to your sergeant on February 3rd and said, "Hey, Sarge, I got a report here from Deputy Laval that I'm reviewing because I'm the lead detective." And Deputy Laval on February 2nd, while I was interviewing Mr. Radford, notated in his report that at 4546 West Jean Street, I observed a surveillance camera attached to the residence, which pointed toward the crime scene. If you had gone to your sergeant and said, "Sarge, I got Mr. Radford telling me this was self-defense. He's got injuries to his face, significant injuries, I would submit, but the jury can decide that. I've got a tragic loss of life. Mr. Lay is deceased as a result of this shooting. We need all hands on deck to get that surveillance." What would your sergeant have told you? Would he have said, "No, we don't have the resources"?
I don't imagine you would have said that, sir.
In fact, I imagine, I think you'd agree, that if you had done that, if you as the lead detective had read
Speculation?
Sustained.
Detective, on February 3rd, well, let me rephrase. You compile all of the reports and supplements submitted to you by the other deputies on scene, yes?
I don't compile those.
Do they get sent to you?
Not necessarily.
Help me and the jury understand what a lead detective actually does. How do we, as a society, trust law enforcement to do the job of investigating a crime or to do the job of lawfully and justly exonerating an innocent man if we don't have the faith and ability to trust that they're going to actually follow up on these things? How do we do that? Please explain that to the jury.
Well, you guys have heard an extensive amount of follow-up was conducted on this case, which is why the decision wasn't made overnight. So I think that's been made pretty clear, sir.
Well, let's talk about that extensive follow-up. On February 2nd, Deputy Sheriff Laval writes in a report that there was...
Sustained.
Are you aware, Detective, that one of your fellow deputies on a case that you were the lead detective on advised in a report
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Reverse the bench.
utilized to organize criminal cases or investigations?
Yes, sir, when it's authored.
So if a report had been authored on February 2nd and you searched for fellow deputies' reports, you would have been able to read those reports.
If it was approved and gone through the system, yes, that could potentially happen, sir.
Either way, your testimony is within a couple of days. And just for clarity, because these details matter, we're talking 1 to 3 days?
I would say within the first week, maybe.
So on February 3rd, did you task anybody to go across the street to make contact with the resident of that home?
I did not personally task anybody with that.
And didn't make, at least this is what your testimony is to the jury, didn't make observations that there were cameras on that house, or at least you don't have a memory of that.
That would be correct.
You departed the scene of the shooting and went with Mr. Radford to the station, right?
Correct, sir.
And at that point, you did Is that something that you typically do in your cases? You know, look around for surveillance footage on your own as the lead detective?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't do that here.
Well, not regarding this particular home. I responded to the dog park and then ultimately went to the District 3 office. I'm not even certain if I passed the home, sir.
On February 4th, did you go to 4546 West Jean to try to make contact with the homeowner?
No, sir.
Can you advise to the jury if anybody within your agency did?
I don't know that, sir.
On February 5th, did you or anyone in your agency go to 4546 West Jean to obtain surveillance footage?
I did not, sir.
You, having the benefit of hindsight after the search warrant was executed, became aware that the surveillance had overwritten back to February 19th, correct?
I was advised that historical video surveillance from the 2nd was not located on it. I don't know anything other than it wasn't on that NVR.
Did you ask the individual within your agency tasked why?
The individual that accessed that data just stated that it was not captured. There was no video from February 2nd, sir.
Forgive me, Detective Horeb. You are investigating a shooting that ultimately resulted in the arrest and charges against Gerald Declan Radford for second-degree murder. And you did not inquire or follow up with the forensic witness as to why in any capacity. You just accepted that there was no video footage.
There wasn't video.
If I told you that the surveillance footage only went back to the 19th because the data had been overwritten, would you agree or disagree with that?
I don't know, why it started on the 19th. If it was overriding, inoperable. I don't have that information, sir.
Detective, you've been doing this for a really long time. You know that at 7-Elevens and DVRs and NVRs have the ability to store a finite amount of data, yes?
What do you mean by finite, sir?
Well, it's limited by the capacity of the locally stored hard drive, if it's not cloud-based storage, yes?
Yes, sir.
In fact, I can say with almost certainty, correct me if I'm wrong, that you have investigated cases where there has been surveillance and you've obtained that surveillance, be it from a 7-Eleven or a Walgreens or any kind of store.
Yes, sir. I have got video surveillance.
And there's been times where you have investigated cases and tried to obtain surveillance and have been advised that that surveillance didn't exist anymore because it had been overwritten, yes?
Yes, maybe by the owner of it, of the surveillance equipment. Correct, sir.
And so you, as a detective in a homicide case, know that the data itself, time is of the essence, yes?
Yes, sir, it is.
And your testimony to the jury is at this point up through February 5th. You personally did no individual surveillance of that neighborhood or approach that residence to see if you could make contact with the owner.
I did not personally do that, sir.
How about February 6th?
I didn't have contact regarding that residence, I believe, until it was via telephone on February 20th, sir.
Why did you call that individual on February 20th?
In an attempt to continue to follow up leads on tracking that down.
Okay, so let's work backwards now. So we know that on February 20th, you were following up to track that down and follow up on leads. When did you receive the leads that there might be surveillance footage pointed directly at the crime scene at that residence?
Like mentioned before, maybe within like a week, sir.
So on the day you learned of it, surely you went to your sergeant and said, Sarge, we've got to put somebody outside of this house to make contact with that homeowner. Yes?
Another detective was assigned to do follow-up on both, I believe, the park surveillance at the park to include the residence on Jean Street, sir.
Detective Horeb, what better evidence could you obtain to incriminate or exonerate an individual in a shooting than video surveillance pointed directly at the scene?
The truth?
Would the video show the truth if it captured the incident?
Potentially.
Potentially. And so you learned that there was potential surveillance, your words, 7 days after the shooting, yes?
Roughly, sir.
And it wasn't until 11 days after that that you personally tried to make contact with that homeowner.
Personally, yes, sir.
Do you understand how that could be troubling to not just myself, but to the citizens of Hillsborough County?
I mean, there's other detectives involved with trying to track that down. Me in particular, yeah, that's when I attempted to make contact with that person. There were other attempts, sir.
There were other attempts. Were they lead detectives?
There's one lead detective on this case, sir.
And that was you?
It is me.
Okay. Now please tell the jury the first time you followed up on the video surveillance signs at the park.
Sir, I've already told you that the video surveillance was followed up by somebody else regarding the park and Jean Street.
Detective, I'm asking you a direct question.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury the first time you followed up with the video surveillance that you've just told them a short time ago you saw the sign for, the day you did the walkthrough. Please tell the jury the first time you followed up on that video surveillance.
Outside of being provided with an update from the individuals that were following up with it, I did not personally follow up with that video surveillance.
Why?
Because it wasn't my task, sir.
You were the lead detective, and there was potential video. And we know now that those cameras at the park weren't working. We do know also that the cameras at the home were working. But explain to the jury, as the lead detective, how it is not your responsibility to acquire and preserve that evidence.
So I believe initially, day of, we were advised, because Hillsborough County did send, I believe, park staff out. I was advised that the video cameras were inoperable. There was a follow-up to that I was not involved with. I was subsequently advised yet again that those video cameras were inoperable. So yes, it's important, and yes, it was followed up with.
So the first time you attempt to make contact with the homeowner, now how did you learn of who the homeowner was, Eduardo? How did you get his contact information?
From the detective that was following up with it, sir.
And when did Detective Van Gilder tell you that information?
Specifically the phone number?
When did Detective Van Gilder say to you, hey, I got an update on the surveillance across the street?
I suppose the day that he did it. I don't know exactly when he informed me of it, but I wasn't there for that.
If I told you that was February 14th, would you agree or disagree?
I don't know the exact date. So
surely the day he told you, hey, I made contact, here's the information, you followed up on it immediately?
He was following up with the information, sir. He was tasked with that.
Who was he tasked with that by?
He was the one completing the task. I don't know who told him to do it. It wasn't me.
What would be more important? Surveillance footage pointing directly at the crime scene or the forensic cell phone dump?
I mean, just, it depends.
Explain to me and the jury how it depends.
Well, it depends on what the surveillance captured, if anything. So I don't have the luxury of determining that, sir.
And we don't have that luxury because the video no longer exists, right?
I was informed that it wasn't on the item that we collected, sir.
The day you received word that the digital forensic download was available, you reviewed it the same day?
I believe it was reviewed the same day, sir.
Are you?
No, the technician that does that.
When did you follow up on that?
The day of, I was informed later that evening.
And so did you personally review it that day?
I did not, sir. He did.
Let's talk about the photographs that you and Mr. Diaz reviewed, reference Mr. Radford's appearance at the walkthrough. We kind of jumped around a little bit, but we were discussing that these photographs were taken several hours, 3, maybe 4 hours after the incident occurred, right?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Mr. Radford had been given the opportunity to go to the bathroom, yes?
I don't know. I wasn't present for that.
Okay, had been given water at the station, yes?
I did give him a bottle of water when we got to District 3, sir.
You don't know if he was given water or opportunities to use the restroom prior to your arrival?
I do not know that. No, sir.
You could know if you had reviewed the body cam footage, right?
Well, in its entirety,
Okay,
possibly, if anything
Maxie.
happened, sir.
As lead detective, do you think that's important?
Oh,
That he used the restroom?
No, that you review the body cam footage of the responding officers to see what they observed immediately preceding a shooting where somebody perished or died.
Yes, sir.
thank you, Lady
You
Di.
reviewed every minute of the body cam footage.
I reviewed a portion of it. I reviewed the every minute that they got there right after somebody got shot and killed, sir.
As part of your investigation, it would be important to also review Mr. Radford.
I did write in YouTube saying I think this is quite a good thing, the gold thing. I've never used it before. I think it's quite good when you actually have a gold set. I think it's quite good. So thank you, Mexi. Thank you, Lady Di. I didn't expect anyone to donate. That's why I put like one super chat for $1, thinking maybe I'd get $1. But thank you, ladies. Who am I calling ladies? You're not ladies. But thank you anyway to Mexi and Lady Di. Hello to you, Crystal. Mexi, what do you think to them? This one, I fucking haven't got a clue. I think it's shoddy investigation. I know that much. But then I still can't not hear this guy's homophobic comments at the start as well. So, yeah. Smoking. No, I don't. I discourage people from doing this thing because YouTube takes so much. But thank you. Put it up with us. It's not us. It's you. It's not an us thing, Lady Di. It's just you. So thank you, my darling. Crystal, nice to see you again, my darling. Right, let's get back to
interactions with those deputies and statements.
There's quite a bit left, people, on this, so we're going to pull through. Wait to play it. Gotta ask you something. Yeah, ask away then. Ask away. What do you want to ask? It gives us a little bit of a break here anyway, so I play 1.5. Yeah, so we've got about half an hour left in this one, and then there's about 3 other videos. So we're going to try and zoom through it. Also, YouTube chat is playing up. I've been messaging people in the YouTube chat. It doesn't come through. So I'm just waiting on Lady Di now because she's got something to ask. I bet you she can't post. Hey! I am back at it tomorrow. 1:45 tomorrow. I'll be playing day 3 in the afternoon. Of the Megan Boswell trial, and also the full day of Saturday. So we'll zoom it. It just means we won't have to stop over lunch breaks and stuff. We can just zoom through lunch and stuff like that. So yeah. I did ask if it did not go through. Oh no, I don't know what you said then because yeah. hasn't come up here. If it comes up, leader, I'll stop it and answer your question.
He would make, right?
Yes, sir.
So did you review those portions of the body cam, detective?
I reviewed portions of the body cam on both Deputy Hoffman and Deputy Lowe's body cam, sir.
And you, I'm sure, noted that Mr. Radford, in addition to having some blood on his face and some apparent injuries, actually had a leaf embedded in the blood on his nose, right?
I did see a photograph. There's a portion of a leaf on his face, sir, I think near the bridge of his nose.
For the record, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 1. So you can see actually debris of some sort on his face, correct?
Yes, sir. There's appears to be a leaf underneath his eye, sir, by the bridge of his nose.
And of course, we'd be speculating as exactly how it got there, but that leaf is consistent with the type of debris that was located on the ground, yes?
There were oak leaves and dead leaves in that park.
Now, you and Mr. Diaz discussed the photographs of Mr. Radford's jeans, and you said that there was no dirt except for the speck on the front. So I'm going to ask you to look at this photograph here, Detective. Does this appear to be dirt or some type of stain of some kind? These marks on the bottom end of his jeans?
That could be, sir.
Okay, the back of his boots look like they could be covered in that gray sandy type substance? Yes?
No, sir.
No? You don't think that that's some type of shading or just a discoloration?
Well, they're both completely similar, so it looks like that's just the coloring of the actual.
What about this here? Could this be dirt?
It could be, sir.
Now, I understand the point Mr. Diaz was trying to make. However, we're talking 3 or 4 hours after the event, right?
If that's when that picture was taken, yes, sir.
Well, you took the photograph, yes?
No, sir. Like mentioned before, I did not take it.
You were present when they were taken.
I was probably at the park, but I was not the one that took those photographs, sir.
This is after Mr. Radford's interview with you that we watched, yes?
I believe so, yes, sir.
When you arrived on scene at 9:30, surely you, as lead detective, directed somebody or yourself took photographs of the same material. The jeans, the clothes, the hands, the face.
I did not take any photographs, sir.
Why not?
Because that wasn't my task.
I'm hearing a lot of from the lead detective, that was not my task. So, and I know we touched on this earlier, but this all funnels up to you as the lead detective. This investigation, you are in charge of, yes?
Yes, sir.
And so, as the lead detective, a homicide detective for a year, but a detective investigating homicides for 6, you know the importance of evidence retention, yes?
Yes, sir.
And so now, a year later, we're looking at photographs taken 4 hours after a shooting when evidence could have been preserved much closer in time, right?
Evidence was preserved closer in time.
Well, and the inference being made by the questions to you on direct examination is that surely Mr. Radford didn't get attacked and roll around in the sand because these pictures taken 4 hours later don't show dirt. But you, as the lead detective at 9:30, could say, hey, I know it's been an hour and a half. I just got here. Let's get a picture of his clothes. Let's get him off. Let's get him changed. Let's put him in an evidence bag. Yes?
I did not say that specifically, sir. That wasn't part of my task, sir.
Wasn't part of your task as lead detective. Sir, with all due respect, you could have said to any of the deputies on scene, hey, this is what I need you to do. Go ask Mr. Radford for consent to get his clothes right now. You could have done that, yes?
Yes, sir.
You did not.
I did not, sir.
You could have directed somebody or yourself said, hey, I need to take all the photographs I can of Mr. Radford right now because I know this type of evidence is easily destroyed. Yes?
I could have, sir.
And you did not.
No, sir. Crime scene was responding, and they're the ones that deal with that.
Is crime scene the lead detective on a homicide case, sir?
They're responsible for preserving the crime scene.
Is
sir.
crime scene the lead detective on a homicide case, sir? Yes or no?
No, sir. They are not.
Let's talk about the stovepipe. You were asked by Mr. Diaz to kind of walk the jury through the stovepiping and what that is. Yes?
Yes, sir. I was.
And as part of that discussion and explanation to the jury, you explained that when you cleared the stovepipe, the next round would be chambered. Yes?
If there's another round located in the magazine and you clear it properly, it would be chambered, sir.
But there are other ways that a round would not be chambered, right?
It could happen, yes, sir.
Well, not could happen. I mean, there are reasonable ways that a round would not be chambered. Yes?
Yes, sir.
For example, if somebody who is rendering a firearm safe locks the slide back before they clear the stovepipe and the slide does not actually go back forward, the round wouldn't be chambered. Yes?
If it's locked back, it would not be chambered, sir.
So now, when Mr. Diaz was asking you those questions, implying that Mr. Radford cleared it, it would have rechambered into the firearm, and then you would have had to take that bullet out and put it back in the magazine. The reality is that had Mr. Radford, a former Marine who just had to do one of the most traumatic things he had to do in his life, take a life to save his own, is rendering a firearm safe, and locks the slide back to clear the stovepipe, a new round would not be chambered.
If the slide is locked back, a new round would not be chambered, sir.
Or if Mr. Radford took the magazine out before he cleared the stovepipe, a new round would not be chambered.
That is correct, sir.
And there is no way for anybody to know which of those happened, right?
I do not know, sir.
So there are reasonable explanations for why the magazine would still have full 6 rounds in the magazine.
There could be, yes, sir.
Beyond Mr. Radford had a round rechambered, took it out, and put it back in the magazine. Yes?
That could have happened as well, sir.
How long did y'all look for the spent shell casing?
I wasn't there for that, sir.
And you're not implying to the jury that the fact that you couldn't find it means that there was some effort by Mr. Radford to get rid of evidence, correct?
The shell casing wasn't located. That's what I was made aware of, sir.
And you make no inference from that, right?
Simply, it was not located is what I know. There was no shell casing located regarding this. They weren't able to locate it.
Then on direct, Mr. Diaz played the video of the interview. And throughout that interview, he paused at times to kind of have you explain what your interpretations were, or to clarify some things that maybe were troublesome with audio. What was being said in the interview, correct?
We discussed the interview, sir.
Right, say that again. So you all say the C word where you are, where I am from in Britain, but apparently it's not acceptable here, what you talk about in America. He is from Ireland and has only been here for like 13 years. So to me, I think it's a culture difference. Well, so the guy that you know is from Ireland, but he lives in your vicinity, and he says a C word. Is that what you're saying? I don't say the C word. I don't say the C word. The North Wales, they say cont, but they say cont to everybody. Like, cont is a Welsh translation of the C-U-N-T, but everyone says it to each other. Iawn cont? Ti'n iawn cont? Shitty cont? How you doing cont? But where I am, it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable here. No. Down south, it's not acceptable here. No. So, no, yeah, no, it's not acceptable here at all. Ireland, it probably is more acceptable. But and there'll be places in there'll be small pockets of places in the UK that people say it. Like I suppose in London some people would say that, but no, it's it's derogatory. We wouldn't use it here. No, you're a C. We use the word cont, so maybe that's where you mix up. We use the word cont. As in North Wales, we use that specifically, but I'd never ever use that word down here in South Wales. Only in North Wales I would use it, in specific areas in North Wales as well. So, yeah. But apart from that, and there will be some places in the UK that they use a C word. Absolutely, there will be. But it's very, it's not a given. We don't get that offended by it, but yeah. Yeah, we say when we're really pissed, you're and he said Ireland's different. You see, Ireland's different. Ireland, there'd be more people saying in Ireland. In Ireland and Scotland, they're more brash. They're more harsh. They are a lot harsher in those countries. So, so I think they would say it in those countries. Yes. Look at someone here. Yeah, I mean, it's somewhat is true here as well. Hopefully that answers your question. But yeah, it would be common for Ireland and Scotland people to say it. Definitely here in Wales, only specific areas. Doesn't Runkle do goes that? Yeah, I've never done it before. I've never used it before. I just use it as a tester, and people are very generous. It's just money making by YouTube, basically money making by them. But it is, if you got a goal towards, like I've just bought a case, so actually a suitcase, an orange suitcase actually. So actually, Mexi and Robin have helped me buy an orange suitcase. So half, well, not all of it, but half of it. So that's good. The goal's been. I've only just tried it for the first time. So the options are, you can say you want to reach X amount of money or X amount of super chats. I think it's just to get people to engage. But I also think it's a way that YouTube make money, because if you donate $100, YouTube takes 30%. So they've taken 30, 35%, whatever it is. So they get money. So it's novelty, it's nice. But also remember they take the majority of the money, and Apple or Google Chrome or Google, wherever it is, take 10% as well. So it's not, it's fun, novelty, but the content creator gets about 50% of it, 56%, whatever it is. So just another way for YouTube to make it. I suppose it's fun for you guys, so I don't mind it, whatever. Anyway, there you go. That's the gist of it. And I suppose if you desperately want to do something, then it's a good thing as well to engage with your audience and stuff like that. So I've tried it. I probably won't use it ever again, but I tried it. It's quite cool. We don't have Cash Apps in the UK. We don't have Cash App. We have PayPal, and that's why I do Buy Me Coffee. Buy Me Coffee, PayPal. And also there's a new thing called Wise now that's actually coming into America and the UK. It's actually not a bad thing. But we don't do Cash App or anything like that. Wherever the other ones are, we don't have them. So yeah, it's unfortunate. Right, let's get back to this, or we'd be here all night. And we don't have Venmo. What time are you going live tomorrow? At 8:45 Eastern. 8:45 Eastern. I've had to buy a Wise credit card for. Sorry, Wise. Hang on, I'll show you now. Oh, I haven't got it here now. I've had to buy a Wise card to take out to America for me because it's got a lot less interest rates than my own card in America to get out the money at the ATM. So yeah, I've had to buy it. It was like $10 to buy a debit card for Wise to take out to America with me. So I will load that with some money or transfer some money, and it'll be cheaper for me to use that than my own credit card in or debit card in America. So that's what I'll be using.
Now, one of the first questions Mr. Diaz asked you was, did he appear out of it? Do you recall that?
I don't know if out of it was the term, but we discussed his emotional state on multiple occasions when I was watching the video.
And I put it in quotes because it was important for me to ask you. I wrote that Mr. Diaz said, did he appear out of it? But do you recall Mr. Diaz asking you something along those lines?
Yeah, we talked about the emotional state of the defendant
and then
on
he
multiple
said,
occasions.
then he asked you, did he ever say his head really hurts? And your response to the jury was no, sir. Do you remember that?
There was discussion about his head. Yes, sir.
Well, about an hour and a half ago. And I wrote this down in quotes because it was very important for me to flesh this out with the jury.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Diaz said, question, did he ever say his head really hurts? And your answer was no, sir.
I don't know if it was specifically my head really hurts. I know he stated there was something maybe on the back of his head and then said later that he thinks maybe he pulled a muscle or something.
I'm not talking about the walkthrough.
I'm talking about this interview, sir.
So your testimony now to the jury is that he did in fact indicate his head hurts.
I think when he asked me the question was, does his head really hurt, or however it was worded, I don't believe that's what he said. I know that he states something to Detective Mullen regarding his head because she looks at it, and it's talked again during this interview about him maybe pulling a muscle. But that specifically, no. I do. When he asked that question, I do not believe that was what he stated.
To be clear, prior to you entering the room, Mr. Radford indicated to Detective Mullen that his head hurts. It was starting to hurt.
I don't know the exact words, sir, but he did indicate that there was something that he wanted her or she volunteered to look at for him, sir. I wasn't there. You have to click the yes, sir.
And for the record, Your Honor, I'm playing what is labeled as interview 1, and the timestamp is 10:22:09 a.m. on the video.
I pass your eyes for your face. I pass your face. Okay.
And we'll get to this in terms of watching the footage, but on the walkthrough, I don't know if you caught it or if you're aware of it, and if you are, please acknowledge it. Do you recall how many times Mr. Radford was grabbing his neck and indicating that it was really starting to hurt?
I don't recall the number of that.
But you do recall him doing
He did, yes, grab his upper body or neck during the walkthrough. Yes, sir.
Which could be consistent with somebody being struck over the head with a mug and attacked. Yes?
That potentially, if somebody was struck, they could be feeling that way, sir.
Now, Mr. Diaz asked you, did he appear out of it while you were watching this video? Do you recall at one point Mr. Radford saying, but I won't be able to remember their names right now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I do remember that.
And that too would be consistent with somebody that suffered a head injury.
Overruled.
We were talking, I believe at that point, he was talking about other people that would attend the park. It seemed as if he just didn't have their names committed to memory.
you as a detective have interacted with what I'm assuming to be a large number of potential victims or suspects throughout your career, yes?
Yes, sir.
Specifically, you've interacted with individuals that have been subject to some form of significant trauma, yes?
Yes, sir.
And would it be fair of me to say that there is not one way that human beings all react to trauma in the same way, right?
I believe that's true. I believe we're different in how we react.
In fact, to some extent, there's a sliding scale here, but for all intents and purposes, kind of like DNA and fingerprints, everybody reacts to traumas differently, yes?
I think that's fair to state.
And so we know from your review of snippets of Deputy Lowe and Deputy Hoffman's body cams that Mr. Radford exhibited wild swings and emotions immediately following the shooting, yes?
He did have, again, kind of like an ebb and flow of how, he was emoting, if you will.
We heard the 911 call where he had fluctuations in emotions, crying and not crying, yes?
We did hear that, sir.
And we saw in this interview, Mr. Radford, throughout the entire interview, have ups and downs that would be consistent with somebody that just went through a significant trauma, yes?
He did have ups and downs in his emotions, sir.
That traumatic reaction, so to speak, continued through the walkthrough, yes?
There was portions of the walkthrough where that also was present, sir.
In your experience as a detective, that is normal behavior for somebody that went through a trauma, yes?
Yeah. I mean, a wide array of emotions is pretty common when interviewing people regarding some of these crimes, for sure.
And admittedly, you're not a doctor, right?
I am not, sir.
I'm not a doctor. Do you know if Mr. Radford suffered a concussion?
No, sir.
You know what a concussion is?
Not the medical definition. I wouldn't do it any justice. I know what a concussion is. I just don't know the medical term, or I don't know anything about that.
Concussions are caused by head trauma, yes?
Correct.
They can cause memory problems, yes?
I would imagine, yes, sir.
If he knows, he can answer. If he doesn't,
I don't know for certain.
Have you ever had a concussion?
I've never been diagnosed with one. I feel like I've probably had one before, but I've never been diagnosed with one by a doctor.
When you had what you thought might have been a concussion, did you have memory issues?
I was water skiing and puked and just didn't feel great. So
you didn't feel good. You were out of it. You were foggy. Cobwebs, yes?
I puked and my head hurt.
Mr. Radford's recitation of events. Things like he had a mouthful of dirt at one point. You recall that conversation?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Diaz then showed you one of those photographs that I published. I think it's in Exhibit 14 that was taken 4 hours later of Mr. Radford just prior to the walkthrough. Yes?
That is correct, sir. Well, yes, I don't know the timestamp again, but it was after, sir.
Have you ever gotten dirt or sand from the beach in your mouth?
Yes, sir.
Is it comfortable?
No, sir.
Do you leave it there and store it away like a squirrel hoarding acorns for the winter?
I've never done that, sir.
Probably spit it out, right?
Yes, sir.
Rinse your mouth out.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Radford had been given the opportunity to use the restroom. Yes?
Again, I wasn't present for that, potentially.
Would you expect anybody to have a mouthful of dirt 4 hours later based on the photographs the state showed you when discussing this?
Would I expect what, sir?
Would you expect somebody to still have a mouthful of dirt?
No.
You asked Mr. Radford during the interview, at some point you did pull it, referring to the firearm. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir. We discussed this firearm.
And Mr. Radford's response was, I had to, right?
I believe at one point that's what he stated. I believe it was like I had to, and followed up by something to the effect of it wasn't in my hand previously, or it wasn't in my hand before I went to the ground.
Mr. Diaz asked you on direct examination, why did you ask how he was feeling in that moment? And your response was, and I'm paraphrasing here, because you were looking into whether or not this was justifiable self-defense, right?
I mean, yeah, it's an array of things, just trying to figure out what's going on, right? The full scope of how the person was feeling, that type of thing.
Do you remember what Mr. Radford's response was?
It was touched on multiple occasions. I don't know what one you're referring to, sir.
What were you feeling during this struggle? Like, what was going through your mind going into
It's pretty direct, no?
Yes, sir.
You were asked by Mr. Diaz, did he ever tell you at this point that he hammer fisted him or had the safety on his firearm, things like that. Things essentially asking you negative questions. But did he do these things to you? Do you recall that question from Mr. Diaz?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have touched on the fact that Mr. Radford may or may not have had some type of head trauma. In your experience, are you familiar with trauma therapy in any way?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with the medical concept that individuals after a significant head injury or trauma can actually have memories come back down the road?
I'm not familiar with the science behind that, sir.
You would agree, though, that if somebody does have a significant head injury, that their memory may suffer in that moment.
Potentially, sir.
Now, I can't remember exactly how many times, but Mr. Radford, on multiple occasions in this interview, some while breaking down crying and others just before or just after, asked you how Walt was doing, right?
Not the exact words, but yes, that was asked in some version of that at least once to me, I think, during this interview, sir.
I think the exact way he framed it was any way you could find out how he is.
Possibly, I don't have the direct quote, but in essence, that was yes, he did ask that. I just don't know the verbatim account of that.
Did you understand what he meant when he asked you that?
I did, sir.
That he was concerned for how Walt was.
He wanted an update.
Have you dealt with alleged victims or actual victims in cases that were in a state of shock after a trauma?
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine, I don't know, again, medically, if it would be considered like I don't know, but people that have experienced, a bad day for sure.
As a deputy sheriff that's had, I believe you said, a 14-year career at this point?
Yes, sir.
Have you encountered citizens of Hillsborough County that have been in a state of shock as a result of something traumatic, be it a death, a car accident, a blow to the head, anything like that?
Yes, I would imagine it would be considered shock medically, but yes, people that were very shooken up for
Memories can be affected by that, yes?
sure. I'm not a doctor, sir. I don't know. I would imagine.
Well, have you personally encountered civilians that you've interacted with that had memory issues as a result of that shock?
I don't know, sir. I don't know if I have.
Mr. Diaz went on to ask you about you inquiring of Mr. Radford, were you in fear for your life? You remember that?
I did ask him that question, sir.
And Mr. Diaz then followed up with, did he ever say to you that he was in fear for his life? And your response was no. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Then he asked you, did he ever say he had no choice? And your response was no. Do you recall that?
I believe, sir.
He then asked you, did he ever say that he thought he was going to die? And when I say he, we're referring to Mr. Radford, and your answer was no. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Were you in fear for your life? Did you think you was gonna? Oh, I feel him. Well, I was kind of scared, yeah. Did he think? I just needed to think about being here. Okay. That's what I needed. Okay. I don't know if he's gonna stop or not. Okay.
You afraid of that happening?
Yeah. But it was, I mean, yeah. That's what I want. I guess I'm just that one I just don't because I couldn't stop him from getting out. Yeah.
I was fucking helpless. I couldn't fight him off. I was fucking helpless. A little bit more discourse about losing muscle mass. I couldn't stop him. You as the lead detective, what did you take that to mean?
I mean, I'm taking things at face value when I'm having a conversation with him regarding what his emotions or how he was feeling.
Mr. Diaz asked you, did he tell you that he was in fear for his life? Your response is no, correct?
Correct, sir.
What do you take, I was fucking helpless to me?
I don't know. I mean, at face value, he felt helpless at that moment. I don't think one has anything to do with the other necessarily.
He had told you previous to this statement that he was overpowered by a much stronger, younger, taller individual, right?
No, sir.
Did he tell you how much stronger he was than him?
He did state he was strong. Again, we're kind of missing like what was said, but he did state he was surprised how strong he was, something to that effect during that interview, sir.
Did you learn during your investigation Mr. Lay's age?
Yes, sir.
How old was he?
52 years old, sir.
How old was Mr. Radford?
65, sir.
In your reports, did you at any point designate height and weight for Mr. Radford?
I'm not certain if I typed it in or not, sir.
At any point, did you review whether it be driver's license records or medical examiner's reports to learn that Mr. Lay weighed upwards of 40 pounds more than Mr. Radford?
I don't know his exact weight, sir.
13 years his junior, yes?
Yes, sir.
Taller?
I believe by an inch, maybe.
And throughout the investigation, you learned and saw photographs, I assume, of Mr. Lay's knees after the autopsy, yes?
I did see photographs of his body, sir.
Did you see the abrasions and cuts, deep cuts in his knee subsequent to the autopsy?
Yes, sir. I've reviewed those photographs, sir.
And Mr. Radford had told you that Mr. Lay was on top of him during the struggle, yes?
He did state that, sir.
And if somebody is on top of somebody, it follows and it tracks that their knees would be on the ground, yes?
Potentially, sir.
You and Mr. Diaz discussed in fair detail that there were pebbles and rocks mixed in with the sand and the leaves and the sticks, yes?
In that area, yes, sir.
And if Mr. Radford is attacked and hit over the head with a steel Bubba mug, knocked to the ground, and Mr. Lay gets on top of him with his knees on the ground, that evidence would be consistent with what Mr. Radford told you in this interview room and in subsequent interviews, yes?
The photographs I observed, there were injuries to his knee, sir.
I'm showing you what has been entered as States Exhibit 12A through H. Sorry, I got it. Or the side profile view. At the time of the walkthrough, I know you said you didn't take these photos. These are the injuries to Mr. Lay's or Mr. Radford's face, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what would be, I guess, B of States Exhibit 12. We see a side profile view. We can kind of see some of the injury to his nose. Yes.
Yes, sir.
This would be C. We see some type of injury under his eye. Yes.
Yes, sir.
This would be D. We see measurements of that injury. Yes.
Yes, sir.
E. We see what appears to be a deep burn cut and an abrasion to his forehead.
Yes, sir.
F. We see a closer view of that cut. Yes.
Yes, sir.
And then in G, we see some type of abrasion to Mr. Radford's neck.
Possibly, yes, sir.
All of these could be consistent with the versions Mr. Radford told you. Yes.
I mean, possibly, sir.
And again, you don't know, right?
I wasn't there.
Only, and tragically, only living witness to what took place is Mr. Radford. Yes.
That is correct, sir.
And in discussing all of the evidence we've just discussed, you've admitted that this evidence is consistent with what he's told you. Yes.
I mean, I have acknowledged the fact that he does, in fact, have injuries that were photographed, sir.
If somebody says to you, I was helpless, that's not indicative to you that they think everything's going to be okay and that it's just going to stop, right?
Yeah, possibly.
Liberal.
If Mr. Radford told you I couldn't fight him off, does that lead you to believe that he thinks that he has an adequate way of physically defending himself with his fist or his feet or his arms? Or does that indicate to you, if true, mind you, I'll acknowledge that, if true, does that indicate to you that there was no way in his mind in that moment that he could fight off Mr. Lay?
That could have been what his mindset was. I'm not certain, sir.
I couldn't stop him means, if true, that he did not believe in that moment after being struck in the head with a mug that he could stop Mr. Lay, correct?
World.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what he was thinking. I know what he said.
I apologize. This is, for the record, I'm playing the walkthrough in States Exhibit 16. And it's the file labeled walkthrough. And I am going to fast forward it to the 3-minute and 45-second mark.
And that's why if I being out here, my job is generally a little bit, you know what I'm saying? So, take a deep breath.
You were asked by Mr. Diaz during the interview, during your viewing of the interview, did he appear out of it? What was your answer? Do you remember?
I believe during that portion of the video or what we were looking at, I said no.
Here we are at the walkthrough, and I think from the little snippet we just watched, it's clear that Mr. Radford is at least exhibiting signs that he is struggling with memory. Yes?
I mean, there are some vague answers. Yes, sir.
In fact, at one point, you're trying to ascertain where exactly the struggle occurs, and you say, as opposed to allowing the information to come out organically, the struggle occurs here, and Mr. Radford's response is, it must be. Do you remember that?
think that was subsequent to him asking where his glasses were as a point of his reference, sir.
Approximately, are you, when you got to get close enough to here somewhere? And that's why if I get out here, like, I know, hey, that's nobody but you,
He's violently shaking right now. Yes?
He's shaking, yes, sir.
Okay. What do you think? What do you think he's going through right now? I'll withdraw the question, Judge. Is it clear that to you that Mr. Radford is struggling to some extent, Mr. Hare or Detective Hare?
Yeah, he is shaking, sir.
And I want to be clear. Are you in any way implying that throughout all of this that Mr. Radford is acting in any way or feigning a traumatic event?
I mean, I'm just presenting what happened, sir.
So to be clear, you are not implying or saying to this jury that you believe Mr. Radford is acting or faking, correct?
I'm just letting you guys know what was said and what I said.
Do you remember what he said to you there when he's grabbing his head and looking confused? What is he saying?
I'm not exactly sure what he said in that moment. Maybe something like, I can't see it or something. I don't know.
On February 8th, you conducted a second interview, yes, of Mr. Radford?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, in some capacity, he says to you that he's troubled by the portrayal of this case in the media, yes?
He advised what was, I guess, told to him by potential, like someone from the news media during that conversation.
Were you aware of the media coverage that this case was getting in the week following the shooting?
I know a lot of people were reaching out, but I don't pay attention to the news, sir.
When you say a lot of people were reaching out, what do you mean?
People were reaching out to me. Like several people were reaching out to me, and I believe some of them had stated that, they were wanting something done. Obviously, he sends the email that the news media had contact with him at 11:20 that morning, which was a few hours before I went over there. But personally watching news stories or anything about that, reading articles, I wasn't a part of that, sir.
Detective Hare, are you aware that in the weeks subsequent to the shooting, that a petition was created that could be edited, that was sent to the sheriff's office and the state attorney's office from members of the LGBTQ community, outraged over their perception of this case and how law enforcement was handling it?
I have never seen that document, sir.
How many people from the community reached out to you?
Multiple, sir.
More than 10?
Yes, sir.
More than 20?
Possibly.
More than 30?
I don't know. I think 20-ish maybe is a fair number going off of what I can remember, maybe more, sir.
And did you receive emails and phone calls from individuals that weren't actual witnesses to this crime?
That is correct.
Urging or asking, what are you going to do with this case? Are you going to file charges? Or are you going to make an arrest?
I mean, there was quite a bit of substance to the one amount of people that reached out to include, quite a bit of past interactions, personal experiences, things of that nature.
Now, Mr. Diaz asked you, why didn't you tell Mr. Radford about the snippet that you had obtained purporting to be Mr. Lay recounting a threat? Do you recall that?
I do remember that.
And I think your response was something along the lines of, obviously with an active investigation, you kind of decide strategically what to share and what not to share. But you made the strategic choice to not share that information at that point in time.
I did not show him the video at that point.
And I think one of your responses, because I put it in quotes to Mr. Diaz, was we were still working on stuff, right?
We were, sir.
On February 8th, just to clarify, some of the stuff that you were not working on actively was the surveillance footage we previously discussed, yes?
I did not have any involvement with that on February 8th at all, sir.
All right,
No.
approach the bench for a minute, please.
They're breaking up, thankfully. Yeah, no, vent away, people, vent away. Yeah, it's going to take time, Crystal. Absolutely. I can only imagine, my darling. Right, next one then. Let me find the next one for us. Hang on. That was the end of that day. we have got fucking hell. All the videos I got left is about 8 hours, 10 hours, sorry. But hopefully there's going to be breaks and lunches in between. This is day 2. Day 2 starting, so it's gonna be a long, long night. Fucking lady died too. You're lucky I love you, otherwise you'd be fucking... Right. Screen neck pillow, I know. Right, hang on. Let me just get this trial back up. It's a 2-day trial. Yeah, it is 2-day trial. The 3rd day is closing arguments. The closing arguments are like 3.5 hours. So we're on to day 2 now. Day 2 in the morning, this is.
Video itself, who did you first learn of that video from?
Let's go.
One of the witnesses that, or I'm sorry, an individual that sent me a email sent me that video.
And to be clear, that would have been Miss Wolfley?
Yes, sir.
When did you receive the email alerting you to the existence of that video?
The following week, sir.
Do you know an exact date?
I do not, sir.
Thank you, Robert G.
You reviewed that video?
Yes, sir, I did.
And that's the video that was presented during your direct examination with Mr. Lay, what appeared to be.
Congratulations to Mr. Meat Hook, who was here for Karen Reid, Vanessa R, Drew P. Gambino, who was here for Karen Reid. We are the People Network, We the People News Network, and GG as well. Congratulations to everybody. I think you just press the thing, lady, hippie chick. Yeah, thank you so much, Robin, for the gifted membership medallion. Thank you so much. There you go. Crystal's done as well, 6 months. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you, everybody, for being members. I do really appreciate it. I generally really do. Press what thing? So I think, I don't know, because I don't have it here. So there's something in chat. People, how do you do that? What Crystal and Lady Di and Robin G just did. How did you do it, lady? So Hippie Chick can do the same. Hippie Chick feels left out now, so explain to her what you guys did, because I can't see at my end. The money symbol behind. There you go. Hit the $sign.
In the dog park, right?
That is correct, sir.
Advising that Mr. Radford had told him that he was going to die.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
To your understanding and knowledge, did your agency in the...
Yeah, don't donate, just hit the milestone. $sign milestone, that's it.
years leading up to February 2nd of 2024 ever receive a complaint or call reference threats of violence against Mr. Lay by Mr. Radford?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
There was a mention in that video that he was instructed by the police to record those videos. If I understand your answer to my previous question correctly, through your investigative resources within your own agency, you are unaware of any call for service to the non-emergency or emergency line of Mr. Lay having any interaction with the deputy in your agency advising him to do that.
That is correct, sir.
Did your analysis or the digital forensics analysis of the digital forensic analyst who did the cell phone extraction, did either of you utilize the geolocation data located in that extraction to verify that that video was actually recorded at the park on that specific day?
I'm not certain there is geolocation on that video, sir.
Did you look?
Not specifically for that, sir.
But you have the ability to do that.
If it is available, yes, sir.
Did you task the digital forensics analyst at your agency to do that?
I did not, sir.
So to be clear, there is no way to verify when exactly that video was in fact recorded.
There is a date and time stamp on the video, sir.
I understand that. And to be clear contextually for the jury, that date and time stamp could be when that video was saved on the phone, right?
Potentially, sir.
But in and of itself, that does not mean that that video was actually created on that date and time.
There is a date and time stamp on it, sir.
My question is, can you say that that video was recorded at that date and time? And the answer is no.
I cannot say with 100% certainty, but there is a date and time stamp on it.
Is there any eyewitness testimony that you uncovered throughout your investigation that would corroborate that that actually took place that day?
No, sir.
We briefly discussed yesterday your ability to arrest somebody that you believe you have probable cause committed a crime. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Throughout the course of your career as a detective and your entire career as a law enforcement officer, but specifically on, let's focus on homicide cases, have on scene you effectuated an arrest of a murder suspect?
No, sir.
So your testimony to the jury is that you've never effectuated an arrest on a murder suspect on scene?
I don't believe I personally have, sir. No.
Have you or any of your fellow detectives that you're aware of ever effectuated an arrest on a murder suspect without the approval of the state attorney's office?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
There was some discussion on direct about the victim specialist, Rundis, that works with your agency.
Yes, sir.
Her official title is victim specialist.
I believe that's what it was at that time. I think it might have changed. I think she's now a manager over that section, but at the time, I believe victim specialist was the title that she was given.
How many times throughout your career have you referred a potential homicide suspect to a victim specialist?
I have referred the victim specialist anytime it's been requested. Anytime it's ever been requested, I've referred the victim specialist.
My specific question, detective, is how many times in your career have you referred a potential suspect in a homicide investigation to a victim specialist?
At least on 2 occasions, sir.
And a victim specialist, to be clear for the jury, is somebody that provides victim services, yes?
Among other things, sir.
And other things would include resources for trauma therapy.
It could be, I'm not sure what their entire scope is, but they have a pretty large network.
A network of resources to assist potential victims.
Among other things, sir, they also provide services for maybe family that's being accused of child neglect or abuse for services. So not always classified as victims, but that is the title.
Understood. I want to discuss with you the text message that was discovered on Mr. Lay's cell phone. Had you found this text message throughout the course of your investigation prior to the presentation you testified you made to the state attorney's office in early March. I assume that you would have presented this text message as part of that presentation.
Yes, sir. Like mentioned yesterday, had I located that, that would have been documented, sir.
And publishing on the overhead what has been entered in as State's Exhibit 18, which is this text message. Now, did you speak to Sue Jones after learning of this text message?
No, sir.
Now, investigations, even though charges may have been filed, investigations can be ongoing, right?
That is correct, sir.
So you could have reached out to Sue Jones to discuss with her the context of this conversation?
Yes, sir.
And you did not?
That is correct.
Okay. And to be clear for the jury, and I appreciate the quality of the explanation you gave about the UTC time, because that can be rather confusing.
Yes, sir.
The dates that we have here, except for Ms. Jones' text, are accurate, right? The 2-1 dates are accurate?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Jones' text message was actually sent on January 30th of 2024?
Yes, sir. I believe it would have been the 30th at, I think, 11/19/55.
And what we have in State's Exhibit 18 is a text from Sue Jones to Walter Lay's cell phone, yes?
That is correct, sir.
And it says, "Hey, Walt, I have not been able to find any paperwork from my court case. I do remember that his first name is Declan. I have given this some serious thought. I do hope you will file a police report because what he is doing to you constitutes a hate crime and he needs to be stopped. Have Tammy or one of the guys ask him what his last name is. Let me know what is going on. Love you." Right?
That's what it states.
Now, and moving forward with the timeline, on February 1st of 2024, at roughly 1:11 p.m., Mr. Lay responds, right?
He does send her a text message, sir.
Okay. And to be clear for the jury, this text message is roughly 5 hours, give or take, after you testify Mr. Lay's video was either recorded on that phone or saved on Mr. Lay's phone. Yes?
That would appear so, yes, sir.
So Mr. Lay either records or saves a video alleging that he was threatened by Mr. Radford at the dog park on February 1st at 7:58 a.m., I believe you said?
Yes, sir. 7:58.05.
5 hours later, after he records a message that says, "This is my video blog to protect me. Today, Deck told me you're going to die. You're going to die." He sends a text message to Sue Jones that says, "Hello, I'm at work. Our computers are down. I was able to get all his info from the morning crew. He's crazy. He doesn't have anywhere else to go. He doesn't really intimidate me. I'll keep you posted. I thought if he blocks my path again, I'll try to tackle him. He's really older than he looks. He's weak and feeble. I'll keep you informed. This weekend should be drama." Right?
That is what was sent, sir.
Detective, you'd agree that the tone and tenor of this text message directly conflicts with the tone, tenor, and message that Mr. Lay allegedly recorded on his cell phone at 8 a.m. the same day, correct?
I would agree that it's two separate things, sir.
Well, it's more than two separate things, because in one video, he's saying that his life was threatened, but in this message sent 5 hours later, he's talking about tackling Mr. Radford and that this weekend should be drama. Those are two very different things, yes?
They are two different text messages, sir.
Throughout your investigation, you talked to how many civilian witnesses would you say kind of reached out to you or you proactively reached out to?
I would say roughly 20. There could have been more.
And you testify on direct examination that in a variety of capacities, those witnesses told you various things about Mr. Radford's behavior and speech and things that he said at the dog park in the years leading up to the shooting. Yes?
Yes, sir. That was some of the information provided.
But consistently, And universally, every single one of them relate to you that in that time period, there was never any physical violence between Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford, correct?
That is correct, sir.
No physical violence that Mr. Lay directed at Mr. Radford, yes?
Correct, sir.
And no physical violence generated or caused by Mr. Radford to Mr. Lay.
That is correct, sir. I believe so.
And roughly 18 hours after Mr. Lay says, if he blocks my path again, well, let me ask you this. Is standing in front of somebody a crime, detective?
No, sir.
Is being a jerk a crime?
No, sir.
The term has been introduced throughout this trial that Mr. Radford had referred to himself as an asshole. Is being an asshole a crime?
No, sir.
Now, while disrespectful, uncouth, socially unacceptable and frowned upon, being a jerk, blocking someone's path, those are not criminal in any way, shape, or form, right?
Not regarding this, sir. No, sir.
And if you were standing in a park and you watched somebody block somebody's path, and while you were watching that, that person whose path was blocked, tackled or punched or assaulted with any form of violence, the individual blocking their path, you would have probable cause to arrest them for a battery, for a crime, yes?
Yes, sir.
Because that would be unlawful.
Yes, sir.
With no provocation physically.
Correct, sir.
Is it a coincidence to you that 18 hours after this text message was sent, with a history of 2 years of no violence, verbal disputes, disagreements, animosity, but no violence, is it a coincidence to you that 18 hours after Mr. Lay says, I'll try to tackle him if he blocks my path again, that for the first time in the dynamic that you investigated and from the witnesses you spoke to, that Mr. Radford told you that he was tackled and attacked by Mr. Lay? Is that a coincidence?
I don't know if it's a coincidence. That's what I was told.
But you would agree that 18 hours after this message was sent, that Mr. Radford tells you he was tackled or attacked by Mr. Lay.
That was stated, yes, sir.
And shortly after the 1:11 p.m. text, Mr. Lay follows it up unprompted with, he's eat up with bursitis. I think he wants me to beat him in some weird, crazy sex, ... I don't know, LOL. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Now, you learned throughout your investigation that from Mr. Radford that he had, arthritis or bursitis or issues with his shoulder, right?
Yes, sir. He informed me of that.
And it's evident from these messages that Mr. Lay is intimately aware of those issues, yes?
He does state it, sir.
When you meet with the state attorney's office for a case presentation, they take your opinion into account?
I would assume.
Do you give your opinion?
No, sir. I present the facts, known facts of the case.
Do they ask you your opinion on whether or not you believe it is self-defense or homicide?
No, sir.
Overruled is already answered.
Detective, if someone threatened your life, disregarding Mr. Lay's response to Ms. Jones for a second, if someone tells you that you're going to die and you believe them, are you going to seek out an interaction with that individual one-on-one the next day if you genuinely believe them?
Sustained.
Detective Harrop, throughout the course of the 30 plus days that you were investigating this case before you arrested Mr. Radford, you believed that this was self-defense, yes?
No, sir.
The truth is that you told Mr. Radford that you thought it was self-defense, correct?
No, sir.
Are you sure that you never told Mr. Radford that this was self-defense? Not just once, actually, but on 6, 7, or 8 occasions.
No, sir.
Do you recall giving testimony in a pretrial hearing on this case?
Yes, sir.
would taking a look at that refresh your memory as to your answer to that question at that hearing?
Yes, sir.
If you could read that. Just
17 through 25.
17 through 25 and line 1.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling Mr. Radford that you thought this was self-defense on more than one occasion?
I did not say that, sir.
In fact, I just asked you in front of the jury, did you ever say that to Mr. Radford? And your answer was no.
That is correct.
At a previous hearing, you were on the witness stand under oath, yes?
Yes, sir, I was.
Swore to tell the truth?
Yes, sir, I did.
And at that time, I asked you, referring to page 154, line 17, question, how many occasions did you tell Mr. Radford that you thought it was self-defense? Answer, I don't know if I ever specifically made that statement to him. Question, are you sure about that? Answer, I'm not positive about that. Question, so it's possible, in fact, throughout the course of the 35 to 40 days before Mr. Radford was arrested, that you actually told Mr. Radford, I think this is self-defense. Answer, I don't know if I ever stated that to him. Question, it's possible you did, though. Answer, I don't recall ever stating that to him. Question, are you sure? Answer, I'm not, sir. So today you've told the jury unequivocally that you did not say that, but previously under oath, you in fact implied and said that it is possible you said that to Mr. Radford. Which is it?
So at that time, during that hearing, I hadn't listened to every single interview or interaction that I had recorded. I didn't believe I had ever said that to him. Since then, I have, and I never stated that to him. So that's what it is.
That's interesting, Detective, because you testified yesterday that you weren't wearing a body camera during this investigation, right?
I was not, sir.
And so the only footage you could review is either the interviews that you conducted, which are a small segment of time, or the body cameras of other officers, yes?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, when those cameras aren't recording in the interview room, you're traveling with Mr. Radford to and from parking lots, you're talking about the case, you're going to crime scenes, but your interactions with him are not captured on those videos, yes?
They are captured.
Okay, so your testimony to the jury is that you had no conversations with Mr. Radford that were not captured on body cams. Is that what you're saying today?
A conversation, no, sir. Everything that we talked about regarding the case was in some way, shape, or form recorded.
I'd imagine that had you been wearing a body cam, the jury would know for sure if you're telling the truth or not, right?
I mean, there would be body cam available.
Yeah, so there'd be body cam footage of you traveling to Mr. Radford's house before you activate a recorder to interview him. And after you turn off that recorder and you say, hey, man, I think it's self-defense. This is a process. I've got to go through this process, right?
I mean, that wasn't stated, but the case itself, the discussion regarding the case was either audio and or video recorded.
Let's talk about the body cameras. Detective Hoffman, or the Deputy Sheriff Hoffman, his body cam is activated the second he starts traveling to the crime scene, yes?
Yes, sir.
It captures every interaction for hours that he has with other deputies, yes?
Yes, sir.
It captures every interaction he has with civilians, yes?
Yes, sir.
Even when he's not talking to anybody, the camera is running, yes?
Yes, sir.
And had you had a body camera, we would know, and the jury would know, every conversation and statement that you made while Mr. Radford was in your presence, yes?
I mean, there would be body cam available. There are other modes that we record, i.e. audio and video, from my cell phone, which I did. But body cam, yes, I do not have body cam footage of myself.
And when you are walking to and from interview rooms, if there was a body cam active, we would know exactly what conversations took place, correct?
Yes, sir. We didn't like travel together in a vehicle or anything like that. But if I had a body cam, that would be available. Yes, sir.
Do you think telling a potential suspect or somebody that you genuinely believe acted in self-defense, hey, I think this is self-defense, is a rather important statement to make in an investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when I asked you at that previous hearing, did you ever tell Mr. Radford that this is self-defense? And your answer was, I don't know. Why wouldn't you remember that?
Because I didn't believe I had ever said that to him.
Well,
And
in fairness, detective, that was not your answer, though. Right? You could have said that.
well, in essence, that was my answer, sir. That was the substance of what I answered.
We covered, and you agreed yesterday that words matter. Yes?
They do, sir.
And your words under oath at a prior hearing were, how many occasions did you tell Mr. Radford that you thought it was self-defense? Answer, I don't know if I ever specifically made that statement. Question, are you sure about that? I'm not positive about that, right? That was your answer.
That is correct, sir.
Okay, and today you are telling the jury, because you reviewed footage of other deputies, not your body cam footage, because we don't have that, that you are 100% sure that you never said that. Is that what you're telling the jury?
That's what I'm stating, sir. I did not tell him that.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Anything else from the state?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I was going to ask you yesterday if Mr. Futch said words matter multiple times, but he did me the favor of saying it again today. Words matter, right?
Yes, sir, they do.
Okay.
I think I left it. That was the only one I had.
That's the one I happen to be looking for.
Make sure I didn't mix it. Oh, I did.
So if words matter, I mean, I have an English degree, but I can't rely on that. If, the word is if in the text message, right?
Yes, sir.
If he blocks my path again, it doesn't say then, but then it says, then I'll try to tackle him. The text message that we focused on so intently has the word if in it, right?
Yes, sir, it does.
If I were to make a statement like, if you give me $100, I'll give you something of value, the presumption is you have to give me the $100 first before I give you the thing of value, right?
That would be correct, sir.
It's what we call a conditional statement.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. Futch has gone to great lengths, mostly yesterday, to talk about all of the instances where Mr. Radford could have gone to the bathroom, could have gotten treatment from medical attention, because we know he got some medical attention. He got bandages on his face. You gave him a bottle of water, right? There's all of
Yes,
these
sir.
moments that he asked you about that led up to the interview at the station and then eventually the pictures back at the dog park of Mr. Radford.
Correct, sir.
And I don't think it takes a genius to guess that he's probably suggesting there was time Mr. Radford could have cleaned his face.
That is correct, sir.
Does this body cam have a timestamp on it?
Yes, sir, it does.
8:05?
That is correct, sir.
What's our time of offense?
The 911 call was made at 07:55, sir.
I mean, look, you're not a doctor, but this sure looks like blood on his face, doesn't it?
All right, Mr. Diaz.
But you watched the body cam footage from Deputy Hoffman, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to play the body cam footage from Deputy Hoffman. Sound is turned off. Deputy, we can actually do things to this video to, for example, slow it down, right?
Yes, sir.
So if I go to here, play speed settings, and I set it to half time, for example. It's from a distance, but here we are at 8:02 and 14 seconds. Here we've gotten closer, 8:02 and 18 seconds. 8:02 and 20 seconds. There's the side of Mr. Radford's head at 8:02 and 21 seconds. Do you see dirt on his face anywhere?
No, sir.
The defense was kind enough to put in pictures from the body cam of Deputy Hoffman of the knees of the victim, which they have asserted were in contact with the ground. Did you see anything like that dark black discoloration anywhere on Gerald Radford during any of the interaction you had with him?
No, sir.
In any of the body cams that you've watched, did you see any black discoloration like this dirt on the knees of the victim on Mr. Radford?
No, sir.
Mr. Futch also went to great lengths to keep asking you about what did you do on February 5th? What did you do on February 6th? What did you do on February 7th? And then he kind of built a window of there was no new evidence between February 9th and March 8th, right? Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Isn't that exact period the time that we were trying to see if there was a video?
Yes, sir.
Did we know if we were going to get a video on February 9th?
No, sir.
Did we know what it was going to contain?
No, sir.
Mr. Futch has just assumed that it would have been good for his client.
Your Honor, wait.
Yes.
Find it here. This is the dog park video at dog park, which is attached to the third interview.
Then states.
16.
Thank you.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Hey, this is part of my video that I already done.
Sir, I'm not going to suggest you're an arborist or a park expert, but does the background appear consistent with West Dog Park? Are there trees and big open spaces of basically completely uncultivated ground?
Yes, sir.
Then you, because the police told me to do this, was
I know you're not a veterinarian, but I'm now at the 7-second mark. There's a black thing just over the shoulder of Mr. Lay on the left side of the camera. Does that look like a dog?
Yes, sir.
That looks like an all-black dog with a collar, doesn't it?
Yes, sir, it does.
I'm going to go back to Deputy Hoffman's body cam, which is State Exhibit 1. I won't ask you to comment on what that animal there looks like. I'll just let the jury look at it. But we are, for the record, at the
Objection, Your Honor.
1 minute and 5 seconds.
Sustained.
Now, you were asked about whether or not you told Mr. Radford that you did or did not think this was self-defense. And so I want to ask you about techniques that you can use as a detective when you're trying to get witnesses or even potential suspects to talk to you. One of them is, can you lie to them?
Yes, sir.
I mean, could you grossly lie, even to a suspect? Could you tell the suspect, for example, we've got you on video, we know you did it, just to see what he says?
Yes, sir.
Could you invent the existence of fingerprints or DNA or even the existence of people to say, we have witnesses who saw you do this?
Yes, sir.
You can flat out lie to people when you're interviewing them, even when they're suspects.
That's correct, sir.
Even when they're actually already arrested and charged, if they're talking to you, you can just still continue to lie to them.
Yes, sir.
You were asked if you told Mr. Radford that you thought this was self-defense, and you said you never said that. But even if you suggested it, even if Mr. Radford thought that, you could lie to him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, even if you did think it was self-defense, your opinion is not the deciding opinion, right? Mine is the deciding opinion for charging, the state attorney, I mean.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And the ultimate decision is theirs, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
So we started this, and I want to end again on words matter. And so I want to go back to the jail phone call of Mr. Radford. Let me get my list. State Exhibit 17, and specifically, it's the phone call that ends 12-196-637. That's the wrong folder. And in a minute, I'm going to play at the 4 minutes and 33-second mark, roughly. But I want the jury to understand where we are chronologically in the progression of not just the investigation, but the case. This call we've already established is March 31st. Mr. Radford is arrested when?
March 8th, sir.
And on March 18th, did you testify in court at a different proceeding where the state basically put on the evidence of what we thought we had against Mr. Radford?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes.
Christine, because courts in Tennessee and Georgia and all them, they can do on Saturdays if you want. Also, the jury sequestered, Christine, which means they need to do on Saturday so they can get home quicker.
The hearing, March 18th, 2024, where you came and testified, correct?
Yes, sir.
As part of that testimony, Mr. Radford would have been in the courtroom and heard you talk about how the autopsy results did not comport with his version of events as he described the shooting, correct?
They were discussed during that hearing, sir.
So by the time March 31st comes around, he now knows that there's a piece of evidence he's never heard before until March 18th about the autopsy. Is that correct?
That would be correct, sir.
You've never told him the autopsy results on prior to March 18th when he hears it in court.
That is correct, sir.
And so on March 31st, I will play it again. This is at the roughly 4 minute and 33-second mark.
Yeah.
The only thing I did wrong is call that guy a fat.
Yeah.
I didn't twist the gun. I didn't try to make him do the things he did. I didn't give him HIV. And I sure as hell didn't want it from him.
Yeah. No.
I turned around to look at the whiskey, and when I turned back around, he covered 10 feet in a matter of seconds. It was probably 15 feet. But there was an airplane going over. I didn't hear a damn thing. I was fumbling with my phone in my hoodie.
Yeah.
Trying to get the volume down. And just bang! All of a sudden, I'm on the ground on my back. And he's
Yeah.
It's Mr. Radford saying the victim covered 10, maybe even 15 feet, basically ambushed him while a plane was going overhead, and bang, he was hit, and all of a sudden he was on the ground.
Yes, sir.
That's March 31st. So since words matter, I want to go back to the defendant's first interview, which is part of State's Exhibit 16. And I'm going to play the audio only just because it's easier to jump around. There's the open with.
All right, today is
And I'm going to go to 13:12 on the timestamp of just the audio version.
So he comes walking the other way and he said something. And I said, fuck off. And we're like walking towards each other.
Did he just say, we come walking towards each other?
Yes, sir. We're like walking toward each other.
And again, I'm not asking you to interpret this audio. Do you remember him saying to you in the initial description that the two men approached each other intentionally?
Yes, sir.
And he just fucking, he said, get away from me or I'll kick you. I don't know what he said.
When Mr. Radford said, he said, get away from me or I'll kick your, I don't know what he said. When the he is he referring to, is that the victim? Is he saying the victim said, get away from me or I'll kick your ass?
Yes, sir.
I can't say he said or I'll kick your ass. I said, what are you gonna do? And then I woke up on the phone. He hit me. Obviously, he fucking hit me. Went down on the ground. And that's it. Scuffling on the ground and then I'm on the phone. You go.
Now, in that portion of the audio is Mr. Radford saying that basically he said, what are you going to do? And then he got hit and they were just magically on the ground the next thing he knew.
Yes, sir.
But I want to direct your attention also to 17:30 as it relates to the audio clip, the audio version.
And then we started scuffling, I guess. So how did that kind of begin? I don't know, dude. We just looking at it. He hit me. I saw that fucking nose. He hit me in the fucking face with that, whatever you have in his hand. And I just went ape shit. I tried to grab hold of him. I guess I got a handful of shirt or something because he got like around and I fell over and he's fucking down.
And I know it's hard for the jurors to hear this because they're trying to hear it at a distance. They can take it back and listen themselves. But did he say, I tried to grab a hold of him? I got a hand to pull his shirt or something because he got like around and I fell over?
Yes, sir.
Words matter, detective?
Yes, sir, they do.
Thank you.
Right, you can step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Is he released from his subpoena?
No, Your Honor. He needs to remain on standby, please.
Does he need to remain here in the courthouse?
No.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
July of 2012.
Okay, so not quite 13 years.
Right.
That puts you about 30 years in the field of medicine, not counting your years as a nurse.
Yes.
What is your current assignment or duty or responsibilities at the medical examiner's office?
I'm currently the chief medical examiner, and I have a deputy chief medical examiner and 4 associate medical examiners, and we all work together. And I'm supervise them. And then we also teach medical students at the University of South Florida and do other outreach for the community as well as do our work, which is autopsies.
All right, and so I know you probably have a variety of administrative jobs and whatever now in the work that you do, but in terms of a homicide case and a homicide investigation, what is the role of a medical examiner? What do you all do? What are you tasked with doing?
So we're technically forensic pathologists. So we are tasked with determining the cause and manner of death in cases that fall under the jurisdiction of the Florida statute 4611.
What is cause and manner? Why is that a distinction? What does that mean?
Cause is the disease or injury that leads to the person's death. The manner is how it happened. So if it is a car accident, it would be an accident. So manner could be a natural death, like from cancer. It could be an accident from a motor vehicle accident or an overdose. It could be homicide, which would be death at the hands of another person, or a suicide, death at your own hand, or undetermined, meaning, for example, we find a skeleton in the woods and can't really determine the cause of death because of their state of their remains.
Now, you say that you make a determination ultimately of manner, suicide, homicide, accident, natural causes, unknown. When you say homicide, though, that's not a legal determination, correct?
Not for us. No, it's a vital statistics determination.
Okay. So it's not like you're telling the jury this is definitely.
No, that's not our job. Our job is just to find out how they died.
Okay. So walk me through what the process is of how the medical examiner's office would get involved in a case and what like the initial stages leading up to the autopsy might be.
Well, we would be contacted by law enforcement that in this case, a body or a person has been found injured and taken to the hospital and died. So the law enforcement officers would call our office and talk to our death investigators and inform them that we have a person who has died and needs to come to the medical examiner's office for an examination.
Now, if a case is a person is found dead, like in the woods, right, clearly dead.
Right.
They don't send them to the hospital, right?
No.
Do they go basically straight to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, they do.
But if life-saving efforts are, and if a situation where life-saving efforts are rendered and a person is taken to the hospital, does the body then come to you all after the hospital?
Yes.
When the body arrives at the medical examiner's office in a case where a person has already gone to the hospital, what precautions are typically put in place to try and preserve any sort of evidence or indications of what might have occurred?
Sometimes there will be swabbing of the hands in the emergency room. There will be bagging of the hands to protect any evidence that's on the hands. And other types of photographs might be taken in the trauma bay.
But if a person's at the hospital, and for example, they're hooked up to machines and they got tubes put in them or whatever, and they show up at the medical examiner's office, do they still have all those things attached to them, or at least as much as they can?
Some of the things, but not all, of course.
Okay. So they try to keep the body as much as they can when they deliver it to the medical examiner.
Correct.
Were you the medical examiner assigned to the autopsy of a John Walter Lay in 2401188?
Yes.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to publish what has previously been admitted as State's Exhibit number 19, the stipulation. I don't know if you want to read it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read you what's generally called a stipulation regarding identity. And a stipulation is simply a fact that the parties both agree to have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And in this case, it's stipulated between the defendant, Gerald Declan Radford, in the state of Florida, that John Walter Lay II, the person named in the information in this cause, died on February 2nd, 2024, in the vicinity of West Dog Park in Hillsborough County, Florida. And the autopsy of John Walter Lay II was conducted on February 3rd, 2024 by Dr. Kelly Devers under Hillsborough County Medical Examiner file number 24-01188. And it's signed by Mr. Radford, Mr. Futch, and Mr. Diaz. So as I said, it's a stipulation regarding identity and that the parties agree that the individual that was autopsied on that date is indeed the victim named in the information. Any questions about that? All right, great.
All right, I'm going to start with what's previously been admitted as State's Exhibit number 20A. What are we looking at here, Doctor?
This is Mr. John Lay.
And it's basically just a picture to document who he is, the case number, all those sorts of things.
It's considered an identification photo.
I want you to talk about how an autopsy proceeds. What are the various steps or stages of an autopsy?
After the body is brought to the medical examiner's office, photographs are taken as is after the body bag is opened up. A case number is generated. Then the body is brought to the processing part of the morgue where the more pictures are taken. If there's any clothing on the body, that would be removed. Fingernail clippings taken, and other types of identification, like fingerprints, scalp hair samples. And after that has happened, then the body is prepared for autopsy and brought to the morgue station where the body is again photographed in the as-is state. And after the photographs are taken, then documentation of the external examination begins with it's called a body diagram. So we actually write down indications of injury, any tattoos, hair color, eye color, all of the external findings first from the front and the back of the body. And after we do that, then we would create a Y incision with a scalpel and open up the chest plate and remove the ribs in the front and look at all of the organs in the body, and then remove the skull cap and look at the brain as well. And we will take pictures as we go along.
I noticed that you didn't mention anywhere in there, but at some point along the way, as part of the preparation for the autopsy, is the body cleaned?
Yes, after the quote unquote as is pictures are taken, then we would clean the body so that we can see injuries better and differentiate them from blood spots, that dried blood that gets on the body.
All right, and so
And dirt
I'm
and
going to
all
show
that.
you States Exhibit 20B. This is after a body has been cleaned, right? I mean, he looks pretty clean here.
That's correct.
Right, so there was a time that he came in and he's still got all the medical equipment or whatever might have been attached to him, any blood or other debris on him. This is after
Yes.
that.
Yes.
Okay. So we're looking at States 20B. Tell me what you notice about this picture that is of initial interest to you in performing an autopsy.
The right side of the chest, which is on the left side of your picture there, there is a wound consistent with a gunshot wound.
Is this what you're referring to that I'm pointing to here, this sort of darker spot on the right side of the chest?
Yes.
Do you notice anything about the face, just kind of taking an initial look at it here?
There are some injuries that we will focus on, and take more close-up pictures later. There's an abrasion under the left eye, and perhaps the chin. There's a little pink spot on the right side of his face, on his chin, that you can see in this picture.
All right, so here's States 20C. This is more of a close-up, and then eventually 20D. Now, doctor, what is it about this picture that tells you, and you saw it live and in person, what is it about this wound that tells you this is a gunshot wound?
There is a hole in the center, which is in this picture looks pretty black. And there's a margin of abrasion, which is where the projectile passes through the skin and rubs the skin and creates this black rim. And then around that are these little red dots, and that's called stippling, and that's created by gunpowder that strikes the skin and causes tiny little abrasions or injuries to the skin itself. And then there's a faint purple rim around the hole, and that is a bruise or contusion.
Taking all that together, this indicates to you that this is a gunshot wound.
Yes.
Can you tell if this is an entry or an exit wound?
It's consistent with an entry wound.
And why is it consistent with an entry wound?
Because it has all the appearances of an entrance gunshot wound that we see on a regular basis.
Now, you talk about stippling. Is that, for example, these little spots of sort of reddish purple here that kind of rim around the hole?
Yes.
And you talked about stippling is created by the gunpowder?
Yeah, the burnt and unpurged gunpowder that comes out of the muzzle of the gun when it's fired.
Does that indicate anything to you in terms of the distance between the firearm at the moment the projectile is coming out of the muzzle of the firearm and the person who's being hit by the bullet?
Yes.
What does it tell you?
It tells me that this is not a contact wound, meaning that the muzzle of the gun is far enough away from the skin that some of the particles of gunpowder can spray out onto the skin itself.
But this looks like a fairly tight pattern of stippling, so does it
Yeah.
give you an indication of, it's not contact, so it's not literally gun
Right.
flesh, but does it give you an indication of distance beyond that?
It's a close range wound.
And close, what would you define close as?
Less than 12 inches, probably just a few inches.
All right, so somewhere definitely less than 12, maybe
Yes.
just 2 or 3.
We can't say exactly by looking at the wound. We have to have more information.
Is this ultimately the fatal wound from Mr. Lay?
Yes.
And explain to us why this wound is fatal.
This wound goes through rib number 2 on the right side of the chest, and then it passes into the right lung, perforates the right lung. Then it enters the pericardial sac, which is the heart sac, and it hits the aorta at where it comes off the heart, so that the aorta is that large blood vessel, the artery that comes off the heart and pumps blood to the rest of the body. The aorta gets perforated, then the projectile enters the heart itself and perforates the heart, and it continues sharply downward towards the diaphragm on the left side of the body after it exits the heart sac, and then it perforates the diaphragm, which is the muscle that helps you breathe. It goes through the diaphragm and it hits the stomach on the left side of the body. So if you feel your rib cage on the left side of your body, your stomach's kind of right under there. It goes through the stomach and it keeps going downward, and it again hits the aorta lower down towards the groin area, where, not really the groin area, but lower towards the pelvis. And then it hits the left renal artery, which feeds the kidney on the left side. And then it ends up going into the deep muscles of the back on the left side of the body and ends in the lumbar region, or the lower part of your back. And actually, the projectile could be felt underneath the skin on the left side of the back in the lower part.
All right, we'll talk about the projectile in a little bit, but you talk about hitting the lungs, portions of the heart, or the arteries, things like that, hitting the stomach. How quickly is a person going to die from this?
It usually would be seconds to minutes. We can't say exactly because every person is different. Will to live, health issues, all kinds of situations, the weather. But seconds to minutes is what we would usually say is a fair estimate of how long it would take.
I asked you to bring something with you today, correct?
Yes.
What did you bring?
A skeleton.
Is this your skeleton from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, it is.
Judge, could I have Dr. Beavers step down from the witness stand?
Sure.
I brought this prop gun. It's plastic. It's not real. I'm going to give this to you, and I'm just going to be a stand for your skeleton.
Okay.
Doctor, what I want you to explain to the jury is, first, where is this hole in the body of Mr. Lay? I'm going to just pull this zipper down so I can see a little bit better.
So right here is the second rib. Are y'all able to see that? So it hits the second rib here, and then it goes downward through here, and then you want me to
We'll get to that in a second.
keep going?
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. If you need to put the gun down because it's holding up your hands, please do. I just want.
And I'm going to ask you to take a couple steps back so that you're closer to that microphone, because
sure.
we're losing the voices on the mic.
We'll do this for the moment.
Thank you.
So you said it goes in basically around the second rib on the right side of Mr. Lay.
Yes, right here.
And now I'm gonna spin our little friend here around as best as I can. And can you demonstrate to the jury roughly where on the body the bullet ultimately lodges in the back of Mr. Lay?
So if he had some muscles in here, the projectile is coming from the right side and it's going all the way over here to the left side.
where the kidneys kind of sit right here above the pelvis. So it comes right here into the soft tissue of the back, where you can actually feel it. So it's come all the way from the front to the back.
Would I be correct then in saying the path of travel is downward, right to left, front to back?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you kind of got ahead of me in the script, but at that time, if you would take that thing there, that prop, I'd like you to tell me what you can determine based on the forensic evidence that we have. If you could demonstrate not only the distance, but the positioning of the gun in the way it would have to be to create that track through a human body.
So it would have to be, the gun could be anywhere in, if you rotate it around, but it's the muzzle. The only thing I can say is that the muzzle of the gun had to be pointing in such a direction that the projectile, when it leaves the muzzle, is going to go in this direction. So some, close to the body, but not touching, and then going downward at this sharp angle from the right side back to down here.
All right, so if I was to rotate our friend here for a second, I notice you're right-handed. If you could hold the gun as you might normally do right-handed. And then instead I'd like you to do is, if I was to suggest to you that the shooter instead drew the gun with his right hand and immediately just sort of pointed it up, where would you expect that bullet to go instead of over here going right to left downward?
Well, if it was drawn and fired immediately, it would go over here on the left side.
Right. And would you also expect it to go something more straight front to back and maybe not as much up and down?
Yes, if they're facing each other in some fashion.
Okay. So if I was to suggest to you that there was evidence in this case that the shooter was firing, as he claimed, basically from the hip, let me see, if he was to draw the gun and just sort of immediately point it like this, you would expect the injury to be over here on the left, not on the right. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you, when you're doing an autopsy, you know the direction of travel, and I'm sort of positioning the body here, standing upright like you are. Does that mean the two men have to be upright at the time of the shooting, or could they actually be in some other configuration?
They can be in multiple configurations.
All right. Is there any way to tell from the autopsy and from what science can determine exactly what position the shooter and the victim must have been in at the time the gunshot is fired?
No.
All you can tell is the positioning of the gun. Is that correct?
The position of the muzzle of the gun.
All right. You can have a seat again. Thank you. And I'm going to set this guy aside for a moment. I happen to have one that's a little easier to move around. Doctor, if I was to ask you, if I was to give you a hypothetical and tell you that the shooter is on the ground and the victim is positioned in some way on top of him where his knees are touching the ground. There are a variety of positions the victim could be in. He could be sort of fully upright. He could almost be completely leaned over, correct?
Yes, so the skeleton is the victim, you're saying?
Yes, the skeleton is the victim and he's on top of somebody,
Okay.
and we can set him at any angle
Sure,
from sort of 0 degrees to 90 degrees.
yeah.
We can't be sure exactly. Does it get harder to achieve a gunshot at this angle if the person is upright? Meaning the victim is upright and the shooter is laying on the ground.
Well, if you're kneeling, then that limits your motion. You don't have as much mobility as if you would if you were standing.
Right, but I'm asking if the shooter is on the ground
Okay,
and he's drawn the gun in my hypothetical again
Right.
with the right hand,
yeah.
is it difficult for him to get his arm all the way up here to be able to shoot downward into the victim?
If the guy's if he's straddling him.
Right, if he's
it's
sort
harder.
of straddling him sitting
Yes.
90 degrees.
Yeah.
Does it get easier if the victim is leaned over? Meaning now the shooter is shooting more like this.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Does it make a difference if the shooter his face is right underneath the face of the victim? Can that change the equation?
Well, it makes it harder to move that arm and get that arm in that position
Well, we're going to get to that.
if they're facing each other.
Okay. And Your Honor, if I can use Mr. Cruz and we can use him as sort of a prop. Sir? Mr. Cruz, if you would please bring your step stool, and we'll get to the step stool in a minute. If you would. Doctor, I'm gonna try and demonstrate a variety of things, and if it's easier for you to step down so you can see
Oh,
better.
no, it's okay.
Okay, so for this purpose, Mr. Cruz is going to play the shooter, and I'm gonna try to allow him to hang on, stand over here if you would. Okay, so you are the shooter, and I am the victim. Okay, now, if I continue on with my hypothetical, the shooter draws the gun with his right hand, and now he needs to shoot me over here. Would I be correct that the gun has to come up past the face and come back this way, to my right side, basically?
Yes, but it's also got to twist more.
Well, we're gonna get to that. In this particular case, if he was shooting me, you would expect the bullet to, for example, hit up here on my collarbone
And it
and
would
maybe
go out that way.
go out my right shoulder. But instead, the gun has to come across my face and turn back this way, doesn't it?
Yes.
So you not only have to get your arm in a weird position, you also have to sort of cock your wrist. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now,
It's awkward.
if I was to change the scenario and I was to say the victim has got both hands on the gun, now the shooter has to be able to move the gun all the way over here, and then something has to cause the shooter to turn the gun back towards the body of the victim and the face of the victim. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Now that's assuming the two men are sort of eye level to eye level with each other.
Yeah.
Okay? But if for some reason, through the course of this proceeding, we discovered that there was now a suggestion that the shooter was actually a little bit more raised up and the victim was further down the body. Screw can stand on the thing. Stable? Stable. Okay. So again, you'd have to draw the gun with the right hand. We would have to be struggling or whatever's happening, and the shooter's gonna have to come all the way across and still turn the gun back to what is effectively my left as the victim, correct?
Yes.
Is this still a weird angle sort of for a person to be shooting a gun?
Yes. It's awkward.
Does it get significantly easier just because I raised Mr. Chambers up by, I don't know, maybe a foot on a step stool? Does that get any really easier?
Not really.
And again, we would still have to keep the gun basically pretty close to the body of the victim in all of this. Is that correct?
Yes, and it has to be, the wrist has to twist more.
Right. Now, if I was the shooter, if I was the victim, which I am in this scenario, and I wanted to get this gun away from me to where it's not a danger to me, and I want to get it to the defendant, I either have to be able to twist it all the way down like this, or I could twist it up, which seems the faster, more expedient way, or maybe to the right of me, correct?
Yeah, away from your body.
If I'm twisting it to the left, what I'm really doing is I'm either pointing it at my face or straight into my torso, correct?
Yes.
If I was to further change the scenario and suggest that I not only have my hand on the gun, but now I gotta also somehow, as the victim, get my finger, some finger, into the trigger guard so I can meaningfully pull the trigger, is this just getting more and more complex?
It's getting more complex.
Does it seem less and less likely to be something that you would expect to happen in any sort of struggle?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Chambers. Doctor, was there a proceeding about 2 months ago where you had to come to court and provide basically the same testimony?
Yes.
And at that proceeding, was the defendant present and would have heard all of your testimony regarding the autopsy and all of these different angles the gun could have been and the likelihood that it could or could not have been any particular positioning?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to keep going with the other injuries to Mr. Lay. We're going to turn back to 20E like Edward. What are you noticing here on the face of Mr. Lay that becomes of note or of interest to you in the autopsy?
In this picture, under the left eye, there is an abrasion or a scrape of the skin.
Is this what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, because it's right in the picture, but it's his left eye.
Yes.
When you refer to body parts, you refer to it like
The right side of the body or the left side of the body.
Okay, so this is what you're referring to.
Yes.
Anything else that you see here of interest?
You really can't see much else. It's kind of a blurry photo.
Okay. Well, I can give you the actual photo, and I know the photo doesn't do justice to the actual live, seeing it in person. Did you notate other injuries to the face of Mr. Lay?
Yes.
What did you notate?
On the right side, on the temple region, where next to the right eye, there is a bruise or a contusion.
What else did you see?
And then on the left side, on the ear, there is a contusion on the actual ear itself,
Okay.
the ear helix, or the part, the soft part that you can wiggle around. And then behind the ear, between the skin of the ear and the skin of the head, there's a tiny little area of bruising and scraped or abraded skin.
Did you notice anything on the forehead or the chin area of Mr. Lay?
Yes, on the forehead, there's a linear abrasion or a linear scrape on the left side of the forehead. And then also on the top of the head, there's a abrasion or scrape right about here in the middle of the head, on the top of the head.
And anything on the lower part of the face, the chin area?
There's some little like punctate type red abrasions or scrapes on the underside of the chin, on the right side and near the middle, and you can't really see them.
What is a punctate abrasion? What is that?
It's like a little like a poke
Okay.
or scrape,
All right,
tiny
so
scrape.
this is states 20F. You talked about a linear abrasion on Mr. Lay's left forehead. Is that mark?
That's it.
We talked about the punctate marks on the chin area of Mr. Lay. This is states 20G. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
We talked about something in the area of his right temple. Is this area here just kind of beneath his eyebrow? Is this the area you're talking about?
Yes. That's the temple area.
All right. And can you tell me how these wounds are created? Can you say they're from a fist, they're from a baseball bat, they're from a knife, they're from a gun? What can you tell us about it?
Just that it's an impact site from something blunt. The scrapes could have, an edge to it, but it's not a cut or a stab wound or a gunshot wound or anything like that. It's just coming from some kind of a scraping or a blunt type of injury.
Could it be from a punch with a fist
Yes.
or an elbow, for example?
Yes.
Those are all sort of blunt weapons, correct?
Sure.
You talked about Mr. Lay's left ear.
Yes.
What about this ear did you notice or did you think was interesting?
On the left ear, there are some purple discoloration on the inside of the cartilage of the ear, and that is a bruise or a contusion.
All right, and I actually have a picture on the other side of the ear. Here states 20L. Can you zoom out? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, so the ear's now been pulled up and you can see that there's more injury underneath. So something has struck the ear and injured it and created an injury that goes all the way to the other side of the ear.
So the ear, as we see it in stage 20I, and I'm sorry, I said L, it's actually 20J, the ear, the inside of the ear is J, not L. Those are effectively connected wounds?
Yes, it's consistent with the one wound. Usually when someone's ear is struck, people don't peel back people's ears to strike the underside. It's usually one strike to the ear in some fashion that causes, and it's got to be hard enough to create that type of an injury.
And when you say hard enough, does the use of an object increase the chances of a wound like this as opposed to just using a fist?
It could, depending on the object.
If I had a metal cup, like a metal thermos mug, and I was right-handed, and I swung it at the head of Mr. Lay, would I, assuming we're face-to-face, of course, would I hit him in the left ear?
Yes.
And if that cup had weight because it's full of liquid, would that potentially have enough force to do this type of
Yeah,
injury?
because now it's got some heft to it.
You talked about injuries to the back of Mr. Lay's head, or the top of his head, what I would refer to for me as my bald spot. Here states 20K, now 20L, and then you have shaved the head so we can see what is here depicted in 20M.
Yes.
What did these tell you?
So we have an abrasion here on the scalp. So it's again a scrape or a blunt impact injury.
Okay. Did these wounds all appear, for lack of a better term, fresh, meaning they occurred at or around the time of Mr. Lay's death?
They all have a similar appearance.
And I want to ask you, do bodies bruise or get like, you know, this is sort of red, this thing under his eye as depicted in states 20B. Do those things happen once the heart stops pumping?
Usually they start to get a paler look to them.
So the fact that this is red, for example, the injury behind the ear is definitely red. The injury to the top of the head, those sorts of things. Do those suggest that those are injuries that are suffered by Mr. Lay prior to the moment he expires?
Yes.
It doesn't suggest that, for example, somebody beat him up after.
No, it doesn't look like a post-mortem or a wound that's created after death.
I want to ask you about Mr. Lay's arms and, well, I guess we should finish up with the gunshot wound first. So let's do that. This is states 21 and this is states 21A. What are we looking at here?
This is Mr. Lay is laying face down on the gurney and in the lower left part of the back. There's a lot of red coloration. Some of that is just settling of blood after death. But in the lower left corner of his back or his lumbar region, there is a contusion. And I was able to also feel the projectile under the skin.
All right, and I don't know if you want to stand up and point yourself or I can try pointing from here, but can you tell us where you're talking about the lower left lumbar region?
Right in this area.
All right, and so on the left side of Mr. Lay's body, there appears to be sort of this configuration of three maybe slightly darker red spots. Is that the sort of area you're talking about?
Yes.
And you talked about blood settling that causes this sort of purple discoloration of Mr. Lay's back. What does that mean?
That is something that happens after death. When the heart stops pumping, the body starts to settle. So if he was face down when he died and he laid there for a while, then the blood would settle to the front of the body. But if he's laying on his back, then the blood's going to settle to the back.
So do you ultimately, for lack of a better term, perform surgery on Mr. Lay to try and find the actual projectile in his body?
Yes.
This is stated exhibit 21B. Is this what you discovered?
Yes.
And can you point to, if you stand up, can you point to exactly what the projectile is?
Right here.
All right, so it's sort of there in the sea of that dark reddish color.
Yes, this is all hemorrhage or blood. It shouldn't look like this. It should be more like a dark red muscle. But this is just bleeding around the wound, and that's the projectile right in the middle.
And do you eventually remove that from the body?
Yes.
Here states exhibit 21C. Is this that projectile?
Yes.
And then you ultimately preserve it and document it should it ever be needed for any purpose.
Yes.
Correct? Now, doctor, how do you know the exact path of the bullet through the body? What is it that you look for, or what is it that you can see that would tell you that it hits the lung, hits the heart, hits the stomach, all those sorts of things you discover?
When the wound, when the projectile hits the ribs, it creates a fracture of the rib, and the bone goes inward as opposed to outward. And then you follow the track by following hemorrhage and injury. So there's a hole in the left lung, in the middle lobe. In the right lung. Sorry, the right lung in the middle lobe. And then it keeps going and perforates and makes holes in places that there shouldn't be. So we're able to follow the track of the projectile through the different organs because they create these wounds that tear the tissue apart and cause a track to form. And we can follow that track all the way to where the projectile ends. And even if the projectile exits the body, we know that we've got an entrance and an exit. We still have a track that we can follow.
Yeah. So I want to now talk about states 22. If I was to suggest to you that Mr. Lay was in some sort of fight and was using his hands as the primary weapon, are there signs that you can look for on a body, particularly in the area of the arms and the hands, that might give you some indication as to whether or not the hands have been used as some sort of weapon?
Yes.
And what would you be looking for?
Well, like if you think about somebody being in a fist fight or even a boxer, who's fighting bare knuckles, you will see big red swollen knuckles and scrapes on the knuckles if they're fighting each other and hitting each other in the face and the bones of the face or some, if they're striking objects, you're going to have injuries to the hands. They could be just scrapes or bruises on the hands or the fingers, tearing of the fingernails, things like that would be what we'd expect to see.
So we would look for swollen knuckles, redness, cuts, scratches, scrapes, things like that.
Yes.
So let's just go piece by piece here. This is states 22A. What are we looking at here?
This is Mr. Lay's right arm, and we're holding it out from his body.
See any cuts or scrapes or scratches there? Anything to suggest the arm somehow might have gotten injured in a fight?
No.
Here's states 22B. And we can see the hand, but I want to focus more on the sort of the forearm. Any sort of cuts, scrapes, scratches, anything there that you know?
No, just the forearm. The photo doesn't have any, and I didn't see any at the autopsy. There are no injuries.
All right. From what you can see from this current positioning of the hand, anything that you see that suggests there's cuts, scrapes, scratches, bruising, redness, anything of that sort?
No.
We obviously will then flip the hand over. Here states 22C. Can you tell me which hand specifically this is?
This is the right hand?
The right hand.
Yes.
And it's a little hard to see in that version, but the defense also has a similar version. This is Defense Exhibit 3. Maybe the color's a little better here. There appears to be some redness or discoloration here on the, I guess, is that the pinky knuckle of the right hand?
Yes.
All right, so we see that. But looking at the remainder of the hand, other than that red discoloration, you got swollen knuckles?
No.
You got other bruising of the hand?
No.
Cuts, scrapes, scratches?
No.
Here's another angle of, is that the same hand?
Yes.
Now that's actually the bottom of the hand. So if I was to suggest that I wanted to hit somebody with what's maybe referred to as a hammer fist, where I'm sort of pounding my hands into their face instead of hitting them with the front of my knuckles, is this the area where you would expect there to be a lot of bruising, cuts, scratches, redness of the sort?
Yes.
Other than that little area of discoloration on the pinky knuckle, you see anything else?
No.
Here's states 20E. Any signs of injury there?
No.
States 20F. Any
No.
signs of injury there? Now, Doctor, I don't know how good you can see it. I can give you the picture, or maybe you remember, but that hand looks dirty to me. Does it look like there's dirt on that hand?
It's actually ink from the fingerprinting process.
So that's not dirt, that's ink.
That's ink. It's hard to get it all off after we
Sure.
fingerprint.
I just want to make sure, because the jury's going to go back and look at these pictures. They may think that's dirt on the
Yeah.
hand, but that's ink. What are we looking at here?
There are a few tiny punctate abrasions on the hand. You can see a little red spot near the wrist.
All right, and for the record, this is states 22G. All right, so over here by the wrist,
Yes.
you see a mark.
Yes.
But what about over here, as we get to the fingers and the hands and the knuckles, anything?
No.
Are these this is states 22H? Are these the fingernails?
Yes.
Do you see any sort of marks there or anything of interest?
No.
What hand are we looking at here? This is states 22I.
It's the right hand.
This is the right hand. There appears to be something here in sort of the bend in the index finger. Is that correct?
Yes.
What are those?
Little abrasions, very, very superficial pink scrapes.
Can you tell anything about what would have caused that?
No.
I mean, can you tell me, for example, oh, that's definitely because a finger was in a trigger, pulling a trigger?
I can't say definitely. I can't tell.
I mean, is that a possibility?
It's a possibility, sure.
Is it also a possibility it just got injured in a fight?
Yes.
And finally, here is states 22J. Anything you notice about this hand?
No.
Again, this is this side here in the picture, what is the left side of the hand here, that is the bottom of the hand, correct?
Yes,
If I was hitting somebody with my fist like a hammer, is this where you would expect to see bruising or cuts or scratches or something of the sort?
Yes.
Some sort of injury. Here's a states 22K. Any signs of injury on the left arm?
no, the only thing you see is the needle puncture mark at the crook of the arm where they were trying to resuscitate him.
Okay. Here's states 22L. Any sign of damage to the forearm?
No,
22M, other than the discoloration from the ink, I assume again, any signs of injury to his left hand?
no,
I'm just going to go through several of these. 22N, 22O,
no,
22P,
no,
22Q,
no,
22R.
no,
I mean, I got S, I got T, I got U.
no,
Any signs on the hands of Mr. Lay other than the one bit of discoloration on the right pinky, the knuckle area?
just the little scrapes that we saw earlier.
I want to finally talk with you about Mr. Lay's knees. This is states 23A. What do we see here that's of interest?
There are multiple little scrapes or abrasions on Mr. Lay's knees, both knees.
All right, and I want to show you defense exhibit number 2. I know you've never seen it, but if I was to tell you that those are John Lay's knees, and that's dirt from the ground on his knees, now when I show you states 23B, is this the knee after it's been cleaned up?
Yes, somewhat.
Right, I was gonna say, somewhat. Even after you've cleaned it, there's still.
Yeah, so we've kind of brushed off the dirt and you can still, and now you can see the abrasions.
So whatever this dirt is that's on the knees of John Walter Lay and however it got there, even after you tried to clean the knees and brush it off at the medical examiner's office, there was still some dirt on the knees?
Yes, because it's kind of ground into the abrasions.
You can grind dirt into flesh?
Yes,
If a person was to have their face put into the dirt and get a mouthful of dirt, you could potentially grind dirt into their face?
sure.
Here's a states 23C. This is that same knee really cleaned up. Is that correct?
Yes.
What do we see about these injuries to the knee?
They're red and they are abrasions or scrapes and they occurred prior to death.
Here's states 23D. Again, this is the other knee, but is there dirt still in the pores of the skin?
Yeah, in the little cracks of, the folds of skin.
Even after you've tried to clean
And
it?
then, yes,
And here's states 23E. Is this the other knee of Mr. Lay?
yes,
Now, doctor, if I was to tell you, if I was asked you to assume that in the area where Mr. Lay's knees are in contact with the ground, there are like rocks, not quite fine gravel, but smaller rocks.
yes,
And he's on the knees struggling.
yes,
Would this be potentially consistent in terms of injury?
yes,
But does that tell you in any certainty whether or not Mr. Lay's knees are on the ground because he's straddling another man, as opposed to Mr. Lay's knees are on the ground because a man is standing over him?
I can't tell the difference.
So either one of those is perfectly plausible. Is that correct?
Yes,
Now, I want to ask you, I'm going to borrow my little skeleton again. Actually, I'm going to borrow your skeleton. we talked about the strangeness of the angle or the steepness of the angle in a position where the shooter and the victim are face to face. But if I was to spin the victim around, and now I'm the shooter, I draw my gun right-handed, and I wanted to shoot this person, does this angle line up with that potentially?
Yes, that's possible.
So if I was behind the victim,
Yes,
where I could, for example, hit him in the back of his head or the top of his head,
yes,
and he could be on his knees and I could be over him, is this all potentially consistent with the bullet track and the injuries that you've seen?
yes.
Doctor, were you able to reach a final determination and can you render an opinion as to the cause and manner of death of John Walterley based on the autopsy that you performed on February 3rd?
Yes.
And what is your opinion as to cause and manner of death?
The cause of death is perforations of heart, aorta, lung, and renal artery. And the manner of death is homicide, shot by another person.
Thank you, Doctor. I'll pass the witness.
All right, we're going to take a morning recess at this time.
All rise.
Okay, so it was a friend. Yeah, but the example she used was an Irish person who was a defendant. Yeah, I got confused. It's just like 11:15 at night here. So, but the example she used was an Irish person had lived in the US for 13 years and was using the C word and it was acceptable. I can't comment on that. I can only tell you that it's not acceptable in Wales, except for one area. So, right.
I want to take lunch. Some sort of plan. It's obviously about 11:05, not quite yet. Mr. Fudge thinks he would be maybe 20, 30 minutes across. I don't imagine that redirect would be so long. That puts us potentially like 11:30. Our next intention is to read the transcript into the record. It's about
Fucking hell. Yeah, Karen, I got a question about the C word. I was only answering about from my perspective that most people think that in the UK it's fine. In Wales, it's not fine. I can't speak about Ireland, Scotland, wherever. I can only speak about Wales, and it's not fine except for one area. In Australia, it's absolutely acceptable, 100% acceptable to do with it. You can ask the Aussies themselves. Do I agree with it? No, but they do it. Other places, I have no idea. I have no idea about all of the places. I do know it's acceptable in some places. So that's what I can tell you. Do I use it? No. But yeah.
about 60 pages of transcript, even a minute a page, that's an hour. I assume explain.
Again, all you can, and it can be. You agree that the stipend and explain to the jury kind of the process you go through when.
All right, be seated.
No, I'm going to finish this tonight. I have to finish it tonight because I've got the other stuff
Cross-examination?
tomorrow. So this will be done tonight.
Good morning. Good morning, doctor. How are you?
Good morning. Good, how are you?
Good to see you. On direct examination, you discussed with Mr. Diaz and explained to the jury kind of the process you go through when somebody that's deceased.
Thank you, Cursor.
Comes.
Thank you, Crystal. For, I presume that's you. It says someone, I presume it's you. Thank you for the 5 coffees, Crystal. I much appreciate you. Thank you so much. There you go, Pixie. I don't use that one unless I'm really angry. There you go. Bogans use it all the time. Maybe we've been discussing with Bogans, I have no idea. I know there was discussion here before from people in chat saying it was acceptable. Again, I do not comment on other countries. I do not come from other countries. I can only comment on Wales. And so thank you for clarifying, Pixie, as well. Thank you, darling.
To your office for an autopsy.
Yes.
You went through a variety of photos, kind of explaining what different types of injuries are, and I'm going to kind of dive into that, to get some more specifics on what could or could not have happened to cause this injury. So,
Sure.
First, as it pertains to the abrasions or scrapes, as you called them, you have no ability to testify with any specificity exactly when those occurred, right?
Not exactly, no.
In fact, there's a time window that these injuries could have occurred in.
Yes.
Okay. And so you can't say that they happened a minute before the fatal gunshot wound or hours before, or, I know that there's a extreme to where you can say, I know they didn't happen 3 days prior, right?
Right.
But you can't say with any specificity as to when they occurred.
Not exactly, no.
You do agree that the stippling that you testified to around the gunshot wound indicates that the firearm was in very close proximity to the chest when the gun went off.
Yes.
And that would be consistent with some type of close quarter struggle. Right?
Yes, it is.
And the tiny abrasions we see, as I understand it, can be burnt and unburnt gunpowder impacting the area around the wound.
Yes.
The more spread out that stippling is, or the absence of it, would lead you to believe that, hey, they were shot 15, 20, 30, or more away.
Sure.
Because there's no stippling.
Right.
You cannot testify as to how the abrasions were caused, right?
That's right.
So when you say it could be a blunt object or a fist, it was some type of impact. But again, all you can say is that there is an injury. I can't tell you how it happened.
That's right.
Now, your role in these cases is to determine the cause and manner of death.
Yes.
And to analyze injuries on a body.
That's right.
To the best of your ability, you can give a time range as to when those things occurred, but again, you cannot specify with any certainty as to those pieces of information.
That's right.
You are also qualified to testify about the path of a wound cavity or a projectile, but you cannot in any way, shape, or form tell this jury as to the orientation of the body at the time the fatal gunshot was fired.
That's correct.
And so Mr. Diaz, Mr. Chambers, utilized some demonstrative aids to kind of hypothetically portray what is and is not possible. You recall that?
Yes.
The reality is, though, that while you can say, this is possible, or that would be awkward, or I would expect, you can't say in any way, shape, or form how they were oriented when the gunshot was fired.
No, you can only give me situation. I can say it makes sense or it doesn't make sense, or it's impossible. It just depends on where the bodies, you give me where the bodies are, and I can say, yeah, that could have happened, or you'd have to have an arm 2 mile long.
And
or
now,
something like that.
I apologize for that. The demonstratives that Mr. Diaz and Mr. Cruz utilized, you would agree, we're talking about very static demonstration, right?
Yes.
Objects that aren't moving.
Right.
If you were told that there was a violent struggle taking place and bodies are moving in unpredictable manners during that struggle, both somebody reacting to being attacked and kind of fighting for their life, so to speak, things that you testified could be awkward or difficult, maybe less awkward or difficult under those circumstances, right?
If you have the position that I could speak to, yeah.
Well, and referring back to the position of, Mr. Lay straddling Mr. Radford with his knees dug into the ground, and they are struggling over a firearm, and they're, both individuals are moving in an unpredictable, organic, chaotic way, things that may be awkward if somebody in a static vacuum was pulling a firearm, as you demonstrated, up and into the torso. But if somebody's laying on top of somebody and they're fighting over a gun up here, and Mr. Lay is holding that gun, these difficult or awkward situations become more plausible, right?
Yes.
And that's because you have two variables now, not one individual holding a firearm. You have another individual in an unpredictable way manipulating that,
Yes.
right? So if I'm holding a firearm and somebody's manipulating that firearm in what would ordinarily be a very awkward or minimally awkward manner, my arm's going to move with it, as will my hand and as will that firearm.
Yes.
And so when you say things like, it's hard, it's difficult, it's awkward, I did not hear it's not possible, it's impossible, or it's unlikely, correct?
That's right.
And that's because, as you've candidly told the jury, in no way are you able to testify as to the orientation of the bodies when that shot was fired.
Only the orientation of the gun.
You can't say whether whether Mr. Lay was sitting, standing, laying, prone on top of Mr. Radford, right?
No.
Of course, if Mr. Lay is in the position where his knees are straddling one of Mr. Radford's legs and he's hitting him, and Mr. Radford were to pull a firearm, under those circumstances, he would have to reach up and kind of point that firearm down, which in your words would be difficult, awkward, strange.
Sure, yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But if he's prone on top of him and they're struggling over the firearm, it goes from awkward and difficult to very possible.
Yeah, depending on where their orientation is.
And of course, there's no way for you or I to
No.
know that orientation.
That's right.
And in a real-time, chaotic, organic struggle, you would agree that orientation would be impossible to predict, right?
Yes, sure.
Absent additional evidence.
Right, like a video.
Like a surveillance footage.
Yeah.
That would be incredibly helpful in comparing your analysis of the wound path to how the bodies would have been oriented.
Yes.
And you'd say, look at that. That's exactly
Yeah.
how it happened. Witness testimony might assist in determining orientation, right? Like
Yeah.
additional witness testimony, like
Yes.
eyewitnesses,
Yeah.
surveillance footage. I wanted to follow up with you on the ear wound that you discussed with Mr. Diaz. You said that you would, I think you used the word usually caused by some type of force to the ear, and the wound can appear behind it.
Yes, I've seen it many times. That's why I said usually.
And I appreciate this. You don't use terms that are unequivocal as a doctor specializes in these types of autopsies, right?
Always and never, you mean? Yeah.
Or I'm certain, or,
Right, of course.
you don't use absolutes. And so when you say usually, it's because that's usually the case or probably the case. But the reality is that wound could have been caused by a variety of different mechanisms or.
It's just that I can say it's an impact.
It's an impact. Now, there could be an impact to the ear, but the actual wound behind the ear could have been caused by something else, right?
It could have been caused by something coming behind, like landing on something on the ground or.
So if somebody was tossed off of me and landed just right on a stick or a rock or some type of a root coming out of the ground, anything, it's possible to have a wound caused.
It's possible.
Okay. And so what I'm getting at is that there's no way to say exactly how those injuries were caused.
All I can do is describe them and call them blunt impact injuries.
Mr. Diaz showed you some of the exhibits in this case, specifically the hands. Now, you would expect that, and to your credit, you used again words like usually or expect, but not unequivocal terms. If somebody was punching somebody with their fist, you would expect, if there are injuries to the fist or knuckles, different injuries than if somebody's using the fat or meat of the bottom of their hand.
Yes.
In fact, this may not bruise at all immediately during a struggle if you're hitting someone.
It's possible.
So the absence of bruising to this portion of a hand in no way means that Mr. Lay was not hammer fisting Mr. Radford.
I can't say it's impossible.
You can't say with any level of certainty, right?
Right.
It's just as plausible that Mr. Lay was hammer fisting as he wasn't from your scientific medical perspective of these photographs.
Yes.
Taking that one step further, I'm going to show you what's been entered as States 22. I think it's labeled as I. We see this abrasion to Mr. Lay's, I said abrasion, I think you used the word scrape.
That's just a layman's term.
Scrape or abrasion to the finger. That could have been caused by any type of abrasive object.
Yes.
Would you agree? Now, again, I'm going to show you what's been entered into evidence as States Exhibit 5, which is the firearm that was used in this case. If I were to show you, Doctor, the sharp portion of the front sight of this firearm with the sharp edges, if Mr. Lay was grabbing Mr. Radford's firearm during the struggle, could that have caused that?
Yes,
abrasion?
it's an edge that could
It's an
create
edge.
a wound.
And the argument cuts both ways for the state and the defense, and I want to acknowledge that. The bruising on what is in his defense exhibit 3, that area of the knuckle is right by the meat of the hand. Would that be consistent with someone hammer fisting?
Not usually, because that's the flat side, and this would be more consistent with the knuckle striking something directly. It has to hit something hard to create a contusion.
So if Mr. Lay is trying to come down in a vertical motion, and again, we're talking about, you said usually, and, strikes a hard portion of Mr. Radford's face and actually catches it with the knuckle, could that cause that bruising?
It's possible.
And what I'm gleaning here is that there's a lot of possibles, usuallys, but
Yes.
you cannot say anything definitive about the timing of the injuries, right?
That's right.
The orientation of the bodies.
Right.
The absence of bruising does not mean that Mr. Lay was not
Yes.
hammer fisting Mr. Radford.
Right.
Now showing you what's been entered into evidence as States Exhibit 23A through E. And I'm going to, for reference of the record, we are looking at D here. That is Mr. Lay's right knee.
Yes, you can see his left leg there at the
And
bottom of the picture.
I know you testified that you kind of brushed off some dirt, but to you, it was clear that there was dirt actually embedded into these wounds.
Yes.
I know you can't tell me 100% because we've covered that, but that would be very consistent with someone's knees with some force, significant force, great force, moderate force, digging into the ground, right?
Yes.
So not just kind of like, kneeling down. I mean, if somebody were actively on top of somebody with hammer fisting down and their knees are kind of twisting into the ground, into the dirt, into the rocks, that would be a consistent wound pattern or injury.
Or they fell to the ground.
Or
That's
they-
another possibility.
Sure. But again, it would be consistent that it would be plausible, to use your words, that that's what happened to cause these injuries.
Yes, either way.
You would not expect dirt to be embedded into the wound if somebody had just kneeled down or fallen down.
No, if you kneel down, you're probably not going to scrape your knees because you're going to be careful about how you kneel.
Are you able to specify if those wounds are possible if somebody just kind of fell to the ground and got up?
If they fell hard, like say they're running and they trip and they go wham.
But they'd have to go down simultaneously on both knees in a way to get those types of injuries into both knees?
Well, not necessarily. They could be on the ground moving. You know, I can't say again how it happened.
Do you or have any baseline to compare Mr. Lay's hands to before you were tasked with conducting the autopsy?
You mean, did I ever see his hands before?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
So when we're looking at these pictures, you have no way to tell whether or not that is the normal state of his hands, whether they're swollen.
Well, his hands aren't that, you know, he doesn't have a lot of injuries, if that's what you're saying, but
I understand.
to have a pink area here, the contusion is an injury.
What I'm trying to get at, and if you can't answer it, that's okay, is do you have any way of telling if that is the normal size of his hands or if there's any swelling in any of those fingers?
Based on my years of experience, it doesn't look like his hands are swollen.
Now, if Mr. Lay is hammer fisting down on somebody, and he's hammer fisting down on, let's say, a hard surface, a desk, a piece of steel or metal, you would expect different injuries than, say, if he's hammer fisting down on the chest of somebody with multiple layers of clothing.
Yeah, you have, you know, the layers of clothing are soft, or is there something hard on the clothing? It all matter. The only thing that matters really that there is, you know, texture. So you've got texture and hardness. So if you got something hard like this, or you have a concrete that's got rough edges, things like that are going to make a difference. It's going to give a different look.
I know you've agreed and told the jury that an absence of a bruise or swelling on the meat of Mr. Lay's hands does not mean in any way that he wasn't using them in a hammer fist type
Correct.
fight, right? But an explanation for that, a plausible one, would be that, you know, not only was he, you know, making contact with a face, but if he was hammer fisting down on somebody's chest or padded clothing.
He could be, yeah.
The last demonstrative that Mr. Diaz did demonstrated your skeleton kind of on its knees with somebody behind them and
Yes.
holding the gun kind of over to
Yes.
fit the path that you've testified existed from the projectile. You'd agree, though, that kind of, and we're talking about possibilities and difficulties. I know that you're not able to tell us how it went down or what happened, but you'd agree that would be far more difficult than just shooting somebody in the head, right? If you're standing behind them with your firearm.
Like you said, there's multiple different scenarios. So
But you would agree that if I'm
I'm
standing
talking,
behind-
when I say difficult, I mean that it's easier to imagine that the gun, the trajectory is going in that fashion. And he's given me a scenario that I can say, yes, the gun could go that way. His arm is not going to be in an awkward position. That's what I'm trying to say.
But what I'm getting at is in that demonstration with somebody on their knees being executed from behind, you testified that they would have to hold the firearm over the shoulder and kind of downward at an angle from right to left.
Yes.
And that is possible.
Yes.
But you would agree that it would be far easier if I was standing behind somebody and was trying to shoot them to just shoot them in the head, right?
Yeah, sure. Shoot them in the back of the head.
Yeah. And when you're talking about possibilities and awkwardness and difficulties, sure, if I'm standing above somebody and I'm left-handed and I shot somebody on their right to left, it would be possible if I'm standing over them to do that, right?
Yes,
But if I'm on my back and they're prone on top of me, it's just as possible.
it's possible. Like you said, it's not a static situation.
And so to clarify and be clear, you are only able to tell this jury cause of death,
Yes,
which was gunshot wound to the upper chest. The injuries that you observed.
yes,
You cannot tell this jury in any way, shape, or form the orientation of Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford at the time of that shooting,
that's correct.
or when those injuries occurred.
Yes.
I have no further questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Fudge asked you about the fact that there's just stuff you can't tell us for sure.
That's right.
You don't use the word always or never, certainly or definitely. But there are a few things you can tell us for absolute certainty, correct?
Medical certainty,
Right.
or
I mean,
more likely than not.
You cannot tell me the configuration of the handle of the gun, but in terms of the muzzle, the place where the bullet comes out of the gun, it's definitely got to be something like this. I can turn the handle, but the muzzle has to be here-ish,
Yes,
pointing downward.
and it's got to be a little bit pointed more that way.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a definite, right?
Yes, because it has to come straight out of the barrel.
Judge, if I could have Dr. Devers step down, if I could have Mr. Cruz to come over a second.
Sure.
Apologize, Mr. Cruz, if you could get down on your knees. Now, doctor, I posited an example before, which is I could draw from the right and I could come over and now I line up, right?
Yes.
And I mean, the handle might be more like this, or the handle might be more like this, but the important part is the muzzle's pointing in the right place.
That's the important part.
Okay. But I didn't add one fact. What if I was to suggest the guy on the ground is actively fighting me, putting his hand on the gun, like Mr. Fudge just suggested, where he gets that injury on his finger because he's rubbing the top of the gun somehow? So, Mr. Cruz, if you could put your hands on the gun and try to fight me, now we're struggling, correct? It makes trying to do like this a lot harder if he's resisting.
Yes.
I might have been trying to shoot him in the head, and it just ended up here because he was fighting. That's possible, right?
Yes, it's possible.
Thank you, doctor. Judge, I don't have any other questions for Dr. Devers. She's released unless the defense wants to say.
No, Judge, you can be released.
All right. Thank you. You may step down and you're released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Have a great day. And as indicated, what's happening now is the parties are going to read together excerpts from or potential testimony from the defendant that was given at a hearing in court on December 6, 2024. And Mr. Chambers is going to be reading the part of
Mr. Fudge.
Mr. Fudge. And
Nathan Waters will be the defendant, Gerald Radford, and
Mr. Waters from the state attorney's office is going to be responding with the answers that were given by Mr. Radford in that hearing.
And Mr. Diaz will be Mr. Diaz.
All right. Everyone understand what we're doing? All right, great.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Radford.
Good afternoon.
How long have you been going to the dog park that we have been discussing here today?
Probably 12, 13 years.
When you first started going to the dog park, did you know Walter Lay or the individuals in the morning crew?
He didn't come to the dog park until much later. My recollection is about 4 years before the incident, 4 to 5 years, I guess.
So roughly 4 to 5 years before what brings us here today, the incident on February 2nd is when you first met Mr. Lay.
Yes.
Were things friendly between the two of you when you first met him?
Cordial, not exactly friendly, but cordial. Just one of the guys from the dog park.
And at that time, when you first met Mr. Lay, among some of the other people that we have either heard from today or disclosed in discovery in the case, did everybody get along?
Yeah.
We have heard today that at some point in the year or so leading up to February 2nd of 2024, that the relationship between you and the other individuals at the dog park deteriorated.
Yes, it was further back than that, at least a couple years.
Is it a fair statement to say that it was based mostly around, if not completely around, politics, COVID, vaccines, masks, things like that?
99%, yeah.
Did Mr. Lay ever open up to you and let you know that he was in fact gay?
Yes. He had said it in front of a group of us. He said, I'm coming out. And I said, what's that mean? He said, I'm gay at the dog park. I'm gay at the dog park. And
How far back are we talking relative to February 2nd of 2024?
year and a half, 2 years, probably a little bit more.
What was your reaction, Mr. Radford?
I went over to him and said, why are you hiding it? It's 2024. Why didn't you just, I don't like seeing people live in the dark about things. Just be yourself, and shook his hand.
So you had no issue with Mr. Lay being gay?
No.
Now, we've heard from a variety of witnesses today, and you have had the luxury of sitting through this hearing as the accused, and you have heard that these witnesses say that you have used terminology or slurs or homophobic statements, fag or faggot, in your communications with Mr. Lay.
Yes. Yes, I did.
And you acknowledge that?
Yes.
Did you dislike Mr. Lay because of his sexuality?
No.
Did you use those terms?
Yes.
Did you understand that those terms are offensive to people?
Yes, I do now. Yeah.
Was there ever an occasion in the months or years leading up to February 2nd where Mr. Lay made statements or threats to you?
Yes.
Can you describe those for the court, please?
The one statement that a couple people said, we're going to come to blows someday. And a few months after that, or maybe a month and a half after that, he said, it went from we're going to come to blows to I'm just going to kick your ass.
I'm sorry, could you?
He said it went from we're going to come to blows to I'm just going to kick your ass. And then another few altercations after that, he said, I'm just going to cave your head in.
And for clarity of the record, the first statement that you referenced, other witnesses mentioning that we're going to come to blows, how far roughly before February 2nd of 2024 was that statement made?
I'm really not good with timeframes like that, but probably a year.
And the second statement you testified to the court was what?
I'm going to kick your ass.
And when was that statement made to you?
That was made a few months after the first statement. 6 weeks, 2 months, 3 months.
The last statement about kicking your skull?
I'm going to break your skull in, or something like that.
And when was that said?
That was, it's been nearly 9 months since I was arrested, and 5 weeks before that was the incident. So I'm going to say a year ago.
So sometime in the last December of 2023?
November, December, around there, yes.
Let's talk about who's at the dog park and when. How often do you go to the dog park?
Almost every day.
Almost every day?
Yeah.
Some weeks 5 or 6 days, other weeks 7 days a week?
Yes.
Did you ever go twice a day?
On rare occasions.
How often did you see Walt at the dog park?
4 or 5 days a week, I guess.
What time would you arrive at the dog park?
90% of the time, I would be the first one there, probably between 7 and 7:30.
Who would be the second to arrive on most occasions?
Walt.
Walt. So is it fair of me to say or ask that for some time, at least until others arrive, you and Mr. Lay are at the dog park regularly, just the two of you?
Yes.
So while some witnesses have testified to certain things they may have heard Mr. Lay said, are there witnesses to some of the other statements that you have testified to the judge that Mr. Lay made to you?
I'm pretty sure that there was at least 3 or 4 other people that heard all these statements, all 3 statements.
Okay.
He wasn't shy about anything.
Did you believe him when he
No.
made these statements to you?
No, not at all.
So in the moment in the year, 10 months and 3-4 months before the incident, when he says these things, in that moment, you didn't believe him?
No, sir.
You never thought that he would actually attack with you?
Yeah, I never thought he had the guts to tell you the truth. I don't think he would.
You have heard today witnesses say that they viewed you as aggressive, verbally aggressive. I think some of them acknowledged, I believe it was Mr. Gumpert, calling you an asshole.
The court records that I nod at this point. I admitted to it. I can be an asshole.
Did anything ever get physical between you and Mr. Lay at any time leading up to February 2nd?
No.
You have heard some talk about a text message today that was discovered on Mr. Lay's phone. You have also heard mention of the video that Mr. Lay recorded of himself. Were you aware that Walt had sent that text message when this incident took place?
No, not at all.
You didn't become aware of that until recently?
Yeah, you told me. Actually, my wife told me, alluded to it on the phone, and then you told me in our meeting. Or was it, I think it would have been Mary actually told me when she came up.
The state has played a variety of interviews, some jail calls, where it appears that you have indicated that your memory is returning. You've been going to therapy. Can you describe for the court why there were additional details disclosed later on?
Yeah, when it first happened, I couldn't even remember my own name. And it was just a jumble of noises and me being on my back and him hammer fisting me in the face and neck.
So let's talk about that day, okay? On February 2nd of 2024, what happened? What do you do when you wake up in the morning?
Have a cup of tea, usually with honey. And if my wife's home, I talk to her. And then I have a shower and shoot out to the dog park.
What time do you head out to the dog park?
I was the first one out there. And I got there probably 7:30, 7:15.
What did you do?
I moped around.
And when you say moped around, is that because recently one of your dogs had passed?
Yeah. I have had 2 dogs from the same litter. My best friend, Adam, over there gave them to me. He owns their mom. They were born on January 29th, and Vino, the smaller of the 2, died on January 24th, just before his 6th birthday, about 9 days before the incident.
And when you say moped around, is that how you are describing how you felt that morning as a result?
Yeah. We just walked down to the other end of the park. I tried to get Whiskey and Vino are the dogs' names, tried to get Whiskey to chase squirrels. He was pretty miserable since his brother passed. Took him over to where the fence line is, and there's a little black bag, and the 3 of them use the fence fight and run 50 yards each way and barking and playing, and they had a real good time. And he was there, and Whiskey went barking and playing for 5 seconds and then walked away. He didn't want to.
After that, did you begin to make your way backwards towards the...
Yeah, there is this clear area down the far end of the park away from the pavilion, and then there is like trees. And then when you come out of the trees, there's the water pad with the 2 dog baths in it. And we were walking probably 15 yards to the west of that platform with the dog baths on it. And I saw Paul's dog, and she kind of looks like Walt's dog. And so I was like taken aback, and I verified myself that it wasn't Walt's dog. And so I relaxed.
When you say that, are you meaning that you thought Paul was there?
Yeah.
And was Paul's dog running free towards you, away from you, just kind of around?
Yeah, she was just trotting around by the by that dog path thing. I don't know what it's called. Patio?
The water tubs?
Yeah, it looks like a concrete slab and 2 tubs on it with a hose.
At that point, are you heading towards the pavilion?
Yes.
And for clarity purposes, there are different tables or pavilion areas.
There is the 1 pavilion and I believe 2 other tables, no pavilion.
You're heading towards the pavilion where you normally hung out, where previously the entire group would congregate?
Yes, and others because there were strangers coming and going at all different times.
When did you first see Mr. Lay?
He walked directly towards me after coming in the gate, and he insisted of going to the east side of the
Not
platform.
what it says.
He walked directly towards me after coming in the gate, and he, instead of going to the east side of the platform, he came around it and walked past me and said, "Why do you still come here? We fucking hate you here."
Mr. Radford, I'm showing you that what's been entered in as State's Exhibit 8. When you say east, do you mean heading down this path to that table that Mr. Lay would ordinarily sit at?
Yes, he would come in and go between the path and the dog platform.
So somewhere in this area.
And he would go that way south to the table.
And on this morning, if I'm understanding you correctly, he went to this side of the platform and walked past you.
He walked between me and the platform probably 10, 15 feet away from me.
And he said what exactly?
He said, "Why do you still come here? We all hate you here. We fucking hate you here."
Do you recall what you said back?
I said, "Walt, get away from me. I'm tired of your shit. My dog just died. Leave me alone."
What happens next?
I turned. He's now gone past me probably 10, 15 feet. And I turned around to see where he was. And he said something else that I didn't hear. And Paul's dog makes this cooing noise kind of thing. And I turned around to see where Whiskey was because he doesn't like dogs getting in his face and he can be violent at times. And I turned back around and Walt had covered that distance in that time. I turned around and looked back and I was hit with something in the face and knocked to the ground where he mounted me and started hammer fisting me. He straddled my left leg and was hammer fisting me from his knee in an upright position.
And when you say hammer fisting, are you something like this?
Not with his knuckles. It's a martial art term, hammer fist.
Was he stronger than you?
Much.
How much? Let me ask you this. First of all, do you have any injuries that Mr. Lay would have been aware of about before you were attacked?
Yeah. I have both knees have been replaced. I have arthritis. I was born with 1 kidney. I have bursitis in my right elbow and shoulder.
Was Mr. Lay aware of these ailments?
Yes. We as a group had talked about, stuff, about injuries and stuff. And I was pretty impressed with the surgery on my knees because most of the damage was done playing ice hockey. And I lucked out for the knee transplants. I got the team surgeon for the Tampa Bay Lightning.
So when Mr. Lay texts he's weak and feeble, he's eat up with bursitis, he has personal knowledge of that.
Yes, he does.
So your left leg is mounted by Mr. Lay and he's hammer fisting you?
Yes.
What happens?
When I hit the ground, I landed sort of on my right elbow because my kidney is on the left-hand side and I damaged it before in a fall. So I tried to land on that side. I heard a loud bang. There's a bright flash of light. And next thing I know, I'm on my elbow and he's on top of me. And I'm going back and forth trying to avoid the blows.
It's evident from the pictures at the scene and from what you have told law enforcement in various interviews that a scuffle ensues.
Yes.
While it may have felt longer or not, I don't know. How long in total would you say that Mr. Lay was on top of you beating you?
I mean, it seemed like a long time, probably 15, 20 seconds.
Were you concerned about suffering great bodily harm or death?
Absolutely. I already had been bashed in the face with something other than a hand, and he was continuing to hit me in the face and on my collarbones.
Would you say that he had overpowered you?
Completely.
Had you not drawn your firearm to defend yourself, do you believe that you would have suffered great bodily harm or death?
Yeah. I recently saw on the news somebody who had been hit in the head outside a nightclub and died on the spot. And
Mr. Radford, we know now that Mr. Lay did have a coffee mug with him. You had a coffee mug with you.
Yeah, tea.
Tea?
It's a travel cup with a L-shaped handle on it.
Were you holding that cup?
I was in my right hand.
Do you recall when the handle became separated from the cup itself?
I have no idea. I just looked down because I felt something in my hand and the cup wasn't there. And it was the handle of the cup.
And is that prior to, I suppose it has to be, but I'm going to ask you for the record, that's prior to any attempt to retrieve your firearm?
Yes.
Let's talk about that. Can you explain to the court what transpired after Mr. Lay was beating on you?
I don't know if I told him to stop or not, but he wasn't stopping. I rolled to my left and then pushed myself on my left hip so that I could reach back. As I reached back for the firearm, I felt my shoulder click and there was a sharp pain. So I thought there might have been some damage done when I landed on my elbow. I grabbed the firearm and as I brought it out, I got it about here. And he went from,
the court stated at this point, got it to about where?
By my rib cage here, right like this. And then he was upright, as far as upright as you can be while still pounding on somebody.
I'm going to pause you there for a second for clarity. Is he on his knees?
He's on his knees.
But his torso is upright pounding on you.
Slightly forward while his fists are hammer fisting me, alternate blows from each hand.
And so now the firearm is about your ribcage on your right.
This hand, I think, was trapped under my jacket and under one of his knees.
The judge stated, this hand, what hand?
My left hand. And I think it was trapped under my jacket because I couldn't lift it up. I tried to push him off and couldn't lift it up. I reached for the firearm, got it to about here, and when I say dove, I mean he reached out quickly with both hands and grabbed my hand like this on each side of the firearm.
So if I'm holding a firearm in my left hand, putting his hands around
it like that, and I was pushing it upwards, towards him and up, and he was trying to twist it down. I felt a finger on top of my trigger finger. I don't know if it was a thumb or one of his fingers, but it was on, and he was twisting it down, trying to pull the trigger. But I couldn't find the safety, so it was still engaged.
Permission to approach Mr. Radford with a replica, Your Honor. The judge stated at this point, yes. If you can show the judge what you mean when you say he was trying to point it down at you.
All right, this is much bigger than my firearm. I pulled it out like this. We got to about here. He grabbed on both sides and I pushed up and he twisted it down. Like here's his hand now, like that. It would be this way, like that, trying to turn it back towards me. And I guess it was his thumb in the trigger guard. I don't know which one, but I distinctly felt a finger on top of that firearm, on top of my finger on the trigger.
At this point, in your opinion, whoever gains control of that firearm,
I had no doubt in my mind he would have shot me with it.
what did you do? What were you able to do?
My grip is much smaller than this. It's probably that long. Mine's a subcompact model.
The judge stated at this point, all right, and in inches, what are you talking about?
Pardon?
The judge stated, you're saying this wide. How many inches would you suggest?
3.5 about from the top of the slide to here.
The judge stated, oh, in length, all right. And where was the grip itself of the pistol positioned in your palm?
Normally with the short grip, it comes down to just the middle of my pinky. It's that short of a grip. It was almost between my second and third fingers.
Is that as a result of the struggle?
Yes, of him twisting the firearm.
So what happens?
I guess I got adrenaline and pushed hard, and the gun, being that he was twisting it, was now pointing like that. I couldn't move my both hands.
That's not what it says.
I can't move my both hands. The gun was pointing downwards, and I found the safety, which is just here on my firearm, and I pushed up, click, pop. That was that fast.
If I may, Mr. Radford, so please correct me if I'm wrong. You draw the weapon, struggle over the gun ensues, where his hand are kind of like this, and he's pushing it down like this. You're fighting like this.
Right, with my hand on the grip.
With your hand on the grip itself seated halfway into your palm.
Yes.
And your testimony to the court is that you, with adrenaline, as he's pushing down and you're going up lunge.
It sort of just twisted, the firearm pointing downward, because his hands were still on it, trying to twist it down towards me. And I pushed up, and it hit him here.
Mr. Radford, obviously this is happening. When it's happening in real time, I imagine it's very chaotic.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Bodies are contorting. How, to the best of your recollection, was Mr. Lay oriented relative to you being on your back?
Well, his chest was, if our hands weren't there, he wouldn't have been on top of me, like contacting me.
Okay, so Mr. Lay, his hands are situated kind of like this, and?
Yeah.
And the only thing separating you two, both your hands is this firearm?
Right.
But you're perpendicular, your torsos are perpendicular.
Yeah, we are pretty much.
Or should I say parallel? Excuse me.
Yeah, parallel. His hips are a bit lower than mine. His lips were like on my thigh.
So he's not straddling you on your waist, he's actually straddling you further.
On my.
Further down you are. And the court stated, okay, y'all can't talk at the same time, please. He's not straddling your waist, he's straddling your left thigh.
Yes.
What did you do after the firearm discharged?
He collapsed on me. His face was like right here and fell onto my chest.
And the judge stated at this point, and right here means?
Like below. His face was below my chin. I didn't have a beard at the time. The top of his head was like right here on my chin. I tried to shuffle him off by like shuffling my body out from underneath him. And when he got down lower, his chest onto my legs, I lifted my knees and sort of heaved him off.
What did you do next?
I yelled at him. I said, "Look what you did, you son of a bitch. Look what you did."
What did you mean by that?
He attacked me and caused this incident.
Was there anybody else there?
There was one other person there, but he was on the little dog side and he was all the way down the other end of the park. It's just a sort of dip with a little bench on it on the small dog side. So I doubt if he could have seen or heard anything because there was a plane going over at the time.
Did you call 911 right away?
I dialed 999 first.
Why?
Because that's the number in England.
And why would that be something that came to your mind?
Because I never had to dial 911 before.
For the court's purposes, did you live in England?
Yes.
For how long?
11 years.
Okay, so you dialed 999 before 911.
And then I realized as I was dialing the last 9 that it was the wrong number, and so I dialed 911.
So you dialed 911, tell them what happened.
Yeah.
You wait for law enforcement to arrive?
I did. I first I walked from where the scuffle took place, walked over to the table, and as I was walking over, there was 2 rounds jammed in the slide. The stovepipe round that didn't eject, and the follow-up round was pointing inwards with the primer out, and that couldn't load into the chamber because of the stovepipe round, so it just had it blocking the slide. And it took me a few tries to get it to fall out. And I know that that round fell out because it hit me in the foot. It wasn't an empty shell. This hit me in the foot. It had bullet weight behind it.
Did you pick that round up?
No, I did not.
Do you know if law enforcement found that round?
I believe they did. They brought in a metal detector and scanned the whole area.
In fact, they had the metal detector with them when you were doing the walkthrough.
I believe so, yes.
Why were you clearing the stovepipe in the mischambered round?
Because I wanted to make the gun safe.
And that's because you knew law enforcement was coming?
Yes.
And you wanted to be safe away from you?
Yes.
Did you freely speak to Detective Harrop?
Yes.
And you gave him your clothes?
Yes.
Consented to search your car?
He followed me to my house after the interviews, and then he picked up my clothes at that time.
At some point, I recall one of the deputies removing your jacket and putting it in their trunk. Did they keep it for safekeeping for some time?
Yeah, they still have it.
Detective Harrop asked you if you'd go speak to him at the police station.
He did.
And you agreed?
Yes.
Did you have anything to hide?
No.
Some implications have been made during some questioning by the state of Detective Harrop of your answers in that first interview. Describe for the court your mind were you clear-headed after being hit in the head?
No, not at all.
As time went on, memories came back?
Yeah.
Were you seeing a therapist for that?
Detective Harrop sent me an email at my request with Miss Jenna Jontas. I believe her name was. Her title was victim advocate.
The judge stated at this point, do you know how to spell that?
Pardon?
The judge stated at this point, do you know how to spell the name?
JENNAJUNTAS, I believe it was.
Judge stated at this point, all right, thank you. Does Rundis sound familiar?
Say again?
Rundis.
It could be her last name. Yeah, I remember jaundice for some reason.
In your testimony to the judge is that whether it was a direct result of a therapy or time passing, that memories of what transpired slowly came back to you.
Yes.
I know that the state played snippets of the first interview and that the court has viewed the whole thing. Do you remember telling Detective Harrop that you felt helpless?
Yes.
And when you were on the ground?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember telling him, I just wanted it to stop?
I believe I did say that, yes.
Do you recall saying how surprised you were by Mr. Lay's strength?
Yes.
Had there ever, in the time, the 4 or 5 years you interacted with Mr. Lay, been a physical altercation started by you or he?
No.
Could you tell the court, was there ever an instance where Walt told you that he wants to rile you up?
Yeah, there were a few other people there, Kim being one of them. Kamatha was one of them. And he said, hey, Deck, can I talk to you for a minute? And I said, sure. And he said, can you go over here? I said, no, you stay right here. You talk all your crap in front of these people. You can talk. Tell me this in front of them too. Do it right here. He says, I don't know if I should tell you that. And I said, come on now, you started, so you finish. And he said to me, well, you know how we have this contentious relationship. And I said, we don't have a relationship. And if by contradicting everything I say is contentious, then yeah, I do. I do know. And he said to me, in pretty much these words, he says, well, I've been doing it just to see what kind of reaction I can get out of you.
Mr. Radford, there's been testimony, and I know you acknowledge using terms that are offensive.
Yes.
Fag and faggot?
Yeah, I have a North Elizabeth, New Jersey vocabulary.
Mr. Radford, did you hate Mr. Lay because he was gay?
No, I didn't hate him at all.
Do you hate anybody because they are gay?
I don't hate anybody at all.
Do you understand that those terms are offensive?
I do, yes.
Did you murder Mr. Lay?
I did not.
But for you drawing your weapon, struggling over that firearm, and utilizing it to defend yourself, did you have any doubt that you would be subject to great bodily harm or death?
No doubt at all.
One moment to confer, Your Honor. The judge said yes. I'll tender the witness to Your Honor. The judge stated, all right, cross.
You have had the benefit of sitting here in the courtroom and hearing the testimony of all the witnesses. They've had some pretty specific instances they have talked about. One of them is the fact that when Walt would show up, his dog Fowler would kind of announce her arrival because she barks as the dog is getting to the dog park. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
You would say, there's that fucking faggot. Is that true?
Not so vehemently, but yes, I would say, there's the fucking faggot.
What is the non-vehement way of saying, there's that fucking faggot?
Here comes that fucking faggot.
And what is the reason to say that?
Because he would wind me up constantly saying things that aren't very nice.
People say that you called him a groomer. What's a groomer?
Somebody who's trying to prepare somebody for their needs.
And what was he doing in a dog park that he was going to try and turn some young man gay? Was he shoving gay pornography in front of him? Was he tying him to a chair and making him watch videos of men kissing?
No, he wasn't.
So what was he doing? What was he doing? In your infinite wisdom, you can go, that fag, that groomer. At that time, the court said, Mr. Diaz, we're not going to talk like that. What was he doing?
You mean that phrase?
What was he doing?
I felt like he had an inordinate amount of affection. For this could have been more than 12-year-old boy, 13-year-old boy.
So you thought he was committing a crime?
No, I didn't say that. I thought he was getting too close to him.
Faghag. Did you call Kim a faghag?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Because somebody else told me that she's what you call a fag hag.
Well, did you understand that to be a hurtful or derogatory comment?
I don't understand what you mean.
Do you think calling any woman a hag, setting aside the fag part of it, do you think calling any woman a hag is a nice thing?
No, it's not.
Okay, what about calling people traitors? Did you say that?
I don't remember calling her a traitor, no.
Did you call anyone a traitor?
No, not that I remember.
Mr. Radford, I have suggested more than once in this trial that you had a sense of grievance, that you were aggrieved that you had been going to this dog park for a long time, more than a decade. You certainly made it part of your daily routine and your identity. You had a group of people who were at least friendly to you initially, and then here comes Walter Lay. Your friends don't want to be your friends no more. They don't want to sit at the table with you anymore. Some of them don't want to associate with you anymore. And now they are scolding you for your language and your behavior. Am I wrong for suggesting you might have felt at least a little annoyed or pissed off?
No.
At the way you were being treated?
Nobody scolded me for my behavior at the park.
When Mr. Darlington sat here and told you that you can't use that word, you can't use that language.
Why can I not use it? And he can use the language that he used.
Well, I want to be clear. I'm a firm believer in the First Amendment. If you're asking me as a strictly technical matter, yeah, you have a First Amendment right to say anything you want.
Thank you.
But I mean, you recognize that some language is acceptable and some language is not so acceptable.
Where I grew up, a lot of language is more acceptable than it is down here.
Okay, but that's where you grew up, and that's a different place at a different time.
But it's still my vocabulary.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What's the difference between a gay person and fag? Because clearly in your mind, there's some difference.
As I told Walt to his face, a gay person has a relationship. They don't flaunt it in public. They don't broadcast what they do with their boyfriend or encounters in front of women.
Do you scold heterosexual people if they talk about what they do with their boyfriend?
Yes, I would.
So it's not really a gay thing. It's just you don't want anybody talking about sex.
I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about what you do in the privacy of your bedroom with your partner.
Why would you say, I don't want to start a fight with the gay guy? You didn't say, I don't want to start a fight. You didn't say, I don't want to start a fight with another guy. You specifically qualified, I don't want to start a fight with a gay guy.
Because he's a gay guy.
Well, why? Why does that make a difference?
I don't understand what you mean.
Well, would you start a fight with a straight guy?
I wouldn't start a fight with anybody.
So then why do you feel the need to qualify it and say, I don't want to start a fight with the gay guy?
Because everybody knew he was gay.
Don't you think that you were suggesting that Walter was less than a man in the statements that you used about him?
He clearly wasn't less of a man.
That's what you may have discovered after the fact, but the phrase that you used actually was, I never thought he would man up, right? Man up is be like macho, be tough, be brave. That's the phrase you used.
I believe so. I also said I never thought he would have the balls to do it.
The balls. Again, people who don't have balls are effeminate, right? They are female. They are not men.
I would never hit a woman either.
Well, okay, good to know. That's not the question I'm asking you. You treated him different because he's gay, right?
No, I treated him different because the way he treated me.
What was the thing that you said when Kim would come up? Did you yell out to people at the park, "Oh, here comes the fag hag"?
I never called that. I never called her that to her face at all.
Well,
Jeff, actually, one of your witnesses, came up to me and said, "Oh, there he is with his fag hag."
what about the time where Kim says that you encountered her and she said, "I don't like the way that you're talking"? Remember, she had a specific instance. She talked about you guys were talking and you were asking, "Why don't you talk to her anymore?" And she said, "I don't like the way you are behaving." And you called Walt a fag, and she tells you not to use that word. Again, another person telling you not to use that word. And you say something to the effect of, "You two are made for each other, or you can have each other." Did that happen?
I believe it did, yeah. If she says it did, I guess so.
And that predated the date you shot Walt, right?
Obviously, yeah.
And the day that Albert told you not to use that word and you shouldn't use that word, that predated the day you shot Walt, right?
Obviously.
And then you shot Walt February 2nd. You give an interview. You give a walkthrough. You give another interview February 8th. You give another interview March 7th. And you get all the way into March and May, and you are still using that word to call him that. Why?
Why not? He treated me differently because I'm not it. That all started when I'm not supposed to volunteer information.
No, go ahead. I can't wait to hear this.
Fine. He asked me to go out for a beer with him, and I said no.
You mean like he hit on you?
I said he asked me to go out for a beer with him, and I said no.
Yeah, but I'm a straight male. There's a difference between me asking Mr. Futch and maybe me asking Mrs. Bailey. One might think if I ask Miss Bailey, "Would you like to go get a beer?" It's because I'm making a sort of romantic advance towards her.
Or maybe you just want to have a beer.
Sure, maybe, but that's not the way you took it. You weren't really upset that he wanted to get a beer, right? You were upset a gay guy wanted to go get a beer.
I told him that I'm straight and I'm married, and if I go out for a drink, it will be with my wife.
Right. You said, "I'm straight and I'm married." The thing that caused the dispute between you was the gay guy made an advance towards you, and you decided to say, no way.
In your words, yeah.
Well, you know what's weird? It's not my words. Because even Walt in the text message, he says he thinks you want him to fight with you over some weird sort of sex thing.
That's his mind, not mine.
All right. So to be clear, the falling out, because we've now gotten to it, thank you for offering it. The falling out, the thing that gaslit you, because gaslighting is where a person misleads you, deceives you, makes you believe something is true even when it's not. That's what gaslighting is. Okay, the thing that was the falling out was Walt hit on you. He asked you out for a beer, right?
He asked me out for a beer, true.
Right, because? And then the court said, "And when was this?"
Oh gosh, before all the animosity started.
And then the court said, "So a year before the shooting?"
Easily a year, yeah.
So you gave a very specific sort of statement when I played it in the first interview. You talked about, there was this period of time and everything was fine. And then you said you were gaslit. And when you say gaslit or gaslight, you were talking about Walt came on to you.
No, I'm talking about him contradicting every word I said.
But contradicting is not gaslighting, sir.
Well, obviously, I didn't know the true definition of gaslighting.
Well, where did you learn this word? As it turns out, I remember gaslighting was the Merriam-Webster dictionary of the word for 2022. That's how pervasive it was. It was the word of the year in 2022. So where did you hear the word of the year a full year before you started saying it was happening? If you don't know what it means, where are you hearing it?
Somebody said it to me. Said, sounds like he's gaslighting you.
And so what does gaslighting mean then?
Well, you just read the definition, so.
Well, the definition I read was manipulating, grossly misleading, or downright deceitful. That's not arguing with someone. That's not contradicting someone.
No.
You and I may have different politics. That doesn't mean I'm gaslighting you.
Right. Obviously, I misused the word.
Okay, Mr. Radford, I want to ask you about a couple of these items that are depicted in one of the photos. There is a phone on the ground, and there is an orange speaker next to it. Let me find the relevant picture. But do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Is that your phone?
It is.
Is that your speaker?
It is.
How did they end up on the sidewalk leading to the pavilion?
The police told me to put them down.
So you have them on you?
Yes.
How do you carry your phone?
In my pocket.
In your pocket? You carry it in a specific pocket?
That day, it was in my hoodie.
Your hoodie pocket?
Yeah.
The speaker, where do you keep the speaker?
That's usually on my hip.
Like attached to your belt?
Yes.
So you had a full-on fight on the ground, rolling around, man on top of you. Your speaker stays attached to your belt and doesn't come off the belt?
No, it's on the floor.
At this point, the court asks, "I'm sorry?"
It's on the floor.
The court then asks, "What's on the floor?"
The speaker.
Well, it's on the sidewalk where you put your phone down when the police showed up.
Yeah, I picked that up off the ground.
Oh, you picked that up too?
Why wouldn't I? It's mine.
That's what I'm asking, Mr. Radford. I'm asking how many things were on the ground when you started to walk away from Walt. Where was your phone?
My phone was in my pocket.
But the speaker was on the ground?
Speaker was on the ground.
In the dirt. In the dirt.
In the sand.
In the sand. There's not a speck of sand on it.
It got brushed off. It got brushed off.
Not even wedged into the little holes of the speaker is there sand. So let me see if I get this straight. You shoot and kill another person. You are a pretty religious man, I know that. Pretty deeply Catholic, right?
Christian.
Christian. Okay, sorry. Pretty deeply Christian, right?
Yes, sir.
You shoot and kill another person. A statement for which, when you were sitting in the interview room with Detective Horeb, you even go so far as to say, "I'm going to hell, so I assume you must believe in hell." You shoot and kill another man. Your initial thought is, "Let me collect my gun. Let me collect my speaker." Somehow my speaker gets totally dusted off, even though you've never once discussed dusting off your speaker. You pick up these two items. You have your speaker. Maybe, I guess. You attach it back to your pants. I don't know. And the next thing you do is not, "Hey, I should render aid to this guy," or "I should check on this guy." You turn and walk away from the guy, and you decide to clear your firearm, right?
Completely wrong words.
Well, then tell me.
I walked away from him. He wasn't moving. I cleared my firearm, went to the table, walked back around to see if he was like, okay. I didn't see any movement. I picked up my speaker and walked back over to the pavement while dialing 911.
Okay.
I assume that's how it happened.
So I want to be clear. You are at the body. He's dead on the ground.
No, I wasn't at the body.
You had to be near the body. You said you rolled him off of you.
Yes.
Okay, so you're somewhat near the body. You walk away. You clear your gun, right? You have the wherewithal to clear your gun and put it on the table. You still haven't picked up the phone. You turn around. You go back. You find your speaker because that's the next priority. You collect your speaker.
That's okay. Carry on.
Is that, I mean, is that what you, that's what you just told me, isn't it?
No, that's not what I just told you.
Tell me what I misheard.
I cleared the firearm while walking away.
Okay.
After just shooting at him, I might have picked up the speaker then. I don't know exactly what order it happened. I had my phone on me already. I was fumbling for the phone in my hoodie jacket. As I was walking to the table after clearing the gun, I called 911, and that's what I remember.
And you had your speaker back on you by the time the police arrived, because that's how it ends up on the pavement next to your phone, correct?
I must have had it on me. Yeah, I must have. I probably put it in my pocket, walked over there, and then when they said I was trying to turn the volume down on the speaker via the phone so that I could hear what was going on with the phone call.
Wait. I want to make sure I heard you. You said you were trying to turn down the speaker so you could have the phone call, so that you could hear the phone call?
Yes.
We don't hear a single bit of music or radio or anything.
Because I turned it off.
So you had already turned it off before the phone call?
Obviously, yes.
Okay, I want to ask you a different question. We have seen a pair of glasses. Those are your glasses, right?
I believe so.
They look like sunglasses, or are they prescription sunglasses?
They are transitions.
Transitions. Okay, so you need them to see.
Yeah, specifically up close.
Okay, were they on your face?
Yes, they were.
When you got hit?
Yes, they were.
You know your glasses better than I do. I don't see a break. I don't see a scratch. I don't see a fracture. I don't see a crack.
Well, obviously, he hit me from the side.
He hit you from the side?
He hit the glasses from the side if he didn't break.
Okay, so, sorry, go ahead.
If they didn't break the lenses.
Okay, so?
Got knocked off my face and flew a number of feet away.
Well, you seem to have a pretty stellar memory now, so I'm going to ask you. When he first hit you, under your version of events, where does he hit you?
In the face.
But where in the face? In the chin, on the forehead, by the ear? Like, give me some description.
This is my face.
Right?
In the face.
So he hit you straight on, is what you are?
I believe so. I didn't see it coming.
Well, that's not what I asked. I did not ask if you saw it coming. I asked you where he hit you. You held your hand up directly in front of your face, like in front of your nose and your eyes.
Yes.
Is that where he hit you?
Yes.
And you think that knocked your glasses off? Because a second ago, you said he hit you from the side.
I said that he could have hit me from the side. He knocked my glasses off when he hit me.
But we agree the front and the side of the face are not the same place.
Sure, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Radford, tell me about your clothes. Your clothes seem pretty spotless. Your hand seems pretty spotless. Your face seems pretty spotless, other than the injuries, of course. I'm talking about dirt. I don't have a speck of dirt on your hands. I don't have any wedged underneath your fingernails or inside your cuticles. You got pretty well manicured hands here. I assume you take care of them, or maybe your wife does it for you. Sorry. You got pretty well manicured hands here. I assume you take care of them. Or maybe your wife does it for you. I don't know. Your jeans don't have any dirt. There's no smudges of dirt.
Have you seen the soil at the dog park? It's sandy soil. It falls off with a slight tap.
You had a physical struggle for multiple seconds, and there's no sand stuck to your skin. Are you suggesting the sand just fell off of your skin too?
No, I'm suggesting I had multiple layers of clothing on, including a hooded hoodie. And that was why it didn't hit me. It didn't hit the back of my neck. I had a hat on my head.
How many times did you hit Mr. Laird?
None.
None?
None.
You put no hands on him?
I put no hands on him.
How do you account for the ear?
I have no idea. Might have got it before. He might have got it when he fell on top of me. I did not strike him.
So he's got an injury under his left eye, an injury on his forehead above his left eye. He's got marks on the side of his right temple lobe. He's got a bruised ear. He's got an injury behind his ear. He's got 3 marks under his chin, and he's got a spot on the back of his head, kind of where a lot of guys would have a bald spot like me. And you are saying you didn't do any of that to him?
I didn't hit him, is what I'm saying. I did not strike him.
And again, you don't have any way to account, and I noticed you didn't have a great explanation for why the handle of your cup completely snapped off.
Probably happened when he tackled me to the ground.
So now he...
Or when I landed on my, when I landed on my right elbow, the cup was in my hand. It could have broken when it hit the ground.
So you think it fell during the fall is when you think it broke?
It could have.
It could have?
I don't know when it broke.
You agree the spot where it actually fell, where it came to rest, is actually kind of in a leafy little bed of old dried leaves, right?
I don't know where it fell.
Well, I'll show you the picture. State Exhibit 6K. Looks like a lot of leaves to me.
It's leaves, yeah.
All right. So, Mr. Radford, I want to make sure I'm clear on the version of events, the ones that you are telling me today, okay? You are saying Mr. Lay came across the park some distance at you and attacked you unexpectedly. You didn't see it coming. Didn't see him coming.
He came into the park around that dog through area between me and that and walked past me probably 10 feet away from me, 8 to 10 feet, something like that.
And I understand that. I'm talking about the moment that actually leads to the first bit of physical contact. Did you say that basically what happened is he came up on you unexpectedly? You didn't see him coming, and that's when he first laid hands on you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when he first lays hands on you, does he grab you or does he hit you?
I saw a bright flash of light and heard a bang. I got hit in the face with something.
In the face?
Yeah.
Okay. And what's the next thing that happens?
I wasn't out cold, but I was knocked a bit senseless. I was on my elbow on the ground.
And is he on top of you or is he still standing?
No, he's on top of me. He's straddling my leg.
So you have gone to the ground and he is on the ground on top of you?
Yes.
And what happens next?
He's hammer fisting me about the face and neck.
And that's a really interesting phrase, hammer fist.
That's what it's called.
But we agree that in the sum total of a 7-minute 911 call, a 1-hour first interview, 11.5-minute crime scene walkthrough, a nearly 16-minute second interview, and a 14-minute third interview, you have never once used the word hammer fist in any of the descriptions of the fighting that occurred in those interviews.
Okay.
In fact, you have never used the word hammer fist ever, not even in a jail phone call. The jail phone calls, you still don't use the word hammer fist. So now are you saying there is specific attacking occurring, hammer fisting?
He was hitting me about the face and neck with his hands, this part of his hand.
Okay, and that's what I think most people know is hammer fist if you watch fighting.
There you go.
I watch UFC, so I have a pretty good idea what hammer fist is. But you never described that. You never described him hitting you with the flat of the bottom of his hand, the hammer fist. You never said the word hammer fist, never once. You've got over, 2 hours worth of interviews, and you have never once used the word hammer fist until today.
Didn't occur to me.
It didn't occur to you? Okay, so now he's on top of you and he's hammer fisting you. Both hands?
Alternately, yes.
And you have seen the photos, and there isn't a single mark on the bottom side of either his right or his left hand. There's no bruising. There's no redness. There's no cuts. There's no scratches. There's nothing, right?
Yeah.
And he's hammer fisting you multiple times in the face or where?
Face and around the collarbone area.
The collarbone area. Okay, and what comes next? How does the hammer fisting stop?
When I pull out my firearm and he lunged for it, he dove for it.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. No. I got to get the skeleton, I guess. You fall, and he's on top of you.
Yes.
Knees on the ground.
Knees on the ground.
And he is hammer fisting you.
Sitting back slightly on my leg.
Is that roughly fair to say?
Lean it forward, give or take.
And hammer fisting you.
Yes.
And then you said you reached for your gun.
Yes, sir. I push my shoulder off the ground and reach back for my firearm.
So you have a full-grown man who we have already established multiple times through your defense attorney is 50 pounds heavier than you, and somehow you were able to roll your body, but he still stays on top of you.
Yes. It's not a hard thing to do.
Okay. And then you said, I paid real close attention, you said he dove for the gun.
Dove, lunged.
Because he was standing up?
No, he wasn't standing up.
Well, that's very much what you said.
No, I did not. I said he was kneeling on top of me, and when he saw the gun, he lunged for it and grabbed it on both sides, is what I said. I didn't say anything about him standing up.
Okay, so you didn't say that. Now he has grabbed the gun by his hands on both sides.
Yes, sir.
And you have the gun in your right hand?
I do.
And you have your thumb in the position where you can disengage the safety with your thumb?
No, it was canted, as I explained it before. The grip of my firearm is a lot shorter than that, and it was up almost pulled out of my hand, and I was reaching, trying to find the safety, and I couldn't find it.
This is your safety?
Yes.
So it can be disengaged with your thumb?
Yes.
So you had to have your thumb. I mean, you're effectively holding the gun in the normal position. You would expect a person to hold the gun.
No, I wasn't.
You weren't?
As I explained before, the grip is a lot shorter on my firearm than that model that you have. The grip was up here on my hand.
So you're holding it like this?
I'm holding it like that, and it's twisted down a little bit, so my finger's on the trigger.
Okay, and so you're holding it basically by the end of the magazine or the end of the handle.
And don't forget, that's a lot longer than my firearm.
Right, your gun's a subcompact.
Yes.
Because it's a subcompact, everything is effectively smaller or shorter on it.
So that's a deceiving look.
Including this trigger guard. Because it's a subcompact, the trigger guard is smaller. It's not a full-size trigger guard like a Glock 40.
But you can fit 2 fingers in it.
Well, whatever the position is that you are holding the gun exactly, and we can't simulate it here because I don't have an exact replica of your gun. You are holding the gun in a way that you can disengage the safety.
If I can find it, yes.
And you can still pull the trigger.
The tip of my finger was still on the trigger, yes.
Okay. And so you made a statement in one of the jail phone calls that you heard the clicking of the gun. Did that happen according to what you were telling us today? Because I didn't hear you say it earlier.
I don't understand what you mean.
In the
Did
story,
that happen?
In the story you told here in the courtroom today.
In the truth, yes.
Okay, and I'm not saying story in a negative connotation. I'm saying the version of events that you've told today, you didn't mention the part about the clicking of the gun before the safety is disengaged.
I felt his finger on top of mine trying to pull the trigger.
Okay, but that's not.
The only reason I wasn't shot is because the safety was still engaged.
But in the jail phone call with your wife, because that's who you were talking to on the 2 jail phone calls, you were talking to your wife, right?
Yes.
And the woman who loves you, and who stood by you through all of this.
Yes.
The woman that you love dearly.
Absolutely.
Right. And I applaud you for your loyalty to your wife and her loyalty to you. But what I'm saying is, you are talking to your wife, and you're telling her there's the clicking. I hear the clicking. He's pulling the trigger. He's trying to get it to work. I covered this earlier with Detective Horeb. You heard that, right?
Yes.
But you didn't say that today.
I don't understand what you mean. It happened.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out, Mr. Radford. You have given different stories at different times. And so I'm trying to figure out which part of the stories that you have given at different points in time coincide with the story you are telling here today. And again, I'm not using the word story negatively.
I understand.
I'm saying there is different recitations. For example, in the 911 call, the call you make within minutes of the shooting, you don't mention his hand on the gun. You don't mention him fighting you for the gun. You don't mention him putting his finger in the trigger guard. You don't mention disengaging the safety. You don't mention him coming up on you and tackling you to the ground. You mention none of those things. You just say the guy attacked me.
I think that covers it all.
Okay, but that's a very generalized statement. Then when you get to the interview, the first interview, you still don't mention the safety. You still don't mention his hand on the gun. You still don't mention the clicking of the trigger. You don't mention any of that. And you get it completely wrong as to where it is you say you shoot him. So I'm just trying to figure out, this judge is going to have to decide which version of events she believes. What is the reason that you get it totally wrong and then change the story as the time goes by?
I didn't change the story. I was in shock to start with. I had a turmoil of information in my head, and I was being asked question after question about what happened and this and that. I was in shock. I'm still in shock.
This is from the 11 minutes and 4 seconds on the third interview. You talk about you remember his hands holding your hands right here, wherever that is. You talk about both of his hands on my hand trying to turn the gun on me.
Yes, sir.
No mention of the safety. You have already been to therapy. A month has already gone by. I assume to some degree the shock has worn off.
I'm still in shock now 9 months later.
Okay.
10 months later.
Mr. Radford, earlier today you used the phrase, you said that Walt told you he was going to cave your head in.
Yes, sir.
And you said that probably happened a year ago. I assume that's from the date of the shooting a year ago?
No, that's including the 10 months.
So like November of 2023, October 2023?
October, November, yeah.
Is there a reason that you have never mentioned that?
I did mention it.
You believe that in somewhere in the 2 hours of interviews, you told the detective.
I told him at my house.
That he was going to cave your head in?
It went from we're going to come to blows to I'm going to kick your ass, then to I'm going to just cave your head in. I've done it before, and I'll do it again.
So if her honor goes and listens back to any of the interviews, somewhere in there she's going to hear the words cave my head in or cave the head in.
I don't know if he was recording it at the time at my house. He came to my house on a number of occasions.
Pass the witness, Your Honor. Thank you. At that point, the court said, all right.
No questions, Judge. The court stated all right. You can sit down.
They broke for lunch then, so we're going on to the next one now. So I'm not doing closings, by the way. The closings are over 3.25 hours, and I'm just like, fuck that. We got another about 3.5 hours ago. However, obviously doing 1.5 would be more like 2.5 hours, something like that. So we'll see what this is about. Right. But you've got to remember there's probably a break as well and stuff like that. So it should be less than that. Oh, this one finishes a little bit earlier. So yeah, there's probably about 2 hours left of everything. Let me just set it all up first. This is the afternoon of day 2. Afternoon of day 2, people. There's 8 of you here, so thank you for being here, the 8 of you. Again, Lady Di's fault. Lady Di 2, your fault. I know it is, I know. There's nothing to zoom, that's the problem, unfortunately. They've done a good job of cutting it to per witness. Here we go.
Now, Miss Whitley, do you go by another name?
I go by Cam.
Okay. Good afternoon, Kim. How are you?
That's Crystal.
Okay. Now, do you know someone who went to West Dog Park who went by the nickname Walt?
Yes.
Okay. How did you know Walt?
Going at the same time at the dog park, we kind of like would sit near the same area and start talking, and that's how we started our friendship.
Okay, so you said friendship. So what was your relationship? What was your interaction with Walt?
Friends, friendly, talked a lot. We even met outside of the dog park as well as our friendship progressed.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone a little bit closer to you. There you go.
Okay.
Now, this dog park, were there a lot of people at this dog park? Were there regulars at this dog park?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was there a social clique or a group of friends at this dog park that you would routinely see when you're at that dog park?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how long were you going to the dog park as of February 2nd, 2024?
Prior to that, I was almost going every day, but then my dad had died in 2022, so I hadn't been going every day because I would be going, if I wasn't working, I'd be going back to Citrus County.
I'm sorry, ma'am. So for a few years?
Yeah, several years.
Now, was one of the men that was part of this group someone that you knew that went by the nickname Deck?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point to him and identify him by an article of clothing?
He's wearing a gray blazer and white t-shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, did you know Deck or had you interacted with Deck before?
No, only at the dog park.
Okay, so you only interacted with Deck at the dog park.
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell me that initial interaction between you and Walt and Deck? How was that like when you first met him?
Friendly when you get to know somebody for the first time, friendly interaction, like, hi, how are you? How are things going? That kind of thing.
So it's cordial. It's just
Yes.
people hanging out with their dogs at the dog park.
Yes.
Okay. But at some point that changed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember why it changed?
They would start talking about different topics and they would have heated discussions, sometimes yelling at each other.
And do you mean by Walt and Deck?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of things were these disagreements between Walt and Deck?
Politics, like, vaccines, like, Trump versus Biden or COVID, abortion, you name it, that kind of stuff.
So, as you said, there was a lot of stuff going on regarding politics. Did this all kind of start after the pandemic in 2020?
No, they would have heated discussions even prior to the pandemic, if I remember correctly. And then, obviously we were all out of not going to the dog park and then coming back. Yes.
Okay. Now, if you had to describe sort of conservative, liberal, left or right leaning, how would you describe Deck and how would you describe Walt?
Deck is conservative, right wing, and I'd say Walt was liberal, left wing.
Okay. Now, these disagreements that you've been describing that were going on with Walt and Deck, how were they playing out? How long were they playing out for? Months, years?
Months, several months.
Now, were these arguments every once in a while, or did they become more and more frequent?
Like at first they were kind of frequent, and then they started not being as frequent.
Why did they stop becoming as frequent?
Because Walt didn't want to deal with the yelling.
And that leads me to my next question. You say during these arguments, how did Deck behave during these arguments?
Aggressively, like with his voice and yelling and raising it.
Towards Walt?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you would normally sit at the entrance of the pavilion?
Yes.
Okay. And the pavilion, that's basically a structure with a bench under it.
Yes, as a picnic table and a bench.
And was there several people that hung out at this pavilion?
Yes.
Okay. So you said that Walt didn't want to deal with this anymore, right?
Correct.
So what did Walt do so that he could stop dealing with it?
He started sitting at a separate picnic table several yards away from the pavilion.
Okay. Now, when the other people of this social group saw this, what did the other people of this social group do?
We started sitting at the other picnic table.
So everyone that used to hang out with Walt and Deck at this pavilion left that pavilion and went over and hung out with Walt.
Yes.
Okay. So when this occurred, was the defendant basically almost ostracized from the social group?
Yes, he was by himself.
So how did Deck react to this?
From what I was told, he not.
Without telling me what other people told you, what you personally observed, what did Deck do to this change?
He just stayed at the pavilion by himself.
Did you see a change in his manner?
He just seemed quieter, more like withdrawn.
Okay. Now, did you personally ever have an interaction with Deck?
Yes.
Now, what were those interactions like? Did those interactions get heated?
Yes. There was like one time we were talking about vaccines, and he was basically said, "You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about." And other times, if he was talking, I just kept my mouth shut.
Now, did you confront him at one point?
About that conversation?
Or did you confront him about words that he was saying about Walt?
No, because the only time was when he had come up to me and called Walt a faggot to my face, yes. But prior to that, no.
So you've heard Deck used homophobic slurs about Walt. Is that correct? Okay. Now, and you tried to tell him that's not okay. You told him to stop.
Yes, I said, "Do you really have to use that word?"
And what did he say?
He's like, "You know what, you two deserve each other," and he walked off.
Now, without giving me an exact number, how many people do you think are sort of regulars at the park?
At least like 6 to 8.
Now, without telling me what people said, do you guys talk with each other about what's going on? You know, of course, about dogs and stuff, but also about what was transpiring between Walt and Deck.
Yes.
Did you have some general idea what the reputation of the defendant was amongst the people who were the community of that park?
Yes.
And what was that reputation?
That he was aggressive, very hot-tempered individual.
Was he threatening?
Like physically, not that.
Verbally?
Verbally, yes.
Okay. Now, what you described, was that consistent with the other people in the park that were there with you?
Yes.
Now, I want to make this clear. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I want to hear what you say. Would you describe Dak as homophobic in the way you use words?
Yes.
Now, at some point in time, did you receive a video from Walt?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you aware that video is a part of this case?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you the one that Walt sent a video basically describing that he was told by the defendant that you're going to die, you're going to die?
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't originally watch the video when you received it, correct?
Yes.
Why was that?
Because he would send a lot of hello videos, and I just thought that's what it was. And plus, I had been working the night before because I work night shift.
So when you first got the ping on the phone, you just thought it was another message.
Yes.
But when you opened the message, you found it very concerning.
Yes.
What did you do when you received that message?
The original text after the video, I told him that he should start videoing any threats that Dak was making towards him.
Now, at some point, did your work schedule change and you weren't going to the park as often?
Not that I wasn't going to the park as often, I was going later.
So you didn't see the group as much as you used to before?
Correct.
Okay. But had you been aware, I know you already talked about the arguments and conflicts, but had you been aware of a growing animosity between the defendant and Walt?
Yes.
Now, I know you just talked about a text to Walt. Did you say anything to the victim about things he should try to do to mitigate the aggression or diffuse the situation, anything like that?
Not in anything particular, no.
Did you ever see any direct actions, I mean verbal or anything between the defendant and victim?
In regards to?
Just heated arguments, anything like that?
Yes.
Can you describe, like, was the defendant heated, aggressive towards the victim? Were you concerned for the victim?
Physically aggressive? No. Verbally aggressive? Yes.
And how was he verbally aggressive?
Just like you don't know what you're talking about, you're an idiot, that kind of thing.
Now, when Walt and Deck got in that moment when things got heated, was Walt ever violent to Deck?
No.
Okay. Did Walt ever get hostile to Deck?
No.
Was he ever threatening?
No.
Okay. Now, can you describe Walt to me? How is he as a person? Is he angry, mean, peaceful? What would you describe?
I would
Walt?
call him peace loving, he always try to, keep a level head. And if there was ever a conflict, he's like, try to settle down. He was funny, he was eccentric, he was sarcastic, didn't have a mean bone in his body.
So Walt wasn't one to be quick to anger.
Correct.
Mom, to confer, Your Honor?
Yes.
Say pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross.
You and Walt were great friends.
Yes.
Would you say, and I mean this in a friendship type of way, you love Walt?
Yes.
Consider him family?
Yes.
And I assume and imagine that when Walt passed, that you were deeply affected by that.
Yes.
Angered.
Yes.
And blamed Mr. Radford for that.
Yes.
And it's your belief that Mr. Radford murdered Walt.
Yes.
And you'd like to see him pay for that.
He hasn't going to jail, yes.
You'd like to see him be convicted for Walt's death.
Yes.
Would you say you hate Mr. Radford?
Yes.
In fact, you were very upset that Mr. Radford wasn't arrested immediately.
Yes.
You were very upset that he wasn't arrested within the first week.
Yes.
And this leads all the way up to the 37 or 40 days, whatever it was, up until his arrest. You were angry about that.
Yes.
In fact, throughout that time, you were emailing the lead detective on the case, Detective Horeb, periodically about the case.
Yes, I gave my statements and the videos that Walt had sent me, and even text that Walt had sent me. I sent him screenshots.
Do you remember when you sent Detective Horeb the video that you just discussed with Mr. Chambers?
Yes, it was Monday. I believe it was the following Monday. It was either Monday into Tuesday morning.
So 3 or 4 days after the event?
Yes.
Not a week later, right?
No.
Not 2 weeks later?
No.
And did Detective Horeb acknowledge that he received it?
I don't remember if it was right away or not.
But you sent him that video within 3 or 4 days of the shooting?
Yes.
if I understood you correctly, you testified that up through sometime in 2022 when your father passed, and I'm sorry about that, that you were going almost daily to the dog park.
Yes.
After that, and because of work, you kind of cut back on the frequency of your visits to the park?
Yes, because when I had my days off, I would go back to my mom's house.
And you only knew Declan from the dog park?
Correct.
Although I understand you became friends with Walt and stayed in touch when you weren't at the dog park, you met Walt at the dog park as well?
Yes.
Is it accurate of me to say that on many occasions, if not most, that Walt would get to the dog park before you?
Yes.
And it's your understanding that Declan was usually the first person to get to the dog park every day?
Or at the same time, about the same time as Walt did.
So a majority of the interactions between Walt and Deck would have taken place without anybody there?
Yes.
And that would include the Darlingtons, right?
When Darlingtons would get there on Saturdays, I believe they got there early too.
But just one day a week?
Correct.
And what I'm just trying to get at here, and I know you I think we're almost there, is that as far as you know, there was quite a length of time on the days Walt and Deck were at the park where it was just Walt and Deck, nobody else, as far as you understand.
Correct.
So anything, whether it be aggressive or mean-spirited or a homophobic slur that Mr. Radford would have said to Walt wouldn't have been witnessed by anybody else, correct? Under those circumstances.
At the time that they were there together.
Alone. Right? And the same could be said that if Walt threatened or riled up or tried to get under Mr. Radford's skin, there'd be no witnesses to that either.
Correct, if it was just the two of them.
Throughout the time that you knew both Walt and Dick, and the times that you were specifically at the dog park with both of them, did you ever witness any physical violence that Walt perpetuated on Declan?
No.
Did you ever witness any physical violence that Declan perpetuated on Walt?
No.
You testified to you said that after the group kind of ostracized or splintered away from Declan, that he seemed quieter and more reserved when he was alone, away from the guys.
Yes.
Mr. Chambers asked you if in your group of 6 to 8 people, Declan had a reputation of being aggressive, and you said yes.
Yes.
To be clear, though, and to be fair, when you say aggressive, you're talking about words, right?
Yes.
Okay. You never saw Declan lay hands on Walt?
No.
Right? You never found yourself in a position to witness any behavior that would have prompted you to call law enforcement, right?
Correct.
Any behavior that placed you in fear that Walt was in any kind of physical danger, right?
Correct.
Because had you would have called the police.
Yes.
And I imagine the same would have been applied if Walt was being violent or aggressive against anybody, and that you witnessed it, you would call the police as well.
Correct.
But you never witnessed anything that rose to that kind of level.
Not physical, no.
And so the reputation of being aggressive, we're not talking physically aggressive, you're just talking verbally mean.
Correct.
No violence.
None that I was witness to.
How many years did you know Walt and Deck, would you say?
I want to say at least 2019, 2020.
So up through February of 2024, we're talking 4-ish years, give or take?
4 or 5, yeah.
And in that 4 or 5 years, you never saw any violence from my client's perspective.
Correct.
How well would you say you really know Mr. Lake? Walt?
I would say very well.
Now, Mr. Chambers asked you something about if Walt was peaceful or violent, or that might have been your response, but you said that Walt was peaceful, he wasn't aggressive.
Correct.
Did Walt ever tell you that he might tackle or fight Mr. Radford?
No.
Would that surprise you if that's something that he said to somebody?
Yes.
You agree with me that we don't always know people as well as we think we might, right?
Correct.
We can't be inside their head.
Correct.
The video that Mr. Lay sent you, you watched it once you realized that you had received it, right?
Yes.
And you thought it was important for Detective Harrop to have?
Yes.
So you got it to him immediately once you located it.
Yes.
And as you understand it, that video is alleged to have been recorded roughly around 8 a.m. the day before the shooting.
Correct.
That's your understanding?
Correct.
What Walt says in that video is that Declan told him that he was going to die, right?
Yes.
Did you believe Walt?
Yes.
Did you think Walt was scared?
I don't know what he was thinking, but he was probably scared enough that he had to make the video, so I can't speak for him.
Are you aware that a text message was located on Mr. Lay's phone where roughly 5 hours after he recorded that video, but before he sent it to you, that he texted Sue Jones? Do you know Sue Jones?
Yes.
She's somebody that used to code to the dog park.
Yes.
And as I understand it, she kind of moved some distance away and their dog park just wasn't convenient anymore.
Well, where she lives, she can't even have a dog, I believe.
Are you aware that Walt sent Sue Jones a text roughly 5 hours after Mr. Lay reported in that video that Deck threatened him?
I didn't know at the time that had been sent, but I do know now.
And you do know now?
Yeah.
Do you agree with me that that text directly conflicts with the threat that Walt claims was made to him that morning?
I wouldn't, like what do you mean conflict?
Well, what do you take the video that he sent you to be? Do you take that to be a threat on his life?
Yes.
And so if Walt 5 hours later said, he's crazy, he doesn't have anywhere else to go, he doesn't really intimidate me, I'll keep you posted. I thought if he blocks my path again, I'll try to tackle him. He's really older than he looks, he's weak and feeble, I'll keep you informed, this weekend should be drama. you agree that the tone and message itself are just polar opposites of one another, right?
Well, in the text, he sounds like he's just being sarcastic.
Okay. Well, what does this weekend should be drama mean to you?
That there's probably just going to be talk about what happened, any interaction that would have happened between the two of them.
Okay, so you don't think that when somebody says, I'm going to try to tackle him, he's weak and feeble, he's older than he looks, followed immediately by this weekend should be drama, could be, I'm not saying is, because you and I can't place ourselves in Walt's mind when he sends it, but could actually mean that he intends to get physical. You have to agree that it could be that.
No.
Sustained.
Are you aware that Walt knew about Mr. Radford's physical ailments?
Yes.
Okay, so you were aware of those as well?
Yes.
You were aware that Mr. Radford, Declan, had major shoulder issues, arthritis, bursitis, you were aware of that?
Yes.
Was everybody at the park?
He would tell people about how he was feeling at the park. Yes.
Did he have knee replacements?
Yes.
So this would be information that Walt was intimately familiar with.
He was aware of. Yes.
4 years you knew the two of them, never any physical violence between them.
Correct.
You received, do you remember what time Walt texted you that selfie video?
It was before 8 a.m., I believe.
The next day? Or the day of the shooting?
No, you're talking about the selfie video he sent me.
Yeah, what time did he send it to you?
I think it was before 8 a.m. on Thursday.
On the 1st?
Correct.
So if the detective testified that that video wasn't recorded until 8 a.m., how would he have sent it to you before 8 a.m.?
I don't remember the exact time. I think it was at 7:59. I'm not technically, knowledgeable about that kind of stuff.
Now, the truth is that both Walt and Deck riled each other up, right?
I would say yes.
For whatever reason, they had different ideologies, right?
Yes.
And it would be fair for me to say that, in your opinion, Declan said things to rile up Walt.
Yes.
And it's also fair, and you'd be equally candid in telling the jury that Walt said and did things to rile up Deck.
Yes.
You'd agree with me that being disrespectful, a jerk, an asshole, those in and of themselves are not criminal in any way, right?
Correct.
That standing in front of somebody and blocking their path isn't a crime, right?
If you're physically touching them.
Without any physical contact, standing in front of somebody or blocking their path isn't a crime. Do you agree?
Correct.
Did you ever reach out to anyone besides the sheriff's office about your disdain for a lack of arrest in this case?
Yes.
Who else?
The newspaper.
Which newspaper?
Tampa Bay Times.
And what was your correspondence with them? How many times did you reach out?
Just the one time via email.
And expressing outrage over the fact that an arrest hadn't been made?
Correct.
How long after the shooting was that?
I want to say Sunday, I believe.
Are you aware, or was there any type of organized effort to reach out to the sheriff's office, the state attorney's office, or newspapers or the media kind of over your outrage?
Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you get any interviews with the media about your feelings?
Your Honor.
Sustained.
Can we approach Ron?
Yes.
Tampa Bay Times. Other people talked to the media, and then some contacted me and asked if I would do interviews.
When you say some contacted you, are you talking about other friends or media outlets contacted you?
Media outlet.
Did you give any interviews?
Yes.
How many?
I want to, because there's NBC, I think Fox, ABC, and Channel 10. I forget the actual station. I believe those 4 news outlets here locally.
So,
and then there was the People magazine article I did as well.
So you did People magazine article as well?
Yes.
Proximity to time from the shooting. When are we talking about here?
I think it was like within a month, give or take.
So before Mr. Radford had been arrested,
I believe so.
you gave 5 or 6 interviews with various media outlets.
Between maybe 4 and 6.
I can have one moment for you.
Yes. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
You can step down, ma'am. Thank you. Is she released from her subpoena?
Yes.
That testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Hi, good afternoon. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Sharon Saunders, SharonSaunders.
Thank you.
Your Honor. Hello, Ms. Saunders. Are you familiar with a place called West Dog Park?
Yes, sir.
Do you frequent that place?
I do.
Okay. How long have you been going to the West Dog Park?
At least 18 years.
Okay. Now, in your 18 years of going to the West Dog Park, did you end up meeting a person that you came to know by Mr. Radford, but he had a nickname, correct? You called him Deck?
Declan.
Okay.
Yes.
Is Declan or Mr. Radford in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point to him and identify an article of clothing?
He's wearing a gray business jacket.
May the record reflect that the witnesses identified Mr. Radford.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, how did you meet him?
I don't know that I ever met him. I just would see him every day when I would go, pretty much. I knew his name from other people in the dog park.
Okay. So you'd see, and when I say Declan, I mean Mr. Radford, you saw him from time to time in the dog park?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, was there kind of like a regular crew of people in that dog park that you would hang out with?
Yes.
Okay. It was not like an everyday thing, but there was a social circle that kind of hung out at the pavilion, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, was he one of them, Mr. Radford?
When I went, Mr. Radford was always by himself.
Okay. Now, when you say by himself, was he just walking around the dog park? Wasn't really interacting with anyone?
He was with his dogs.
Now, did you ever interact with him for any particular reason?
I did have a conversation with him once after his dog passed away, and I gave him my condolences.
Now that his dog had died, was that a German Shepherd?
Yes, sir.
So, did he have 2 German Shepherds before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, you found out his dog had passed, you gave him his condolences. What was that conversation like?
I just expressed that I was sad to hear that a dog had died. It was a younger dog. It was very unexpected, and I would have wanted someone to say they were sorry to me. Dogs are like kids to us, you know. So I was hurting for him.
Yes, ma'am. Now, did you also know someone else at the dog park? You call him Walt, but Mr. Lay?
Yes.
Okay. How do you come to know Mr. Lay?
Through visiting the dog park and meeting him through associates.
Did you become friends with him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you friendly with him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, without telling me what you heard from other people, did you become aware of animosity between Mr. Radford and Mr. Lay?
Only through other people. I never witnessed anything.
But you heard of it?
But I heard.
Okay. Now, do you have a background in law enforcement?
Yes.
Now, did Walt come to you at some point and you talked and you gave him advice about what to do given this situation with Mr. Radford?
I did the Sunday before he passed.
And what did you advise Mr. Lay about doing?
I advised him to make a police report with law enforcement to let them know what was going on and how he felt.
And why'd you tell him to do that?
He was afraid. Things had been verbal between them for, I guess, over a year. And he had said the day before that when he was walking laps, that Mr. Radford had blocked his path.
Sustained.
Without telling me what other people said, man.
No, just what Walt told me.
Okay, well, without
Okay.
what Mr. Lay even said, okay, I understand, man. So, did you tell him specifically to keep records or anything like that?
I said after he reported the incident that he should document it, any other occurrences.
Now, did you ever know Mr. Lay to be aggressive or hostile?
No.
How do you describe Mr. Lay?
He was extremely laid back. Most of the times when I saw him, he was smoking weed in the park. He was a huge history buff. I would say he was more of a scholar than anything else. He was extremely smart, loved American history. I wouldn't ever have expected him to be violent at any time.
So you didn't think of him as someone who's hot-tempered or angry or throwing a tantrum?
No.
Moment for your honor?
Yes.
They will pass the witness, your honor.
All right, Russ?
Could you describe for the jury your background in law enforcement?
I was a deputy with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office for 12 years.
As a deputy, I imagine that you interacted with all walks of life throughout your 12-year career with HCSO, right?
Yes, sir.
Violent people, nonviolent victims, suspects, and everything in between.
Yes, sir.
When we talk about Mr. Lay, how close would you say you were with Mr. Lay?
I've been to several dinner parties with him, celebrating a birthday or things like that, and talking to him at least maybe once a week at the dog park.
So outside of how many dinner parties and over what period of time?
I would say in a year period that I know him, 3.
How long would your average interaction with him be at the dog park?
Anywhere from 5 minutes to 30 minutes.
Now, in fairness, I'm sure throughout your career, you crossed paths with individuals that seem violent and aggressive and were, and then individuals that didn't seem violent or aggressive, but could have a hot temper or become violent or aggressive, right?
True.
It would be fair for me to say that we don't always know people as we believe them to be, right?
That's true.
You never personally witnessed any violence between Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford,
I
correct?
did not.
You never personally witnessed any of the interactions that you just discussed with Mr. Chambers that you may have heard about from other people.
I'm sorry.
Did you ever witness any aggressive verbal behavior between Mr. Radford and Mr. Lay? Had you been concerned in any way that violence was about to take place or that Mr. Lay was in danger of any kind, would you have called law enforcement yourself?
I would have.
And that, at least as you were situated on the Sunday before, those weren't concerns that you had in that moment.
It was a concern enough for him that I told him to do it.
You don't know if he did or didn't.
Am I allowed to say what I was told?
No. So do you know for sure whether or not he ever contacted law enforcement?
I do not know that he ever contacted law enforcement.
Now, you've testified that Mr. Lay was kind, peaceful, caring individual.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that 18 hours before the shooting, that Mr. Lay sent a text message to a Sue Jones indicating that Mr. Radford didn't intimidate him, that if Mr. Radford blocked his path again, that he would try to tackle him, that Mr. Radford is older than he looks, he's weak and feeble, and that this weekend should be drawn?
I have been made aware of the text, not to that extent, but I know that one was sent.
In line with the question and answer from a few minutes ago, where you indicated that we don't always know people the way we think we might, that would not be how you knew Walt, that kind of message or language.
No, but I could see why he would have done it out of frustration.
Well, up to throughout your time knowing Walt, or I'm sorry, Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford, had he ever said anything like that to you?
No.
So in the years leading up to February 2nd of 2024, you had never heard Mr. Lay in any way, shape, or form talk about tackling somebody?
No. I only knew him for a year.
For a year. You never heard him talk about tackling somebody,
No.
Referring to Mr. Radford as weak and feeble?
No.
Relishing in causing drama?
No.
And so while you had never heard him, 18 hours before the shooting, you understand that he sent that message to a Sue Jones.
I know a message was sent. I don't know the timeline or anything.
Do you hate Mr. Radford?
No.
How many further questions, Judge?
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you can step down. Thank you. So you're released from her subpoena. All right. Call your next witness.
No, Your Honor.
Thanks, sir.
Good afternoon. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
My name is Jeff Miller, Jeffmiller.
Now, Mr. Miller, do you work at a hospital by chance?
Yes.
Are you also a sailor by chance?
Yes.
So if Mr. Radford, Declan, as you know him, by chance refer to a Jeff from the dog park who works at a hospital and is a sailor, would that be you?
Yes.
Now, did you see by chance Mr. Waltz ever threaten Mr. Radford?
No.
You never saw him threaten him at any point?
No.
Now, how would you describe Mr. Lay?
He seemed happy. I mean, he never got mad. Never loved his dogs, loved all the dogs, but just a good person.
So was he aggressive? Was he peaceful?
He was peaceful. I've never seen him be aggressive, but he was peaceful.
Now, you go to the West Dog Park, right?
Yes.
Are you a semi-regular there?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, is there a social group of regulars that you were part of? at the
Right.
dog park?
Yes.
Now, without telling me what you heard, did you talk amongst yourselves about the things that happened at the park and various people that attend there?
At what time? I mean, what
I mean,
period?
about what was going on between Mr. Lay
Oh,
and Mr.
absolutely.
Radford?
Right.
Okay. Now, speaking of Mr. Radford, did people talk about what you heard from him about what the reputation of Mr. Radford was?
Yeah.
Now, what was Mr. Radford's reputation?
Seemed mad at everybody. He was always angry about something.
Was it aggressive?
Yeah. I mean, verbally aggressive, yes.
Now, did you hear Mr. Radford ever say anything towards Mr. Lay?
Not directly to him, but in reference to him, constantly, yes.
Okay, so what did you hear Mr. Radford say in reference to Mr. Lay?
Well, Mr. Lay's dog tended to bark on his way to the park, so you could hear him a couple blocks away. When the dog started barking, Jack would say, "Well, here comes a faggot," because you could hear his dog coming.
And would Mr. Radford say that routinely?
Yeah, that was pretty standard.
Now, would other people join in when he was making statements like that?
No.
And would Mr. Radford routinely make these homophobic statements towards Mr. Lay?
Yes.
Moment for Your Honor.
Yes.
State will pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Cross.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good.
How long did you know Mr. Lay?
Probably 5 years.
Were your interactions with Mr. Lay confined to your interactions at the dog park?
Yeah. Actually, I went over to his house one time to dig up some palm trees out of the yard, but that was it.
Outside of that one instance, all of your interactions with him were at the dog park.
Correct.
What were the length of times that you would cross paths with one another at the dog park? We're talking 5 minutes, an hour, sometimes 5, sometimes an hour.
Several hours, 2, 3 hours sometimes.
How many days a week?
2, Saturday and Sunday weekends.
So you would just go on Saturday and Sunday?
Right. Yeah.
Are you aware that Mr. Lay would go to the dog park somewhere between 5 and 7 days a week?
Yes.
Are you aware that Mr. Radford would go to the dog park 5 to 7 days a week?
Yes.
Are you also aware that Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford, well, let me back up, that Mr. Radford typically was the first one to get to the dog park?
I was usually the early one on the weekends. Not during the week. I don't know who showed up at what times, but
On the weekends then, so the Saturdays and Sundays, who would get there first, Mr. Radford or you?
probably about the same time. I mean, I would get up because my dog is sensitive to the heat, so I would get there as early as possible so that she wouldn't overheat at the park. But usually sunrise, and Declan and I would show up about the same time.
On those occasions, it's certainly understandable. Get there early before it gets hot, Florida summer.
Right.
Would it be just you and Deck for a little while?
Yeah.
What times typically would Walter arrive? How long after you and Deck?
Half hour, hour.
Are you aware, and if not, it's perfectly okay, that on a majority of the occasions that that Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford were at the park in the mornings, that they were known to be the first two to get there, and they'd be there alone for some time?
Right. Yeah.
That's something that you were aware of?
Yeah.
Throughout your time knowing Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford and your interactions with them 2 days a week at the dog park, did you ever see Mr. Lay be physically violent or aggressive with Mr. Radford?
No.
The same question as it pertains to Mr. Radford. Did you ever see Mr. Radford be physically violent to Mr. Lay?
No.
So Mr. Chambers asked you about Mr. Radford's reputation within this group of 6 to 8 people. And so when you respond to the term, or you use the term mad, angry, or aggressive, you're talking about verbal interactions.
Right.
Saying mean-spirited things.
Very.
Homophobic slurs.
Yes.
I use this term because it's come into the record, but Mr. Radford was an asshole.
Right. And if I may, on occasion, somebody would call him an asshole and you go, yeah.
But somebody being a jerk or an asshole or socially rough around the edges does not necessarily equate to someone being violent, right?
No.
Now, would you say you knew Mr. Lay well?
Fairly well for the casual relationship, yeah.
You referred to him as a happy, never mad, good person.
Right.
Pacifist.
Yeah.
Would you also agree with me in that we don't always know people as well as we think?
Oh, absolutely.
And would it surprise you, if you don't know, would it surprise you to learn? And if you do know, does it surprise you that 18 hours before the shooting, Mr. Lay sent a message to a Sue Jones indicating that if Mr. Radford blocked his path again, he would try to tackle him, that Mr. Radford is older than he looks, he's weak and feeble, I'll keep you informed, this weekend should be drama.
I would be surprised, yeah.
So That's not how you thought you knew Mr.
Correct.
Would you have pegged Mr. Lay to be somebody that relished in starting drama?
No.
And to be clear, you never witnessed any violence, physical violence, perpetuated or perpetrated by Mr. Radford against Mr. Lay in any capacity?
No.
I don't have any further questions, George.
All right. Anything else?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Mr. Miller, when defense was asking you if Mr. Lay was a violent person along those lines, you chuckled before you answered that question. Why'd you laugh before you answered the question?
When this all started, really coming to the forefront, I talked to Walt and I said, you need to protect yourself. You need to worry, to make sure. He said, well,
what he says, what you said.
Well, I told him that he should consider protecting himself and consider carrying a weapon. And he said, I'm not going to carry a gun. So he didn't, from what I was getting from him, he didn't seem too concerned that it was going to escalate to the point that it did. He told me that he felt sorry for Mr. Radford.
So you thought he was just a peaceful person,
Yeah.
Mr. Lay, and
Right.
that he wasn't going to raise his voice?
No.
Moment, sir. Okay.
All right, you can step down, sir. Thank you. He released from his subpoena.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any objection?
No objection at all.
All right, thank you. Call your next witness.
Well done, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that testimony that you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Mr. Gunford. Are you familiar with a place called West Dog Park?
Yes, I am.
Is that a place you frequent?
Yes, I do.
Okay. How long have you been going there?
Six years, pretty consistently every day.
Okay. Now, in the 6 years, did you come to know a guy by the name? You called him Deck, but I'm referring to Mr. Radford.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, do you see Mr. Radford in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point to him and identify an article of clothing?
Yes, he's wearing a blue blazer sitting right here.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness identified the man?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, how did you come to know Mr. Radford? And by Mr. Radford, I mean,
I had a dog that was a very bounding, running around kind of dog, and when that dog was passed, I got a dog that stayed with me, and so I was actually, I'd walk in and go directly to the pavilion area of the park, and that was in late 2001. When I first knew him and first met him along with the other folks at the dog park.
okay. So you've known him for quite some time?
Yes.
Okay. And how'd you get along with Mr. Radford?
Well, initially I got along quite well. I invited him out on my boat twice, and we had collegial atmosphere at the dog park, but then not necessarily just with him, but with all the other people. It was an open atmosphere. He was one of the people in the clique.
And you just said click. So there was a social group, or still is a social group at this West Dog Park?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did something change where you and Mr. Radford just, started not to talk as much?
Well, it was progressive in that in the time frame of the summer of 2003 in July, I had a very serious spinal operation. So I was just getting back over a very short period of time, a couple of weeks I came back. And at that point, I wasn't necessarily for my occasion, but he was becoming more and more aggressive towards Walter Lay. But he also was very aggressive and lash out people verbally if their dog jumped up on the table. And in other words, I started to become disliking from him, from someone who I did initially like. But then the more I got to be around him, the more it became disturbed to my feelings.
And this is in 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you said that you're starting to have disagreements between Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford. You call Walt Mr. Lay?
Yes.
And what were those disagreements about?
In the let's call it political or social environment, what happened, the story du jour about something happened with the president or some international affairs and so forth. If you mentioned something that Mr. Radford would chime right in and be very aggressive about saying how dumb he would be, and that was what he was doing to Walt because he was fairly liberal and apparently it was objectionable to him. So if we were talking about something and Walt would say something, it would really get his ire up and he would lash out at him verbally.
And to clarify, who would lash out at who?
Deck Radford would lash out verbally and aggressively towards Walt and just berating him, calling him slurs, sexual orientation slurs, that he was dumb and a liar and stuff like that, and they don't trust him.
And what were some of these statements, these homophobic slurs that he said?
Faggot, fucking faggot. And he also yelled out he was a groomer, stay away from him. The young person was walking with him. He yelled out, he was a groomer, stay away from him, be careful. And everyone could hear him. He was saying it so loud, they were 40, 50 yards away. He was saying it so loud, everyone could hear him. He was warning this young man to be away to stay clear of Walt because he was a groomer.
Now, you said that there's a group of people that used to hang out in the pavilion, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a certain point when all this started to heat up that the group kind of split up from the pavilion?
Yes, and it started initially with a sort of like a big event, which there was Walt and Deck and myself and probably 4 or 5 people total sitting around the pavilion. And Deck had been going through this tirade about, don't trust him. And he said something like that again, he's going to hit him. And so I personally took offense to that. But Walt, then he stood up and he said, kind of shaking his head, rolling his eyes, going, it looks like we're going to come to blows someday about this.
So you heard Walt at one point say, we're going to come to blows someday.
It was like kind of like a defensive statement because at that very point, he pretty much turned and walked away and never came back to the pavilion again since July. That was in the late part of July of 2023. I recall because I had just had my operation. And so instead of walking directly to the pavilion, it would be Walt would go completely separate area. And he never came back to the pavilion again, ever. Not even
Now,
once.
before Mr. Lay said the statement to Mr. Radford, what was Mr. Radford saying to Mr. Lay? Was he making a bunch of angry statements towards him? Was he saying a bunch of aggressive statements towards him?
He said he's a liar and that don't trust him and I'm never going to take any more lies out of him. It kind of like, then he kept coming circling back to the same discussion, and he would get up, walk around and come back and sit back down. And we were all sitting around the table. It was kind of like being dismissive, but it just ratcheted up too much. It was just too much for Walt to deal with.
So was this just going on for a period of time that Mr. Radford was just repeatedly coming after Mr. Lay?
Yes.
That led to Mr. Lay finally having enough in a moment, just fed up, said, we may come to blows one day.
It looks like we're going to come to blows someday about this.
But this is after Mr. Radford repeatedly was making statements towards Mr. Lay.
Yes, that's correct.
And after this blowout between the two, Mr. Lay separated himself from Mr. Radford.
Yes, that's correct.
And can you describe me what was the separation? How did Mr. Lay separate himself from Mr.
Well,
Radford?
as you walk into the park, immediately the only real place it's established to be is under a covered pavilion with a big giant picnic table underneath of it. So instead of doing that normal spot, there's a water fountain, everyone sits there, and then everything else about 25 yards off, 30 yards off to the left, maybe more than that, from the opening, maybe 35 yards to the left, was a picnic table, a metal picnic table under the trees. And he went over and sat there by himself. And then at that point, I felt like, and it certainly happened to be that I felt like I wanted to go sit over there with him too.
So
everyone else kind of like in that same format of being unhappy with being with Deck at the table under the pavilion, which is a pretty intimate small area, but they had enough. And I can't speak for them, but I could see what their actions were, which were to not go sit with him at the table ever again.
Well, Mr. Gumbert, so the pavilion that you usually set up is right at the front of the gate, right?
That's correct. Well, just off to the right about 12 or 15 yards.
So Mr. Lay had to actively walk way into the park to separate himself from Mr. Radford.
That's correct.
And he did this routinely?
Every day.
Every day?
Yes. Every time he's at the park.
Okay. And then you said the rest of the group that you were hanging out with almost split off from Mr. Radford.
Not that day, but slowly over time, maybe within about 10 days or so. And it was because of the, I can't say because I wasn't there listening to him, but I had developed a picture where I did not want to be around him. So I did ask other people. They said quite literally, I've had enough of that. And that would be why they would come over there.
Now, did you ever see Mr. Radford personally, become physical or try to get in the way of Mr. Lay?
Yes.
Can you describe that to us?
In the dog park, where the pavilion and the entranceway is, the circumference of the park is fairly large, good walking distance. And when Walt and some other folks that were people who were in that the walkers who walk around every time, that came around very close, within about 5 yards of the pavilion. As he walked in the pavilion, he's walking along the edge around and come back around like this. Deck got up from he sat on the edge of the table, and he stood up and he came over and got into his way. He watched him, and he went over and intercepted his path to get in front of him. And upon doing that, as they were getting within 7, 8, 5, 4, closer in distances, Walt stopped and tried to go to the right. And then Deck maneuvered to the right, then he maneuvered to the left, and Deck maneuvered to the left, and he goes, what do you want? What are you doing? This is what Walt said to Deck. And Deck was just being mischievous, I guess, and getting his path and trying to stop his progress of making his walk around the park.
So let's circle back. So you saw Mr. Radford actively get up from the bench of the pavilion and go out of his way to intercept Mr. Lay, who's just trying to have a walk.
It was pretty close. It couldn't have been more than 5 yards.
And then you saw Mr. Lay try to defuse the situation by stepping out of the way.
Yes.
And Mr. Radford then basically mimics his way of walking.
To each side, yes.
Each side. So he attempted both ways to try to get out of the way of Mr. Radford.
That's correct.
Now, can you describe Mr. Lay to me? What do you think of Mr. Lay?
He was very affable. He sort of, I refer to him as like the mild manner type, good personal joy. He had a lot of physical disabilities. He couldn't read very well. And so he had something handicapped. And he had that handicap of not being able to read very well. When coughing fits, he's a very non-physical type of person that would be in any way using himself as some sort of implement in any way. He was very calm, relaxed, dismissive. If there was pressure put on him, he would simply just ignore it and walk away. And that's pretty much the kind of guy. He also was the social chairman. He played music. We talked about social stuff and news and these are items that people talk about at the dog park, the joy of the dogs, what's going on with the dogs. He was always involved at the highest level, socially really enjoying the situation. And it was very much impeded by, it was disrupted by the Deck because he would just always be on his case and talking so loud that you couldn't miss what he was trying to say to him.
Now, Mr. Lay and you were close, right?
We were good friends, yes.
Mr. Lay even took care of your dog at one point, right?
Yes, he took care of my dog a couple of times. And then the day of the shooting, he had the dog that day. He had him a couple of days before too. And at least some other incidences, but the dog was there when the incident happened.
Moment for Your Honor.
Yes.
Single counsel witness, Your Honor.
You consider you and Walt very good friends?
Dog park friends, yes.
Different levels of friendships, right? There's circles of love, so to speak. There's family love, there's friend love. But did you love Walt as a friend?
I liked him as a friend. We didn't ever have a meal together or do anything social together except at the dog park.
You describe Walt and your memory of Walt as a good, gentle, kind person.
Very much so.
Would you agree with the following statement? That sometimes we think we know people, but we don't genuinely know them?
That would make sense, yes.
So outside of your interactions with Mr. Lay at the dog park, did you really know him?
Well, because he was so open and approachable and subjects that didn't seem to be of any limited nature, I could talk to him about anything when we were at the dog park together. So if there's anything I didn't know or he had a problem, he would have probably told me about it. It was something that was important.
To be clear, you never witnessed any physical violence between Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford.
That's correct.
And that's physical violence started by Mr. Lay against Mr. Radford. You never witnessed that. And you never witnessed physical violence started by Mr. Radford on Mr. Lay.
No, never saw it.
You described within the circle of 6 to 8 people that I guess were in the morning crew.
And weekends too.
And weekends too. That Mr. Radford was verbally aggressive.
Yes.
Mean.
Ugly.
Never physical.
Never physical.
And you knew the two of them for 6 years?
Yeah, I'd seen before then, but as I mentioned, I had my dog that's an Airedale, leave one at large, so I was always away from where these people were. But then I got a dog that stayed right with me. I was walking and sit down there, so that was right around 2001, early 2001.
So it's the 6 years you knew the two of them. You never once witnessed any physicality, actual physical violence.
No, I would have acted if I did.
And that was going to be my next question. If you were ever concerned for anybody's safety, whether it be Mr. Lay, Mr. Radford, or anybody else in the morning crew or the weekend crew, I imagine that you personally would have called law enforcement.
Well, I was intending to, and it had been a discussion exactly to that effect 2 days before the incident.
Did you call law enforcement?
Actually, no. The agreement was this was an impromptu meeting at Albert's house when I was Albert lives next door to Albert Darlington. I was dropping my dog off, and as soon as I pulled up, Albert came running to me and said,
we can't hear what other people said.
Okay.
Okay.
That's fine.
My question is, and it's just a yes or no, did you call law enforcement out of fear for Mr. Lay's safety? I understand that you said that you wanted to,
yes,
or that you planned to, but did you?
No.
Are you aware that witnesses observed Mr. Lay intentionally try to rile up Mr. Radford?
Say that again. Was I aware of other people?
Are you aware that a witness or witnesses have seen Mr. Lay or believe Mr. Lay would intentionally try to rile up Mr. Radford? Are you aware of that?
I'm aware because they would have been watching at the same time I was, yes.
Did you ever see that? Would you agree with that statement?
Say that again. I'm not sure you're saying, I'm trying to figure out what you were asking me. Say
yes. Did you ever witness Mr. Lay intentionally try to rile up Mr. Radford?
Mr. Lay, I would say he was talking his part of the discussion, which would probably be some way intentioned to say something that perhaps he didn't like a social item or something about the most recent news. And it would be, I'd be willing to say that he did that to everybody. Everyone did it back. It was a very collegial atmosphere talking about subjects. I don't think Walt was ever trying to antagonize anyone. I think he was saying, you want to talk to somebody and you know that they're not the same as you, they might say something different. I'm sure he was intended to get a different answer out of that. I mean, like a very, very different answer.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you believe that at times Mr. Lay would say things that he knew would maybe to some extent, whether small or large, get under Mr. Radford's skin.
I would say that it wouldn't be actually under someone's skin. I don't understand what that means. What are you saying?
Rile somebody up, piss them off, make them angry on purpose.
No, I don't think that was the way. No.
Would it surprise you if a witness said that Mr. Lay in fact did do that with Mr. Radford at the dog park?
Well, it would
All
not
right,
surprise
approach the bench, please.
I believe you're aware at this point that a text message was found on Mr. Lay's phone that was sent roughly 18 hours before the shooting.
Yes, I remember you. I think you read it to me.
All right, be careful. Y'all can't talk over each other, okay?
I'm
You
sorry,
need to wait till he finishes his answer. Even though you know what he's probably going to say, you need to wait till he's done because you can't type what you both are saying at the same time.
Sorry.
No problem. No problem.
I'm guilty of that as well. I apologize. So you are aware that a text message was sent the day before, roughly about 18 hours from Mr. Lay to Ms. Jones?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the content of that message about how
yes.
Mr. Lay said that if Mr. Radford blocked his path again, something that you referred to witnessing on an occasion, that he would try to tackle him, that he's older than he looks, that he's weak and feeble. I'll keep you informed. This weekend should be drama.
Yes.
Does that message mesh or jive with your understanding of Mr. Lay's personality?
Still, yes, it does. Yes, it does.
And to the best of your recollection, what exactly was it that Mr. Lay said when he walked that first day, the first official moment of the splinter, when Mr. Lay walked away in frustration, if that's a fair way for me to refer to it? What exactly did Mr. Lay say?
He said, it looks like we're going to come to blows someday about this.
All right. Anything else?
Now, before this event on Friday, on Tuesday, you left on a trip. Before you left on a trip.
That's correct, yes.
Now, you had a discussion where you had a plan with Mr. Darlington about calling law enforcement, correct? About all this?
Yes.
And that was going to happen when you came back from your trip?
That's correct.
Motion for your honor.
Mhm.
No further questions.
All right, you can step down. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Thanks so much.
And he's released? Released from his subpoena? All right. Thank you. Call your next witness. Hi, good afternoon.
Hello.
If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
William Gerald Genovese, Genovese.
Afternoon, sir. I want to ask you about a place called the West Dog Park. You know that location?
Yes.
Is that a place you frequented before?
Yes.
Tell me about your history of going to West Dog Park. When you started attending, and did you ever have a lapse in attendance?
I have a dog that's 12 and a half years old. I think we started going when he was about 1 and a half. As he got older, 7, 8, 9, he became a little less friendly at the dog park. So I started going less frequently in less busy times, but I continued to go through the years here and there.
Okay. When you were going before your dog, started to get up in age, did you have a group of people that you came to know at the park and interacted with?
A little bit. I was tended to be a person that walked around the park with my dog, and then at a picnic table, I might stop for a little bit.
And there were some people that often hung out on the picnic tables?
Yes.
Okay. But then you said you started to kind of go at times when people weren't there because of your dog and trying to accommodate your dog, right?
Yes.
Was there, well, you know that this case is about an alleged shooting that took place on Friday, February 2nd, correct? You're aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Do you remember the day before being at the park?
I do.
So that would have been Thursday, February 1st, right?
Yes, sir.
And what time of day do you think you got to the park on Thursday, February 1st, the day before the shooting?
It was about 4 p.m.
You got there at 4 p.m. Was there anybody else there?
There were people in the park, and there was the defendant.
All right, and you say the defendant, I saw you sort of motion. Can you please point again and describe exactly the person that you're pointing at?
Deck with the white beard and the blue jacket on.
You're not asking the record reflects identify the defendant?
Yes.
All right, so the defendant is at the park that day at 4 p.m. roughly on Thursday, February 1st. Do you end up striking up a conversation with him?
Yes, we essentially drove in at the same time and got out of our vehicles at the same time.
Okay, and so at some point you guys start talking?
I said, hey, recognizing him, but really not remembering his name.
One of the things that's a face is familiar, but you can't remember the name.
Yes, I hadn't been at the park really that much, and he seemed upset.
Okay, did he seem to recognize you?
Yes.
Okay, so he recognized at least you were one of the people that used to come to the park.
Yes.
And so do you all start engaging with each other, talking about, how you been, how's your dog, and asking about the other people who attend the park?
Yes.
And so I want to ask you, as you and the defendant are talking about some of the other regulars, the people that you remember from when you came with the others, do you remember when the defendant's demeanor visibly changed?
I do.
Tell me about that.
I had used to go a little bit more often in the morning, but this was the afternoon. So I started asking, not really remembering people's names, but I started asking about people's dogs. And I think first ones I asked about were like a Great Dane or something like that. So and do they still come in the morning? And then as it came up to this one person who is the deceased now, Walt, he said.
When you say Walt, you mean Walt said, or you talking about
sorry, the defendant said, he started talking about Walt. His attitude changed at that point.
And tell me what it is that you heard or saw that indicated to you this attitude changed.
He started using derogatory terms. He called him a faggot more than a couple times. I feel like 4, 5, 6 times. He said he doesn't like him, and it became uncomfortable because he said, I'm going to hit that guy. I'm going to break his jaw.
I want to be clear. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, less than 24 hours before the shooting that this case is about. It's just you and the defendant. The victim is not there, right?
Correct.
And even though the victim's not there, when the victim comes up, he calls him a homophobic slur multiple times and talks about wanting to punch him and break his jaw.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you, you were there walking your dog, and I'm assuming he's there walking his dog.
Yes.
At some point, as you guys are walking the dogs, do you get a little separated from Mr. Radford because either your dog runs ahead or his dog dilly-dallies behind, whatever the case may be?
Yes, that would happen.
And so in that moment where you are sort of separated from Mr. Radford, can you give me just a piece of painting the picture? Where is Mr. Radford in relation to you before he comes your direction?
So maybe twice the distance from you and I at a sort of angle like this.
All right, so like you would be yourself, and I have to go further from you.
Yes.
Way over here.
Yeah.
And when Mr. Radford is over here, do you notice him start coming your direction?
Yeah. So there's a back where that was. There's a palm tree back in that neck of the woods, and he started walking to me quickly.
And when you say quickly, is that he's getting chased by a dog, or he's trying to get away from a snake, or what's the happening?
No. He just like at a double or triple normal walking pace, a casual walking pace, come towards me.
All right. And as he approaches you quickly, tell me what happens when he gets up to you.
Well, again, going towards the same sort of things. He says, sometimes when I'm up at the park with Walt, I walk up to him this way to try to scare him.
I want to be clear. How long had it been since you had last seen the defendant at the dog park prior to this day?
I'm not exactly sure, but it feels like almost 3 years I hadn't been going that often to the park. So 2.5, 3 years.
2 or 3 years you had not seen the defendant. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
The first time you see him again, he calls the victim a homophobic slur, talks about breaking his jaw, and talks about liking to walk up on him in order to scare him. Is that correct?
Yes.
Has Mr. Radford talked about walking up to the victim and wanting to scare him? Can you describe his demeanor?
I don't know if it's the demeanor, but he made an uncomfortable smile towards me when he said, like, I like to scare him.
He was smiling about it when
he smiled at me, and it was uncomfortable.
Thanks, sir.
Russ?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir.
How long did you know Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford?
I think I was thinking back to this. I think I knew Mr. Radford for 11 years, just slightly at that dog park. I remember he had a bulldog. So when I used to go more in the morning, I remember him with a bulldog before I think he had 2 German Shepherds at this time a year ago.
When was the last, I know you mentioned that you hadn't seen Mr. Radford for about 3 years.
Yes.
How about Walt?
The same.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lay. So the same.
It's the same, yeah.
When is the first time you advised law enforcement of what you just testified to today? How long after the shooting? Do you remember?
6, 7, 8 days, maybe.
How did you do that? By email?
Yes, I made a call. And when I made a call to the state, I wasn't able to get somebody immediately, but then somebody was able to get me the name of a Detective Herod or something. And I talked to him on the phone, and he said, please send in a written statement with your information on it by email.
When this statement is alleged to have been made to you at 4 p.m. on February 1st, is your testimony, right?
Yes,
You're
between 4 and 5 p.m.
And you're 100% sure of the date itself,
I
February
am.
1st. Is there a particular reason why you're sure of the day?
Yes, that was February 1st, and I sent a text to an individual, the only person that I had a phone number for from the dog park, and it was a man named Lewis who had like 5 dogs. And I said, I ran into this guy Deck today, and he lost one of his German Shepherds. And the next day he texted me that Deck Radford had shot Walter Lay.
And so, was it clear to you that Mr. Radford was upset about his dog passing?
Yes, it was.
And, emotional wreck, would that be fair?
Well, I know I was empathetic, obviously, for somebody who said their dog had passed. Yes.
You testified that you found out the next day from this individual that Mr. Lay had been shot.
Yes.
Why didn't you call law enforcement or the state attorney's office that day?
Sure. So I think I saw the text about 6 p.m. I think it came earlier, but I didn't see it until later. And I ended up calling my daughter who lives out of state. And I said, oh my gosh, a guy I was with yesterday shot somebody who he told me he was going to hurt. And so that was my mood. And then I got in touch with my family. I'm not proud of this, but my family was saying, don't get involved in this. You don't want to be involved in this.
If I were to tell you
yes,
that you sent Detective Horeb an email on February 12th, would that sound right to
sure,
you?
Yeah.
And it's your testimony to the jury that a couple of days before that, you reached out to the state attorney's office. And they
don't know if it was, no. I think that was the same day that I reached out. They said, hey, you don't have a case number. Who's the detective? All that stuff. And I was persistent that day until I got somebody.
So roughly 10 days after the shooting is when you reached out and
yes, sir. That's fair.
Did you ever witness any physical violence between Mr. Radford and Mr. Lay?
No.
And this would have been in all the times that you interacted with the two of them, even though it would have been some years prior to this interaction you testified to?
Yes, and I want to be clear. I interacted with Mr. Radford, I don't know, 50, 100 times in those years. And maybe, I know who Mr. Lay is, but maybe 5 or 6, because I think he was just starting to come to the park when I was leaving.
I don't have any further questions.
All right. Anything else?
No, thank you.
All right. You can step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
And is he released from the subpoena?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Yes.
All right. Call your next witness.
Nichols, Albert Darlington.
Hi, good afternoon.
How are you doing?
Good. If you would please introduce yourself and spell your name for us.
Albert Darlington. It's ALBERT DARLINGTON.
Afternoon, Mr. Darlington. I want to ask you, did you know a gentleman whose name is John Walter Lay?
Yes, I do.
Did you have a nickname that you called him?
Excuse me?
Did you have a nickname you called him?
Walt.
Walt, okay. But I'm going to refer to him as Mr. Lay.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, so tell me how you know Mr. Lay. How did you first meet him, and how did you come to know him as a person?
I met him at the dog park. I have a rental house next door, and the guy had died there. So I was at the dog park, and I just got to talking, and I mentioned something, and Walt said, oh, you have a place for rent, because I guess he was looking to move. And there was another guy staying there, so there was like only a room in the whole house. And I said, if you can get along with the guy, we'll talk about it. And so he came over and met him, and everything worked out. So he ended up moving in. So he lived next door to me and rented from us.
Can you give a rough idea as to when it is you thought that he became your tenant?
It would have been somewhere around the mid to 2020.
Okay. And so we're going to talk about February 2024. That means 3.5, 4 years?
Yes.
He was your tenant?
Yes.
Do you know a place called the West Dog Park?
Yes, I do.
And is that a place you frequent?
Yes, my wife and I normally go there on Saturday mornings.
Just Saturdays?
We've been other days, but it's a routine that we go every Saturday.
And how long have you had that routine?
For a long, I don't know, years, even before that.
Okay. So that would mean that you were going to the dog park before we hit that unfortunate time in life when we were all confined to our homes, COVID and all that.
Yes.
So you know what it was like at the park both before COVID and
Yes.
after COVID.
Yes.
And so I want to ask you, during the many years that you went before COVID, you already knew Mr. Lay, correct?
Yes.
Do you also know?
Well, no, I didn't know Mr. Lay before COVID. I met him after COVID,
After COVID.
about the mid 2020.
Okay. Well, I think COVID broke out March of 2020. And
Yeah, whatever. But anyway, that's about when it was.
fair enough. Did you also know a guy that you know by the nickname of Deck?
Yes, I did.
You see him in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to him and describe what he's wearing or what he looks like?
Well, he's kind of a suit jacket with a big long beard.
All right, that's what reflects identify the defendant.
Yes.
All right, for purposes of court, I'm referring to him as Mr. Radford. Okay.
Okay.
Did you know Mr. Radford from the dog park?
I did.
How long did you know Mr. Radford from the dog park?
I don't know, longer than I knew Walt.
Okay. Well, you knew,
So, you know what, time flies by, and I don't know how long. It was a pretty good while before that because that's when he had his bulldog church. And so that was before he got the ones that he had at the time of all of this.
and what kind of dogs did he have around the time of February 2024?
Two shepherds, basically German shepherds. They're mixed with something else, but that's what they were.
And somewhere, not super long, but before the shooting, had Mr. Radford lost one of those dogs?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you, on the Saturdays when you go to the dog park, but if you go on another day too, is there kind of like a collection of usuals, regulars that are at the park?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Tell me who
sure.
those people are.
Do what now?
Tell me who those people are. Can you name some of them?
There would have been Jeff, Paul. It's funny, some of my, that we know their dogs' names, more than I know the people's names. So then it was Chris and Kim. And
There's a host of people.
yes, there's a host of people.
Okay. And was there a time when the normal procedure for the group at the park, the regulars, to hang out at a pavilion?
Yes.
And if I was to say that when you go into the dog park, you look to your right, there's like a pavilion there with like a picnic table.
Yes.
Is that the pavilion you're talking about?
Yes.
And people would hang out at this pavilion and socialize when the dogs are being dogs.
Yes. And you spend your main focus is keeping an eye on your dog, make sure they're not, messing up or anything. And then you're kind of in between talking to people. So it's not like your main focus is not talking to the other people. It's keeping an eye on your animals.
And so these people are not your best friends in the world. They don't come to your house or anything.
No.
But you know them.
I know them. I don't know them outside of the dog park.
And tell me how you all got along once upon a time underneath the pavilion.
We got along good, and we joke around and kid each other and rag. It's like a bunch of people do, and you kid each other and talk and that's
You got along.
got along fine.
I'm assuming you did not all sit lockstep in opinion on every topic that people might discuss.
No, not at all. As a matter of fact, Walt and I, we had some pretty serious political conversations. He was much different than me, but it's like, so what? I don't care. I mean, you have a right to your opinion, and that's fine. He told me why he believed what he believed, and I told him why I believe what I believe, and that's fine.
And would it be fair to say that in the nature of living through those times, you guys might have discussed things like politics, COVID, mask mandates, vaccines, those sorts of topics?
Pretty much anything could have been talked about, yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Radford participate in those conversations?
Yeah, sort of. I can't exactly remember. I mean, he would, what? I don't know right this second. I can't tell you for sure. I don't want to say something I don't exactly remember.
Let me just ask you this way. In the sort of early days of Mr. Lay coming to the park, how did he and Mr. Radford get along?
They got along fine.
Just
As
like
far as I
everybody?
know, yeah, like everybody else, I didn't ever see any problems.
Okay. Did that change?
It did.
And tell me what you remember about when it changed or what you saw that might lead you to conclude why it changed, anything like that?
Yeah, well, there was a lot of, we'd kid around and rag each other. And then it seemed like Declan and Walt, it seemed to kind of escalate. And then one day, Walt said to me, oh, yeah, that's what's going on. Just kind of jokingly, he goes, yeah, we're going to probably come to blows one day.
To who?
He said that to me about Declan.
Okay.
And it was because of the things Declan was saying to him.
And what was Mr. Radford saying to Mr. Lay around the time that Mr. Lay would have said, we're going to come to blows someday?
Well, he calling him a faggot and things like that.
I want to be clear. Can you give me some rough idea of time when this is happening? Like when this moment, the boiling point, I would describe it as, right? Because I assume it's some period of time leading up to this, where there's this animosity between Mr. Radford and Mr.
Right. So we've started in mid 2020. Within a year of that, it was starting to escalate and just friction. And then from what Walt had told me.
Don't talk about what Walt told you.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get an idea. When did this, I just got like the boiling point moment where Mr. Lay tells you, I've kind of had enough for whatever.
Okay.
When does that happen?
That was probably, probably, I would say maybe mid 23.
Okay. Like summer of 23?
Summer, that's the best to my recollection.
So if I understand what you're telling me is somewhere around 2021, there starts to be this friction between Mr. Radford and Mr. Lay.
Yeah.
And it goes on for 2 years-ish.
Oh, yeah.
Until eventually Mr. Lay says, I've had enough. And that's kind of the boiling point.
Right. And then Walt said to me,
yeah, the problem is, sir, you can't
oh,
read
okay.
what he said.
I'm
It's
sorry.
called hearsay. So that's the thing with the answer. I know it's difficult.
I'm sorry.
I just want to ask you, the thing you can't tell me what the defendant said. When
Okay.
you're talking about those 2 years, 2021, 2023, 4 weeks, at one point, is that when the defendant is calling Mr. Lay a faggot?
Oh, yeah.
To his face?
Yes.
More than once?
Yeah, more than once, yeah.
And how are people reacting listening to Mr. Radford address Mr. Lay this way?
People are like, Declan is, well, he's kind of being an asshole. And it got to where we'd all be sitting there and Declan would get to the park and I would jokingly with everybody there say, well, here comes the asshole. And he would walk up and I would say it right to him. Because that's how we mess with everybody. And he would say, yes, I am, and I'm proud of it.
Now, I'm curious, when you say, here comes the asshole, would it be fair to say you're sort of ribbing or teasing?
Yeah, oh yeah. Heck yeah, I'm riveting.
Would you describe it trying to get under your skin a little?
No, listen, I commercial fish for a living. We mess with each other on the deck, on each other, and it's just that's just me. I mean, it's just, I just say that to somebody and, not really trying to get under their skin or upset them. It's just a comment, and because he did act like one, so I was going to point it out.
Next question. When Mr. Lay would come to the park, was there something that sort of preceded his immediate arrival that would let you know he's driving the park?
Oh yeah, his dog, Fala, would hang his head out the window and bark on the way there. And we could hear Fala barking before Walt's car even came around the corner. So we knew he was coming and we'd say, here comes Fala. And then Declan would say, well, here comes the faggot.
Is that something you said more than once?
Oh yeah, just about, pretty much every week that I can remember.
Okay. So this friction between them grows and you're trying to tell Mr. Radford, other people are trying to tell Mr. Radford, maybe don't do this, but eventually it reaches the schism moment. Is that fair to say?
Yes, there was a point one day I said to Declan, I said, what in hell are you doing? You shouldn't be talking that way. And why are you letting him live rent free in your head? This is ridiculous. And, this is getting out of hand. And he acted like, you're probably right. And I'm like, well, maybe we got somewhere.
And so when he said, yeah, okay, you're probably right, he accepted your wise advice, did his behavior change?
Well, for the rest of the day, but when I got there the next Saturday, it seemed like it had just been worse.
So even after your counseling, he just escalated.
Right. And I mean, I said it more than once to him. It's, it's like, man, what are you doing? Cut it out.
So did that precipitate or lead to sort of a schism in the people where now you're not all hanging out in the pavilion?
Then Walt moved down to another table, which is a little ways down in the park.
Okay.
And
is that like, there's like a water area?
yes, it's the other side of the water area.
Okay, so there's the pavilion, the water area, and then somewhere on the other side of the water area, there's like a picnic bench?
Just a picnic table. Yeah.
Okay.
And they would go sit down.
And that's where Walt would go sit?
That's where Walt would go sit.
Like clockwork?
Oh yeah. When he changed, he went down there.
Okay. So tell me, he went down to the table and tell me what the others started doing.
And then, the ones that were, his good friends were moving down there, like his friend Kim. She moved down there, and that seemed to really upset Declan that everybody was going to a different table.
And tell me what it is that Mr. Radford did or said that let you know that he was getting upset that other people were going to Walt to the other picnic.
Because he called Kim a traitor and called her a fag hag and said the fag hag sitting down there with the faggot.
You said that more than once?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Did you ever witness, once the schism happened, and that was sort of pavilion and picnic table separated, did you ever see moments that started to make you feel like maybe there was going to be some sort of physical problem?
Oh, I did. Walt would walk. That was what he liked to do. And a lot of times my wife would walk with him as we get to the park. Well, then it got to where all of a sudden you look and there's Declan walking, like he's walking right in front of Walt. And I said to him, I said, what in the hell are you doing? I said, are you trying to get him to run into you so you can have a fight?
Okay, so you make a very specific accusation.
Yeah.
Are you trying to walk in front of him so you can start a fight? And what does Mr. Radford do when you suggest he's trying to provoke a fight with Mr. Lay?
He just smiles and kind of chuckles and smiles, which to me was like, of course, that's what I'm doing.
Tell me, how does Mr. Lay respond to this? Does Mr. Lay ever become aggressive? I mean, I know you talked about he said we're going to come to blows someday, but other than that, does Mr. Lay ever become aggressive, hostile, threatening, disrespectful to Mr. Radford?
I never saw that happen. All I ever heard him say was, why don't you just leave me alone?
That's it?
That's all I ever heard.
You never heard something like, I'm going to cave your head in?
No.
I'm going to break your jaw?
No.
I'm going to punch you in the face?
No.
None of that?
No. If Walt said that, I'd be stunned. He was just such a laid back guy that, just.
Okay. I want to ask you about, you have a wife?
Yes.
Does she go to the dog park too?
Yes.
Does she know Mr. Radford as well?
Oh, yeah.
And are you aware that the Friday before the shooting, your wife had gone to the park?
That's what she told me. Yes.
But you were not
I
necessarily.
wasn't there.
So you didn't see what happened?
No, I didn't see what happened.
The Tuesday before the shooting's on a Friday, the Tuesday before, do you remember ending up interacting with Mr. Lay and Mr. Dumber, a guy named Paul Dumber?
Yes, I do. I happened to went outside and I saw them standing in their yard next door. So I said, let me go over there because I had mentioned to Walt, you need to start making a record of these things that keep happening.
And without telling me exactly what Walt said, did Walt want to start involving the police and all this?
No, he said, I do not want to escalate this. And we're like, man, you need to do something. And he's like, no, I don't want to because that just might make things worse.
Okay, so he did not want to, but you were advising him to do so?
Yeah.
And so on that Tuesday with Mr. Lay, Mr. Dumber, was there some sort of plan that was formed that was going to happen down the road?
Yes. Paul, because I went over there and we were just talking. And so Paul said to Walt,
Sustained.
It's not for the truth of the matter, sir, Your Honor. To explain the ensuing action by Mr. Darlington and the plan that is ultimately formed, and the plan would be a hearsay exception under then existing mental, emotional, physical.
You are offering it for the truth of the matter, sir.
I understand, but the point I'm trying to get to is-
Sustained. Ask another
plan. That's my question.
they did.
Okay, what was the plan?
Paul was going to write this up because I guess that's kind of things he does. And they were going to start keeping a record of this so they could do whatever they need to do, but they needed it official. And Paul was going to do it when
overruled on those grounds.
What?
Sustained.
So the plan was Paul was going to start helping Mr. Lay document what's happening?
Yes.
Specifically, what were they going to document?
the interactions,
overruled.
the interactions that got out of hand. And it's, yeah.
Thanks, sir. I appreciate your time.
Cross.
Good afternoon, Mr. Darlington.
How you doing?
Outside of when Mr. Lay became your tenant, you said that was about mid-2020.
That's to my best recollection, yes.
Outside that time, you did not have a friendship or relationship with him, correct?
With
Mr. Lay?
No,
However, you did know Mr. Radford for a longer time than that, isn't that correct?
that is correct.
And after the death of Mr. Lay, you sent an email to law enforcement, isn't that correct?
I did.
And in that email, sir, you asserted that you had very little contact with Mr. Radford outside the dog park. Isn't that correct?
I had some, but not a lot.
Isn't it true, sir, that you spent time with Mr. Radford at an airfield?
Radford was there. I helped him with his airplanes, but there's a whole bunch of people there. So, you know, I don't know how you call it spending time with him, but yeah, he was there.
You never extended an invitation to Mr. Radford to join you?
Well, that's probably how he ended up at the field. He knew I did it and he wanted to get involved. So I said, well, come on out.
And would you invite somebody that you didn't care for, sir, to come join you in a social situation?
If somebody was in that hobby, I don't care if I like them or not. If that's what they want to do, they can come out. There's people out there I don't particularly like that I don't have anything to do with, but it's on about 700 acres. So there's plenty of room to stay away from everybody.
You testified today that you would call Mr. Radford an asshole.
Yes.
You would say that in the same kind of context that Mr. Radford would call Mr. Lay a faggot.
No.
Okay. So when you said Mr. Radford said, here comes the faggot, and then you started saying, here comes the asshole.
I said that long before he ever said that. And I didn't say, here comes the fucking asshole or anything like that. Just here comes the asshole.
So you were saying asshole in a nice way.
Yeah.
And it stands to reason that just because you called him an asshole or a name didn't mean you were going to violently attack him, correct?
No.
And it's fair to say that over the years after Mr. Lay became your tenant, you developed a closer relationship with him, correct?
We didn't hang out with each other. He was in my house next door. I got the rent from him, you know.
So I'm correct in saying that you're outside collecting rent in the normal landlord-tenant interaction, you only saw Mr. Lay throughout the park.
Yes, that and at the house, you know.
And there was a time, sir, when Mr. Lay came out to this group of people at the dog park. And when I say come out, I mean, it told everybody I'm gay. Is that correct?
Not that I know that he came out and told everybody. I know how he told me, and that's all I know about the rest of it.
Sir, do you remember being before this court and giving a testimony under oath?
Yeah.
And if I was to provide you with a transcript of that testimony, would it help refresh your recollection as to Mr. Lay coming out to the people at the park?
Sure, you can tell me what I said. I don't remember saying anything like that.
Can I have permission to approach the witness?
Yes. Go to state the line and page, please.
We're going to
All the way down to what?
line 15.
Okay. Okay, what do you want to know?
So it's accurate that there was a time where Walt came out and everybody at the park knew about it.
Well, apparently so, but not to me. That was a private conversation that you just had me read.
And in fact, you stated that everybody joked about it. Isn't that correct?
Later on,
Okay. And later on, what do you mean later on?
months later, because I knew it, but it wasn't like I was going to go say it.
But the Mr. Lay's sexual orientation was joked about.
Not at that time. Later on, it was.
And it's accurate that when everybody found out that Mr. Lay was gay, Mr. Radford had no problem with it.
I guess not.
Was that your testimony, sir?
Everybody seemed to be getting along okay.
So you didn't notice any problems at that time when it first was revealed that Mr. Lay was gay between Mr. Radford and Mr. Lay.
Not that I know of.
In fact, you just testified a moment ago that when this joking was taking place, that Mr. Lay participated in it as well.
Yes.
There became a point, sir, where when in time you had to have a conversation with Mr. Radford about the language he was using. Isn't that correct?
I said that, yes.
And you said something to the effect of, "You're not supposed to talk like that." Isn't that right?
That is correct.
And Mr. Radford's response to you was, "What do you mean?"
You know what? I don't remember exactly what his response was.
Okay. Again, you gave testimony.
Okay. If I did, I could have forgotten a few things. So if you want to refresh me, you go right ahead. But I don't remember exactly to word perfect what I said.
So I'm not trying to be hostile. I just am trying to remind you of the statements that were made.
Well, then show me the thing and let me see it. I told you I don't remember.
Permission to approach the witness, please, Your Honor. Down to line 17.
Okay.
And so when you had this conversation with Mr. Radford about his language, it was obvious he didn't register the words the same way that you did. Isn't that correct?
I don't know how he registered the word. I have no way to know how he registered the word.
In the same email statement that you sent to Detective Harrop, you said, "There is no world that I would believe Walt attacked him."
That is correct.
Yet you described seeing on multiple occasions Mr. Radford walking in front of Mr. Lay in his path.
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 18. This is a text message from Mr. Lay, text messages between Mr. Lay and Miss Sue Jones. Okay. Have you seen this text message before?
Which one am I looking at? It's moving around.
So
The one in blue?
I'm going to zoom in on the one in green.
Green, okay.
So your statement was a world where he attacked him. Now, this text message states, "If he blocks my path again, which you've witnessed, I'll try to tackle him." Is that what that text message says?
That's what it says.
So, sir, in fact, there is a world where Mr. Lay would have attacked Mr. Radford. Isn't that accurate?
Sustained.
So perhaps, sir, maybe you don't know Mr. Lay as well as you thought that you did.
Whatever.
In the same email with Detective Harrop, you said, "I don't understand how this is not a hate crime."
That's right.
Were you there on February 2nd, 2024?
No, I wasn't.
And in fact, in that same email to Detective Harrop, you said, "I really wish we could find out the truth on exactly what happened."
That's very true.
Because as you sit here, you don't know the truth, do you?
No. I never said I did know the truth of what happened that day.
You never
I can
heard,
say what I believe, but I didn't say I saw it or knew exactly what happened.
and you believe that Walt was intimidated by Mr. Radford.
There's no question about it.
Okay. So I'm going to bring that text message back up. And in the same text message, she says, "He doesn't really intimidate me."
Okay, fine.
So again,
How am
you
I
didn't-
supposed to know what
Sorry, I'm asking
Walt
questions.
thought?
So again, it's clear that an opinion you had about the situation isn't accurate with what Mr. Lay was doing.
If you say so.
Did you ever see Mr. Lay or hear Mr. Lay without saying anything specific about what was said? Do or say anything to rile up Mr. Radford?
I never saw it.
Again, sir, I'm going to draw your attention to the testimony you gave at a preceding hearing under oath. Sorry, I apologize. Yes, page 257, lines 12 through 18. That's where it should go.
Yes.
12 through 18.
Okay, this is all in the text of kidding around. So you take it for what you want.
Well, the statement you made under oath, sir, were you kidding when you made the statement under oath?
What are you talking about? I'm not talking about what I said.
Okay, well,
He
explain what
says
you
he's
did.
going to rile him up. That was all. We riled each other up all the time. All of us did.
Right, so when I asked you previously, did Walt ever do things to rile up Mr. Radford? The answer is yes.
Well, if you call kidding around and all riling up, then I guess so. I don't, I'm sorry. That is nowhere near any altercation.
So your opinion now today is different than the opinion you gave at a prior hearing.
No, it's just, that's not what I'm saying.
Mr. Darlington, you never witnessed any physical violence between Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford, did you?
No, I told you that.
What would you confirm, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to read the lines referring to what we were just talking about and getting Mr. Radford riled up. It's page 257 of the transcript. Line 12. Did you ever hear Walt say that he says and does things to Mr. Radford to rile him up? And sir, you answered, well, yeah, so did I. I mean, it was all a bunch of guys joking around.
Yeah.
That was your answer.
Right.
Okay? And at any time during your interactions at the dog park with these men, did you ever observe or hear from Mr. Lay conversations about his sexual orientation?
Say that again.
Did Mr. Lay talk and have conversations about his sexual orientation?
Not that I remember. I mean, it probably did, but I don't know.
Did he ever have conversations about his sexual exploits?
Yeah, he did. He told me about going out a couple times.
And was this in the presence of Mr. Radford?
I have no idea.
And did you ever hear Mr. Radford express his concerns? He didn't want to hear that kind of stuff.
Not that I heard. He could have. I didn't hear it. I don't remember.
A moment, Your Honor. No other questions for this witness? Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Darlington, you said you're a commercial fisherman. What does that mean?
Well, we're a bunch of guys out on a boat working for hours and days at a time.
And so I'm going to guess you spend a significant portion of your life and have spent a significant portion of your life just sitting around with a bunch of guys.
Oh, yeah. Working. Not sitting around. We're working.
Sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't mean to suggest you're lazy. Guys tease each other?
Oh, good Lord, yes.
Make fun of each other because, one's short, one's tall, call the guy shorty, or one guy's fat, or one guy's too skinny, one guy's bald, one guy's smart, one guy's dumb.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got a guy that walks like Paul that was in here. And his nickname was Crazy Legs.
Crazy
I mean,
Legs.
so that's the kind of things we did. And then there's Three Finger Mike. Well, guess why his name was Three Finger Mike?
Okay, but can we agree that you can make a comment about a person, and maybe even a physical characteristic or a characteristic of a person, and you can do so in a loving way?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so when Gerald Bradford said over and over again, fucking faggot, was he saying it out of love?
No.
Was he saying it out of kindness?
Oh, well, because he'd follow it by I want to beat his ass.
Thanks, sir.
You can step down. Thank you. Is he released from his subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Call your next witness.
Mr. Darlington. West Dog Park.
Yes.
How long have you all been going to the West Dog Park?
I would say I'd probably be going for like 10, 11 years.
And did Mr. Lay go to that same dog park?
Yes.
While you were going to the dog park and then eventually became your tenant and all of that, you got to know Mr. Lay. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did you describe his personality? Was he an aggressive, mean, hostile person?
No, he was very laid back, easygoing, just wasn't very confrontational at all.
Never see him get angry, lose his temper, get mad, aggressive, hostile to somebody?
No,
Never.
never.
How many years in total do you think you knew Mr. Lay?
Probably maybe 4 or 5 years.
And that's obviously the 4 or 5 years up until his death?
Yes.
Do you also know from the park a guy named Gerald Declan Radford?
Yes.
Do you see him in court?
Yes.
Could you please point to him and describe him so we know who you're talking about?
He's right there at the table with the beard.
Well, there's 2 guys there with a beard.
The white beard.
The white beard. Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, that's the record reflection to identify the defendant.
Yes.
Did you know Mr. Radford from the dog park as well?
Yes.
How long do you think you've known him?
Probably close to like that 10 years.
Did you ever have occasions to see Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford interacting with each other at the dog park?
Yes.
And when they first started interacting in the early years of Mr. Lay being part of the dog park, tell me how they got along.
They seemed to get along pretty good, but they would stand at the table, the picnic table, and sometimes they'd smoke pot together. They talked about things. They'd make jokes, laugh.
They seem friendly.
Yes.
I don't mean to suggest they're best buddies, but they're
Right.
certainly cordial.
Right.
Did that ever change?
Yes.
Tell me what it is that you noticed that let you know that things were changing.
I think it was like around when COVID started, 2021, and then, the change of election. So differences of opinions about wearing masks and about COVID and about politics, things like that.
Okay. If you had to, do you know the concepts of left-leaning, right-leaning,
Yes.
conservative,
Yes.
liberal, those sorts of
Yes.
things? How would you describe Mr. Lay?
I would say he's more left-leaning and sometimes libertarian in his beliefs.
What about Mr. Radford? How would you
He was
describe
more
him?
right-wing conservative.
So you had two guys who were initially friendly, started to hit that COVID election time, all that stuff, and now there seems to be some sort of dispute between them. Is that yes?
Yes.
And did you ever see Mr. Radford do anything belligerent, hostile, aggressive, disrespectful?
You know, towards the end of time, seeing things where he would like walk in front of him, or he would call him names, say things when he was walking by.
And can you tell me what sort of things was Mr. Radford saying to Mr. Lay?
He'd say, "Here comes the fucking faggot."
And what do you remember would prompt that sort of statement?
I don't really know because I can't really say what would do it, just that they had differences of opinions. And I think, you know, in my opinion, I felt like, you know, Walt thought it was kind of like funny, you know, but I don't think I got the impression that Deck didn't think it was funny. He was more angry. He's an angry person.
You describe Mr. Radford as an angry person?
Yes.
Are you familiar with other people who go to the park? You ever talk with them?
Yes.
Can you tell me what the general reputation of Mr. Radford is amongst a group of people who go to the park regularly?
Well, just sometimes you just had to be very careful about what you said because he might fly off the handle about something, or if your dog came too close to his dog, he would swear at the dog. And, you know, there's some people that I said, "I haven't seen you in a while." And they said, "Well, we're not going to come when he's here because we would come earlier in the morning."
Were there people who stopped coming to the park once Mr. Radford started becoming belligerent and hostile?
Yes, but I can't remember their names.
Fair enough. I'm just saying, you
Yes.
started to notice that the
Yes.
regulars thinned in number.
Right.
Tell me, is there a pavilion at the dog park?
Yes.
Once upon a time, did you all sit together at the pavilion?
Yes.
At some point in time, did there become like a schism where people separated?
Yes.
And tell me what you remember about that.
Well, we would come earlier. We were early people, me and Albert, on Saturday, and then we'll come a little bit later. But people started sitting at the other picnic table. It's a very big park. It's like 5 acres, so it's way over by another. Doesn't have a covering over. It's just a pool table. I mean, a table, picnic table underneath a like oak tree.
I want to talk with you. You know that obviously in this case, Mr. Lay died on February 2nd at the dog park, right?
Yes.
That's a Friday.
Yes.
Do you remember the Friday before?
Yes, I do because I am off on Fridays, but I didn't always go to the dog park on Fridays. It was usually Saturday, but that day I had a doctor's appointment. So if I did go, I would have gone earlier, but I went actually later, like at about 8:30. That my doctor's appointment is 8:30, so I got there a little bit later, like 9.
Do you remember it's the Friday before?
Right,
Right, still
yes.
on the Friday of February 2nd.
Yes.
When you got there, was anybody there?
Deck was there.
And what did you initially notice about him? Just describe what you saw about him.
He was upset and despondent, and I knew that his dog had died.
So you assume that's why he's crying?
Yeah, and I just said, "I'm sorry about your dog," you know.
But as you're standing there interacting with Mr. Radford, tell the jury, do you remember Mr. Radford on that Friday, a week before the shooting, saying anything that you interpreted as about Mr. Lay?
Well, when Walt would come to the park, you could know that he was coming because he had a dog named Fala, and Fala would bark, and you could hear him coming, you know, coming down the road. And that's when Deck said, "Here comes that fucking faggot. I want to fucking kill him."
I want to make sure. You're sure?
Yes, I'm
He
sure.
said on the week before the murder, he said, "Here comes that fucking faggot. I want to kill him."
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chris?
Good afternoon, Mr. Arlington.
Good afternoon.
I want to talk about that statement. I want to fucking kill him. That's a very serious statement, correct?
Yes.
So I'm sure that you immediately upon hearing that contacted law enforcement, correct?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So I'm having a hard time understanding, ma'am, after this escalation of events and you hear this threat, why one wouldn't contact law enforcement.
Because as long as I knew him, I just thought that he was despondent about his dog. And I just said, "I don't appreciate you saying that. That's my friend and my neighbor." And then he kind of went off on me, and I just walked away. I just walked away from him.
So fair to say you thought it was an empty threat.
Well, I don't know what at the time I would say that I didn't think I needed to call the police about it because I never imagined that someone would kill somebody over something.
Surely if you took that seriously and you thought your friend's life was in jeopardy, you would have contacted law enforcement.
Maybe I would have, maybe I wouldn't have.
Ma'am, how many interviews did you give with the media about this case?
None. I mean, I was at the picnic table, and somebody came in. I didn't actually. I think one time I spoke in front of the camera.
Okay, so one time then
Yes.
you gave me this. And in that interview, you said, never imagined this would happen. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
But it's your testimony today that just a week earlier, Mr. Radford said he was going to kill him. So explain to the jury how that happens, but then you later tell somebody, we never imagined this would happen.
Because someone coming to the park a long time like that and being that they were having more anger issues. That wasn't the first time he had anger issues. He had a lot of them. I just wouldn't imagine, no matter what somebody says or does to you or says things like that, that you're not going to kill somebody over it.
So nothing that you heard rose to the level that caused you to call law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
And nothing that you saw happen gave you any reason to imagine that this scenario would happen. Those are your own words,
Yes,
correct?
because I've been in positions where if you call before and they said, well, unless something actually happens, you can report it. So I did say to Walt, it would be really good if you would keep a record of this or something, that you feel like this is happening to you.
All right, well, so you didn't call because you didn't think they would do anything, or you didn't call because you thought it was an empty threat?
I don't know. I didn't really think about it until you brought it up right now.
Do you know, sorry, shake that. You also contacted law enforcement, isn't that correct?
Yeah, after about, it was over a week and nothing was being said about, they were just saying that it was self-defense, that yes, I wanted to know what's going on. Are they doing an investigation? So
Let me back up a little bit. You were friends with Mr. Lay, weren't you?
as he was a neighbor, I mean, I didn't go out and party with him or anything, but I would bring him cookies at Christmas time. I'd make extra food. I'd bring it over to him. But he was mostly going to the dog park, working type of person.
Would you consider him a friend?
Yes.
And it's fair to say you do not share these same positive viewpoints as Mr. Radford,
No,
correct? You do not consider him a friend.
No.
In fact, it's fair to say that you would have a bias in favor of Mr. Lay.
I suppose so.
And it would be fair to say that based on these multiple emails you sent to law enforcement, that you blame Mr. Radford for Mr. Lay's death.
Yes.
And you would like to see him punished.
Yes.
over the years that you went to the dog park and observed interactions between these two men, you never heard Mr. Radford say directly to Mr. Lay, fucking faggot. Isn't that correct?
I think I did when he was walking by, a couple of weeks before. Walt would walk with several different people. Sometimes I would walk with them around. And I know he said it loud enough for Walt to hear it.
So you're saying, is your testimony here today, that you did hear Mr. Radford say directly to Mr. Lay, you're a fucking faggot?
Here comes the fucking faggot. There's the fucking faggot.
So I want to be very clear to this jury. You did not hear and observe Mr. Radford look directly at Mr. Lay and say, you're a
Well,
faggot.
I don't know. I was standing over here and he was over at the corner of the table that he sits and Walt was walking by. So I don't know if he was looking directly at him or if he was looking out into the sky. I really don't know.
Ma'am, you gave sworn testimony before this court previously, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And if I was to provide you with a transcript of that testimony, would it help to clear up any confusion you have about this question?
If you would like to, go right ahead. Yes, yes.
Stand out your view to yourself, starting here with 1:7 and go down through 1:13.
That's what I think I just said to you. Exactly what I said. That's how I read it. I didn't say that. I don't know if he was looking directly at him, but I heard him say it.
The transcript is, and tell us what kinds of names he would call him. Your response is, called him a fucking faggot. Question, did you hear him say that more than once? Your answer, yes. Question, and did he say that directly to Walt himself? Your answer, there were times I can't say he said it directly to him, but I heard him refer to him like that. Question, okay, so you heard him just generally refer to Walt. Your answer, yes, yes. Is that accurate?
And that's what I'm saying. He was standing here. I was standing there. Walt was walking by. So I don't know. He's like mumbled under his breath sometimes, about things. And he said, here comes the fucking faggot. There's the fucking faggot.
But again, ma'am, you never saw these two, Mr. Radford and Mr. Lay, face to face with Mr. Radford saying, you're a fucking faggot.
No.
In one of your emails to law enforcement, you said Walt would never pick a fight. Correct?
Yes.
And you would testify today that you feel that you know Walt pretty well. Correct?
Yes, I know Walt pretty well. I did know Walt pretty well. He was alive.
Showing the witness what's been already admitted as State Exhibit 18. And these are some text messages. You may have seen them before. To draw your attention to this line here. I thought, and this is a message from Mr. Lay, and he's referencing Mr. Radford. I thought if he blocks my path again, I'll try to tackle him. He's really older than he looks. He's weak and feeble. I'll keep you informed. This weekend should be drama.
Well, I would think that if someone who's
Have you seen that text message before?
I've seen it because, yes, it was brought up when we were here for the Stand Your Ground.
So that's exactly in controversy to you saying he would never pick a fight. Isn't that correct?
Yes, but I'm saying that over time, people always have a plan. If something is distracting to you or upsetting to you, you're not just going to go around and be yourself. That I think that came, he was kind of at his wit's end. People were telling him that he needed to keep a record of this. People told him he should, maybe call the police. And he said, no, I'm not going to do that. And then maybe that's why he did his own little video thing of that. But
So, ma'am, when you said
I
you
just
never-
would feel
Let her
that
finish her answer,
I would
please.
feel that he would say that this, if he comes up to me again, because it came to the point where he said he was way on the other side of the park and you ran right up to him, and went in his face. I wouldn't want to have a plan myself. If somebody did that to me, I might say that just to save face because he's probably scared.
Wouldn't you agree when you say he would never pick a fight? That's not accurate now, seeing the text message sent
Well,
by Mr. Lay.
from what I knew of him, that's what I believe.
So maybe you didn't know him as well as you thought you did.
Well.
Do you ever at any point observe any physical violence between Mr. Lay and Mr. Radford?
No.
And you never heard Mr. Radford say anything in general about a hatred for gay people, isn't that correct?
Yes. I mean, no, I didn't hear him say that. No.
And you were not present at the dog park on February 2nd to witness anything that occurred, were you?
No.
Nothing that was said?
No.
Nothing that transpired?
No.
But you were adamant in your emails to law enforcement that charges be pressed against Mr. Radford, isn't that correct?
I felt that because I saw how it escalated and I knew what type of personality he had. And I don't care what, even if someone comes and punches you in the face, I don't believe myself that you should kill somebody. So I don't
There
know
was
if
never
that's-
any physical violence.
Well, it wasn't before that, but I'm just saying, I didn't think that there ever would be. But it was,
So you saw this escalation, but you're still sitting here saying, I never believed there would be violence. Isn't that correct? I'm over, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
No other questions for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am.
Hang on one second. Okay.
Just because you love Mr. Lay or you like Mr. Lay, just because you dislike Mr. Radford, did you come here today and lie and make up this
No,
statement?
never.
Did you hear Joe Radford a week before the killing say, I want to fucking kill him?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
All right, you can step down, ma'am. Thank you. Is she released from her subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, it's time to see the rest.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen, the state's rested.
State rests that those witnesses, they were so biased, it's unbelievable. Right, state rests, which means the defense case is about to start. Hang on then. Let's go to the defense case. Is this the one? You're the one I want, girl. You're the one I need, girl. You're the one I need. Right. Let's go. I was just saying that Robin G says I cheat all the time. Well, I've learned from the best. I've learned from you, Lady Di, cheating Stacey, and Robin G.
The defense would call FDLE lab analyst Maureen Meehan.
All right.
And others.
For us.
My name is Maureen Meehan. First name is spelled Maureen. Last name Meehan.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Could you tell the jury how you are employed?
Yes. So I'm employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement as a crime laboratory analyst in the biology section.
Could you please describe for the jury what you do as a crime laboratory analyst in the biology section for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
So I examine items of evidence, testing for possible body fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva. We'll collect samples from this evidence, develop DNA profiles, make comparisons to known reference standards, calculate statistics, and release a report.
Were you tasked in this case with analyzing a series of, I believe it was 7 items for potential biological material?
Yes.
Commission, Judge, by stipulation, I've got pre-marked what would become defense exhibits 4 through 10. The defense would move up.
All right, will be received.
Just briefly, permission to approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
We can go- Leave that. Just have a couple of questions. And for the record, Judge, I have the witness take a look at what has been entered into evidence as defense exhibits 4 through 10. Ms. Meehan, do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
Are those the items that you were tasked with analyzing as part of your involvement in this case?
Yes, correct.
I specifically want to focus on, and just I guess to fill the jury in on how this process works. When you receive items, they come to you without that FDLE table, right?
Yes, correct.
You open them, you process them, and then ultimately, once you've completed your analysis, they get sent back to the respective agency?
Correct.
In this case, I want to focus on item 1 that you analyzed. Do you recall what that was associated with?
Yes.
And could you tell the jury what item 1 was associated with?
Swabs from the sights and slide of the pistol.
Now, prior to your analysis of this particular item, did you receive known standards from specific individuals?
Yes, I did.
And who would that be in this case?
I received a bloodstain card from John Walter Lay II and buccal swabs from Gerald Declan Radford.
Did you utilize those samples to attempt to make comparisons to the items that you were sent?
Yes.
As it pertains to item 1, what were your findings?
So this item demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male individual.
Were you able to determine whether or not Mr. Radford's DNA was present on within item 1, the swab from the sights and slide of the pistol?
So I was able to include Mr. Radford as a possible contributor to this picture.
As it pertains to Mr. Lay, what were your findings?
On comparison of Mr. Lay to this profile, I was unable to provide either an inclusion or an exclusion, so no determination was made.
One moment, confirm, Judge.
Sure.
And for clarity, Ms. Meehan, if I understand correctly, if you could explain to the jury, there was a mixture of DNA present on the sight and slide swab,
Yes, correct.
which indicates to you that it would have come from 2 different contributors, right?
Yes, that's what I determined.
And you couldn't include or exclude Mr. Lay as a contributor to that sample.
Correct.
No further questions, Judge.
Morning,
Good morning.
You actually looked at a whole bunch of things, right? There's actually a series of them. You actually looked at a whole series of swabs, right?
Yes.
I think not counting bloodstain card and buccal swab, you look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different swabs attributed to firearms or other items. Is that correct?
Yes.
And just so the jury understands, so they don't go back and have to give themselves what these things are, what's a bloodstain card and what do you do with that?
So blood stain card is a reference standard, so the origin of this DNA profile is known. This is typically evidence that's collected at the medical examiner's office. The blood is collected and dried onto a filter paper.
And then you can eventually somehow get DNA out of that sample of blood right onto the paper, and that's how you get the DNA of a person. In this case, the victim, Mr. Lay.
Correct.
What's a bubble swab?
So bubble swab is another example of a reference standard. Again, the origin is known. These are typically swabs taken from the inside of an individual's cheek.
And then you can use that to get the DNA profile of, in this case, the defendant, Mr. Redford.
Correct.
And at that point, we have like known profiles attributable to specific people.
Yes.
And for the records of the jury understands, exhibit 9, exhibit 10, 9 is the bubble swab of the defendant, and 10 is the blood stain card of the victim. These are the things you use to first have a working knowledge of what DNA might be attributable to any specific person.
Yes.
Now you get 5 other samples. That's 8, 7, 6, 5, and 4. Red method, sorry. And those are swabs from items.
Correct.
And 3 of those swabs are swabs from different portions of the gun. Are you familiar with the firearm enough to at least help me explain the different portions of the gun?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so there it is on the TV. This portion up here, and these little things that poke up off the top. What portion of the gun is that?
The slide.
The slide, and these things on the top are these the sights, basically?
Not familiar with that, but yes,
Like if I was looking at the gun, I would use that to aim?
Yes.
Okay. Then there's another, the lower portion. What do we call this section?
So that contains the grip, the trigger, the trigger as well.
Yeah, the grip, the handle, the trigger, all these sorts of things. And then if I turn the gun like this, and I'm looking at this hole in the front of the gun, what do we call that?
So that would be the muzzle.
And you have that. For example, you have, let me make sure I get the right ones. All right, so that is these 3. Number 4 is the sights and slide. Number 5 is the handle, trigger, and mag, meaning the magazine of the pistol, correct?
Yes.
And then finally, the last one, number 6, is the muzzle.
Correct.
So you have swabs from all over this gun, basically.
Yes.
The other 2, just so the jury knows what we're talking about it, 7 goes to a blue thermos mug, and 8 goes to something called a blue Bubba mug.
Correct.
And you never actually see the actual items, right?
That's correct.
You just see these. I mean, what's in here are basically like kind of long-looking Q-tips.
Yes.
Okay. So you get these Q-tips, that's the swabs. And you can go through a process, and I'm not going to go through all the process, but you can go through a process and you can try and extract the DNA off the swab, and then eventually you can try and compare the DNA that came off the swab to the known sample from a particular person and see if they match or if they don't match or whatever the case may be.
That's correct.
And just to give people the basic primer of DNA, DNA comes from where? Where do people get DNA from?
So almost every cell in your body contains DNA.
So you can get it from blood.
Correct.
You can get it from semen or saliva.
Yes.
You could even theoretically get it from skin.
Yes.
Right? You could find a piece of clothing that someone had worn. If there's lots of wear, like the collar of my neck rubbing against the collar, you might be able to get DNA there from my skin cells.
Yes.
Or I could touch an object, even briefly, and maybe leave DNA.
That's correct.
But just because I touch this object, or I touch this object, or I touch this object, is there any guarantee that I leave DNA?
Possibility is there, yes, but there's no guarantee how much.
Okay. So maybe DNA is on an item, maybe DNA is not. We swab it, and then you have to tell us after the fact, yeah, there is DNA, no, there isn't DNA, and I can either maybe tell you who it is, or I can't tell you who it is, or whatever the answer may be. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's work backwards. You did the swab of the blue Bubba mug, okay? And I'm going to show the jury just very briefly. This was admitted into evidence as case exhibit number 10. So you got some swab attributed to something called a blue Bubba mug. Now, in that case, you did a sort of special test to determine whether or not there was blood, correct?
Yes.
And explain to the jury what that test is, how it works, and what it means.
So I perform a presumptive test, which is testing for the possible presence of blood. I apply a series of chemicals to the sample, and what I'm looking for is a pink color change, which will indicate a positive test. And in this case, I received a negative test.
Okay. There was negative, meaning there was a suggestion there was no blood.
There was no chemical indications for blood.
Okay, but and again, this is just hypothetical. If a person was armed with a blue Bubba mug and smashed another guy in the face with it, causing blood to come out of his face, there is a possibility there could have been blood on the mug, right?
I did not see the mug, so I can't answer that.
So I'm just in that scenario because blood is coming out of the person's face you smashed with a mug. Blood could transfer onto the mug, and then you could potentially get DNA off it. I'm just explaining, DNA can transfer onto the mug from the blood if that was the scenario.
If that's the scenario, this is correct.
But you didn't find any blood or any indication of blood on the Bubba mug.
Correct.
But you did find DNA on the mug.
Yes.
From one person.
Correct.
And only one person.
Yes.
Who's that?
So I matched the partial DNA profile to Mr. Lay.
Right. So if that was the victim's mug and he was holding it in his hand or something, it would not be surprising that we might find his DNA on his own mug.
Correct.
There was another mug. There was a blue thermos mug. And I will show this. I will show the jury what's been marked as Exhibit 8. It's a little hard to see, but maybe if I blow it up here, you can see the words thermos on it. You also checked that mug for DNA. Is that correct?
Correct.
And on that mug, you definitely found that there was certainly one person's DNA on it.
Yes, I developed a partial profile from this evidence.
But even though it's partial, you were able to definitively say if it's someone's, correct?
I did match it to an individual, correct.
Right. And that's the language you use, match. So you're saying this matches a particular person. Whose DNA matches onto that mug?
The DNA matched Mr. Radford.
Radford, okay. So again, if that was Mr. Radford's mug and he was holding it and drinking from it, not surprising his DNA might be on the mug.
Correct.
But there was an indication that there might be other DNA on that mug, wasn't there?
There was more information in the sample, which suggests the possibility of additional contributor. However, it was not interpretable.
Right. And so all you can say is maybe there's somebody's DNA on there. Is that correct?
I'm saying that there was potential information that was present that may indicate a contributor, but it was not interpretable, so I did not compare it to anyone.
Okay. But again, we covered touch DNA can get onto an item from just even touching something, correct?
Correct.
And do you agree with me that in terms of DNA, touch DNA is one of the harder ways to get DNA on an item because it's not like blood or semen where you have an actual like liquid or substance on the item. You're just hoping something transfers into contact.
Correct.
So would it seem weird to you if I was to suggest to you that a person might have their blue thermos mug in their hand, holding it by the handle, smack another guy in the side of the head, contacting the ear, but it doesn't draw on blood because the blood's on the inside of the ear. That's where the cut happens. And so maybe just a tiny bit of DNA transfers, but not a lot.
It's possible. Again, it was not there, so I can't say.
The next one that you had was the muzzle of the gun. Again, that's the front part here, the hole of the gun, correct?
Yes.
And did you get indications that there was DNA on that muzzle area?
So I was able to develop DNA results. However, they were not interpretable.
Okay. What does not interpretable mean?
So the DNA profile during the analysis process, I was able to determine whether it was a mixed profile, or a single source profile. There was too limited information to use.
Okay. So you can't even tell if it's one person's DNA or more than one person's DNA on the muzzle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And because it's limited, you can't even tell if it's Mr. Radford or Mr. Lace.
Correct.
If Mr. Radford was the gun owner, it would not be surprising if maybe he might have had a little bit of DNA near the muzzle if he ever handled his gun.
Not expected, yes.
Or if the gun was pointed at Mr. Lay and he was shot, and as a bullet enters his body, maybe a tiny speck of blood leaps up and makes contact with a close muzzle. We don't know, right?
Correct.
Okay. So then we get to the grip, the trigger, and the magazine. What I will, for ease of description, call the lower portion of the gun. You were able to find DNA there, right?
Yes.
And you were able to find a specific person. You can again say it's a match to one particular person, the DNA that's there.
Yes, I did match it.
And who did you match DNA to on the handle, trigger, and magazine area of the gun?
Mr. Radford.
Now, if Mr. Radford was holding the gun in his hand and his finger was on the trigger, and he at some point in his life loaded the magazine into the gun, not surprising you would find Mr. Radford's DNA on the handle and trigger, right?
Correct.
There is a suggestion, though, there that there is maybe somebody else's DNA.
Again, this is the same as the previous sample. There was additional DNA that was potentially suggesting a possible contributor. However, this, again, was not interpretable.
All right, now we're going to have to dive into the weeds for just a brief second. I want you to explain to people what is DNA, where it comes from, like how do we get it genetically, like all those sorts of things.
So DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. You get half of your DNA from each of your parents. 99% of the DNA within our bodies does code for the same information in all people, with the exception of identical twins. The remaining portion of that is different amongst us, and that's where I do my testing.
Okay, and so when you do the testing for like a known sample, like the defendant's known sample, the buckle swab he gave, you end up with basically, for ease of description, like a series or a pair of numbers that tell you like the markers at each of his DNA spots, right?
Yes.
And what do we call those DNA spots?
So the spots I look at for lister terms, they're also known as locations or loci. I look at 21 of these areas. And each one of those areas, you'll find 2 DNA markers for an individual. Each one of those DNA markers represents one that you've gotten from each parent.
Right, so mom gives me a marker, dad gives me a marker, they become a pairing, that forms one of my loci, and people have like millions and millions in their DNA, I think, right? Or whatever the case may be.
Yes.
Okay, but you have 21 that you look at because those are the ones that we use because they're the human, those sort of ones that distinguish us from animals and stuff.
Right, these are the used ones in forensics.
And so, for example, you might look at a person's DNA profile, you know, and you've got 21, and the first one might be a pairing of numbers. You might have like a 13, 14. That could be like an example, right?
That's correct.
And that's a pair because, for example, just in my hypothetical, 13 comes from mom and 14 comes from dad. Sure. And then you might have another one, and that would be a 16, 19. Right. You can even, in some cases, have one where you just happen to have the exact same number at both 15, 50.
Yes.
Okay. You get 21 sets of numbers of a pair each, and that's a DNA profile for a person.
Correct.
Okay. But sometimes you can look at a DNA profile, and you might have one little oddity. You might have like a 15, 15, 16, or you might have like a 13, 14, 19. People can't have more than 2 numbers because we always have a pair. So when you see this third number, it suggests maybe there's another person.
When I'm looking at the profile and I've determined that it is a single source profile, again, most people have attributed at each area, you have 1 or 2 peaks. So if I see an additional peak, it is most likely a possible additional contributor.
When you say a peak, that's like a 13 is 1 peak, a 14 is 1 peak.
Correct.
So in the case of the trigger handle magazine, you got a complete DNA profile from the defendant, Gerald Radford, right?
I did obtain a partial DNA.
You had a partial. How many locations did you have?
So I had 21 areas.
You had 21 areas, okay. And so you had 42 numbers, 21 pairings, is that what you had?
So a partial profile means that there's some missing information from that, the DNA markers in the 21 areas.
Okay, so you might have had 21 areas, but some areas you might have only had like a 13 and I don't know the number.
Correct, yes.
Okay, but you got information at all 21 locations. But at one of those locations, did you just happen to get a third number? Did you have, for example, a 13, 14, 19?
I don't remember the number specifically, but yes, that is what you're talking about. Correct.
You didn't have a third number at like every of the 21 locations, right?
Correct.
You had one sort of anomaly.
Yes.
And you don't know what that means, right? You can't tell me if that really means there's a second person who touched the gun, right?
Correct.
You can't tell me who that person is.
No.
It could be even something as innocuous as somebody walked by the object and sneezed on it, or was like collecting it and sneezed on it accidentally, or who knows. But the point is, we have no idea what that one random anomalous number is, right?
That's correct.
It's not saying there's definitely a second person touching the trigger.
Correct.
Okay. So the only place where we have a mixture, and tell the jury what a mixture is, as opposed to a single source profile.
So a mixture is a profile that is from more than one individual.
Okay, and so if, for example, in some sort of weird universe, Mr. Cruz and I both decided to cut ourselves and bleed into the same spot, the blood would mix, and then if you swabbed it, you would expect to find a mixture of Mr. Chambers and I.
Yes.
Okay, I call it Mr. Cruz again, I apologize. That's a mixture, a place where 2 people's DNA have sort of overlapped in the area.
Correct.
It doesn't tell us why they overlap.
That's correct.
It can't tell us what they're doing at the moment that they overlap.
Correct.
Okay, so if I was to touch this gun and then let you touch the gun, there would potentially be a mixture of our touch DNA.
Yes, it's possible.
But it doesn't tell me whether or not you were holding the gun and I was trying to wrestle it away from you. It doesn't tell you whether or not I'm holding the gun and you're trying to wrestle the gun away from me, right?
Correct.
All it can tell us is maybe some other person touched this object, but not what they're doing, when they did it, why they were doing it.
That's correct.
Okay, so on the top of the gun, the part that you have to pull back to rack and make it so it shoots, whose DNA did you find on top of the gun? The sights and the slide.
So the sample itself was collected to be sites and sites and slide. I don't know how the crime scene individual may have collected it. Was it from the sites first or from the slide first? I'm not sure.
I got it, but it came from somewhere up here on the top part, the part that you use to make a semi-automatic gun ready to shoot.
Correct.
Whose DNA did you find?
So I was able to include Mr. Radford as a possible contributor to this mixture.
And there I noticed you don't use the word match.
Correct.
Why do you use the word include as opposed to match?
So match refers to a single source profile. So I'm saying DNA profiles are consistent with one another as opposed to a mixture. I'm comparing an individual's DNA types to the mixture. So I'm including their DNA types in the mixture.
Right. Since it's a mixture, again, to go back to my scenario, you might again have the 1314 and the 1619 and the 1515. But the problem becomes you're also seeing like 1712 and you're seeing 1309 or whatever it is. There's too many numbers to be one person.
Correct.
And you have such a repeat of that. It's not just one anomalous instance. There's multiple instances. You can say this is definitely at least two people.
Correct.
Now, beyond the ones where we have numbers, do we have DNA markers that are assigned letters? Like an X and a Y?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So I do look at gender determination markers. One of them does have an X and a Y. It's determining whether or not someone is potentially biologically male or female.
Okay. And so I want you to explain to the jury, if you see, what's the male one?
It would be XY.
So if you see an XY, you know that definitely one of the people in the mixture is a man.
Yes.
But in my scenario, you're obviously a female, I'm a male. If we both touch it, you'll see an X, but you don't know, other than if you saw it, you don't know if it's a man and a woman, or if it's like, Mr. Chambers and I, it's two men touching.
Yes. Well, if the Y is present, I will determine that there's at least one male present.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You can tell at least one, but you can't tell if that's, when it's two people, you can't tell if that's man and woman, or if it's man and man.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. So the fact that there is the defendant's DNA on the gun, and the fact that the defendant is male, it's not surprising you saw the indication of at least one male.
Correct.
But if the defendant, for example, had a wife and maybe his wife once picked up the gun, we couldn't tell because we don't know if it's man and woman that touched it or man and man that touched it, right?
I would also need buckle swaps for comparison.
Sure, I got that. But I mean, just looking at the sex chromosomes, you can't tell.
Correct.
The X's and the Y's.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So we know for sure, well, we don't know for sure. You said he's included. But when you do an inclusion, are you trying to do statistics?
Yes, statistics are calculated.
And when you do statistics, what are you trying to calculate? What is it telling us when you're calculating statistics?
So I'm trying to tell you how likely is it to occur if an individual is included in a mixture versus someone unrelated.
And I know that you have a very specific language you use because you're a scientist and I'm not, but when you're talking about likelihood, you're talking about the chances that the DNA is coming from one particular person as opposed to any other person. Is that a fair description?
It's a fair description, correct.
Okay. And so I want you to tell the jury what is the statistical determination you came to regarding the chances that it's the defendant's DNA on the slide of this gun.
So the observed mixed DNA profile was greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample, excuse me.
Did you say 700 billion with a B?
Correct.
How many people are on Earth?
8.5 billion, I think.
Okay, so I gotta have more than 50 Earths to get to the chances of having somebody else who have the same DNA as you found this guy and being the defendant. Is that what you're saying effectively?
So my statistic doesn't refer to the population of the Earth. It's just a segment that FDLE uses in our reports. It shows that the number I do have in my file is much larger than that.
Okay, I got it. I'm trying to figure out a way. I mean, the average person doesn't walk around counting to the billions or collecting dollars in the billions. It's a number we don't. So I'm trying to put it in reference. There's 8.5 billion people on the planet, and you're saying 700 billion for the chances it's the defendant's gun on the DNA on the gun?
Greater than 700 billion.
Greater than. Okay, thank you. So it's a mixture. We got a pretty good indication it's the defendant's DNA on the slide of the gun. Can you tell me who the other person in the mixture is?
So I was unable to make a determination to Mr. Lay to this item and had no other reference standards to compare.
Well, you did have a reference standard from the victim, Mr. Lay, right?
Correct.
And you can't do what's called include or exclude him.
Correct.
And so maybe he's there, but also maybe he's not.
So yes, there was no statistical support to either include or exclude Mr. Lay.
So we have no idea who else's DNA is on this gun other than maybe Gerald Radford's. We have some indication of some person, but no idea who it might be.
Yes, I had no other references to compare.
But in fairness, if the victim was fighting with Mr. Radford over the gun, he could have left touch DNA if he's touching the top. Correct?
It's possible.
But you can't tell if that's because the victim is the one holding the gun trying to shoot Mr. Radford, or if Mr. Radford is trying to shoot the victim and the victim is fighting over the gun trying to not get shot.
No, I can't tell you that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anything else? All right, you can step down, ma'am. Thank you. Is she released from her subpoena?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All right.
Thanks, Ron.
Thank you.
Defense arrest.
All right. We're gonna defense is rested. We're gonna anything else from the state?
No, no.
All right. We're gonna take a quick recess.
Verdict now. I'm not doing closings. The closing's like 3.5 hours. So, closings don't count to anything. So I'll do the verdict now. That's it. What are we thinking? Guilty, not guilty? What are you cheating mofos thinking? What are you girls thinking? I love having Heather here because I don't know what the fuck she's on about. Seth, I think that says Seth doesn't like them at all. I don't know what you're talking about. Guilty, some not guilty. Right, let's watch it. I think that
In the dog park murder.
I think all of you are quite renowned to be cheaters as well. Crystal, my love.
Trial for Gerald Radford. He said it was self-defense. This happened.
Oops.
this case, Walt Lay. Let's go in for the verdict.
Great, be seated. My understanding is you have reached a verdict. Is that right?
Yes.
If you would hand the verdict form to the bailiff for me.
Hang on, before we get straight to the verdict, basically, one day all these women here in the chat, they always cheat on me. They go and watch other creators and stuff like that. And I caught them all in a chat one day with the glarer. But what they didn't realize, I was fucking there myself, cheating on myself, So we just have a joke about it now. I think people just take it too seriously about, viewers watching other people and stuff like that. I think it's hilarious. I think it's good that you go and watch other people. But it took them forever to understand that I was cheating on myself. I was there with them. Do you know what I mean? So, right, let's get back to this.
And the verdict form is in order. If you publish the verdict and poll the jury, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yeah.
State of Florida versus Gerald Declan Radford. Case number 24-CF-003630A, Trial Division 3, verdict form. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1, second-degree murder. The defendant is not guilty. So say we all, dated the 6th day of February, 2025, juror number 1, foreperson of the jury. Juror number 1, is this your true and correct verdict?
It is.
Juror number 2, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 3, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 4, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 5, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 6, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to spend one more moment telling you again how very much I and we appreciate your service here this week. As I told you earlier this week, we can't do what we do in this courtroom or any when I tell you how much I appreciate the dedication. Admonitions about not talking about the case are obviously very deliberate, so that if they get a jury service summons, they too will come down to the courthouse. So they'll let you know how for your time and attention and sacrifice.
Saw him wink when the not guilty was first read. Then eventually he started crying. He, being the defendant, who's now a free man. This is the 4th not guilty this week. We'll talk about some of the others, but what a day for the defense in this case. What are your thoughts?
I've been in that chair next to a defendant in the same situation. Those are emotional circumstances. It's tough all the way around. There's winners and losers on every trial. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we have to put our trust in the jury to find the right decisions, and the state has the highest burden beyond reasonable doubt. And in this case, the jury found that the defendant wasn't guilty, and we have to trust that they heard and understood the evidence in reaching that verdict.
And I do agree with you. We're watching a live pick. I just want to say that even our jury system, I think it's the best in the world. And I absolutely agree that that's where this lies, and they did their job. But it's fascinating to me because we don't always see acquittals, and we've seen it in 4 specific cases this week. We saw it yesterday with Colin Griffith, who killed his mother. The jury didn't know he'd also killed his father, allegedly in self-defense. He walked out of jail yesterday, a free man, still really a juvenile at 17. I think he had just turned 18, actually. Penelope McGee, her husband had a heart attack, and the medical examiner said, well, it was homicide because it was due to her actions that he had that heart attack. She was found not guilty. We've got the prior district attorney in Brunswick in the Ahmaud Arbery case, charged with interference, and Jackie Johnson. She was acquitted because the judge dismissed each of the 2 charges. And then we have this today. Talk to me as a defense attorney, because it's not typical, I think, regrettably, but I would suggest that maybe you don't always get not guilties across the board on your cases.
Well, certainly, the the prosecution's not taking a case to trial unless they think they have a really good chance or reason to get a guilty verdict. But these are tough cases. And at the end of the day, while there was a lot of evidence and certainly a lot of circumstantial evidence against defendant Radford, at the end of the day, the jury decided that there just wasn't enough to hold the state to its, holding the state to its burden to find a guilty verdict. And that's unfortunate for the victim and the victim's family. But the reality is that, with a not guilty verdict, we can all feel safe that the state is being held to its burden, even on these most egregious cases, such as second-degree murder.
Yeah, and so it was interesting. Florida, there was a stand your ground hearing. We did hear him testify in that. He decided not to testify in this case, although he claimed self-defense. The state said that he killed the victim because he was gay, and he said, no, I did it in self-defense. Clearly, the jury must have agreed that he did it in self-defense, or the evidence wasn't there to prove that he'd done it beyond a reasonable doubt. So in hindsight, clearly not testifying was a good decision on his part.
It worked. It's always the toughest decision. It's a decision to be made by the defendant upon the advice of counsel. And in this case, it worked. It's easy to Monday morning quarterback and say woulda, shoulda, coulda, done something differently. But that's one of the things as a defense attorney, when you're picking a jury, you want to make sure the jury is understanding and won't hold it against your client if the client decides not to testify. In this case, it worked. The defendant was acquitted. Whether that's right or wrong, that is what happened, and we have to trust our system of justice.
Trey, you're absolutely right. I agree with you. We have to trust our system. He is a free man, acquitted in this case.
I agree with you. Especially after see Colin Griffith walk free. You're like, fucking hell, he got Zach in prison. Jeepers. I am going to go and get some sleep now. Don't you worry. I will be going to get some sleep now. The only thing I hate about these things, you might have missed it, but when he got up, he had to be rearrested. Had to put his hands behind his back. I hate that part of it. It's like he's a free man, but he can't be free until he's processed. So he gets handcuffed, gets put back in jail, has to wait then for all the process, even though he's a free man. I will. Potty, remember to follow, give me access to your Instagram. You need to accept my requests. Oh, you have. There you go. Oh, no, you haven't. Have I requested it? Oh, yes, we have. There you go. I am going to get some sleep. I will be back live in 11 and a half hours, people. 1:45 Eastern. I'll be back. 8:45 Eastern. I will be back live for day 3 afternoon of the Megan Boswell trial, and then day 4 as well. So it'll be another long day probably. So, and just remind me, people, never listen to Lady Di too. She gets me into trouble all the time. Gets me into trouble every time. I won't have it any other way. Right, cheaters. See you later. Love you all. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being here. It's like 12 people here, but I appreciate you being here. I really do. Thank you so much. Take care, everybody. I'll get better soon, Stacey, and everyone that's ill.